Chapter 191. Seeking Marriage. Originally, the Minister of Rites had no intention of paying attention to Yan Jiuchao's shoes. But after being wronged by Yan Jiuchao several times, the Minister of Rites decided to see how beautiful the shoes that Yanqing young master had been so vague about were. He swore that he really only took a glance, and he almost blinded his eyes. What the hell are these shoes? They are so damn ugly. Who made such thick soles? It's like stepping on two big sponges to go out. And they are sponges of different sizes. Yuana was halfway through making the soles of her shoes, and she forgot how many layers she had made. And the second shoe had 2 more layers. The court officials, like the Minister of Rites, listened to Yan Jiuchao's words before going to see his shoes. And they were also shocked. Such ugly shoes were put into the palace. What are the eunuchs doing? The emperor couldn't bear to look at it. This kid broke into the golden palace just to show off a pair of shoes? The emperor raised his hand to cover his eyes. So, your shoes? Yan Jiuchao interrupted him righteously. Even if you were my uncle, you can't have your eyes on my shoes. God damn it. He's going to have your eyes on your shoes. The emperor was almost crying because of the ugliness of this pair of ancient platform shoes. He didn't want to discuss the important matters that were originally being discussed. He waved his hand like a mosquito. Retreat. Retreat. The eunuch sang the ceremony. Kneel. All the ministers knelt. Yan Jiuchao stood out from the crowd. The emperor didn't bother to care whether this kid knelt or not. He wanted to go back to the harem to see the 3,000 beauties to wash his eyes. Until the emperor left the golden palace, the ministers also swarmed out and went home to wash their eyes. Yan Jiuchao raised his eyebrows and walked out of the golden palace leisurely. Yan Huijing looked at his back and frowned unconsciously. Second brother. The 4th prince came over and asked with a strange look on his face. What tricks is he playing? Yan Huijing shook his head with a complicated look. I don't know. I'm afraid he is sick. The 4th prince muttered. Yan Huijing glanced at him coldly. 4th brother. Be careful with your words. This is the golden palace. The 4th prince stuck out his tongue and thought. You hate it more than I do. Why bother pretending to be fair and just? Father is gone. Who are you doing it for? 5th brother. Let's go! The 4th prince pulled the 5th prince's wrist and went out coldly. A young master who successfully showed off his beautiful shoes got on the carriage in a good mood. He was inside, but his feet were outside. Ing Shursan regretted letting Ing Lu go to Gongcheng, leaving him alone to bear the aesthetic pain that he shouldn't bear. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 3 days. When passing by Chang'an Street, the most prosperous street in the capital, a blind beggar leaned on a cane and groped his way out from a side alley. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. Ing Shursan didn't even raise his eyelids and continued to drive the horse forward. Yan Jiuchao suddenly spoke and asked the carriage to stop. Yan Jiuchao got off the carriage. The blind man seemed to have heard the movement beside him and turned around woodenly. Yan Jiuchao walked up to him and stretched his feet. Do my shoes look good? The blind man was stunned at first, then nodded blankly. Beautiful. Especially beautiful. Yan Jiuchao threw a gold ingot into his broken bowl and sat on the carriage road. The blind man said it looks good. Ing Shursan roared in his heart, otherwise. Why would he say he was blind? The little kids were also very happy to get the new shoes set by Wan. But they couldn't leave the house. So they had to wear beautiful, ugly, little cloth shoes and called everyone in the house to see them. Yu Shaoqing didn't know that his birthday surprise was already on another man's feet. He was so happy now that he was cutting vegetables. But after Yan Huijing left the court, he did not return to the house immediately, but went to the Dali temple to continue investigating Yu Shaoqing's case. Since he was sure that Yuan was the woman he had been looking for 2 years, he had to use 12 points of mind on Yu Shaoqing's case. Jun Chanan sat on the windowsill board. Suddenly, a secret guard came in and handed Yan Huijing a piece of paper with a message. Jun Chanan stretched his neck to take a look. News from Lotus Village. Did you send someone to monitor that girl? Yan Huijing put the note on the oil lamp and burned it. Signaled the secret guard to retreat with his eyes. And then said to Jun Chanan, it's not monitoring. It's to pay attention to her movements to see if Zhou Huai will contact her father. Jun Chanan shrugged, as if he didn't care what you said. Yan Huijing moved his fingers. Prepare the carriage and go to Lotus Village. You still say it's not monitoring. Jun Chanan muttered, jumped off the windowsill, and ordered someone to prepare the carriage. Yan Huijing also knew that his words were unconvincing. Since Zhou Huai had decided to flee, she would definitely not contact Yu Shaoqing. He was just using this as an excuse to keep an eye on her movements. After the carriage was ready, Yan Huijing and Jun Chang'an went to Lianhua village unimpeded. It was just past lunchtime. The food on the table had been removed and replaced with tea, braised peanuts and candies. The villagers sat together and chatted, while Manager Cui and Mr. Qin opened a table of leaf play in the house. Leaf play is not a real magic trick, but a kind of card with a total of 4 suits: Wenqian, Baizi, Wanwan, and Shuangwen. The playing method is somewhat similar to modern mahjong. In the Great Zhou dynasty, leaf play is something played by city people. Country people are busy working and have no time or money to play it. Qin Zishi was busy eating and didn't join Cui and his uncle. Yuan thought that if it was the same as mahjong, she should be able to play. But she had to prepare for the dinner in the evening, so she couldn't. Fortunately, Xuanzi had played in the military camp before, so he asked Yu Feng to teach him and play on the spot, and put together a table of leaf play. No one noticed Jiang in the hall. Her eyes were full of resentment. The water in the water tank was gone, so Yuan carried a wooden bucket on a shoulder pole and went to the ancient well at the entrance of the village to fetch water. She hung the wooden bucket on the hook and threw it into the well. After the wooden bucket was filled with water, she turned the crank on the ancient well to pump water up. She was about to lift the wooden bucket, but suddenly a bony hand stretched out and lifted the wooden bucket up before her. Yuan turned her head and looked at the other person. With a hint of surprise in her eyes, Su, second prince? I almost forgot that this is not Mr. Su, but the most noble prince. Yan Huijing glanced at the other empty wooden barrel and reached out again, but was stopped by Yuan. Yuan blocked his hand and said politely and distantly, "No, I will do it myself. Second prince, you are a golden branch and jade leaf. You should not do such rough work." Yan Huijing frowned and said, "Then you, a girl, should do such rough work? Don't you have a brother at home?" If the information he inquired about is correct, she has more than one brother at home. Why does this sound like a complaint that her 2 brothers did not help her with the work? Yuan was unhappy that others said this about Yu Feng and Yu Song. On weekdays, the 2 brothers treated her very well. If it wasn't for today's busy schedule, it really wouldn't be her turn to fetch water. Besides, she was faster than her 2 brothers in fetching water. But Yuan was not the type to compete with others. She just said lightly, "Brothers are busy," and ignored him. Yuan also put the second wooden bucket into the well, in the carriage not far away. Jun Chang'an watched this scene leisurely. The charming prince was actually ignored by a village girl. This was really interesting. Yan Huijing hit a soft nail silently, and his face was a little embarrassed. He was a prince of a country, and he had always been flattered by others. This was the first time he was ignored openly. But when he thought about who the other party was, he could not have any complaints. After all, if it weren't for her, he would have died on that cold rainy night. "Are you angry that I concealed my identity from you before?" Yan Huijing said. "I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know you before." "So?" Yuan smiled faintly. "You are talking as if your highness knew me a long time ago." "Why? Have I met your highness in front of Lotus Village?" I almost forgot that she didn't remember the past. Although it was certain that Yan Ryu had given birth and Yan Jiuchao's flesh and blood were most likely Yan Ryu's flesh and blood. When Yan Huijing thought of her having a secret pregnancy with another man, he didn't want her to remember anything about the past. He didn't know who that man was. But she didn't look like she was forced by anyone with her pregnant belly. She must have feelings for that man in her heart, right? If she remembered all this, she would go back to that man regardless of her own safety. Right? Second prince? Nothing else. I'll take my leave first. While Yan Huijing was distracted, Yuan had already filled the second bucket of water. Yan Huijing couldn't bear to see a girl like her carrying 2 buckets of water back. "Chang'an." Jun Chang'an stood up. Yuan sighed. "No need. Your Highness. I do this kind of work every day. I'm used to it." Jun Chang'an didn't wait for Yan Huijing's instructions and leaned back to the car door. Yuan picked up the shoulder pole. Yan Huijing's heart tightened and he stopped her. "I came here today to talk to you about something." Yuan turned around. "Is the little fat ball sick again?" Yan Huijing's eyes darkened. "Besides this, can't I have any other reason to come to you?" Yuan blinked in confusion. "Is there any? She is a village girl. Can it be worthy for the current prince to come to her? She is not the silly girl who knew nothing when she first came here. He is the son of concubine Su Xian, and concubine Su Xian has more power in the harem than the queen. Maybe this one will be the future prince. Does Yin Jiuchao need a reason to come to you? Yin Huijing was a little dissatisfied with her lukewarm attitude. Yuan said calmly. He is him. And His Highness is His Highness. What does His Highness want to talk to me about? Just tell me. Although His Highness is the one who does big things, His Highness is busy with all kinds of things. I am just a commoner who works hard for a bowl of rice. But I also have my own things to do. Is she complaining that he is wasting her time? Yin Huijing's face changed due to choking. Jun Chang'an on the side was holding back his laughter until his stomach hurt. It was rare to see the second prince being so shameless. This trip was not in vain. Yuan didn't mean to ignore him. It was just that she was too busy today. There were more guests in the evening than at noon. And the dishes were not ready yet. Are you willing to be my concubine? Just as Yuan was walking back with the shoulder pole, Yin Huijing spoke with his fists clenched. Yuan staggered and almost fell. What did this prince say? Concubine? She? Yuan never expected to hear such words from a man she had only met a few times. If she understood correctly, it seemed that he was asking her to marry him, but he was not asking her to be his wife, but to be his mistress? Your Highness. Yuan laughed angrily. She put down the bucket and the shoulder pole, turned around and looked at Yin Huijing. Why did your Highness suddenly say such words to me? Is there anything I did that made your Highness misunderstand? The prince's concubine is not an ordinary concubine. If Yin Huijing becomes the emperor one day, the son of the concubine will be the prince. And the prince has the opportunity to be made the crown prince. With Yuan's background, let alone the concubine, she would not even be able to be a maid in the prince's mansion. Yin Huijing was willing to allow her to be a concubine, which was already risking the anger of concubine Su and the emperor. Yuan didn't want to accept his kindness. What's wrong with her being a happy little village girl? Why did she have to squeeze into a big house and compete with a bunch of women for a shared cucumber? Her cucumber can only belong to her alone. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not interested in the position of concubine. God knows how this prince fell in love with her. He obviously disliked her many times before. Do you despise the position of concubine? Do you still want to be the main wife? Yin Huijing frowned. Even if her biological father was cleared of the grievances and was made a marquis and prime minister, she would never be able to sit in the position of the main wife. What is this? Yuan held her forehead speechlessly. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yin Huijing thought she had other ideas, and said speculatively, if you are worried about the hard life in the mansion, don't worry. I will take good care of you. And I will also choose a wife who is both talented and virtuous, and has a broad mind, and will never let you suffer any grievances. Chapter 192. I'm targeting you. If being a concubine is not considered a grievance, then what is? Yuan was furious at this. But after calming down and thinking about it, it seemed normal that Yin Huijing would be such a scumbag. She couldn't use the modern monogamy idea to measure an ancient man, especially a man who was at the peak of power. From Yin Huijing's perspective, a little village girl was not even worthy of being a maid in the mansion, let alone a concubine. Without asking, you know that he withstood great pressure to allow a woman like her, who was so lowly, to be a concubine. However, she understood his intentions, but it didn't mean that she agreed with his behavior. In his opinion, he had made great sacrifices and concessions. But in Yuan's opinion, he didn't even give her the most basic respect. Yuan asked seriously, Second Prince, is it true that in the eyes of you powerful people, as long as it is given as alms, others should accept it with gratitude, regardless of whether they need it or not? Yuan's tone was very calm, but Yin Huijing was hit hard by the hidden power under her calmness. No one has ever asked him such a question. Do they need it? Do they need his grace? Yuan smiled lightly, her expression as peaceful as a lily of the valley in the twilight. There is a need that your Highness feels I need. Your Highness thinks that giving me the position of concubine is the result of your best efforts. I should be grateful to you. But your Highness, you never asked me from beginning to end whether I like you or am willing to marry you. You just took it for granted that you gave me the position you could fight for. Did you move me? No. It was you. You think you have spent a lot of effort. You disobeyed your mother. You angered your father. You have been obedient since childhood. And this is the first time you have done such a rebellious act. You are almost moved by yourself. You think you are great. But your Highness, these are not for me. The only person you finally please is yourself. Yin Huijing was a prince, and no one dared to talk to him like that. It was not because of the tone. In fact, Yuan's tone was as calm as a lake without ripples. But those words were so heartbreaking. Even his biological father had never accused him of wrongdoings like this. He blushed and subconsciously wanted to refute. But he didn't know where to start. Jun Chang'an, who was leaning on the carriage to watch the excitement, was also shocked by Yuan's words. He straightened up a little and looked at a woman straight in the eye for the first time in his life. A white linen double-breasted spring dress. A water blue cotton-waisted luo skirt. A slender waist. Slightly rolled cuffs, revealing a white wrist like cream. Black hair draped over the shoulders. Only a little finger was picked out, and a loose bun was tied behind the head with a wooden hairpin. This dress was not eye-catching at all. But if it appeared on her, it would immediately have a quiet and graceful beauty. Jun Chang'an followed his master into the martial arts world when he was 3 years old. Although he is young, he is already an old hand. The more he has seen, the higher his vision has become. He seldom admires someone. But at this moment, he had to admit that this girl's words, which were piercing but gentle, were so damn satisfying. Yin Huijing's embarrassment in the first half of his life seemed to be all gathered at this moment. He couldn't find his voice for a long time. When he finally spoke, Yuan had already left with a shoulder pull. He took 2 steps at a time to catch up with her. Can Yin Jiuqiao win the position of the queen for you? Yuan grabbed the rope on the wooden barrel with both hands. The 2 buckets of water were heavy, but her slender body was straight. I don't know if he will. I only know that your highness will not. Yin Huijing clenched his fists. Yin Huijing came to attend the banquet. It was a great honor for the whole village to be able to be attended by the prince of a country at such a rural banquet. However, at this moment, he couldn't take a step. Your highness? Jun Chang'an saw that he was silent for a long time beside the ancient well, and couldn't help but call him. Yin Huijing loosened his clenched fist lightly. Jun Chang'an glanced at him and asked him, do you still need to send the gift in the carriage to miss you? Unconsciously, Jun Chang'an even changed his address. But Yin Huijing was not thinking about it. And for a moment, he did not notice the change in his address. Go back to the palace, Yin Huijing said. As a filial son, Yin Huijing would go to pay respects to concubine Su every day. This has almost become his unshakable habit for many years. Jun Chang'an said nothing. After he got on the carriage, he silently drove the carriage back to the palace. In the bedroom of Xianfu Palace, concubine Su was admiring the scroll presented by the painter. Seeing her son coming, a smile appeared on her eyebrows. Today is a little later than yesterday? Are you busy with official business? Since taking over the case of the Dali Temple, Yin Huijing has been busier than before. Yin Huijing bowed quietly. Greetings to mother. Su Xianfei waved at him. Come here. Yin Huijing walked to the side of his mother and sat down across a small table. Su Xianfei spread out the portraits one by one on the small table. You were asked to choose by yourself, but you didn't choose, so mother had to come in person. These are the candidates that mother carefully considered. They have strong family backgrounds and are both talented and beautiful. My son, please take a look. How about the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion as the principal wife? The daughters of the imperial tutor and the doctor of the imperial censorate as the concubine. Su Xianfei was halfway through her speech when she noticed that Yin Huijing's face was not right. She gently put down the scroll and said, What's wrong? Don't want it? Yin Huijing was silent. Su Xianfei gave the scroll to the head nanny beside her. The head nanny understood and withdrew with a room of palace maids and eunuchs. There were only mother and son in the room. Concubine Su peeled a tangerine for her son. Do you have a crush? Yin Huijing's eyes moved slightly. Concubine Su didn't look at him, but just peeled the tangerine peel. You haven't married for several years and haven't been close to women. Do you really think that I, as a mother, don't know what you are thinking? Did you go to see her? What did you say to her? If this was a daughter of a famous family, it would be suitable to marry into the family. My son had already revealed his cards to me, but he kept silent all this time. I guessed that her status was not worthy of the royal family. So concubine Su didn't ask about her background. Yin Huijing still didn't say anything. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. If he doesn't tell her, won't concubine Su guess it herself? Concubine Su continued. Since you like her so much, I won't make it difficult for you. As long as she is not from a brothel. She is the descendant of a criminal. I may take her into the mansion. If she can give you a long line of offspring, it's okay to give her a position as a concubine. The status of a concubine is lower than that of a concubine. If a concubine is a wife, then a concubine is a concubine. The concubine of the prince's mansion is something that many people can't reach. Yin Huijing finally reacted, but shook his head. Concubine Su's eyes turned cold. Why? She doesn't like it? Does she want to be a concubine? Yin Huijing shook his head again. Main wife? Concubine Su gasped. Yin Huijing stood up in a depressed mood. Mother, please stop talking. I am tired, and will take my leave first. Hey! Concubine Su tried to call him, but he left without looking back. For many years, no one dared to turn his face away from him. But after all, he was her own flesh and blood. Concubine Su still loved him. The head nani pulled the curtain and came in. Your Highness. Su Xianfei said angrily, you heard what I said just now. I don't know which girl this boy has taken a fancy to. His status is too low to be described. But he still wants to be the wife of the prince's mansion? Does she think she is from a famous family? Your Highness, don't be angry. The head nani said. Your Highness is at the age of full of blood, and it is normal for him to be fascinated by a few girls. Su Xianfei put the peeled orange back on the plate. He is half as ruthless as his father. And I feel relieved. Your Highness is talking nonsense again. The head nani said. Concubine Su laughed sarcastically. Don't you understand more than me? And who? Since ancient times, emperors have been so fickle. Among the children of the royal family, only the Prince of Yin is so infatuated. The head nani lowered her eyes. It's late at night, and it's time for you to rest. The old house of the Yu family was busy all day, and it was not until the hour of 9 o'clock in the evening that all the guests were sent away. It took another hour with An Zhang and others to clean up the house. And it was not until the hour of Z that the house was cleaned up. There are more dishes for today. Aunt, take it. Yuan stuffed a bowl of braised pork belly into Aunt Zhang's hand. Oh, what are you doing? Aunt Zhang refused. Yuan smiled. You take it. How can that be? I have already received your wages. And I am still taking things. What am I going to do? Aunt Zhang was not being polite. She was thinking from the bottom of her heart. Rural people are poor, and they rarely get wages when they go to help others. Most of them are given some brown rice or leftover steamed buns. If they are lucky, they can get some candy. It's not like in Yu's house. Take money and meat? Yuan said, the weather is hot, and the vegetables can't be kept for a long time. We can't finish so much. And Zhang glared and said, why can't we finish it? I see that your family can eat a lot. That's true. Thinking of the few gluttons at home, Yuan was ashamed. Brother Ernu. Yuan called Ernu, who came over from the work site. Hey! Sister Awan. Ernu came over. Take it. Take it home to eat. Yuan put a full bowl of braised meat in his hand instead. Ernu accepted it readily. Thank you. Sister Awan. You kid. Aunt Zhang was so angry that she wanted to beat him. Aunt Bai and others also got a big bowl of braised meat. And peanuts and candies were given to those with children at home. Xiao Taidan and Xiao Shenzhen were already sleeping on the bed. Yu Shaoqing picked up his son and went back home with his wife and daughter. Today's banquet was very lively, and everyone went home satisfied. Although the Yu family was tired, they were still very happy when they thought about having such a big banquet at home. The only flaw was that none of the aunt's family members came. The absence of the Gua family was expected. But why didn't the Luo family come? They didn't even ask anyone to bring a share of money. Money is a small matter. The Yu family doesn't lack those copper coins. But the attitude of the Luo family. Can't sleep? The uncle's eyes passed over his sleeping daughter and fell on his wife, who was tossing and turning. Did it bother you? Asked the aunt. The uncle said, are you thinking about your brother-in-law's family? The aunt hummed, turned her back to her daughter and husband, and faced the window frame that was whitened by the moonlight. The uncle said, maybe something delayed him. The Luo family is busy with business. Isn't our business busy? The aunt said with a hint of anger. When did I not go to his family's banquet? No matter how poor I am, I have never missed a copper coin from him. Doesn't the Luo family know what's going on with our family? Wherever we go, have we ever gotten anything good? So, isn't it a good thing that they don't come? It saves you from being upset when you see them. The uncle said softly. Having said that, if her family didn't come, it would be a great shame in the eyes of the villagers. The Gua family was indeed too much, and there was no way to move around. The eldest aunt asked herself that she had done nothing wrong to the Luo family. Her sister was a girl, and she was also a girl, but she was like an adopted child, and her sister was her biological child. In that family, She grew up like an animal. Even so, she never complained about anyone or envied anyone. Why did she marry to Lianhua village in the first place? Wasn't it because the Yu family gave her a lot of gifts? The silver she got from selling her was all used to marry her brother and give her sister a dowry. When she got married, her sister didn't even want to give her a copper hairpin. Fortunately, the Yu family was a little poor, but her parents-in-law were reasonable. Her husband treated her with affection and righteousness, and her brother-in-law and sister-in-law also respected her very much. After coming to this family, she felt that she was living like a human being. I know she doesn't have me as her sister. She looks down on me. I just want to show her that my life is better now. I'm not poor anymore. I don't want anything from her. She doesn't have to hide from me like a beggar. The aunt couldn't help crying. The uncle turned her over, wiped her tears with his rough fingers, and said, "It's her business if she hides from you. We should live our own lives, and don't have to live for anyone. Now that we have cleared ourselves, we don't have to care if the Luo family comes to our house again in the future." Chapter 193 Ninth Brother Returns Gift. Yin Jiuqiao showed around the streets of the capital for a whole day, until there were no people on the street. Yin Jiuqiao returned home contentedly. When Yuan went to the young master's house to deliver shoes, Yin Jiuqiao was not there, and it was Uncle Wan who received Yuan. Yuan couldn't say that she came here specially to deliver shoes, so she said that she came to Beijing to buy food. Uncle Wan asked again, and knew that her family was going to set up a banquet. Unfortunately, Uncle Wan had been busy with chores these days, and he forgot about it. When he remembered to tell Yin Jiuqiao had gone to court again. Uncle Wan hurriedly rode a horse to look for him, but learned that the emperor had dispersed the court early. Uncle Wan seriously suspected that the emperor was angry with his own little snake. Uncle Wan waited and waited at the gate, and it was dark before Yin Jiuqiao came back. Well, at this time, the banquet in the countryside had already dispersed. Uncle Wan simply didn't mention it, since Miss Yu didn't invite the young master to the banquet anyway. He would never admit it because he was afraid that the young master would get angry and blame him. Yin Jiuqiao got off the carriage and saw Uncle Wan at the door. He asked, "Why are you still waiting for me at the door today? Is there something wrong?" Uncle Wan said calmly, "Nothing. Why are you standing here?" Yin Jiuqiao narrowed his eyes. Uncle Wan said with a stiff face, "Get some fresh air." Yin Jiuqiao looked at him doubtfully and walked towards him with a cold look. Seeing that he was about to collapse, Uncle Wan pointed at his shoes and said wittily, "It looks so good." Yin Jiuqiao changed his expression in a second. "You take your time to breathe. I'll go in first." Uncle Wan, who escaped the disaster. Huh? However, Yin Jiuqiao finally learned about Yuan's family from the spy. Since Yin Jiuqiao knew that Yin Huijing had entangled Yuan several times, he sent spies to keep an eye on Yin Huijing. Yin Huijing went to Lianhua village, and the spy followed him all the way. He heard the movement in Lianhua village and knew that the Yu family was setting up a banquet today. "Young master." The spy knelt on one knee on the floor of the study and saluted devoutly. The most powerful spy under Yin Jiuqiao is Ying Lu. But Ying Lu is not the only one available. Yin Jiuqiao sat behind the desk and glanced at him calmly. "What did you find out?" The spy said, "The second prince went to Lianhua village and met Miss Yu." Yin Jiuqiao picked up the Kongming lock on the table. "Why did he meet her?" The spy frowned and said, "The second prince seems to want to marry Miss Yu." Yin Jiuqiao paused while playing with the Kongming lock. The spy continued, "As a concubine, I knew this guy had bad intentions." Sure enough, while choosing a concubine, he also asked to marry the girl as a concubine. Yin Jiuqiao sneered sarcastically, "Concubine? This is Yin Huijing's sincerity? He is really good." The spy did not dare to judge the master's right or wrong, but just reported, Miss Yu did not agree. She said that she would not be a concubine. Well, Yin Jiuqiao's expression eased a little. The spy thought to himself, "Young master, what is your reaction? Don't you think Miss Yu is too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? If she doesn't want to be the prince's concubine, is she willing to be yours? With her background, she can never be the principal wife in any wealthy family." However, the spy only complained about this in his heart. He didn't have the courage to speak it out. The spy said again, "The second prince also mentioned the young master." Yin Jiuqiao paused. "What did he mention about me?" He asked Miss Yu. "Can Yin Jiuqiao fight for the position of the principal wife for you?" The spy imitated Yin Huijing's tone. Yin Jiuqiao snorted and asked again, "What did she say?" The spy imitated Yuan's demeanor and tone again. Miss Yu said, I don't know whether he will or not. I only know that your highness will not. Not long after the spy left, Ing Sher-san entered the room. Ing Sher-san was guarding the door just now. He heard every word of the conversation between the two. Unlike the spies who were only responsible for single-line tasks, he, Ing Lu, and Uncle Wan were all confidants of Yan Jiuqiu and were responsible for almost all of Yan Jiuqiu's affairs. The spies were not sure how Yan Jiuqiu was thinking about Yuan, but Ing Sher-san knew it. Ing Sher-san said, Young master, do you want to send someone to keep an eye on Miss Yu? Yan Jiuqiu glanced at her coldly. Why are you staring at her? She is not a prisoner. Yan Jiuqiu asked the spies to stare at only two types of people. One is the enemy, and the other is the hostage. Yuan is neither of them. She has her own space and freedom. Besides, no one likes to be stared at. Just stare at Yan Huijing. Yan Jiuqiu said calmly. Yes. Ing Sher-san agreed. Seeing that he didn't leave, Yan Jiuqiu asked again. Is there something? Ing Sher-san said. We found Zhou Huai's trace. The second prince's people also found him. Yan Jiuqiu snorted. And just as he was about to speak, Uncle Wan's voice rang out from outside the door. Young master, Miss Yan is here. Most likely she came to see Yan Jiuqiu in the name of seeing the children. Young master, do you want to refuse her? Ing Sher-san asked. No need. Let her in. Yan Jiuqiu paused, and then ordered, take the young master to take a bath. Ing Sher-san understood, and ordered the nanny to take the three little babies to the small bath. Since Yan Ryu was not the biological mother, there was no need for her to see the children. Yan Jiuqiu met Yan Ryu in the flower hall. Yan Ryu was dressed very elegantly. She looked simple, but every part of her was exquisite and thoughtful. However, in the eyes of Master Yan, who had been beautiful since childhood, she was more beautiful than her when she looked in the mirror. So he was not so easily moved by her face. Your greets the master. Yan Ryu held the food box and bowed gently. Yan Jiuqiu hummed indifferently. Yan Ryu put the food box on the table next to Yan Jiuqiu, opened the lid and said, on the day of the painting boat, it was Yor who lost her composure. Yor has a poor alcohol tolerance and should not have been greedy. I hope the master will forgive me. It's okay, Yan Jiuqiu said. He still looked indifferent, but the more he did so, the more Yan Ryu felt relieved. But she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Yan Ryu took out the snacks in the food box. I don't know what flavor the master likes. Yor made some according to the children's preferences. Do they like this? Yan Jiuqiu's eyes fell on a plate of pumpkin cakes with a milky aroma. The pumpkin cakes themselves were sweet enough, and there was another layer of frosting on the outside of the cakes. Yan Jiuqiu frowned when he thought of Shubao's rotten milk teeth. The food sent by the Yu family always had half the sugar. Don't you like it, Prince? Yan Ryu noticed his expression. Yan Jiuqiu said without hesitation, it's too sweet. He couldn't really taste it, but with so much sugar, he knew what it tasted like. Yan Ryu's expression froze, and she said with a hint of grievance, then I'll make something light and refreshing next time. Yan Jiuqiu didn't say anything. Yan Ryu's face flushed with embarrassment. When she came to the young master's house earlier, he always avoided her. Today, she finally met him, but he had a cold face. How could this man be so hard-hearted that he couldn't even be warmed up? To relieve the embarrassment, Yan Ryu asked about the three children. Uncle Wan said outside the door, I just went to take a shower. It will take a while. Yan Jiuqiu said, I think it's getting late. Why don't you go back first and come back another day? The order to expel the guest has been issued. Yan Ryu can't be shameless. She stood up and performed a salute, took the snacks that Yan Jiuqiu disliked and left. Ing Sher-san. Yan Jiuqiu returned to the study. Ing Sher-san flashed inside, young master. But you have to be honest with Zhou Huai. It's not Zhou Huai's business. Yan Jiuqiu interrupted him. Ing Sher-san was stunned. Before Miss Yan came, weren't they talking about Zhou Huai? If they didn't continue talking about Zhou Huai, could there be something else? Yan Jiuqiu tapped his fingers on the table a few times. What do people outside say about this young master and Yan Ryu? Why did the young master suddenly ask this? Isn't the young master the one who cares least about those rumors? People outside have said that the young master is crazy, but the young master doesn't pay any attention to them. Yan Jiuqiu said coldly, now you have the courage to ask this young master. Right? I don't dare. Ing Sher-san lowered his head. Young master, do you want to hear the truth? Yan Jiuqiu's eyes were cold. Do you have the courage to tell a lie? Ing Shursan coughed lightly. It's nothing. It's just that Yin Ryu gave birth to the young master's child. And she will marry into the young master's mansion as the mistress in the future. When did the young master say that he would marry her? Yin Jiocha frowned. Ing Shursan pouted and said, You didn't say it. But isn't it obvious? The Yin family has been rehabilitated. Miss Yin's father has been promoted. And His Majesty values the Yin family so much. Isn't it to give face to the young master's Yu family? She also thinks so? Yin Jiocha said sadly. Which she? Ing Shursan was stunned for a moment. Then reacted. You mean Miss Yu? It's probably true. The whole world thinks so. Yin Jiocha stood up and walked out the door without saying a word. Ing Shursan's eyebrows jumped. Young master. It's so late. Where are you going? Yin Jiocha turned back. That's right. This young master can't go. You go. Ing Shursan? Ing Shursan wanted to slap himself in the face. What a mouth. What a mouth. Yuan was tired all day. And after washing up, she laid down next to Xiao Taidan. She felt sleepy quickly. And soon she was confused. But just when she was about to fall asleep, someone pried open her window frame. Yuan suddenly opened her eyes. Miss Yu. It's me. Ing Shursan whispered. Ing Shursan only pried open a small gap in the window frame. And he stood outside the window. But did not come in. Yuan put on her clothes. Walked gently to the bed. Pushed open the window frame and said, guarding. Why are you here? Ing Shursan closed his eyes and said, The young master asked me to bring you a few words. What words? Yuan looked at him strangely. Ing Shursan risked his life and said, The young master said that he would not marry Yin Ryu. So stop being jealous of her. Yuan was stunned. When did she become jealous of Yin Ryu? She had never been jealous at all. Also, to please the young master, 1 pair of shoes is enough. You made 4 pairs and sent them to him. As if you were afraid that the young master would not understand your longing for him. The 3 pairs were made for the children. They were mainly made for the children. And by the way, they were made for him. Yuan clenched her fists and her teeth clattered. Also, you are a girl. And now you are not in a proper relationship with the young master. No matter how much you like him. You have to keep it to yourself, and don't show it too obviously. Girls should be reserved. Yuan was almost furious. Listen. What is this? She made shoes for him, and she was not reserved? Then what about him giving her shoes? Yuan gritted her teeth and said, Go back and tell him that I won't give him these shoes. Ask him to return the shoes to me. The young master expected Miss Yu to say this. And he has asked me to send the things to Miss Yu, Ing Shursan said, bending down and picking up 2 heavy bundles from the ground. The things Miss Yu wants are all in the box. Yuan felt something stabbed her heart. She had swollen eyes from making shoes for him and the children. But he returned all her hard work to her, with a sentence, she was not reserved enough. There were 2 boxes, one containing his shoes, and the other containing the children. Miss Yu. I'll give you the things. I'm leaving first. Ing Shursan put the things on the table inside the window, and left with his Qigong skills. The window frame lost its support and fell down with a clatter, hitting the frame heavily, startling the sleeping little Taidan. Yu Shaoqing was also awakened by the noise, and hurried to Yuan's room. Yuan. What's wrong? Yuan suddenly felt a little aggrieved. She didn't want her father to know about her and Yin Jiocha. She calmed down and said in a normal tone, Nothing. There is a mouse. It has run out of the window. Dad? Go to rest. I'm going to sleep too. Are you really okay? Yu Shaoqing asked worriedly. Yuan smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Yu Shaoqing walked around outside the house again, and only went back to the house to lie down after making sure that there was no danger. Yuan became more and more angry as she thought about it. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She simply lifted the quilt and got down to the ground, found a pair of scissors, and cut open the bundle fiercely. Everything Miss Yu wants is in there. Oh, what she wants. Why doesn't he say that he gave her things because he didn't want them? How much does this guy dislike her that he actually asked Ing Shursan to give them back to her overnight? Yuan angrily opened the first brocade box. And there was indeed a pair of shoes inside. But they were not the black cloth shoes she made for Yin Jiocha, but a pair of red embroidered shoes. Yuan's hand holding the scissors suddenly stopped. Yuan opened the second brocade box. And inside was not the 3 pairs of tiger head shoes she made for Xiao Naibao, but a bright red wedding dress. The wedding dress was as bright as fire. and her heart was also on fire. Chapter 194 Clues from the Past. Entering the palace. On March 17th. At dawn, the Yu family's construction site started work. The sound of ding-dong-dong, mixed with the shouts of men, broke the tranquility of the village. Little Tai-Dan turned over and fell to the ground with a thud. Waking up instantly, Yuan got up early. Most of the people working on the construction site were from the village. And there were also people from other villages. They were all hired by Yu Feng. He became a small contractor and could not take care of the workshop for the time being. Yuan had to go to the workshop to help this morning. Little Tai-Dan rubbed his buttocks that were almost broken by the fall, and wanted to climb back to bed to continue sleeping. But he turned his head inadvertently, and saw the box under the bed. When did a box appear under the bed? Yesterday. I was hiding under the bed with my sister Jinjin to eat candy. But I didn't notice the box. Did my sister hide something delicious again? Slurp. Little Tai-Dan sucked his saliva, crawled under the bed, and fished out the box. Yuan went to the backyard to wash up, sweep the floor, feed the chickens, pick up eggs, and planned to go back to the house to change clothes and go out. Unexpectedly, she saw little Tai-Dan sitting on the ground with a confused look on his face, with a big box in front of him, holding half of the bright red wedding dress in his hand, and the other half of the wedding dress fell into the box. Sister, what is this? Is this the new dress you bought? It's so beautiful. Little Tai-Dan looked at Yuan at the door, like a curious baby, surprised and amazed. Coincidentally, at this time, Yu Shaoqing finished making breakfast and came to call Yuan to eat. Yuan quickly stuffed the wedding dress back into the box, and the moment Yu Shaoqing stepped over the threshold, she closed the box lid with a click. This stormy reaction and speed made Xiao Tai-Dan stunned. Yu Shaoqing saw his daughter's nervousness, looked meaningfully at the box that his daughter tried to cover, and then pretended to see nothing and said calmly, "All one. The meal is ready. Come and eat." Tai-Dan, are you still sleeping? Come and eat even if you are not sleeping. After that, he turned and went to the kitchen. Yuan looked at Xiao Tai-Dan and said seriously, "Don't touch my things in the future." Xiao Tai-Dan, oh, go wash your face. Yuan glanced outside the door. Xiao Tai-Dan went out obediently. Yuan then opened the box and looked at the gorgeous wedding dress. The bright red color caught her eyes and made her heart beat fast. There was another noise in the main room. Yuan hurriedly put the wedding dress in, closed the box, and this time did not forget to lock it. Dad, do you know what's in my sister's box? Xiao Tai-Dan finished washing up and chased after Yu Shaoqing in the kitchen. Yu Shaoqing was overjoyed by his son's call of Dad, but he was most happy about this. He smiled mysteriously and said to his son, "Dad, of course he knows." Xiao Tai-Dan, "Ah." Yu Shaoqing couldn't hide his pride and said, "That was made by your sister for Dad. Don't tell others. That bright red skirt, yes, was made by my sister for Dad?" Seeing the reaction of his father, he seemed very satisfied, liked it very much, and wanted to wear it. Xiao Tai-Dan imagined the scene of his muscular father wearing a little red skirt, and was shocked. Xiao Tai-Dan almost cried, "You are a big man. How can you have such a fetish?" Yu Shaoqing. After breakfast, Yuan went to the old house of the Yu family. The carriage of Zuixianju had arrived to collect today's goods. Yuan counted the goods and said to the waiter, "Please order again." No. The waiter laughed. Second master's goods have never been wrong. Just order it. Yuan insisted. Hey! The waiter counted the 800 kilograms of stinky tofu one by one. It's right. The fermented bean curd was delivered for 3 days yesterday, and there is no need to supply it in the next 2 days. As for sour bamboo shoots, the first batch will probably be ready by the end of the month, and in the middle of next month, the payment for this month's goods will be received. As for the bonus of the restaurant, it will have to wait until the end of the year. The waiter drove the carriage away, and Yuan returned to the main room. Uncle, Aunt, and Yu Shaoqing were sitting together, with an abacus on the table, and they seemed to be calculating something carefully. With a solemn look, Yuan walked over and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there not enough money to build a house?" The initial investment in the workshop was too large, and it took several months to recover the cost. They had almost spent the money they earned before the new year. Now the stone materials, blue bricks and wages are still owed. They just wait for the first batch of goods to be paid next month and settle a small half first. That's not it. said the aunt. Your father paid the military salary at the construction site, and borrowed some from Aunt Bai, so he doesn't have to worry about money for the time being. Yu Shaoqing has been in the military camp for 6 years, eating and living in the camp, and he doesn't go out to spend money on weekdays. He saved all his monthly salary, except for some money spent on buying gifts for a few people. The rest was given to Jiang, and Jiang gave it to the aunt, asking her to use the money to build a house. Otherwise, why would the aunt love Jiang? Such a sister-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern, since it's not a problem of money. What are you worried about? Yuan asked. The uncle spoke. It's about Tianan's opening of the primary school. Taidan is not young anymore. Your elder brother and second brother have already gone to primary school at this age. But the two of them are not very motivated, unwilling to study hard, and never go again after a few days of study. Lianhua village is small, and does not have its own village school. Before the war, 3 or 5 villages had their own schools. After the war, the villagers had a hard time, and the village schools closed one after another. Now, only the one in Xinghua village remains. But considering the relationship between Xinghua village and Lianhua village, how could the uncle and aunt dare to send little Tai in there? Isn't this pushing the child into the fire pit? So it's for this? Yuan suddenly realized that she didn't understand the ancient education system, and almost delayed her brother, thinking that her brother was already 6 years old. It was indeed time for him to go to school. Isn't there a private school in the town? If she remembered correctly, Zhao Heng used to study in the town. The private school in the town is much more expensive than the village school. It costs 1 tael of silver per month. This is not difficult. They are doing business now, and they can still afford 1 tael of silver per month. The difficulty is that the private school requires an exam, and only those who pass the exam will be admitted. Do you have to take an exam for elementary school? Yuan was surprised. Yes. The uncle has already asked the head of the village. Most of the time, you study in the village school for 1 or 2 years, and then go to the private school to study elementary school. Zhao Heng also passed the exam that year, and he got the first place. After that, he was the first every year. That kid is a bastard, but he is really a good material for studying. The uncle sighed. The head of the village meant to let Xiao Taidan go to Xinghua village to study for a while. Now that your father is back, with your father here, I believe the people in Xinghua village will not be as arrogant as before. Yuan thought for a while and said, why don't I go to the town to ask around, and see what they have tested in previous years? As a college entrance examination talent in the 21st century, preparing for the exam is her strong point. As long as she understands the scope of the questions, she can turn Xiao Taidan into a little bookworm without sending him to the village school in Xinghua village. Yuan went to the town. Xuanzi wanted to drive a bullock cart to send her, but she refused. The bullock cart was not moving fast. However, I don't know if it was her illusion. She always felt that someone was staring at her along the way. But when she turned around, she didn't see a single figure. Oh! What brings the second in command here? Shopkeeper Cui was working on his abacus. When he looked up, he saw Yuan walking into Baiyu Tower, and hurriedly put down his abacus to greet her. He already knew about Yuan's cooperation with Zuixianju. Thanks to Yuan, he had established a relationship with the deputy leader of Jiangsu Merchant Alliance. With his current status, he could not have been associated with Mr. Qin. Everything was done for Yuan's sake. Yuan first greeted him politely, and then explained her purpose. What do I think it is? Shopkeeper Cui sighed. Isn't it just the test questions of the private school? Mr. Zhang from the private school and I are old friends. I will go to Jing's house tonight and get the test questions for you. Yuan did not expect things to go so smoothly, and couldn't help but feel very happy. Thank you, Shopkeeper Cui. Shopkeeper Cui said angrily, we are one family. It's too formal to say that. Yuan curved her lips. How is Miss Bai? Shopkeeper Cui said in high spirits. Good. It's fine. The master invited a master to perform a ritual at the Bai mansion, and also asked a famous doctor to prescribe a panacea for the young lady. The smallpox is almost cured. The master also said that the young lady's marriage is bumpy. If it is destined, it will happen. If it is not destined, don't force it. The master was scared when he heard this. He thought that the young lady was destined to be unmarried. The reason why she got smallpox was because of the marriage he forced. The master said that no one should force the young lady to marry in the future. If the young lady wants to marry, she can marry. If she doesn't want to marry, forget it. The master will support her for life. This is what a real father would say. Knowing that Bai Tang is doing well, Yuan is relieved. Now everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. It depends on when her brother will muster up the courage to go to the Bai mansion to propose marriage. But, thinking of something, Yuan's eyes showed a hint of girlish shyness. I wonder who came to propose marriage first. Young master. Inside the young master's house, Ing Shursan strode into the study. Yin Jiuchao closed the half-turned almanac without leaving a trace. Ing Shursan glanced at the almanac that he had turned to the edge. You didn't stay in bed early in the morning just to get up and read this? You just sent something out, and the other party hasn't responded yet. And you picked a day? What's the matter? Yin Jiuchao asked lightly. Ing Shursan handed a small note from a carrier pigeon to Yin Jiuchao. Ing Lu has a message. He found a clue in Gongcheng, but it's a bit tricky. He begs to dispatch 2 assassins. Yin Jiuchao read the note and threw it into the brazier beside him to burn it. You said last night that you found Zhou Huai's trace. Where is it? Ing Shursan said, also in Gongcheng. What a coincidence. Yin Jiuchao tapped his fingers on the table a few times. You go prepare the car. This young master will go to Gongcheng in person. Ing Shursan hesitated for a moment. Yes. In Xianfu Palace, a man in black knelt on one knee on the ground in the side hall. Your subordinate greets the master. Only concubine Su and the head nanny were in the side hall. Concubine Su gave the head nanny a wink. The head nanny understood and walked to the door to alert the 2 of them to the surrounding movements. Have you found out? Asked concubine Su. The man in black said, We have found out. But there is not only one subordinate watching her. There is another person, who seems to be the second prince's spy. This was expected. Concubine Su was not surprised. After all, if he didn't care about her so much, he wouldn't even reject the concubine she chose. Concubine Su raised her hand lightly, motioning the man in black to continue. The man in black said, The girl's surname is Yu, and she lives in Lianhua village. Su Xianfei paused as she was about to pick up the teacup. Village? Village girl? She would never have expected that her son, who had royal blood, would fall in love with a village girl, who was not much better than a girl in a brothel. Su Xianfei was getting angry. The man in black continued, I also heard that she had been engaged before, but the family broke off her engagement and moved away. Su Xianfei was furious. Not only was she a village girl, but she was also a village girl who had been broken off. Is her son blind? Also, her father is Yu Shaoqing. Su Xianfei frowned. The captain who stole the military merits of Lord Yin? That's right. If the previous one was just a lowly birth, then this point is a tainted birth. Yin Songming is a person that the emperor wants to protect. Competing with him for military merit is competing with the emperor for military merit. The emperor is investigating the matter on the surface, but in fact it is just a formality. When Yin Songming becomes sensible, and the limelight of his merits overshadows the emperor, the case will be closed, and the ending will definitely be that Yu Shaoqing is imprisoned again. Concubine Su clenched her fists and said, Why does the emperor like the daughter of a criminal when he can choose anyone else? Isn't this clearly against his father? This palace remembers that this case was handed over to the second prince to investigate. How is the second prince investigating? The man in black said, I don't know, but I think that since the second prince has set his eyes on Yu Shaoqing's daughter, he will definitely vindicate Yu Shaoqing at all costs. Su Xianfei's head hurt. Go and tell the second prince that there is no need to investigate this case in detail. Just say that it was my intention. Yes. The man in black took the order and left. An hour later, he hurried back to the palace to report. What did the second prince say? Su Xianfei looked at him and asked. The man in black hesitated. Concubine Su's eyes turned cold. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't be so hesitant. The man in black said with a stiff face. The second prince said that he will investigate this matter thoroughly. Concubine Su knocked over the cup beside her. The boiling hot tea splashed on her feet. The head nanny hurried forward, squatted down, wiped her wet shoes with a handkerchief, and said, Your Majesty. Calm down. Concubine Su was furious. How can you ask me to calm down? My son has taken a fancy to the person that Your Majesty wants to kill. He thinks he is not eye-catching enough. Right? Your Majesty is about to put the princess of the Xiongnu in front of him. But he can't see it. Right? I have done so much for him. But he thinks I am blind. Right. Head Nani, Your Majesty. The man in black lowered his head. You leave first. The head Nani ordered coldly. The man in black bowed to Concubine Sue and retreated behind the screen. The head Nani took off Concubine Sue's shoes and found that her footwear was also wet. So she hurriedly took off her footwear as well. The tea was scalding hot, and the entire instep was burned red. The head nanny took the ointment and carefully applied it to Concubine Sue. Concubine Sue was so angry that she could not feel the pain on her instep. I have raised my son for such a big age, and this is the first time he has gone against me like this. And it was all for a woman. I am his biological mother. How can I harm him? The head Nani said earnestly, Your Highness has grown up and has his own ideas. Concubine Sue said angrily, 2 years ago, I told him not to interfere in Shujo. But he didn't listen to me. What happened? He almost lost his life in Shujo. And now he doesn't listen to me. I think he doesn't want the position of the prince anymore. The head Nani didn't respond. What else does that girl have? Tell me all at once. Concubine Sue said this as if she was talking to the man in black. The man in black stood behind the screen and said respectfully, She has dealings with Bayulu and Zuixianju. I heard the guys at Zuixianju call her the second in command. The second in command of Zuixianju? Concubine Sue narrowed her eyes. The second in command? The second in command? Outside the old house of the Yu family. A carriage slowly stopped, and Master Qin couldn't wait to open the curtain and jump off. Yuan had just returned from the town and was peeling bamboo shoots in the backyard. When she heard Master Qin's voice, she stood up and went out to greet him. Why are you here at this hour? Isn't Zuixianju busy today? Busy. Very busy, Master Qin said excitedly, and went into the main hall with Yuan. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, Yuan poured him a cup of herbal tea. Master Qin picked up the cup and drank it all. Then he wiped his mouth, sighed, and said, You will never guess what I came to you for? Yuan smiled and said, I would like to hear more details. Master Qin said proudly, Our Zuixianju has become famous. Now even the empress in the palace wants to taste our cooking. You should take it quickly and follow me into the palace later. Chapter 195. Yuan has always known that Zuixianju has a good reputation, but she didn't know that it has spread to the palace. For Yuan, the palace is almost a legendary place. Can she really enter the palace to cook for those royal concubines? Stinky tofu. You still make the best. Others' fried tofu is not as stinky as yours, Qin Yi said very fairly. Yuan glanced at him lightly. Thank you. Qin Yi smiled. Taiangxianglu is so good, but it has never been in the palace to cook. I will publicize this matter later, and our business will be able to reach a higher level. Yes, Taiangxianglu was opened by Concubine Sue's brother, and its chefs have never entered the palace. How come it is the turn of a newly emerging Zuixianju? Yuan always felt that pie in the sky. A little unreal. Qin Yi, do you know which lady wants to eat our Zuixianju's dishes? Yuan asked. Master Qin winked and smiled. Guess? Yuan laughed. I can't guess. Just tell me. Master Qin straightened his back and said, Empress Su Xianfei. Empress Su Xianfei? Isn't that the second prince's biological mother? Is she going to eat Zuixianju's dishes? Yesterday, she just rejected the second prince's proposal. And today, Concubine Su summoned Zuixianju's chef to the palace. Could this be a coincidence? Did Empress Xianfei specifically ask me to go? Yuan said. Why? You don't want to? The reward is very generous. This number. Master Qin gestured. And the nobles in the palace are not short of money. If they are happy with the meal, they can just give you a reward. And the money for building your house will be settled. This is the truth. Yuan understands that Master Qin really thinks there is benefit to calling her. Okay. Since you asked, I'll tell you. I wanted to do you a favor. Master Qin touched his nose in dismay. It turned out that it was indeed Concubine Sue's maid who specifically asked Yuan to go. At that time, the maid ate a bowl of stinky tofu in Zuixianju and asked Master Qin who invented this method. Master Qin said it was the second in command of Zuixianju. The maid told Master Qin that he would let her go to the palace to cook for her mother. In Master Qin's view, this was a matter of course, since stinky tofu was invented by Yuan. Her skills must be better than those of the masters. Would it be reasonable not to ask her to go to the palace? But all this was not the case in Yuan's eyes. Concubine Su summoned her to the palace to cook at this critical moment. The timing was too delicate. However, the imperial decree had been issued. If she did not go, it would be disobeying the order. Yuan calculated it in her mind and said to Master Qin, "Okay, I'll change my clothes and follow you into the palace." To avoid worrying her family, Yuan didn't tell them about the second prince. Nor did she make it clear that it was concubine Su who summoned her. She just said that Xuexianju had received a business from the palace, and she would be back soon. On the way to the palace, Yuan asked Master Qin about concubine Su, who was powerful in the harem. Master Qin was not curious about why she asked this question. After all, they were going to cook for concubine Su, and it was particularly important to find out what this lady liked. Speaking of this lady, Mr. Qin told Yuan everything he knew. After hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but sigh that the history of this lady's rise to wealth was simply an ancient version of a grassroots counterattack story. Concubine Su was born in a merchant family. The Su family at that time was not the Su family today. In Shuzhou, it was barely considered a third-rate wealthy businessman. It took a lot of money to smooth the relationship and send their daughter to the show. Speaking of which, it was also because the quota of Shuzhou's show girls that year was not filled. So the Su family picked up a loophole. Merchants have a very low status in the Great Zhou dynasty. So concubine Su became the lowest-ranking show girl in the team. Her appearance is outstanding. But there are so many beauties in the harem. And the most abundant thing is beautiful women. She was lucky to catch His Majesty's eye. In the carriage, Master Qin continued, at that time, Empress Ma had just become pregnant with the eldest prince, and it was inconvenient for her to serve His Majesty. So she picked a few of the concubines and placed them in her own palace. Is concubine Su one of those concubines? Yuan asked. Master Qin smiled and shook his head, no. At that time there was a concubine Li, who was extremely favored by His Majesty, and the concubines could not compare to her. But soon, concubine Li also became pregnant with a prince. Yuan paused. Wait, isn't the second prince born by concubine Su? How could concubine Li be pregnant first? Master Qin said, that child was not born. Yuan heard some things about the princes from Bai Tang. She knew that the eldest prince was 5 years older than the second prince, and concubine Li was pregnant in the same year as Empress Ma, which means that for the next 5 years, no prince was born in the palace until concubine Su gave birth to Yin Huaijing. Yuan thought of this and felt cold from her feet. Master Qin continued, after concubine Li knew that she was pregnant, she followed Empress Ma and also found a few young and beautiful concubines. Concubine Su was chosen by concubine Li. Yuan asked. Master Qin shook his head again. All the concubines who entered the palace would be more or less wooed by the concubines in higher positions. This was not only a means of winning favor, but also a capital for survival. Although following the wrong backstage will lead to death quickly, without a backstage, death will be even faster. Concubine Su Xian was one of the few latter. At that time, she was just a concubine, said Mr. Qin. No one was optimistic about a lonely concubine Su. Her green card would never be sent to the emperor. If nothing unexpected happened, she would die of old age in the deep palace. But guess what she did? Mr. Qin asked with interest. What? Yuan asked. Mr. Qin seemed to think of something funny. She started growing vegetables in the harem. Yuan was surprised. Mr. Qin said, one day, His Majesty ate a very delicious cabbage dish and asked which imperial chef made it. He offered a huge reward. The imperial chef said that it was not his cooking skills that were good, but the ingredients grown by Promise Su were good. The emperor went to Promise Su's residence, which was a desolate old palace. Promise Su rolled up his sleeves and took a hoe to cultivate the land in the backyard. That look caught the emperor's eye. When the emperor was young, he lived in the cold palace for many years, and often did not have enough food. That was how the Empress Dowager grew vegetables for the young emperor and the young Prince of Yin. That was the experience that the emperor wanted to look back on the most. No one dared to touch it. But Su Ying dared to force the emperor to recall every detail of the cold palace at the risk of being beheaded. Concubine Su was a merchant's daughter, not a country girl. How could she farm? Could Bai Tang farm? How could it be possible? So whether it was farming or growing vegetables, it was just another palace conspiracy. Yuan had a better understanding of concubine Su. Will she continue to be favored by the emperor after that? Master Qin smiled self-deprecatingly. Where is there any honor and favor that will continue to decline? She also lost favor. But she won the situation in the end. The emperor handed over the power of the 6 palaces to concubine Su. Not because he loved her and wanted to love her hard in bed, but in the eyes of the emperor, she was the most suitable woman to lead the harem. For such a resourceful woman, it seems that today's summons are not a coincidence anyway. Today, in addition to Yuan, 2 chefs from Zhuxianju accompanied Master Qin into the palace. They were brought by Master Qin from Jiangzhou. They were in their early 30s and were steady. They had been to the old house of the Yu family and humbly asked their uncle for cooking skills. Master Qin was extremely confident in bringing them. Yuan secretly wondered, is cooking really necessary this time? The carriage arrived at the palace, and eunuchs were waiting there early. Eunuch Wu, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Master Qin greeted with a smile. It seems that this is the palace servant who went to Zhuxianju to taste the dishes. Yuan looked at him inconspicuously. He was a few years younger than Uncle Wan, and looked more handsome. He looked kind, but his eyes flashed a sharp edge inadvertently. To be able to work under concubine Su, I think he is definitely not an ordinary person. Are these the chefs of Zhuxianju? Eunuch Wu looked at Yuan and the other 2 with a proper smile. A little girl? He looked surprised. Master Qin smiled and said, she is the second in command of Zhuxianju. Don't look at her as a little girl. She may be a chef. Miss Yu, this is the eunuch Wu I just mentioned to you. Yuan stepped forward and greeted Eunuch Wu. Eunuch Wu just glanced at her with a faint smile, without showing any extra expression, and then said to Master Qin, come with me to see the Empress first. Master Qin was excited to be able to meet the imperial concubine. I thought that when I entered the palace to cook, I would be taken directly to the kitchen. The group followed Eunuch Wu to Xianfu Palace. Xianfu Palace is very large. After passing through several doors and turning several corners, we arrived at the side hall of the Empress Xianfei. Eunuch Wu stopped outside the palace and said respectfully, Your Highness, the people from Zhuxianju are here. Announce. It was a soothing but solemn voice. Eunuch Wu led Yuan and her group into the side hall. On the main seat just above the side hall, Yuan saw the rumored concubine Su. She was wearing a purple palace dress and an 8-tailed phoenix hairpin on her head. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings. Her face was delicate. Her hands were slender, and her joints were well proportioned. Sitting upright in the palace, she had an indescribable powerful aura, as expected of a woman who had dominated the harem for 20 years. This aura alone was not something that an ordinary lady could have. Kowtow to the Empress, Eunuch Wu reminded. Master Qin lifted his skirt and knelt down. Qin Zhou pays respects to the Empress Xianfei, and the Empress is blessed with good health. Yuan and the 2 cooks followed Master Qin and performed the kneeling ceremony in turn. The 3 of them were relatively stable and did not embarrass Master Qin. There is also a girl? Concubine Su's tone seemed a little surprised. Raise your head and let me see. Yuan slowly raised her head. Since she entered the palace as a cook in name, Yuan really dressed like a cook, wearing a plain white-waisted Luo skirt, an apricot-colored cotton spring dress, no makeup, and her black hair was only tied up in a single bun. This dress, if put in the crowd, no one would even look at it. But concubine Su not only looked at it, but also looked at it many times. There are too many people with more delicate facial features than Yuan, but she is the first one who looks so comfortable. Her temperament is also calm. Just looking at her like this, a restless heart seems to be able to slowly calm down. Years are quiet and good. This sentence flashed through concubine Su's mind for no reason. Madam, the head nani called her softly. Master Qin did not dare to look around randomly, but he also felt that concubine Su had been looking at the second master for too long. Concubine Su took the hot tea handed by the head nani and took a sip gently. I have a good relationship with this girl. Let her stay and talk with me. You go to prepare dinner. Master Qin frowned strangely. Didn't he specifically ask for the stinky tofu she made? What does it mean to stay and talk, if they don't make it tasty later? Whose fault is it? Qin Yu always felt that there was something he had overlooked. But before he could figure it out, he asked Eunuch Wu to take him to the small kitchen of Xianfu Palace. Concubine Su did not ask Yuan to get up. Yuan knelt on the cold floor for half an hour. The spy outside the palace felt something was wrong and turned to report to Yen Huijing, but was blocked by the black-clad men under concubine Su. Small kitchen. Master Qin put the jar of pickled bamboo shoots on the stove. But suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Oh, I remember. The second prince once saved Miss Yu. That happened during the cooking competition. Yuan was framed by her peers and locked in the ice cellar. It was the second prince who rescued Yuan upstairs. in order to protect Yuan's reputation. The second prince concealed Yuan's identity, but others did not know about it. Didn't he and the Yu family know about it? It was not that they did not suspect it at the time, but the second prince did not follow up afterwards. So they gradually regarded this as a good deed of the second prince. But what if it wasn't just a simple act of kindness? Could concubine Su have also misunderstood something? So she summoned Yuan? Mr. Qin wanted to stab himself to death. How could I forget such an important thing? I have a pig brain. I let the lard blind me. Mr. Qin dropped the jar and walked out. As soon as one foot stepped over the threshold, Eunuch Wu came over with a smile. Boss Qin. Where are you going? Is the queen's meal ready? Mr. Qin smiled and said. I suddenly remembered that some ingredients were left on the carriage. I'll go get them now. Eunuch Wu smiled and said. This is the imperial palace. What food do we not have? Even if we don't have any, I'll go get it for you. Master Qin's heart sank. He couldn't pass on the message. The second prince's mansion. After Yan Huijing finished reading the files and the intelligence sent by the spy from Gongcheng, he prepared to go to the palace to pay respects to concubine Su. As soon as he left the mansion, he saw a little eunuch waiting respectfully at the door. This was a palace servant under concubine Su. What are you waiting for me here for? Yan Huijing asked with a frown. The little eunuch said, May I ask if the second prince is going to pay respects to the empress? Yan Huijing responded indifferently. The young eunuch said, The queen said that his highness does not need to pay respects to her before he decides which girl to marry. Yan Huijing frowned. Did mother really say that? The young eunuch bowed and said, Yes, your highness. If you have made up your mind, I will take you to pay respects to the queen right away. Yan Huijing clenched his fists. No need. You go and tell mother that I will visit him another day. Another day. The young eunuch bowed. Farewell. Your highness. In Xianfu Palace, Yuan had been kneeling on the cold and hard floor for half an hour. Her knees were swollen, and she felt a sharp pain. But she did not show it on her face. Her back was still straight, and her figure was cold and stubborn. Concubine Su peeled the orange peel indifferently. When she peeled the ninth one, she finally said casually, Do you know why I asked you to kneel here? Being tactful is only for people who need to be tactful, such as Yan Ryu. So you can't be too rude. But concubine Su really didn't take a little village girl seriously. It's because of the second prince. Yuan's expression was very calm. Concubine Su smiled faintly. You are smart. It seems that you admit that you seduced my son. Yuan said calmly. I said I didn't seduce him. Will the queen believe it? Concubine Su looked down at her. I have seen many women like you. You look pure and innocent. But you are more evil than anyone else. The second prince is in the royal family and has never come into contact with women like you. It is fresh for a while, and it is inevitable that you are dazzled. Yuan said slowly. People like you? Excuse me. My background seems to be higher than yours. Scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans. The Zhou dynasty emphasized agriculture and suppressed commerce. Farmers were just poor. But in terms of background, they ranked ahead of merchants. You are so bold. Concubine Su hated it most when people talked about her background. No matter how prosperous the Su family is now, it cannot change the fact that they were once merchants. Those people flattered the Su family on the surface, but secretly laughed at them. Empress Ma had long fallen out of favor. She was only one step away from ascending to the throne. And this step was her background. Concubine Su put down the half-peeled orange and looked coldly at Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground and seemed to have no fear at all. Even the princess dare not be so presumptuous in front of me. I think you are tired of living. Do you rely on the fact that my son loves you? So I dare not do anything to you. Yuan shook her head. I never thought so. Everything is your own speculation. Su Xianfei smiled coldly. My speculation? Well, then tell me. Who gave you the courage to ignore me? Yuan said calmly. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. I'm kneeling at your feet today. Won't you be angry with me? Su Xianfei said sarcastically. Anger? You mean you didn't do anything wrong? I wronged you? Yuan raised her eyes and met Su Xianfei's domineering gaze. I don't know where and how much did you hear about the matter between me and the second prince. Even if you are interrogating a suspect, you don't make a final judgment on him right away. You didn't even ask me for my explanation. But you just thought I seduced the second prince. Excuse me. I am indeed wronged. Su Xianfei said word by word, glib tongue. Your Highness. The head Nani shook her head at Concubine Su. Concubine Su whispered, I know what's going on. The head Nani was hinting to Concubine Su not to really kill Yuan. After all, Yuan was the woman favored by the second prince. Killing her was a small matter. But the mother and son were alienated. There were many ways to deal with her. Concubine Su could sit in her current position. How could she really lose her temper? It was just to scare Yuan. But since this trick didn't work, she would try another one. Concubine Su's anger faded. And she slowly raised the corners of her lips. I heard about your father's case. Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Concubine Su took in her expression, smiled sarcastically, and said, It doesn't matter who robbed whose military merits, but who His Majesty wants to protect. Do you think your father will still be alive when the charges are determined? Why do you think that the person His Majesty wants to protect is not my father? Yuan asked back. The head Nani shook her head. This girl is too bold. Who is being questioned? Concubine Su sneered. Don't tell me. You still don't know what the relationship between the Yin family and the young master's mansion is? Yuan looked at her without blinking. You mean? His Majesty saved the Yin family just for the sake of the young master's mansion? Is it also for your sake? Concubine Su sneered. Yuan lowered her eyes and whispered, Is young Master Yin so important in your Majesty's mind? Su Xianfei raised her eyebrows and said, As important as Mount Tai. More important than your own son. Yuan's lips curled up. In this case, I advise you not to make the same mistake again and again. This sentence was irrelevant. Su Xianfei simply didn't understand what Yuan was talking about. Su Xianfei looked at Yuan strangely. If you leave my prince, I promise you that no matter how angry your Majesty is at that time, I will save your father's life for you. Yuan smiled faintly. Your Majesty, don't threaten me. I didn't plan to marry into the prince's mansion. Didn't the second prince tell you? He asked to marry me as a concubine. But I refused. You? Su Xianfei stood up angrily. Yuan said calmly, Isn't this what the queen wants? What is the queen angry about? Can I be forced to leave your son with a broken heart? But I can't look down on your son. Maybe in your eyes. Your son is a sweet thing. But in my eyes, he is nothing. Bitch. Concubine Su rushed down the steps, raised her hand in anger, and slapped him. Chapter 196 The Taste of Mother. Yuan's eyes turned cold, and she reached out and grabbed her wrist. Concubine Su didn't expect that this BXXXH would dare to stop her and desecrate her body as a concubine with her dirty hands. Concubine Su instinctively wanted to pull her wrist out of Yuan's hand. But she had been pampered in the palace for many years. Unlike Yuan, who worked all year round and had too much strength to use, Concubine Su felt as if her wrist was clamped by a cold iron clamp. Unable to move at all, she shouted loudly, How dare you? Miss you. Let go of the queen. The head Nani also came over. Yuan looked at the head Nani. I didn't tell you my family background. You even know my last name? The window paper has been broken long ago. Saying this is just a slap in the face of the master and servant. The head Nani was not as angry as Concubine Su. She just sighed softly, Miss you. Let the queen go first. Yuan looked at Concubine Su. Then she has to promise not to hit me. Concubine Su said coldly, I am the imperial concubine. So what if I hit you? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? This is a capital crime. Yuan said lightly, Then I have no choice but to drag the queen to be buried with me. Concubine Su's pupil shrank. What did this girl say? Drag her to be buried with me? She must be crazy. She can even say such a treasonous word. The head Nani also looked at Yuan in surprise. It seemed that she did not expect Yuan to threaten Concubine Su in return. Is she really not afraid of power? Of course not. In her heart, Yuan still has awe for the superiors. But that is on the premise that she can survive. She has never regarded her backbone as more important than her life. Kneeling or bowing her head is not a big deal, regardless of life or death. However, there is a kind of person in the world who will trample on you even if you bow your head and bow down to the dust. She wishes she could step on you to death. It's just death anyway. Why die in humiliation? I will kill all 9 of your clans. Concubine Su was furious. If the queen dies, how can I kill her? You? If it really comes to that, Yuan believes that Yin Jiuqiao will protect her family no matter what. But at the moment, Yuan does not think that Concubine Su will really fight to the death with her. The head Nani said earnestly, Miss you. Please talk nicely. This is the imperial palace after all. It is a great disrespect for Miss Yu to offend the imperial concubine as a commoner. If it gets out, it will be enough to punish Miss Yu with death. Yuan looked at Concubine Su without blinking and said, "Then did the queen promise not to hit me?" Concubine Su snorted coldly. Yuan let go of Concubine Su indifferently. The next second, Concubine Su slapped Yuan with her other hand. And the speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Yuan easily avoided it. Concubine Su missed, staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. After stabilizing her body, Concubine Su glared at Yuan in anger. "Come here. Take her down." The eunuchs outside the palace rushed in and surrounded Yuan. Yuan's eyes flashed and she said, "My lady, if you kill me, aren't you afraid that the young master's mansion will cause you trouble?" "Young master's mansion?" Concubine Su narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "What is your relationship with the young master's mansion?" It's true that it's not easy to tell Concubine Su about this unspeakable relationship. Yuan avoided the main point and said, "I am the savior of the 3 young masters of the young master's mansion." Did the lady miss such an important piece of information when she was asking about me? It seems that the lady's spies are not very good. The man in black behind the screen lowered his head. Concubine Su was anxious to report that he did have a lot of things he didn't find out. Concubine Su stared at Yuan, trying to find out some flaws from her face. But to her disappointment, Yuan looked frank, and her eyes did not dodge at all. The head nani whispered, "My lady, the young master of the young master's mansion was kidnapped by a kidnapper, and was rescued in Lotus Town. And Yuan is from Lotus Village." Yuan gave another strong prescription. "If you don't believe it, you can send someone to the young master's mansion to verify it." She said so. Of course Concubine Su believed it. But she didn't know what she thought of. And suddenly laughed sarcastically. "You wanted to use me to bring the news of your entrapment to the young master's mansion. And I almost fell for your trick." Yuan was shocked. This woman is really rational. She is so angry that she is almost dying. But she is not confused at all. Concubine Su brushed her sleeves and calmly sat back on the main seat. "I wonder who you got the courage to go against me. Young master's mansion? I can give you some face." Yuan looked at her, "Just enough to give you some face." "Madam?" Concubine Su's smile faded. "Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you are infallible? You probably don't know that Yin Jiuqiao has left the city. Even if I bring the news to the young master's mansion, no one will come to save you." Yuan clenched her fingers. That guy actually left the capital at this critical moment. Is God going to kill her? But young Master Yin will always come back. It's too late to come back. Concubine Su interrupted Yuan arrogantly. "Don't scare me. Yin Jiuqiao will come after me and settle accounts with me. Since I dared to deal with you, I have 100 ways to not be afraid of him settling accounts with me." Yes, I was in her hands. And the truth was all up to Concubine Su. When Yin Jiuqiao came back, Concubine Su had already cleared herself. This woman is so scheming. Much harder to deal with than Yin Ryu. Concubine Su said coldly, "Come here. Take her away. Mrs. Xiao is here." Outside the palace, a loud announcement was heard. Concubine Su's face turned cold. And before she could ask them to stop them, a team of guards rushed in with murderous intent. And then Shang Wanyin walked in slowly. She wore a plain white wide-sleeved fairy dress, and a translucent light golden gauze dress on top. She was radiant and as bright as the sun. The beauties in the palace instantly lost their color in front of her. Shang Wanyan's appearance made the originally elegant Concubine Su look like dirt in an instant. Concubine Su's face darkened. "Madam Xiao, you brought a group of men into my bedroom. Do you know that this is a capital crime of disrespect?" Shang Wanyan smiled and said, "They are all eunuchs of the Prince of Yan's mansion. Strictly speaking, they are not men." "What? Your Majesty? Don't believe it? Take off your pants." The guards really took off their pants. Yuan was shocked. Taking off pants without saying anything. What kind of operation is this? Concubine Su turned her face away with a chill. The head nani stood in front of her and said to Shang Wanyan, "Madam Xiao." Shang Wanyan waved her hand, and the guards tied their pants back halfway. Concubine Su Xian gave the head nani a look, and the head nani stepped aside. Concubine Su Xian looked at Shang Wanyan in the center of the hall and asked with a cold face, "Madam Xiao, what is your intention in bringing a group of eunuchs to break into Xianfu Palace?" Shang Wanyan smiled and said, "I don't have any special intention. I just want to eat the dishes of Zuixianju. But when I went to Zuixianju, I found that their chef had been asked to leave." These words are not enough to fool a fool. Concubine Su said with cold eyes. So you brought your guards to my Xianfu palace to snatch someone? Shang Wanyan said shamelessly. No. No. How dare I snatch someone from the queen? I came to the queen's palace to eat. As she spoke, she looked at Yuan coldly and said in a pretentious tone. What are you still doing here? Do you want to starve the queen and me to death? Hurry up and cook. Yes. Yuan bowed and responded. Turn around and walk out of the palace. Wait. Did the queen let you go? Concubine Su stopped Yuan lightly. Yuan happened to walk to Shang Wanyan's side. Although she didn't know how Shang Wanyan got the news, she understood that Shang Wanyan was here to help her out. She glanced at Shang Wanyan with her peripheral vision. Shang Wanyan raised her hand, her eyes always meeting with Concubine Su, who was sitting on the seat. You go first. Concubine Su's face turned cold. I didn't agree to let her go. Shang Wanyan's smile faded. Concubine Xian. The masters of both sides showed fierce eyes, and the atmosphere in the palace instantly became tense. Concubine Su said disdainfully, Shang Wanyan, do you really think you are still the princess of Yen? From the day you remarried, you are no longer a member of the royal family. I advise you not to refuse a toast. I can let you go without pursuing your trespassing into Xianfu Palace. But you can't take this woman away. Shang Wanyan grabbed Yuan's hand. What if I must take her away? Concubine Su curled her lips. Then I will have to arrest you as well. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice was heard outside the palace. His Majesty has arrived. Concubine Su's eyebrows jumped. Why did His Majesty come at this time? She looked at Shang Wanyan, who was standing beside her. Shang Wanyan smiled at her triumphantly. She gritted her teeth secretly. It was Shang Wanyan who invited the emperor. It's a pity that this woman didn't marry into the harem. Concubine Su and Shang Wanyan went to the main hall to welcome the emperor in person. Yuan was left in the side hall. Shang Wanyan's guards surrounded her, and the masters of Xianfu Palace were eyeing her with murderous intent. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be well. Concubine Su put on a gentle smile and gently performed a blessing ceremony. Shang Wanyan also stepped forward and saluted. Your Majesty, I am here to see you. A trace of surprise flashed across the emperor's eyes. Madame Xiao is here too? Su Xianfei opened her mouth and was about to complain to her. But Shang Wanyan spoke first. Yes. Yes. It was the queen who invited me here. Su Xianfei was stunned. When did I invite you here? Just as she was about to explain, the emperor spoke again. You called me and Madame Xiao here. Is there any surprise? Of course there is. The queen invited a great chef from the folks to make a delicious meal for your Majesty. Shang Wanyan's mouth was so fast that Su Xianfei couldn't get a word in. I see. The emperor looked at Concubine Su with a gentle look in his eyes. I have not had a good appetite since I recovered from my illness. My beloved concubine is thoughtful. It was impossible to say that the chef was not hired for the emperor. So Concubine Su could only swallow this loss in silence. Your Majesty, His Majesty is here. You can ask the cook to prepare dinner. Shang Wanyan said to Concubine Su with a smile. Without giving Concubine Su a chance to speak, she hurriedly said to the emperor, Your Majesty, you don't know that your Majesty invited the chef from Zuixianju, the restaurant that won the Taixianglu in the chef competition. There is a female chef in it. She is very good at cooking. People say she is the second Madame Du. Really? The emperor had also heard of Madame Du, but had no chance to taste her cooking skills. Hurry up and serve the dishes. I'm hungry. But Master Qin was blocked in the small kitchen by Eunuch Wu. He couldn't even let a fly out. Master Qin was so anxious that he almost wanted to suffocate Eunuch Wu with a rolling pin. Fortunately, Yuan appeared in time. Miss you? Eunuch Wu was stunned. Yuan said calmly, Your Majesty asked me to cook. May I come in? Eunuch Wu was dumbfounded, of course. Yuan entered the small kitchen. Master Qin pulled her to a corner and looked her up and down. I'm not hurt. It's just that my knees hurt a little after kneeling for a long time. Master Qin breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What happened? What did the virtuous concubine say to you? Why did she detain you for so long? Yuan said, It's a long story. Master Qin thought for a while. Did she misunderstand your relationship with the second prince and make things difficult for you? Yes. Yuan nodded. This is my fault. Master Qin slapped his head. Yuan said calmly, You couldn't stop Concubine Su's summons, so I don't blame you. Even so, Master Qin still blamed himself very much. Fortunately, Yuan was fine. But if something happened, He would probably have a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. Thinking of something, Master Qin said, by the way, you just said that His Majesty is coming. What's going on? Yuan walked to the stove and opened the can of stinky tofu. I'll tell you later. Let's cook first. Don't let His Majesty wait. In the main hall, the Emperor, Concubine Su, and Shang Wanyan sat down. Concubine Su suffered a loss in silence, and she was unwilling to let Shang Wanyan let her go in vain. She looked at the Emperor sitting at the top of the table and smiled gently. Since Your Majesty wants to taste the cooking skills of that little lady Du, why not let her cook all the dishes today? These are all trivial matters. What the Emperor really cares about is Concubine Su's intentions. So he agreed immediately. Concubine Su lowered her eyes and used the cup lid to move the floating tea leaves. She was a country girl, and she didn't believe that her cooking skills could be that good. If His Majesty was unhappy with the meal, she could punish her openly and save herself from dirtying her hands. When Mr. Qin heard that Yuan was the chef, his legs went weak. Miss Yu was good at making stinky tofu, but other dishes were simply a disaster. What if the Emperor vomited? Would he chop off their heads in anger? I think we should make a stinky tofu feast. Fried stinky tofu. Pan-fried stinky tofu. Steamed stinky tofu. Mr. Qin counted on his fingers halfway, and Yuan went out with a basket of vegetables. Mr. Qin's face changed. You? What are you doing? Yuan said, picking vegetables. You really dared to pick. About half an hour later, the first dish was served. It was a combination of 3 stinky tofu, with 3 kinds of fillings. The first was fermented bean curd sauce. The second was the pickled radish cubes made by the uncle. And the third was the pickled sour bamboo shoots made by Yuan. The 3 strong odors mixed together. It was like entering a stinky palace. The moment the plate was brought into the room, the Emperor almost vomited. Su Xianfei covered her nose in disgust. What is this? Only Shang Wanyan's saliva was splashing. She wanted to eat it in Wei Mansion a long time ago. But the little maid was on guard. She was particularly smart to keep her in the mansion today. Shang Wanyan didn't say a word, picked up a piece of stinky tofu, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was stuffed with sour bamboo shoots. The tofu's skin was crispy enough to make a sound when bitten, but the tofu heart was tender enough to be sucked in. The sour bamboo shoots tasted cold and smelly, and paired with the taste of the stinky tofu itself, a bite of it made her nostrils smell. Shang Wanyan, who had eaten it all, remembered that the Emperor hadn't touched the chopsticks yet, and said calmly, Your Majesty, it's not poisonous. The eunuch who tasted the food, it's obviously you who couldn't help it. The stinky tofu tasted really good, but unfortunately, the Emperor didn't like it. It's right not to like it, even though she likes it very much. Concubine Su put down her chopsticks reluctantly. Compared with the desire for food, it is more important to deal with that girl. It's just a waste of reputation. The Emperor put down his chopsticks indifferently. The dishes that Yuan rarely served were stinky tofu and sour bamboo shoots. These 2 did not impress the Emperor, and the rest were even more impossible. When the rest of the dishes were served, the Emperor had no interest in tasting them. The eunuch who tasted the dishes took a bite and covered his chest with his hands. Seeing him retching, Concubine Su was so happy that she quickly put a piece of cake into the Emperor's bowl. Your Majesty, please try it. This was a piece of pastry made of unknown ingredients, with a rough texture and an unpleasant earthy smell. Your Majesty? Concubine Su looked at the Emperor expectantly. The Emperor couldn't bear to offend her, so he took a bite, and then his stomach churned. Seeing that the situation was not good, Eunuch Wang hurriedly brought the spittoon over. Shang Wanyan also took a bite. My God, I'm going to be beheaded. Concubine Su was so happy. The Emperor didn't vomit in the end. He held it in. The Emperor waved his hand and asked Eunuch Wang to step aside. The next second, something incredible happened. The Emperor actually picked up the chopsticks and ate the cake that almost made him vomit. Bite by bite. Your Majesty? Concubine Su didn't understand what was going on. This is El Money. The Emperor choked up and said, When I was in the Cold Palace, I was often hungry. There was an El Money tree in the Cold Palace, and my mother picked El Money leaves and made El Money cakes for me and my 6th brother. But the Queen Mother's cooking skills were not good. The Queen Mother was a lady from a noble family, a rich woman. How could she know how to cook? The food she made was always unpalatable. The Emperor burst into tears. My mother's El Money cake, is this taste? Chapter 197 is conferred the title. And the loving ninth brother. The emperor ate a table of inedible food until there was not even any soup left. Concubine Su was simply stunned by this sudden turn of events. No wonder the emperor was dissatisfied with the imperial chefs, saying that they could not cook the taste of the Empress Dowager. She thought the Empress Dowager was a godlike culinary skill. But it turned out that it tasted like pig food? Concubine Su didn't know what to say. At this time, she couldn't say it was unpalatable. Otherwise she would be saying that the dishes cooked by the Empress Dowager were also unpalatable. Although this was true, Concubine Su did not mention that Yuan was Yu Shaoqing's daughter. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. Seeing that his majesty was so moved, who knows if he would pardon Yu Shaoqing's death sentence on impulse? Although whether Yu Shaoqing was acquitted or not had nothing to do with Concubine Su. Why did she want to help this girl? Shang Wanyan did not mention it either. After all, she was just here to eat. She did not know Yuan. Knowing too much about Yuan would make her look like she had ulterior motives. After that, Yuan made a few more side dishes, including green pepper and lamb tripe, fried leek and egg, boiled eggplant, and cold bean sprouts. However, the emperor's stomach was already full, so he generously gave them to the palace servants of Xianfu Palace. The palace servants cried and thanked the emperor for his grace. The emperor could feel that they were really crying, not pretending like before. It seemed that they also sympathized with the sufferings of him and the queen mother in the past. The palace maid in tears, "Your Majesty, you think too much. We really just cried because the food was so bad." The emperor held Concubine Su's hand. Concubine Su is thoughtful. This was the second time Concubine Su heard this from the emperor, but it was obviously much more serious than the first time. However, Concubine Su was not happy. This was not the result she wanted. The more the emperor praised her, the more upset she was. The emperor was happy with the food, so he naturally wanted to reward her. He rewarded Yuan with 100 taels of silver. But it was not enough. He picked up a pen and personally wrote the best chef in the world. Concubine Su was furious. With the cooking skills that could only make pig food, how could she be worthy of the title of the best chef in the world? The news spread to the small kitchen. "Yuan, I knew I was a good horse, and one day I would meet my own mentor. Mr. Qin?" The news that the chef of Zuixianju was appreciated by the emperor spread in the palace. The emperor credited this achievement to Concubine Su. That night, many concubines came to Xianfu Palace to congratulate Concubine Su. And Concubine Su was almost angry. What's the point of the emperor crediting her? She couldn't even touch a hair of that girl? That girl made the Empress Dowager's cooking skills. One day, the emperor would miss his mother and summon the girl to the palace to cook a few dishes. Concubine Su was angry just thinking about it, and wished she had never summoned the girl to the palace. "Madam, calm down." The head nani presented a bowl of tortoise jelly. Concubine Su took the bowl, scooped a spoonful, and said coldly, "Is she imitating me?" Back then, Concubine Su had been trampled in the mud. The reason why she was able to turn over was that she took a risk and planted some vegetables in the harem, like the Empress Dowager. After that, many people followed suit. But this kind of thing can only happen once, and it can never happen again. The emperor has seen it so many times that he has no interest. When Concubine fell out of favor, she tried to make elm seed cakes, but she failed to impress the emperor and made him even more disgusted. Concubine Su knew that her accusations were somewhat untenable. After all, Yuan had never tasted the Queen Mother's dishes, so how could she deliberately imitate the taste of the Queen Mother? Everything was just God's will. If I had known that this girl could please His Majesty so much, I would. Concubine Su didn't say the rest. It's too late to say anything more after it has become like this. As night fell, Yuan and Shang Wanyan left the palace together. Master Qin was tactful and didn't come forward to disturb them. He followed behind with 2 cooks. After the 2 got on the carriage, Fang and the cook also got on their own carriage and returned to Zuixianju. Shang Wanyan's carriage was as exquisite and luxurious as her clothes. Yuan felt that she was not sitting in a car, but a fairy carriage. The carriage was a little quiet. "Thank you, Princess, for what happened today." Yuan thanked him. Although Shang Wanyan remarried into the Xiao family, she heard Uncle Wan call her that, so she followed Uncle Wan. Shang Wanyan didn't show any concern for the name, but she remembered that this girl had offended her in Jingzhaoyin. She asked this girl to take the child to Zhao's house, but she listened to that boy and took the child to the young master's house. She is very vindictive. Shang Wanyan snorted coldly, completely losing all the affection and protection for Yuan in front of concubine Su, and said coldly, "It's not for you." Yuan whispered, "No matter what. The princess offended concubine Su because of me." Shang Wanyan said disdainfully, "Do I need to offend her?" "Yes. How could she forget that Shang Wanyan's reputation in the capital is only worse than Yin Jiuchao's? All the women in the capital hate Shang Wanyan. Even if Shang Wanyan does nothing, she is already a thorn in the eyes of these women. And concubine Su is no exception. Yuan thinks that this is mostly out of jealousy. Jealous of Shang Wanyan's background. Jealous of Shang Wanyan's appearance. And even more jealous of Shang Wanyan's marriage. She is simply an ancient version of a male god harvester. Regardless of whether it is King Yin or Xiao Shenting, they all treat her wholeheartedly. This is what all women hate most about her." Shang Wanyan glanced at Yuan, who was hesitant to speak. "Okay. Stop flattering me. I told you I didn't want to save you. Don't be so self-indulgent." Yuan, oh. What kind of attitude is this?" Shang Wanyan frowned and looked over. Time has really treated her well. This angry expression on her face looks like a delicate girl. "Why don't you ask me why I saved you?" "Why?" Yuan said softly. Shang Wanyan felt like she had punched cotton and became more and more annoyed. She was so fierce. Shouldn't this girl be very scared? Very uneasy? And very anxious? "Princess?" Yuan looked at Shang Wanyan with a smile. Shang Wanyan was defeated by her eyes. Turned away. Looked at the night outside the window, and said, "It was that boy who asked me to look after you." Her son, who had not taken the initiative to take care of her for many years, unexpectedly came to her house for the first time, saying that he was going to leave Beijing. And there was a little fool he was worried about. And he was afraid that someone would bully her. So he asked her, as a mother, to help look after her. She felt so bitter. But she couldn't help but agree. After all, this was the first time her son had begged her for help after so many years. Yuan realized that the boy she was talking about was Yin Jiuch. She felt as if something had touched her heart. And it was so warm that it hurt. "But I didn't have time to pass the news to the princess." "How did the princess know that I was detained by the concubine Xian? Did the princess go to Zuixianja to eat stinky tofu?" Shang Wanyan's eyes flashed. And she sat up straight and said, "How is it possible? Would the princess go all the way to eat such a dish that is not presentable? The princess has spies in the palace." Yuan, "Oh. But I heard that you ate the most stinky tofu today." Shang Wanyan said angrily, "That's just for His Majesty to see. Even if that stinky thing is given to me for free, I don't want it." "Okay." Yuan took out a jar of stinky tofu from the bag and put it back into the bag silently. Shang Wanyan bit her handkerchief. Woo. The palace has always been unable to hide news, let alone such a shocking one. Almost as soon as Yuan and her group left the palace, the news that the chef of Zuixianja made the emperor cry reached the residence of the second prince. "What did you say? What happened to my father?" Yin Huijing put down the brush in his hand and looked at the eunuch who was asking for news. The eunuch said, "To answer your highness." The emperor cried. The emperor said that the taste was very similar to what the queen mother made when she was alive. Yin Huijing has two royal grandmothers. One is the Empress Dowager Xingde, the biological mother of the emperor and the king of Yin. And the other is the Empress Dowager Xingxi, the successor of the late emperor. At that time, the Empress Dowager Xingde was deposed and sent to the cold palace. Although she came out later, the late emperor had already established a successor. The successor did not make any big mistakes, so there was no reason to depose the successor and then establish her instead. Empress Dowager Xingde was named consorte, and it was not until the death of the previous emperor and the eldest son ascended the throne that she and the successor were both named Empress Dowagers. Empress Dowager Xingde died early. It was Empress Dowager Xingxi who died 3 years ago. No wonder concubine Su Xian did not believe Yin Huijing's excuse of not getting married for 3 years of mourning for Empress Dowager Xingxi, because they were not his own children. Yin Huijing's impression of the Empress Dowager was not very deep. What he remembered most was that she always held Yin Jiuchao, who was 1 year younger than her, in a daze. He fell and cried, and the Empress Dowager never cared. However, if Yin Jiuchao hummed a few times casually, the Empress Dowager would be so nervous that she would punish all the palace servants. This may be because the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the emperor was not harmonious, and she did not like the emperor's children. Yin Huijing thought that his jealousy of Yin Jiuchao may have started when the Empress Dowager was alive. Actually, I don't understand, Yin Huijing said thoughtfully. The eunuch looked at Yin Huijing in bewilderment. Then at Jun Chang'an beside him. Who is your highness talking to? How should he respond? Jun Chang'an waved his hand, and the eunuch tactfully withdrew. Jun Chang'an asked, What don't you understand? Your highness? Yin Huijing said. I don't understand. The Queen Mother favors Prince Yin so much. Why isn't my father jealous? Jun Chang'an paused and said, Perhaps your majesty has already won the world and can't ask for more. Really? Yin Huijing murmured in a daze, and continued to write memorials. The eunuch was looking around outside the door. Jun Chang'an strode out, took him away from the study, and asked, Is there anything else? The eunuch whispered, The cook of Zuixianju is Miss Yu. Madam shall also enter the palace. And your majesty suddenly went to Xianfu Palace. Didn't the second prince send someone to keep an eye on Miss Yu? Why didn't the spies come to pass on such a big thing? I wonder if something happened and the spies were dealt with by the concubine Xian. If so, Miss Yu's entry into the palace today is not simple. Jun Chang'an pondered for a moment. I know. You can leave. Yes. The eunuch left the yard. Jun Chang'an returned to the study. What's the matter? Yin Huijing asked. Nothing, Jun Chang'an said. The cold wind whistled, and a carriage sped along the flat official road. A suppressed cough came from the carriage. Slow down, Ing Shursan ordered. The driver pulled the reins, and was about to slow down the carriage. Yin Jiocha said lightly, No need. You continue on your way, and go to Gongcheng as soon as possible. Ing Shursan said, With Ing Lu here, there is no need to rush these few days. The clues will not be cut off. It's not about clues. Yin Jiocha pulled up the blanket covering his body, and the light of the night pearl fell on his slightly pale face, making him look even thinner. Young master, are you worried about Miss Yu? Ing Shursan said. Yin Jiocha sighed and said, She is so upset that she even went to the inn to block me when I leave. I don't know what she will do to me after I leave. Ing Shursan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have said such a mean thing. Yin Jiocha looked helpless. Do you think she is crying at home now? Or is she on her way to find me? Alas. Fortunately, I had foresight, and left 3 children in the capital. Well, you write a letter to tell her that if she really misses me, she can go to Shao Mansion to see the children to comfort her. Ing Shursan's mouth twitched. He hadn't left the capital yet. Are you sure you want to start writing the 35th letter? Finally left the capital. Ing Shursan sent the 53rd letter with a dark face. Gongcheng is in the eastern part of the Great Zhou. The carriage left the east gate and galloped eastward. 7 days later, it arrived at Jizhou. Jizhou is adjacent to Gongcheng. After crossing a Jizhou bridge, it is Yuanyang town in Gongcheng. Young master, it's getting dark. Let's find an inn to rest first, and set off tomorrow. Although Ing Shursan couldn't stand some of his young master's temper, Yin Jiocha was really sick, so he had to find a doctor to treat Yin Jiocha. Yin Jiocha leaned against the wall of the carriage sickly. His head was dizzy, and he opened his mouth weakly. Ing Shursan said hurriedly, I know. I'll write a letter right away. Yin Jiocha shut up and fell asleep contentedly. When Yin Jiocha woke up, he was already in the largest inn in Jizhou. He slept on the bed in the Tianzi room, and Ing Shursan and Ing Lu were guarding the bed. Yin Jiocha looked at Ing Lu weakly and strangely. Why are you here? Aren't you in Gongcheng? Young master, drink this bowl of medicine first. I will talk to you slowly. Ing Lu poured the warm medicine on the stove into a bowl and brought it to Yin Jiocha. Yin Jiocha sat up. Yin Jiocha was raised in a medicine jar, and he was not squeamish when drinking medicine. A bowl of medicine was quickly finished. He handed the medicine bowl back to Ing Lu, and Ing Shursan, who was beside him, opened a sugar jar and took a piece of rock sugar to him. Even though he couldn't taste it, other children took medicine like this when they were young. Yin Jiocha saw it and gradually learned it. Yin Jiocha held a piece of rock candy that was tasteless to him and said expressionlessly, Go ahead. Ing Lu explained everything he had experienced in the past few days in detail. I was chased to Jizhou by someone. It turned out that after Ing Lu went to Gongcheng, he found clues about Yen Ryu. Following the clues, he found a very important eyewitness. But the witness refused to tell him the whole truth unless he rescued his family. Saving people was not Ing Lu's strong point. So Ing Lu sent a pigeon to Yin Jiocha to ask him to arrange 2 death warriors to come. While waiting for the death warriors, Ing Lu happened to meet Zhou Huai. Young Master Yin sent other spies to keep an eye on Zhou Huai. But Zhou Huai was too cunning and shook off the spies from young Master's mansion. Ying Lu thought, since we have bumped into each other, it would be better to keep Ying Lu and take Zhou Huai back to the capital after completing Yin Ryu's mission. But at that time, the second prince's men appeared. Ying Lu went to Jizhou secretly. He couldn't let anyone discover his identity. So he left Zhou Huai behind and ran away. Zhou Huai was a vengeful person. So he diverted the second prince's men to Ying Lu. The two sides fought. And Zhou Huai took the opportunity to escape. Did they recognize you? Ying Shusan interrupted Ying Lu. Ying Lu shook his head. No. I covered my face in time and ran fast. So they didn't recognize me. They are the ones who chased you to Jizhou? Ying Shusan looked at Ying Lu with contempt. This guy is too weak. Right? He couldn't beat several spies from the second prince's mansion. Is he really too timid? As soon as Ying Shusan saw the wretched look in his eyes, Ying Lu knew that he had dirty thoughts in his mind again. He glared at Ying Shusan fiercely, wishing to glare a hole in Ying Shusan's head. What are you thinking about? I'm not being chased by those spies. His martial arts skills are poor. But that's only relative to Ying Shusan. If he were really in the martial arts world, he would have few rivals. What's going on? Yin Jiocha asked with a frown. I met Zhou Huai again. Speaking of this, Ying Lu was quite helpless. Others wanted to find Zhou Huai, but couldn't find him. But he could meet him while taking a pee. There was a bamboo door between them. He was at one end of the toilet, and Zhou Huai was at the other end. The two of them were holding their birds and looking at each other. The scene was unbearable to watch. Ying Lu skipped this part and just said that he met Zhou Huai by chance on the street. I was angry that he had tricked me before. So I wanted to teach him a lesson. And he taught me a lesson? Ying Shusan said angrily. Ying Lu's face turned green, and he said, how is it possible? Someone came again. But this time, it was not a spy from the second prince's mansion, but a group of. At this point, Ying Lu's expression suddenly stopped. He clenched his fists, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes that he didn't even notice. Yin Jiuqiao looked at him steadily, waiting patiently for him to continue. Ying Lu took a deep breath. His throat slid for a moment, and he said after recovering, I have never seen such a scary person. They haven't made a move yet. But their eyes and aura. Ying Shusan patted Ying Lu's shoulder. Although he always teased Ying Lu, he knew better than anyone that Ying Lu was not a coward. Even if he was afraid of someone, he must be someone that even the dead soldiers might not be able to deal with. Ying Lu gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Huaitian, the fearless one, actually ran to provoke that group of people in order to get away. As a result, the group thought that Zhou Huai and I were in the same group, and chased me and killed me. I fled all the way to Jizhou, and finally got rid of them. To be precise, they were too lazy to chase. They seemed to have other more important things to do, and didn't want to waste time on two petty thieves. Who is that group of people? Ying Shusan asked in confusion. Ying Lu shook his head. I don't know. But I suspect they are not from the Central Plains. The most terrifying masters in the Central Plains are all under the command of the young master. Yin Jiuqiao paused, tapped his fingers on the quilt a few times. Don't worry about Zhou Huai for now. Yin Huijing's people will find him. Now tell me what you found in Gongcheng. Ying Lu said, I found a person who used to have a house in Gongcheng. About 4 years ago, a woman with a Beijing accent came and bought his house. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes darkened. Is this woman Yin Ryu? Yes. Ying Lu nodded. 4 years ago, it was not long after the Yin family got into trouble. All the members of the Yin family were arrested and imprisoned. But Yin Ryu was missed. The government had searched for her vigorously, but they couldn't find her. Yin Jiuqiao thought, is that house very hidden? Why didn't the government find her? Ying Lu said, the house is not hidden. But, Yin Jiuqiao finished the rest of his words for him, but someone protected her. I'm afraid so, Ying Lu said. To be honest, Yin Jiuqiao was not interested in Yin Ryu's past. But only by finding out Yin Ryu's relationship with those people could he find out the truth about the 3 children. Who is the woman at night? Who is the biological mother of the child? He had to give himself an explanation. Yin Jiuqiao motioned Ying Lu to continue. Ying Lu said seriously, the original owner of the house said that Yin Ryu was pregnant at the time. And she looked like she was 3 or 4 months pregnant. Because it was summer and her clothes were thin. He could see it. Also, Yin Ryu didn't come to him alone to buy the house. There was a man with her. The young master must not guess who that man was. Yan Jiocha said. Who? Chapter 198 Finding Out the Truth. Su's mansion. Su Qingxuan's injury has healed. During this period of recuperation, he was almost tired of fleas. Finally, he was able to walk on the ground. And he immediately went to his father's yard. Where is my father? Su Chengxian did not see Su Xiao in the wing room. The servant who was cleaning the house said, replying to the young master. The master went to the study. Study. Su Chengxian turned and went out, striding to the study. However, he still came up empty-handed. The study was empty, and Su Xiao didn't know where he went. Su Chengxian entered Su Xiao's study. The study is also considered a key place in the Su family. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter and leave at will. But who made Su Chengxian his only legitimate son? He is deeply loved by the old lady and concubine Su. Su Chengxian had been lying in bed for a long time and didn't like to sit. He strolled around in the study. When he passed by the desk, he glanced at it casually and saw a letter under the book. What? He picked it up curiously. What are you doing in my study? Su Xiao's low voice suddenly sounded behind him. Su Chengxian was startled and turned around in astonishment. Su Xiao walked in front of him, took the letter in his hand, folded it, and put it back on the table. Su Chengxian saw that his father didn't look very happy, and hurriedly pointed his finger and said, I swear I didn't see anything. Su Xiao looked at him solemnly. Why are you running out instead of recuperating in the room? Su Chengxian pouted and said, Recuperate. Recuperate? You just want me to recuperate all day? I would have recovered long ago. Su Xiao ignored him, walked around the desk, and put the folded letter into the drawer. Su Chengxian glanced at it calmly and said seriously, Dad, my injury is healed. Can I go out? I haven't been to Taiangxiangla for a long time. I want to go for a walk. After hearing this, Su Xiao said bluntly, How dare you go out? Do you know how much loss Taiangxiangla has suffered because of you? Su Chengxian couldn't refute it. He was the source of Taiangxiangla's misfortune because he protected Chef Yang. He admitted that he was wrong in this matter. He never expected that the backing of the Yu family was so strong that even the relationship with the young master's mansion was involved. If he had known earlier, he would have pushed Chef Yang out and let the Yu family deal with him. However, he didn't think that everything was his fault. At least, losing to Zhu Xianju in the Chef God competition was not his problem. He muttered, I told you not to come to the capital. It's so much more relaxing to stay in Shuzhou. Why did the master have to come here and buy Taiangxiangla? I don't think Taiangxiangla makes much money. It's better for us to open another shipping line in Shuzhou. Shuzhou is close to the sea, and there are many businesses on the sea, and each one is a huge fortune. Su Xiao glanced at his son coldly. When is it your turn to comment on family affairs? If you have nothing to do, go back to the yard and study. Don't go out and cause trouble. I want to see my cousin. Su Chengxian said stubbornly. Say it again? Su Xiao threatened. Su Chengxian suppressed his fear and straightened his back and said, I just want to see my cousin. You? Su Xiao raised his palm. Madam, why are you here? The servants outside the study came to greet. Su Xiao's palm fell. Su Chengxian was secretly happy. Madame Su walked into the study with a cane. Xianer. Su Chengxian threw himself into Madame Su's arms and said coquettishly, Grandma, I want to go find my cousin. Have you recovered from your injury? You didn't even come to greet me. Madame Su said angrily. Su Chengxian smiled and said, I was just about to greet you. Please tell my father to let me leave the house. I haven't been to my cousin's house for a long time. Okay. Okay. You go. You go. Madame Su loved her grandson the most, and she agreed on a whim. Su Xiao couldn't refute it. With a gloomy face, he watched Madame Su take Su Chengxian away. Su Chengxian went to the old lady's yard and sat for a while before getting up and heading to the prince's mansion. Adult princes would move out of the palace, and only the crown prince could stay in the East Palace. When they were young, everyone envied the life outside the palace and looked forward to leaving the palace. But when they really set up a mansion outside the palace, they all longed to return to the palace. Because once they moved back to the palace, it meant that they had the qualifications to be the crown prince and would inherit the throne. The crown prince position must be my cousin's, Su Chengxian said firmly, then jumped off the carriage and entered the mansion. During this period, Su Chengxian was locked up at home and didn't know much about the major events in the capital. He only heard that the second prince took on a case, but didn't know whose case it was. Cousin! Su Chengxian saw Yan Huijing playing chess with Jun Chaman in the pavilion, and his face turned black. How can I play chess with him? His chess skills are so bad. Jun Chaman smiled faintly, put down the black pieces in his hand, stood up, and gave his seat to Su Chengxian. Su Chengxian sat down happily. Are you feeling better? Yan Huijing asked. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Cousin! The vicious and cruel young master Su was like a good young master in front of Yan Huijing. Yan Huijing said, I heard that my uncle was sick. I was just wondering when I would go to see him. I had invited Su Xiao to come over for tea in the afternoon. But Su Xiao sent someone to tell me that he suddenly felt unwell and would visit again another day. Su Chengxian didn't know about this and wondered, is my father sick? Who told you that? He was fine just now. And he has to go to an appointment in the afternoon. An appointment? Yan Huijing paused while waving the chess piece. Jun Chang'an glanced at Su Chengxian. Yan Huijing said in a normal tone, You remembered it wrong? Su Chengxian patted his chest and said, Impossible. I saw his letter. You sure? Lao Shiguan Temple Zizupo. I will never remember it wrong. Su Chengxian sat in the prince's mansion for a while, and returned home after dinner. After he left, Jun Chang'an came over, Your Highness. Master Su is clearly lying. He had an appointment with you a long time ago, but he changed his mind at the last minute. Do you need me to check it out? Yan Huijing thought for a while. No need. He is my uncle. How can my mother deal with it if I check him out? It's not a big deal for me. I can drink tea any day. Su Xiao went out. The old Shiguan Temple is an abandoned temple located on the top of Zizhu Mountain. After crossing the top of the mountain and going north, you will reach a lush purple bamboo forest. This place has long been deserted. Su Xiao stopped the carriage at the foot of Zizhu Mountain and walked to the purple bamboo forest. In the forest, the person who had an appointment with him was wearing a curtain and had been waiting for a long time. Su Xiao looked at the scorching back and said, Didn't I say that it's best for us not to meet in private? The woman heard his voice, turned around slowly, lifted the veil of the curtain, and revealed a stunning face. If it wasn't Yan Ryu, who else could it be? Young master. It's here. Ing Lu jumped off the carriage, lifted the curtain, and helped Yin Jiuqiao down. Yin Jiuqiao had been ill all the way, and his condition did not improve after taking medicine. He was wearing a thick fox fur coat, dressed like in the severe winter, and his pale face was somewhat shockingly white in the night. Ing Shursan parked the carriage aside and knocked on the door. Creak. The door was opened, and a servant came out. He glanced at several people, and was slightly surprised when he saw Yin Jiuqiao. When did such a good-looking person come to Gongcheng? Ing Shursan moved sideways and blocked his sight with his burly figure. Is your master here? The servant was frightened by Ing Shursan's aura and nodded blankly. Yes. Yes. You, who are you? What do you want from my master? Ing Lu said, Tell your master that Master Wang is here, and he will understand. Master Wang is a pseudonym that Ing Lu casually took. The servant did not dare to neglect him, closed the door, and hurried to find his master. Sure enough, not long after, a middle-aged man with a fat body came out politely. Young Master Wang? Really young Master Wang? The middle-aged man's surname was Zheng. He was a local businessman. He did some small business. He could not make a fortune, but he could not starve. His son committed a crime in his early years, and was arrested by the government and exiled to the mine to do hard labor. The mine was heavily guarded and had many checkpoints. It was difficult to bring an adult man out without alerting the enemy. But Ing Lu told young Master Wang that he had a friend who was good at Qigong. As long as he was willing to tell the truth, he would help him rescue his son. Young Master Wang. Master Zheng seemed to have seen a savior. He stepped forward and held Ing Lu's hand. Then, he saw the noble man next to Ing Lu. Having lived to this age, Master Zheng has seen countless people, but he has never seen such a handsome young man. But he is a little weak and pale. My young man? His surname is also surname. Ing Lu's brain suddenly short-circuited, and he couldn't think of another surname. Just as he was about to say also surname Wang, Yin Jiuqiao said lightly, Surname Yu. Ing Shursan whistled. Master Yu, please come in. Master Zheng made a gesture of invitation, and looked at Ing Shursan who was standing aside. This is little Wang's brother. Ing Shursan took advantage of it. The eighth child, Ing Lu said unwillingly. Mr. Zheng was stunned. Turtle. Bastard? Mr. Zheng invited Yan Jiuchao and his party into the house. The assassins led by Yan Jiuchao hid in the dark and would rescue Mr. Zheng's son if necessary. But the premise must be that Mr. Zheng explained the details of the year without reservation. I have already told the young prince about the house. And I have also drawn the portrait for him from memory. You should rescue my son quickly, Mr. Zheng said. Yan Jiuchao said slowly, no hurry. You can recall the events of the year carefully again to see if there are any loopholes. Mr. Zheng thought to himself. You are not in a hurry. But I am. My son is doing coolie work in the mine, and may be beaten to death at any time. Mr. Zheng wanted to get angry. But he could see that this group of people were not easy to mess with. Especially this sick young man. He looked sick. But he gave people the feeling that he was more dangerous and terrifying than that burly bastard. Then let's start from the first time I met that woman 4 years ago. That woman came to buy a house. My ancestral house happened to be for sale. With the help of a middleman, the deal was done. A man came forward at that time. Yan Jiuchao spread out Su Xiao's portrait. Confirm again. Is it him? It's him, Mr. Zheng said. He looks much more like him than I drew. I actually only met them once when I bought the house. But the woman's appearance was so stunning that I couldn't forget them for a while. So I remembered them both. Although they only met once. Mr. Zheng could see that the man took good care of the woman. After Mr. Zheng sold the house, he moved to the new house. But he had a rice shop near the old house. Occasionally, he went to the rice shop to take care of the business. And sometimes, he could hear the movement in the old house. A few months later, the sound of a baby crying was heard in the old house. Mr. Zheng thought that the lady must have given birth. The crying continued intermittently for 5 or 6 months. And then he never heard it again. Just when Mr. Zheng thought that the family had moved away, he accidentally ran into the woman going out with a bulging belly. The woman wore a veil. But he still recognized her. The woman did not notice him and passed by his rice shop with a maid. The child must have died, Mr. Zheng said regretfully. A few days later, the cry of a baby was heard again in the old house. Mr. Zheng was very puzzled at the time. He was the father of 6 children and was quite familiar with the belly of a pregnant woman. In his opinion, the woman's belly would never exceed 7 months. But she actually gave birth? Premature birth? Yan Jiuchao asked. Mr. Zheng nodded. I guess so. The child's cry was very weak. After a heavy rain, no more crying was heard. Maybe he caught a cold and didn't survive. It's not even a full month. What a pity. This can explain why there are 2 urns. One large and one small. Yan Jiuchao's fingers tapped lightly on the table. This information is not of much use to me. If you want to save your son, you have to provide more valuable information. Ah? Mr. Zheng was stunned. Ingshursen said, didn't you hear what my young master said? Can I ask you a question? Who is Mr. Yu to that lady? Mr. Zheng asked. Ingshursen said coldly, this is none of your business. You just need to answer my young master's question. The mine is not a place for people to stay. Those who are exiled there are all death row prisoners. And they will not be punished even if they are beaten to death. If you delay for 1 more day, your son will be in more danger. Then, don't just wait for us to collect the body. I want to. I want to think about it now. Mr. Zheng broke out in a cold sweat, stood up, and paced nervously in the room. He didn't meet that lady very often. Only twice. And the rest was guessed based on the voice he heard. How can he think of more information now? Yan Jiuchao reminded, for example, the people around her. Did she bring her own servants? Or did she hire servants from the local area? I remember. There was indeed one. Master Zheng's mind flashed with inspiration. And he said excitedly, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. I heard it from the wife of the rice shop clerk. A pregnant foreigner fainted at the back door of her house. Her servants carried the girl in. And then the girl stayed in her house. Does this count? When did it happen? Yan Jiuchao asked. It happened not long after her second child passed away. Master Zheng said. Inglu whispered to Yan Jiuchao. Master, could that pregnant woman be the young master's biological mother? Yan Jiuchao tightened his fingers. What does that foreigner look like? Mr. Zheng said. I haven't seen her. But I heard from my clerk's wife that the foreigner was in a very miserable state. As if she had begged all the way here. The lady was really kind. And even took in a beggar. Kind? I'm afraid she has other intentions. When Inglu thought that the young masters might have lived a life of wandering and begging with their biological mother in their mother's womb. He felt a little uncomfortable. You haven't seen what she looks like. So it's useless to say it? Ing Shursan rolled his eyes. Mr. Zheng scratched his head. Yin Jiocha said again. How long has that foreigner lived here? Not sure. The rice shop was opened at the back door of the old house. But most of the time, people in the house went in and out through the front door. Who lives in your old house now? Yin Jiocha asked. No one. 2 years ago. The lady moved out, and the house has been empty ever since, said Mr. Zheng. Yin Jiocha paused and said, Let's go to the old house and have a look. That night, a group of people led by Mr. Zheng went to the old house. The door of the old house was locked. Ing Shursan easily pried open the copper lock. Mr. Zheng was terrified, fearing that someone would find out and report to the authorities. Go in, Ing Shursan shouted. Mr. Zheng went into the house with his head held high and pointed to a row of side rooms and said, This is the main house. This is the warm room. This is the study. And that is the kitchen. Yin Jiocha winked at Ing Lu and the others. And the two began to search the house. Master, there is a secret compartment under the bed in the side room. This is what I found in the secret compartment. Ing Lu walked over holding a small gray box. Yin Jiocha, open it. Ing Lu squatted down, put the small box on the ground, and unscrewed the copper lock with his bare hands. In the box were some women's clothes. Looking at the tattered clothes, they definitely didn't look like what Yen Ryu would wear. It belongs to that girl. Ing Lu's eyes lit up, and he turned over the clothes. At the bottom, there was a scroll. Yin Jiocha personally took the scroll, untied the ribbon, and slowly spread it out, revealing the person in the portrait. Chapter 199 The Woman That Night. I have something important to talk to you about. In the bamboo forest, Yin Ryu looked at Su Xiao and said, I suspect that young Master Yin is suspicious of me. Su Xiao frowned and said subconsciously, What did you do? Yin Ryu hesitated, turned around and looked into the quiet depths of the bamboo forest. Why do you need me to do anything? The truth cannot be hidden. You know this better than me. Right? Su Xiao pondered for a moment. Su Zhou arranged it very cleanly. He couldn't find anything. How could you think he suspected you? Yin Ryu sighed. I can't say. I've just been feeling uneasy recently, and I'm a little worried. Did you forget to take your medicine again? Su Xiao frowned and looked at her. Yin Ryu's eyes turned cold. I'm not sick. Su Xiao slowed down his tone. You have a deficiency of qi and blood. You need to take care of it carefully. Yin Ryu turned her face away indifferently, as if she didn't take this advice to heart. What does Yin Jiocha suspect you of? Not the child's biological mother. Or do you think you have concealed some past? Yin Ryu shook her head. He didn't tell me anything. I guessed it myself. He has not been in the capital recently. Do you think he will go to investigate what happened in the past? Su Xiao said, The death anniversary of Prince Yin is coming soon. He just went to the Imperial Mausoleum to sweep the grave of Prince Yin. Don't think too much. Yin Jiocha left the capital. Indeed, in the name of sweeping the grave. The Imperial Mausoleum and Gongcheng are in the same direction. Yin Ryu looked at Su Xiao and said, Aren't you worried that he went to Gongcheng to hide his tracks? Shuzhou was cleaned up by you. But what about Gongcheng? What about the house? Su Xiao said, No one knows that you have been to Gongcheng. And no one will connect Gongcheng with the whole thing. Yin Ryu wanted to say something, but Su Xiao raised his hand. Okay. This matter ends here. You can rest assured to be the birth mother of the young master. I will take care of other things for you. Yin Ryu returned to the mansion. She did not go to eat, but sat in the study and drew a portrait. Kai-Chin stood quietly by her side, grinding ink for her. Yin Ryu drew several pictures in one breath. Almost every one of them was the same. Kai-Chin usually didn't talk much, but now she couldn't help but speak. Miss, why is there no face? The painting showed the back of a naked woman standing in a bathtub, surrounded by mist. The woman's face was half turned sideways, but the outline of her cheeks and facial features were empty. Only her black hair fell down, covering half of her beautiful back. And at the lower right of the beautiful back, near the holy vortex, there was a small blue birthmark, half exposed and half hidden in the black hair. Is this the lady? So beautiful, Kai-Chin said sincerely. Yin Ryu laughed at herself. It's not me. Kai-Chin exclaimed in surprise. Who could it be? Then she looked at the empty face and asked, Why is there no face painted? Yin Ryu only answered her second question, because it's not her face. Covered with red spots and black as mud and stone. She once thought that the woman was born like that. Until one day, she accidentally saw her beauty coming out of the bath. Although it was only a back view, it was breathtakingly beautiful. She had never known that a person's skin could be so good, as delicate as white porcelain, and like top-grade jade. How could such a beautiful woman have such a disgusting, ugly face? Kai-Chin didn't understand Yin Ryu's words. She wanted to ask, but was worried that she would offend her master. After Yin Ryu drew the last stroke, she put down the brush and said, I also want to see what she looks like. Unfortunately, she was taken away not long after. After that, she gave birth to a child. And then? What happened after that? Kai-Chin pricked up her ears. Yin Ryu didn't say anything more, stroking the beautiful back in the painting and said, prepare the car. I'm going to the young master's house to visit the young master. Kai-Chin said, Miss. The young master was sent to the Shao mansion. Have you forgotten? Yin Ryu's hand paused, and said in a daze, yes. I forgot. Young master. Who is in the painting? Is it the young master's biological mother? What does she look like? Why don't you show it to me? Lu muttered dissatisfiedly. They have returned to the inn. On Mr. Zheng's side, the young master sent several assassins to rescue Mr. Zheng's son. Since they were willing to help, it means that this trip was rewarding. So he guessed that the scroll must be a portrait of the young master's biological mother. But he didn't understand why the young master didn't show it to them. Could it be that the young master's biological mother was too ugly to be seen? Of course not too ugly to be seen, but too exposed to be seen. Yin Jiocha closed his eyes, suppressed the evil fire in his lower abdomen, and said, there is no face in the painting. But there is something else. Yin Jiocha asked Lu to prepare ink, picked up the pen and drew half of the birthmark on the paper, and the other half was covered by the black hair. He always felt that the birthmark was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Lu and Yingshisen came over. Lu looked at it for a while and felt familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Instead, Shisen spoke solemnly, young master, how come this is so similar to the totem on Binu? After he said this, Yin Jiocha's eyes moved slightly, and he drew the green flame on Binu's body, and then covered half of it with his hand. The half that was exposed was exactly the same as the one in the portrait. Binu was a member of the ghost tribe, and this was the mark of the ghost tribe. If this painting is true, then the woman who spent the night with him, the night was a daughter of the ghost tribe? The reason why the ghost tribe was called the ghost tribe by the people of the Central Plains was because of their mysterious style. They were spread in the world as if they were supernatural. In fact, no one had ever seen them. They were only known to be a small tribe in southern Xinjiang, good at Gushu, because the Gushu was too domineering. They were feared by both the court of southern Xinjiang and the world. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they retired. There is not even a ghost tribe member in southern Xinjiang, let alone in the Central Plains. If the woman that night was really a ghost tribe member, then how did she come to the Central Plains? And what was she doing in the Central Plains? Young master, I remembered a rumor about the ghost tribe in the martial arts world. Lu suddenly said. What rumor? Shisen asked. I didn't talk to you. Lu glared at Shisen and turned to look at Yin Jiochao. Yin Jiochao repeated Shisen's words. What rumors? Lu said, in fact, there are many rumors about the ghost tribe in the world. But there is only one about women. 18 years ago, the king of the ghost tribe got married. But on the wedding day, the bride ran away. Shisen said contemptuously, to be able to marry 18 years ago, she must be quite old. Do you mean that the young master slept with a middle-aged woman 3 years ago? Lu glared at him and said, do you still have a brain? How could I mean this? Then what do you mean? Shisen asked back. Lu said, have you ever thought that maybe she fled to the Central Plains? She has been in the Central Plains for so many years. Hasn't she married? If she gave birth to a daughter, wouldn't she also be half a ghost tribe member? Yin Jiocha's fingertips tapped lightly on the table a few times, revealing a thoughtful look. Madam. The maid stamped her feet, trying to dissuade Shangwan Yin for the 100th time. Let's not go. Okay. What's so good about a broken village? You are the mistress of the Shao mansion. It will be embarrassing if people know that you go to a place like that in the countryside. Shangwan Yin coughed lightly and said, isn't this just to make him happy? I did something wrong, and I should make him happy. He loves to eat stinky tofu, and I bought it for him personally. In this way, he should calm down. He refused to admit that he wanted to eat stinky tofu. The maid put her hands on her hips and said, Madam did something wrong. You shouldn't have put anyone in the master's room. Fortunately, the master didn't touch him. What if he did? If he really gave birth to a bastard? Would Madam be happy? Shang Wanyan sighed. Don't I also want to leave a descendant for the Xiao family? Such a large family property must be inherited by someone. Right? 1, 2, 3. Madam, can't you see? The maid pointed to the little milk bags sitting in a row in front of her. The little baby didn't understand what they were saying. But he was happy as long as he could see Wanwan and the others. They nodded obediently to what the little maid said. The little maid raised her eyebrows and said, Look, the young master is more sensible than the lady. Yes, yes, they are all very sensible. The little babies opened their black eyes wide, sat up straight, and put their hands well, saying that they were really super sensible. The little maid continued to flatter her own lady. Don't let the bastard get away with it. When you marry into the Xiao family, the Xiao family's property is yours. After 100 years, you will belong to the young master. And after 100 years, the young master will belong to the little prince. In short, don't leave a penny to outsiders. Shang Wanyan listened in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, Xiaobao covered his stomach and cried. It's time to poop. Shang Wanyan asked the driver to stop the carriage, and the maid took Xiaobao to the front to relieve herself. Seeing this, Dabao and Erbao also covered their stomachs and wanted to relieve themselves. Triplets are probably like this. They get hungry together, eat together, and poop together. There was no toilet on the road, and the 3 little kids squatted on the roadside to poop. Xiaobao couldn't poop. Dabao and Erbao couldn't poop either. The 3 of them squatted on the ground naked, playing with the dogtail grass in front of them. Although this was a fork in the road, it was deserted, and there were no carriages passing by. The little maid never expected that a carriage would come from the side road at high speed. Although it did not hit them, it ran over a mud pit and splashed mud all over the little milk bag's face. The little maid was immediately angry and shouted at the carriage, Who is so bold? Don't you have eyes when walking? Don't you see that there is a child next to you? The carriage stopped. The little maid shouted, You made my little master like this. You pay for it. What's wrong? Shang Wanyan heard the noise, got off the carriage and walked over here. The little maid took out a handkerchief, squatted down and wiped the little milk bag's faces. Madam, look! The mud is all over the little master's face. It's so dirty. The 3 little milk bags looked at Shang Wanyan innocently. Shang Wanyan picked up the 3 little guys and put their pants on them. Forget it. I didn't mean it. What do you mean it didn't mean it? They almost hit someone. And they didn't even apologize. The little maid said in a loud voice, as if she was deliberately saying it to the other party. A big hand with leather gloves stretched out from the carriage and lifted the curtain on the side. Another hand reached out and pressed his arm. The man with leather gloves understood, put away his murderous aura, and put the curtain back. Then, the carriage left in a dusty manner. The little maid stamped her feet in anger. Run so fast. What kind of person is this? Shang Wanyan also looks at the target when she is arguing with people. There are 2 types of people she usually doesn't get involved with: irrelevant people and people who are too dangerous. The carriage just now gave her the feeling of the latter. Shang Wanyan looked at the direction where the carriage was going away, as if they were also going to Lotus Village. Lotus Village. Yuan was sitting in the room cramming homework for Xiao Tai-Dan. Shopkeeper Cui sent the previous year's elementary school exam papers. The questions were not as complicated as expected. Most of them were recitation and writing. The scope of the questions was 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic. Yuan had inquired that the next elementary school entrance examination would be in June. After passing the exam, you can enter. It is now late March, and there are less than 3 months left. It is quite difficult to memorize 3-character classic and recognize 1,000-character classic in such a short time. Xiao Tai-Dan can no longer go out to play with Jinjin, nor can he go to the ridge of the field to find Shirtu and others. Every day, he is pressed in the room by his sister, reading and copying words. Xiao Tai-Dan is so worried. If you make a mistake in a word, recite it again, Yuan said sternly. Xiao Tai-Dan said, Sister, I'm hungry. Eat after you recite it, Yuan said mercilessly. Little Tai-Dan started to recite with grievance. The sky and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast and boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars are lined up. Winter comes and summer goes. Autumn harvests and winter stores. Yuan was multitasking, listening to her brother reciting while calculating the accounts at hand. She received a reward of 100 taels from the palace, which was enough to pay off the material debts at the construction site and the wages of the craftsmen. The laborers had already received it, and there were still a few skilled workers and masters left. Gold is born in Lishui, and the sun rises in Kumong. It is the jade that comes out of Kumong. Yuan corrected Xiao Tian's mistakes. Xiao Tian was shocked. Wasn't it a matter of settling accounts? How could he hear that he had recited wrong? After that, Xiao Tian deliberately recited a few wrong places, and Yuan found them out one by one. At the same time, Yuan's account was also settled. You made so many mistakes. I think you want to copy them as punishment. Yuan looked at Xiao Tian indifferently. Xiao Tian waved his hands hurriedly. No. 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 I don't want to copy them as punishment. Copy them once. No. Then twice. Ah? When Xiao Tian was about to explode, Xuanzi came to the door in a panic. Ah, one. There was an accident at the construction site. Go and have a look. Xiao Tian stretched his head. Yuan looked at him and said, Don't even think about it. When I come back, you'd better have finished copying twice. Xiao Tian was depressed. Ajay is so bad. So bad. So bad. Yuan followed Xuanzi to the construction site of the factory building. From a distance, she heard Aunt Zhang and a woman swearing at each other. Yuan knew the woman, Miao Nyang, who came from Wujia village. Miao Nyang's husband was a carpenter who worked as a foreman at the Yu family's construction site. Miao Nyang had nothing to do at home, so she asked Yu Feng if she could come and help. Yu Feng thought that someone had to clean up the construction site, so he asked her to come and sweep. Miao Nyang was quite diligent, but her hands and feet were a little dirty. The men had discovered it long ago, but it was hard to say because she was a woman. Besides, there was nothing good for her to take away on the construction site. At most, it was a few leftover steamed buns and steamed buns. Miao Nyang had a baby at home. She was caught by Brother Xuanzi once. She cried and said that the baby was hungry. Brother Xuanzi warned her not to do it again, otherwise he would be rude to her. But Miao Nyang didn't learn her lesson. After lunch today, she went to steal steamed buns again and was caught by Brother Xuanzi again. Brother Xuanzi was angry and wanted to cripple her hand. She bit back and said that Brother Xuanzi wronged her. She relied on the fact that she was a woman, and Brother Xuanzi didn't dare to touch her. But Brother Xuanzi stepped forward and kicked her into the mud pit. Miao Nyang's husband was angry and called several other Jiakan craftsmen who came to the construction site to fight with Brother Xuanzi. Ernia saw that the situation was not right and hurried to persuade them to stop fighting. As a result, he was accidentally injured and his head hit the shovel, cracking a large hole several inches long. Blood was all over the floor, and everyone was terrified. And Zhang heard that her son was in trouble, so she put down her work and rushed to the construction site. When Yuan arrived at the scene, Aunt Zhang was squatting on the ground, covering Ernia's wound with cotton cloth, crying and scolding Miao Nyang. How can you be so evil? You are dirty. Go back to your own village. What are you doing in our village? You? Why are you angry at me? It wasn't us who pushed him. It was him. Miao Nyang pointed at Brother Xuanzi. It was Brother Xuanzi who knocked Ernia down. But Brother Xuanzi didn't see Ernia, and he was also pushed by people from Wujia village. Stop arguing. Yuan glanced at everyone coldly, and Aunt Zhang and Miao Nyang, who were still arguing just now, were silent in an instant. Yuan walked up to Aunt Zhang and Ernia, and looked back at the crowd watching the excitement. You are all standing here. Don't you have to do anything? You won't get paid if you just stand there. Xuanzi pulled his brother's sleeve. Brother, let's go. Brother Xuanzi looked at the craftsmen of Wujia village coldly, and walked to do his own work. Soon, the remaining craftsmen also dispersed. Yuan squatted down. Aunt Zhang, let me take a look. Aunt Zhang tremblingly took away the blood-stained cotton cloth, and asked Yuan, crying, Yuan, Ernie will be okay. He lost a lot of blood. Yuan took out a clean handkerchief from her purse and touched Ernia's skull through the handkerchief. The bones are fine. It's just a flesh wound. I'll take Brother Ernia to sew it up first. So? Aunt Zhang was stunned. Yuan nodded. Ernia's wound was much longer than Yusan's last wound. It would not heal without suturing. Seeing that, Aunt Zhang was still worried. She patiently said, Don't worry, Aunt Zhang. I treated my second brother before. I'm sure. And John had only seen her treat cows. But she didn't know she could treat people. But since she said so, she must be sure. Besides, her son was so seriously injured that she couldn't wait to go to the town to see a doctor. And John asked Ernie to go with Yuan. Yuan cleaned Ernie's wound and prepared needles and thread. Brother Ernie, it may hurt a little later. Bear with it. Ernie blushed and hummed, it's okay. I've suffered all kinds of injuries in the military camp. This is just a little, After one shot, Ernie screamed miserably. Ernie went in vertically and came out lying down. He fainted from the pain. And John, well, I was a little heavy-handed. After all, I used to sew pigs. But I sewed it pretty well. After all, pig skin is so thick. Right? Human skin is much easier to sew. After treating Ernie, Yuan went to the construction site and asked the parties involved and witnesses about the situation. It was basically the same as what Xuanzi said. It was Miao Niang who stole things first. And then Xuanzi taught her a lesson. Then Miao Niang's men called a group of people to fight. Yuan said calmly, I invited you here to do your job well. Not to cause trouble at the construction site. Miao Niang, this is not the first time. My temple is too small to support a big Buddha like you. You don't need to come tomorrow. Miao Niang was shocked. What? You want to fire me? Yuan said calmly, yes. You heard it right. I want to fire you. Miao Niang was not happy, and said with her hands on her waist, call your elder brother. It was your elder brother who invited me. If you want to fire, he should fire. When is it the turn of a little girl to speak? Yuan's eyes turned cold and said, if you make a fuss again, I will fire your men as well. Miao Niang fell silent. And you? Yuan looked at Brother Xuanzi and the craftsman from Wujia village. Since this is your first offense, I will only deduct 10% of your monthly salary this time. If it happens again, pack up and leave. Of course, you can leave now if you want to. You have skills. And the craftsmen in town also have skills. The worst that can happen is that you will have to spend a few more silver coins. Our Yu family doesn't lack this little money. We invited you here because of Grandpa Wu's kindness. Do you really think that saving these few taels of wages will make our Yu family rich? The craftsmen of Wujia village, who had intended to threaten Yuan with collective resignation, all bowed their heads. Yu Feng's wages for them were indeed less than those of the old craftsmen in the town, but higher than those of other villages. Without them, the Yu family could hire better craftsmen, but they could not find better jobs. With this in mind, they would accept it even if they were deducted 10 months' wages. They thought that as long as they stick together, they can threaten this girl. But who would have thought that this girl is so powerful? No worse than a man. Brother Xuanzi, are you okay? After the craftsmen dispersed, Yuan called Brother Xuanzi, who was walking back in silence. Brother Xuanzi turned around and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. No. I know Brother Xuanzi is doing this for my own good. Brother Xuanzi doesn't need to take what he said just now to heart. In the matter of Miao Niang, someone has to come forward to be the villain. Brother Xuanzi is not without the demeanor of a man. He has put down the burden of a man. Yuan handed Brother Xuanzi a small medicine bottle. Here. Brother Xuanzi was stunned at first, then looked at his fist, which was a bloody mess. He smiled. I didn't notice it. He took the medicine bottle. Thank you. You're welcome. Yuan said. Brother Xuanzi looked at her steadily. You look like your mother. Yuan smiled. Yes. Everyone says that. I look like my mother. And my brother looks like my father. It's good to look like your mother. Very beautiful. By the way, Brother Xuanzi walked a few steps, thought of something, and suddenly stopped. It seems that the Zhao family has moved back. Huh? Yuan was stunned. Zhao Heng owed her 300 taels of silver, and he still had the nerve to move back? Brother Xuanzi frowned and said, I just passed by his house and saw a carriage parked in front of his house. And someone was moving luggage. Chapter 200 found her. The Zhao residence, which had been idle for many days, welcomed its residents again. But it was not the Zhao Heng family, but several new outsiders. This was the second time someone moved into Lianhua village after Master Wan. As the poorest village in the surrounding area, only people wanted to move out, and no one was willing to move in. This year, it was a coincidence that one after another, as if by chance, the other party let Xiao Qin cheat when buying a house. The house cost 5 taels of silver. But Xiaochen sold it at a sky-high price of 15 taels. The other party took the silver without saying a word. And Xiaochen was so happy that she almost lost her mind. Is our village's bad luck over? Aunt Bai sighed, while brushing her cloth shoes beside the ancient well. Suihua was washing clothes beside her. Why do you say that? Auntie? Aunt Bai turned her head, glanced at the Zhao family's house and said, see. A carriage? Only rich people in the city can afford a carriage. Not only because the price of horses is expensive, but also because it is very difficult to maintain. So far, only 3 families in their village have had carriages. One is the Ding family who has moved away. One is the Wan family who has lived there for a while and has not come back. And the last is today's strangers. They won't stay long. Aunt Luo was fetching water buckets. These rich people just want to live in a new place. After a few days, they get bored and move away. Isn't Mr. Wan one of them? Oh! Suihua was honest and didn't know how to adapt. She thought everything people said made sense. She asked curiously, what do they do? Hunters? Fur traders. Little Chen grabbed a handful of melon seeds and appeared behind them silently. They were frightened by the eerie sound. Aunt Luo, who was fetching water, almost fell into the well. Aunt Luo calmed down, turned back and glared at her. Can you stop acting like a ghost? Can you walk with a little noise? Little Chen cracked a melon seed. Oh! Yuan also heard about the new residents moving into Lotus Village. But she didn't care. As long as it wasn't the annoying Zhao family. It didn't matter who moved into the village. Of course, even if the Zhao family moved back, she wouldn't be upset. After all, she wasn't the original owner. As long as the Zhao family dared to make trouble, she would have 100 ways to deal with them. Sister, Xiao tied and copied the new words that Yuan had assigned. Actually, there weren't many. There were only 10 big words. And he wrote each one 10 times. A total of 100 times. However, as a beginner, Xiao Taidan wasn't very skilled in holding a pen. So you can imagine how difficult it was to copy. He was so aggrieved that he almost cried. Yuan checked it and circled the good ones with cinnabar, and rewarded 1 candy for each circle. Seeing the few candies in front of him, Xiao Taidan regretted it so much. If he had known that sister was so cunning, he would have copied carefully. The craftsmen were about to finish work. Yuan took the account book and money bag to settle their wages for the past few days. Xiao Taidan hugged her. Sister, you arrange it for me again. Yuan looked at him calmly. Are you sure? Xiao Taidan nodded. Sure. He must earn all the candies in his sister's box. So Yuan assigned him 10 characters. Also 10 times. This time, Xiao Taidan was more serious than before. When Yuan came back after paying him, he took the neat characters and said proudly, Come on. Yuan took up the pen and dipped it in red cinnabar, and began to circle Xiao Taidan's characters. However, this time she circled the bad characters instead of the good ones. Among the 100 characters, 8 were unqualified. Yuan deducted a candy for each one. In the end, Xiao Taidan was left with only 1 candy that he had earned with great difficulty. Little Taidan who can never beat his sister. I really want to die. The water in the water tank is gone. Yuan picked up the shoulder pole to fetch water. Since Yu Shaoqing returned home, she rarely did this kind of rough work. It's not that she didn't want to, but her father was too diligent and finished everything before her. Today, her father went to the back mountain to watch them open up wasteland. She also treated Ernie's wounds, washed a lot of gauze, and used up the remaining half tank of water. When Yuan arrived at the ancient well with a bucket, Suihua and the ants were talking about the new residents. Another hunter has come. Suihua, let Shida's father be smart. Otherwise all the prey will be snatched away by others. Aunt Bai said jokingly. Suihua said seriously, Shida's father is very powerful. Who can beat him in hunting? 10 people can't catch up with him. The villagers don't know whether the hunters are good at hunting, but they are really good at bragging. All the ants laughed. And Sun always said that. And this time she couldn't help teasing Suihua. They are all hunters. Look, they are all riding in carriages. Let Shida's father also work hard and buy a carriage to take you and your mother to the town to show off. Buy it. Just wait and see. It won't take long. Suihua said angrily. Yuan laughed. Shida's mother is really silly and cute. Awan is here. And Zhang found Yuan and waved to her with a smile. Aunt, Yuan walked over and greeted several ants. Ants and Suiwo one by one, and filled all the buckets of several people with water. Otherwise, why do people in the village like Yuan so much? She is diligent and capable. I heard that she entered the palace a few days ago and cooked for the emperor. She didn't say a word when she returned to the village. She was still the same as before, doing things as she should, without any airs. Zhao Heng is really blind, said Aunt Bai. Everyone agreed with him. Isn't he blind? Such a good girl. You can't find another one even with a lantern. By the way, Aunt Zhang cleared her throat. My Ernia hasn't asked for marriage yet. Everyone looked at her. Aunt Bai raised her eyebrows calmly. My Mountain hasn't asked for marriage either. Xuanzi's mother coughed lightly and said, Xuanzi and his brother are the same. The atmosphere froze in an instant. The aunts and aunties who were originally crowded together and talking and laughing paused collectively, and then quickly moved their basins away from each other, pulling a distance of 10,000 miles away. Each of them had a fierce look on their faces, staring at each other with a fierce look. The situation was tense. Yuan didn't know that she had made the aunts and aunties in the village worried about her. She was walking back with a shoulder pull when she passed by Zhao's house. She took a look inside intentionally or unintentionally. She swore that she was not deliberately trying to find out about the new residents. But the horse in his carriage was not tied up, and the horse ran to the front yard of Aunt Zhang's house next door and ate the radish leaves planted by Aunt Zhang. There was no one at Aunt Zhang's house, so Yuan had to temporarily put down the bucket and shoulder pull the horse's reins, and lead the horse back to Zhao's house. The door of Zhao's house was closed. Yuan raised her free hand and was about to knock on the door when she heard the voices of several men talking inside. They didn't speak any dialect that Yuan had heard on weekdays, but somehow Yuan could understand it. An old voice said, Have you found him? The younger man said, No. But I am sure that Binu has been here. The old voice said again, Don't worry about Binu. He is dead anyway. Yuan was confused by this nonsense. Who is Binu? Where has he been? What are they looking for? Who? The old man's vigilant voice sounded. She hasn't knocked on the door yet. And he can find out that she is here? His 5 senses are even more powerful than hers. Yuan didn't eavesdrop on purpose. She had something important to do, so she didn't feel guilty when she was discovered. She said bluntly, I'm from this village. I came to tell you that your horses are not tied up properly, and ran to the next door to eat vegetable leaves. You should tie up the horses. Soon, footsteps were heard from inside, and the door was opened. The one who opened the door was a young man in his 30s. Tall, bronze skin, and strong features. His face was smaller than most men, but his features were deeper and more three-dimensional. He was wearing the clothes of the Central Plains people, but Yuan didn't know whether it was an illusion or something else, and she felt that this dress didn't suit him. When Yuan looked at the man also saw Yuan. When his eyes fell on Yuan's beautiful and refined face, his pupils shrank. Yuan asked strangely, What's wrong with you? Seems to see her? Surprised? The man tried to shake his head calmly. Yuan handed him the reins. Tie the horse tightly. If you continue to eat the food in the village, you will be fined. The man took the reins. Yuan turned around and left with the shoulder pull. It was not until Yuan disappeared at the end of the path that the man rushed back to the house with excitement and said to the old man sitting on the seat, Grandma, I found her. I finally found her. Chapter 201 Little Milk Bag dotes on his mother. The old man called Grandma is not a real female nanny, but a male old man over 60 years old. Grandma is a homophone of a certain title, but to the people in the Central Plains, it means the second son of Grandma. The old man sat cross-legged on the uneven kong like an old monk in meditation, with a wall with several cracks behind him. Away. Are you sure it's her? The old man's throat sounded as if it came from ancient times. Old, distant, and a little mysterious. Away was the man who opened the door and met Yuan before. In addition to him, there were 2 other young men in the room. Away clenched his leather-gloved fists and said firmly, That face is exactly the same as the one in the portrait. Besides, I saw her in the crowd when I was young. I will never make a mistake. A young man with a small scar under his right eye said, It has been 18 years. How could she not have changed at all? This? Awei was stunned and fell into confusion. Another tall young man said, Maybe she used some kind of beauty-preserving technique? The old man said, In any case, keep a close eye on her. No one can refuse the king's marriage. We will take her back to the clan and hand her over to the king in person. And let the king deal with her. Wei said seriously, yes. She will pay a heavy price for her original behavior. In the afternoon, Shang Wanyan entered the village. As Yuan reminded him, Wei moved the carriage to the backyard. Therefore, when Shang Wanyan passed by Zhao's house, she did not notice that the new residents were the people she met on the road. The driver asked about the location of Yuan's house at the entrance of the village, and drove the carriage directly to Yuan's gate. Shang Wanyan got off the carriage. Shang Wanyan was so beautiful and dressed so beautifully that she attracted everyone's attention almost as soon as she appeared. The women were stunned. How could there be such a beautiful person? Not to mention the men. The craftsmen who were about to finish their work on the construction site were all petrified, and their eyes could not blink. It was Miao Nyang's man who was so fascinated that he fell from the 2-meter-high wall. Shang Wanyan was accustomed to the sensation she caused. After all, no matter where she went, it was always such a show. Soon, the 3 little kids also got off the carriage. This time, everyone was shocked again. Are they seeing right? These are triplets? They have lived to this age, and have never heard of any family with triplets. Either they can't give birth, or they can't raise all of them. These 3 little guys are really unique. Shang Wanyan stole the limelight for the first time, and it turned out to be 3 little kids. The little kids had the same buns, the same blue hairpins, the same blue cloth jackets and white pants, and a golden belt around their waists. They looked like 3 noble young masters. So cute. Until everyone saw the tiger head shoes on the feet of the 3 people. Are you sure it's a tiger head? Not a cat head? Why are they so ugly? The 3 people stepped on the ugly shoes and slid into the house, as if they were very familiar with the place. Xiao Taidan was practicing calligraphy. He heard the movement outside the window and opened the window to see. Wow! Little brother. It's you? Xiao Taidan quickly put down his pen and ran out, opening his arms to welcome the little brother, who was also panting towards him. As a result, the little brother ran past him mercilessly. After being tricked by the elder sister, Xiao Taiyan was ignored by the little brother. I couldn't be more upset. Yuan was in the kitchen, pouring water from the bucket into the water tank. Suddenly, she felt 3 chubby little things bumping into her and hugging her thighs. The soft little body and hot little hands made Yuan's heart tremble. Yuan turned her head and saw 3 cute little kids. She couldn't help but curl her lips, turned around, squatted down, and rubbed the little heads of the 3 people. Why are you here? The 3 showed Yuan the little shoes on their feet. Yuan smiled gently. I put them on. Do they fit? The little kids with 3 layers of insoles nodded. The 3 forgot about Shang Wanyan in the main room, and kept rubbing legs, hugging, and kissing. It was only when Yuan heard the movement in the main room that she took the 3 little guys out. Surprisingly, Xiao Taidan even started chatting with Shang Wanyan. I'm not exaggerating. My stinky tofu sells very well, and every morning there are horse-drawn carriages from the city to pick up the goods, all for the nobles to eat. Of course, there is no noble as beautiful as Madame. Shang Wanyan was overjoyed by the praise. Children will not lie. He must be telling the truth. She also felt that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Yuan's face was full of black lines. Who did this little guy take after? No one in her family is so talkative. Madam is the most beautiful? Okay. Wait until my mother comes back, and see if you dare to say that? Little Taidan bowed very gentlemanly. Then, Madam, I'm going to practice calligraphy. I won't disturb you. Yuan pinched her fingers. She really wanted to pick up this little thing and beat him up. Shang Wanyan took the children out, so of course she had to prepare some candies. Little Taidan was so sweet. Shang Wanyan was happy and stuffed him with a handful of exquisite and delicious candies. Finally, little Taidan earned candies and went back to practice calligraphy contentedly. Shang Wanyan was followed by a little maid. Yuan passed by her once in Jingzhou Prefecture. She had a baby face and was always fierce, but her facial features were delicate, and she didn't look scary at all. The little maid raised her chin and said, My master wants to eat your stinky tofu. Hurry up and bring out 2 jars of stinky tofu. We will buy some back. Shang Wanyan hesitated. Yuan glanced at Shang Wanyan and said with a smile, I don't know if the stinky tofu has been marinated for the past 2 days. Do you want to taste it first and buy it back when you are satisfied? Ah? This? The maidservant didn't want to taste it. Shang Wanyan coughed lightly and said seriously, "You are right. We must try it. What if you sell us the bad ones?" The maidservant thought about it and nodded seriously. "Well, fry a plate of stinky tofu each." Yuan went to fry stinky tofu with a smile. Yuan fried 3 plates in total. 1 plate of white stinky tofu, without stuffing, original flavor, and 2 plates of black stinky tofu, with fermented bean curd sauce and cold radish cubes respectively. The radish cubes in her house are spicy with sweetness. Very refreshing and refreshing. Shang Wanyan couldn't finish it in a short time. Yuan thought that the wild pepper and fruits in the back mountain were ripe. So she picked some for Shang Wanyan to take back. Country people don't have much to show off. And only these wild game can let city people taste it. "Princess, eat slowly. I'll go to the back mountain and come back soon," Yuan said, picked up the shovel and backpack, and went to the back door. The 3 little kids followed her. "Young master, the back mountain is dangerous. You can't go." The little maid held the little kids. The little kids looked at Yuan aggrievedly. Tears seemed to come out. Yuan's heart was so soft that she said to the little maid, "I'm not going to the back mountain far away. I don't have to go over that small hill. Look, it's over there." The little maid stood in the small bamboo forest in the backyard and looked in the direction of Yuan's finger. It was indeed not far away. And recently there were more people going up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots and pick wild amaranth. And a path had been opened. But the little maid was still a little worried. She wanted to go with them. But she had to stay with the lady. After thinking about it, she compromised and said, "Then I'll watch you here. You are not allowed to go out of my sight." "Okay." Yuan smiled and nodded. Although the little maid was fierce, she was loyal to her master. In fact, Yuan didn't want to go to a deeper place. But since she had a child with her, she would just walk around the foot of the mountain. Seeing that Yuan had a backpack, the little milk bag also wanted a small basket. Since there was no basket, Yuan found a few pieces of clean cotton cloth, crossed them, and tied them around the necks of the 3 people to make a simple small bag. The little milk bag was very happy to get the bag, and jumped and followed Yuan to the back mountain. The few people had never been to the mountains before, and they were full of curiosity about everything. When they saw flowers and plants on the roadside, they always picked some to show Yuan. Yuan would tell them that this was dogtail grass. This was stick grass. This was violet gentian. This was plantain. The most picked by Xiao Nibao was saw grass, which was a kind of umbrella-shaped tender green wild grass, also called piglet. Its young shoots can be used as a dish, but it is said that pigs will get sick if they eat it. So it got this name. I don't know if it was because he was interested in this name. Xiao Nibao picked it tirelessly, and asked Yuan to say it after picking it. Yuan shouted piglet all the way. The 4 of them soon arrived at a place where wild peppers grew. This wild pepper was different from any pepper Yuan had eaten in her previous life. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the chili pepper in her previous life. It was pointed and long, but not red. Yuan thought it was because it was not mature at first. But after observing it for a while, she found that they were green no matter how they grew. But the taste was still spicier than the chili pepper. Seeing her picking, the little milk bag also reached out to pick. Yuan hurriedly stopped them. "This is a pepper. Very spicy. Don't pick it." The little milk bag understood, and stopped picking it obediently, squatting on the ground to play with the flowers. Suddenly, a small frog the size of a fingernail jumped out from the wild flowers. The 3 of them had never seen such a thing that could jump. So they turned around and ran, and threw themselves into Yuan's arms. Yuan's first reaction was that there was a snake. When she walked over to take a look, she almost laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. It was a frog that had just transformed from a tadpole. It was small, and the size of a broad bean. I didn't expect it to scare the 3 little guys like this. The 3 big demons who were fearless and murderous in their previous lives were actually scared by a small frog. They hid in Yuan's arms, and refused to come out for a long time. Yuan gave up picking wild peppers for the time being and took them to pick nearby lantern fruits. The lantern fruits were ripe now, and some even fell into the mud and rotted. Yuan felt it was a pity. Yuan picked 3 big and red lantern fruits and fed them to the little milk bags. They had been soured once before, so they instinctively resisted. But because it was Yuan who fed them, they still ate them bravely. As a result, they found that the taste was different from the last time. Sweet, so delicious. The little milk bags made excited humming sounds. Yuan picked a few more for them. The little milk bags learned and started to pick them by themselves. Seeing that they had forgotten the shadow of the little frog, Yuan smiled knowingly and walked aside to pick wild peppers. When Yuan finished picking wild peppers, their little pockets were all heavy. However, Yuan noticed that except for the few she fed them at the beginning, they didn't eat any of the ones they picked themselves. Did they just pick them for fun? Back in the backyard, Yuan brought 3 basins of water for them to wash the fruits. She wanted to put them in one basin, but they insisted on washing their own fruits and refused to mix them with others' fruits. After washing, the 3 of them brought the wild fruits to Yuan. Yuan was stunned. It turned out that they didn't want to eat them, but they were holding back to leave them for her to eat. Yuan's heart felt warm and hot. I will only eat one. The little kids put the wild fruits in their hands back into the basin, turned them over and over, and each picked the largest one and fed it to Yuan's mouth. Shang Wanyan came over at some point. I want to eat one too. The little kids turned them over and over in the basin, and each picked the smallest one and handed it to Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan ate so much stinky tofu that she was full. She touched her round belly and said, I want both kinds of stinky tofu. 2 jars of each. Xingju, pay. The maid lowered her head to take out the money. Yuan said, no need. These are for you. She helped her out of such a big dilemma in the palace. Even if it was Yan Jiuchao who asked her to do it, Yuan couldn't help but accept her kindness. What's more, she is Yan Jiuchao's biological mother. That won't work. Shang Wanyan, never eat other people's food for free. How is this the same? I haven't thanked the princess for the last incident. I feel bad if the princess doesn't accept it. One wanted to give. The other didn't want to take. The 2 argued for a long time. The little maid held the purse, and it was not right to give or not give. The little girl came over, tiptoed, grabbed her purse, took it, and put it in Yuan's hand. Shang Wanyan, who was hit hard again. Too much elbow out. Seeing that it was getting late, Shang Wanyan should also leave for Beijing. Although with her status, she didn't worry about the closure of the city gate. But today she secretly left the house without a guard, and it might be unsafe to walk at night. But no one expected that the sky suddenly became gloomy, and dark clouds gathered above the head, as if a rainstorm was about to come at any time. From Lianhua village to the capital, it is not far, but it is not close. If you leave at this time, you are likely to catch up with this rainstorm, which will be troublesome. Princess, why don't you stay tonight? The maid snorted. It's nice to say. You want our wife to stay. Where will she live? Live in your house? It's so shabby. It's too unfair for my wife. Click. Half a minute later, Yuan pried open the back door of the house next door. The storm is coming, and all the people in the village have retreated to their own houses. They pray that the rainstorm will not be too heavy. They have already experienced a terrible earthquake and can't withstand other natural disasters. The only excited one is probably the Zhao family. In the main house of the Zhao family, 4 people sat around a table. Lightning and thunder began outside the house, but the 4 people's eyes flashed with excitement and pleasure that could not be hidden. Thunder and lightning can better conceal their movements. Tonight is the perfect time to take action. Wei volunteered. Grandma, let me go. I promised to catch her. The old man shook his head. She is not so easy to catch. Otherwise she would not have escaped from the eyes of so many masters. Then let's go together, Wei said. The old man shook his head again. It's easy to alert the enemy. You can beat her, but you may not be able to catch her. What if she doesn't want to fight with you and runs away? That woman is very cunning. The 3 of them were silent. A light suddenly flashed in Wei's mind. Grandma, use this. The old man looked at Wei. Wei stood up and took out a translucent jade box from his bag. A mosquito-sized object could be vaguely seen inside. The old man paused. Is this the king of 100 poisons? Wei nodded. Yes. It is the king of 100 poisons. I will poison her. Once she is poisoned, she will not be able to escape from our grasp. The king of 100 poisons is made by putting 100 kinds of poisons in a jar. For 49 days, they are not fed. They can only eat away their opponents. The one who survives is the king of 100 poisons. Even their king dare not try this king of poisons easily. It is just a runaway bride. There is nothing to be afraid of. The old man thought it was feasible. Go. Remember to be careful. Wei's qigong is very good. He did not make any noise when he flashed into the Yu family. He observed Yuan during the day and knew that she lived in the west room. He flashed into the house. On the soft bed, Yuan and Xiao Taiden slept soundly. Wei put on silver gloves, opened the jade box, and whispered to the King of 100 Gu in a pious voice, "Go, powerful King of 100 Gu." The King of 100 Gu did not move. "Huh?" Wei blinked and said more piously, "Go, powerful and sacred King of 100 Gu." The King of 100 Gu still did not move. "Go, powerful, sacred and fearless King of 100 Gu. Go, powerful, sacred, fearless and invincible King of 100 Gu. Go, hack you." Wei impatiently grabbed the Gu worm in the box and threw it on Yuan. Chapter 202 Mother-Son Warmth. The King of all Gu had developed a ferocious habit in Wengzhong. It would devour everything that could be devoured, such as poisons and flesh and blood. This is why Wei had to wear a pair of wire gloves that could isolate the Gu worms. Yuan had nothing on her body that could resist the King of Gu. She was finished, Wei thought proudly. However, what surprised Wei was that even if the Gu worm was thrown on the other party, it still did not move. Didn't the King of Gu wake up? Isn't the King of Gu hungry? You are the King of all Gu who can bite people to death with your eyes closed. Is staying still only surprised Wei. Then the next discovery frightened Wei. What is the King of 100 Poisons doing? He is trembling on a woman's body. How could this happen? Did he take the wrong poison? Impossible. He could never make a mistake with the poison he trained. Although he didn't know what was going on, Wei had his own way. He took out the fire starter. The King of 100 Poisons was afraid of fire. As long as he used fire to drive it, he could stimulate the more powerful and terrifying ferocity in its body. But Wei didn't expect that when he used the fire starter to force the King of 100 Poisons to bite Yuan, the King of 100 Poisons actually froze and died. Is this dead? Wei quickly took off his gloves and pinched the King of 100 Poisons. But the King of 100 Poisons suddenly opened his mouth and bit his hand. Wei! Yuan had a long dream. All heavy rain. Cold and dark in the dream. In the heavy rain, she seemed to have given up something more important than life. She felt a sudden pain in her heart and woke up from the nightmare. The moment she woke up, she forgot everything except her heart beating violently. She could vaguely guess that what she had just had was not a beautiful dream. The thunder had stopped, and the heavy rain fell down. The rain was heavy. Yuan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and looked at the little Taiden beside her. Little Taiden slept soundly and didn't know it was raining outside. Raindrops slid in from the gap of the eaves and dripped on the ground inside the house. Yuan went to the backyard to get a basin to catch the rain, but inadvertently heard the movement next door. After Yuan put the basin back in the house to catch the rain, she put on her raincoat, went out the back door, and came to the back door next door. The rain was so heavy that it drowned out her knocking. So she simply pried off the bolt. She walked quickly into the yard. The three little kids started to make a scene in the house, crying loudly. Shang Wanyan couldn't stop them no matter how hard she tried. And the little maid was even more helpless. The two of them were so anxious. But they had no way to deal with the three children. What happened? Yuan entered the bedroom. The two of them were really anxious. Seeing her suddenly appear here, they forgot to ask her how she got in. Come and take a look. I don't know what happened. I was sleeping well in the middle of the night, and suddenly I started crying loudly. Shang Wanyan rarely spent time with the children, mostly during the day, so she didn't expect such a situation to happen suddenly. She was almost in a panic. The three children seemed to be extremely frightened, crying breathlessly, their eyes full of fear. Yuan walked over, sat down beside the bed, hugged them in her arms, and gently stroked their little backs. Did you have a nightmare? Or do you miss your daddy? Her movements were gentle, and her voice was extremely gentle. The crying little milk bags felt the comfortable temperature and heartbeat in her arms, and their crying gradually weakened and turned into soft sobs. If Shang Wanyan hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she probably wouldn't believe that the three children, who even her grandmother couldn't handle, were so obedient in the arms of this strange woman. The rain was heavy, and Yuan spoke softly. The little milk bags didn't even sob, moved their little bodies, squeezed in her arms, and grabbed her clothes with their little hands, with their eyes wide open. It's just raining. Don't be afraid, Yuan said softly. Yuan was distressed by their appearance. She cried so hard that her clothes were all wet. Yuan looked at Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan understood and got up to get clothes. There were several sets of clothes in the carriage, and there were some in this house. Of course, she just found out that her son had secretly bought a house in the countryside. Husband, the little maid said. Hush. Shang made a gesture to her to keep quiet. She realized that the children were scared and anyone's voice would bring them great fright. Except Yuan's. The little maid shut up obediently. Shang Wanyan took the clothes quietly, and the little maid went to the kitchen to boil hot water. Yuan wiped the three people's bodies, changed them into dry pajamas, and stuffed the three people back into the quilt. The three looked at her with wide eyes. Yuan held the three people's hands together and said, I won't leave. Go to sleep. After such a commotion, the three people were really tired. Their eyelids sank and closed. But soon, they forced themselves to open them again. Seeing Yuan was still there, they closed their eyes with peace of mind. Yuan looked at them lovingly, as if she was looking at the most important treasure in her life. This scene was so warm that people couldn't bear to disturb it. Shang Wanyan walked out silently, and gently closed the door for the big and small three. On a stormy night, the three little kids were quiet, but the Yin mansion was completely out of control. Yin Ryu didn't know what medicine she took wrong. In the middle of the night, she suddenly lifted the quilt and walked down to the ground, and began to throw things desperately in the room. The one on duty today was not Kai Qin, but a second-class maid named Kaiju. Kaiju asked Yin Ryu with horror what happened, but she was answered by a cold jade porcelain bottle, and Kaiju was knocked unconscious on the spot. After fainting, she let out a shrill scream, which woke up all the servants in the yard. Kaiju! Kai Qin didn't even bother to put on her coat, stepped on the mess on the ground, touched Kaiju's nose, and found that she was still breathing. So she dragged her aside. As soon as she dragged her away, a huge jade artifact fell heavily on the place where Kaiju was lying just now. If Kai Qin was a step later, Kaiju's head would have been split open. Oh! What happened? Mother Lin also came over. Kai Qin looked at Yin Ryu and said fearfully, No. I don't know. Miss knocked Kaiju unconscious. Mother Lin looked at Yin Ryu with a complicated expression. Yin Ryu was wearing a plain white nightgown, with long hair loose, fierce eyes, pale face, and at first glance, the whole person was sinister and indescribably terrifying. Mother Lin's eyes flashed, and she said to Kai Qin, Why don't you let the young lady stop? Ah? Kai Qin was stunned. How can I stop? The young lady looks like she wants to eat people. Go! Mother Lin shouted. Kai Qin didn't dare to disobey, so she put down her beads and mustered up her courage to approach Yin Ryu. Miss, please stop throwing things. If you have any anger, come to me. As she spoke, she reached out her hand, ready to hug Yin Ryu. But before she could touch her, Yin Ryu slapped her in the face, making Kai Qin dizzy and dizzy. More and more servants were awakened and gathered at the door. Mother Lin blocked the door. What are you looking at? Go back to your room. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Although the servants were extremely curious, they didn't dare to disobey Mother Lin's order and went back to their rooms in confusion. On the other side, Kai Qin was grabbed by Yin Ryu, who slapped her in the face several times, making Kai Qin's face swollen. Miss, spare me. Miss, spare me. Kai Qin burst into tears. She really didn't understand how she had offended the young lady, who beat her without saying a word, almost beating her to death. Mother Lin, save me. Kai Qin's cry for help brought Mother Lin back to her senses. Mother Lin closed the door, took a few steps forward, grabbed Yin Ryu's wrist, and was about to separate her from Kai Qin. Yin Ryu was a spoiled young lady. She was not very strong on weekdays, but now she was not much. It seemed that she had used all her strength in her life. Mother Lin not only failed to pull her away, but was kicked to the ground by Yin Ryu. Ouch! Mother Lin fell on her back. Kai Qin took advantage of Yin Ryu's distraction, decisively broke free from the confinement, opened the door and escaped. It was raining heavily. She fled to Madame Yan's yard and banged on the door with her fists, saying, Madam, wake up! Miss is in trouble. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? You are crying? The gatekeeper opened the door with a curse. Just as she was about to see who was so bold, she was pushed open by Kai Qin. Kai Qin ran to Madame Yan's main room. Madam, Miss is in trouble. Madame Yan sat up. Who? Kai Qin cried. It's me. Kai Qin. Miss is in trouble. Go and see her. Yin Ryu is now Madame Yan's lifeblood. When she heard that she was in trouble, Madame Yin even put on her shoes backwards and went to Yin Ryu's yard with Kai Qin in the rain. Yin Ryu rode on Mother Lin and pinched Mother Lin's neck with both hands. Mother Lin couldn't breathe and her face turned purple. Madame Yin was stunned by the scene before her. How could her gentle and virtuous daughter ride on a servant like a madman, and even look like she was going to strangle the servant to death? Madame Yin walked into the house with a pale face. Let go of Madame Lin. Yin Ryu ignored her. Madame Yin said to the maids and servants behind her, "What are you still standing there for? Pull the young lady away." Several strong maids and servants used all their strength to hold Yin Ryu and pulled her away from Madame Lin. "Let me go! Let me go! Believe it or not, I will kill you!" Yin Ryu struggled and roared, her expression ferocious like a beast. Madame Yin was frightened by her appearance. What's wrong with you?" Yin Ryu, who was fierce and mad a second ago, suddenly had red eyes and cried aggrievedly, "Woo, you all bullied me, you all bullied me. Who bullied you? Who bullied you?" Madame Yin walked over distressfully and held her daughter's face. Seeing that Yin Ryu was no longer crazy, the maids relaxed their strength. But the next second, Yin Ryu pushed them away, walked to the sword rack, and pulled out the sword on the rack. The sword light flashed, and the murderous horror was overwhelming. Yin Ryu swung the sword and chopped wildly in the room. The maids and old women were in a mess. No matter how strong they were still flesh and blood. How could they withstand such a chopping? Mrs. Yin was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, but her foot tripped and she fell to the ground. Yin Ryu walked towards her with a sword in her hand and a scary look in her eyes. Mrs. Yin finally panicked. It's me. I'm your mother." Yin Ryu pointed the sword at her. Madame Yin's face turned pale. What are you going to do? Wake up! I'm your mother." Yin Ryu was like a demon and didn't listen to a word. After forcing Madame Yin into a corner and leaving her no place to retreat, she raised the sword in her hand and slashed at Madame Yin fiercely. "Ah!" Madame Yin screamed, but the pain she imagined did not come. She heard a muffled sound and looked up and saw Yin Xie had come with her at some point. Yin Xie was holding a stick in his hand, and it was this stick that suffocated Yin Ryu, who was almost making a big mistake. Madame Yin forgot the pain after her wound healed, and rushed over to hug her unconscious daughter in her arms. Yin Xie impatiently pulled her up. "She almost killed you, and you still care about her. She's your sister?" Madame Yin said sternly. "The sister who almost killed my mother," Yin Xie said coldly. Madame Yin was speechless. Yin Xie threw the stick on the ground. "I told you that something was wrong with her, but you didn't believe me and kept blaming me. Now you see what kind of person she is." Thinking of what happened tonight, Yin Xie felt scared. If Yin Ryu hadn't forced him to not live in his own yard and move to his mother's yard, he wouldn't have heard the noise from Kai Qin and his mother. If he had been a step later, this crazy woman would have killed his mother. What happened? Yin Songming appeared at the door with a gloomy face. He stayed in his aunt's yard tonight. A servant who went to the toilet in the middle of the night heard the noise and reported it to him. But he was too late and everything was over. Madame Yin opened her mouth and tried to evade the main point. But Yin Xie did not give her a chance and told her everything about Yin Ryu swinging a sword and slashing people. "Is everything you said true?" Yin Songming looked at his unconscious daughter on the ground in disbelief. Yin Xie pointed his finger and said, "I swear to heaven, if I dare to tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." He usually likes to exaggerate, but does he need to add to this matter tonight? "Where is Madame Lin?" Yin Songming asked. "Among the servants around Yin Ryu. Only Madame Lin has been with her all the time. Kai Qin, Lizzie and others were called after returning to Beijing this time." Kai Qin called Madame Lin over. Madame Lin bowed her head and bowed. "Master." "Madam." "Young master." Yin Xie rolled his eyes. Madame Yin glanced at Yin Songming beside her and asked Madame Lin, "Miss?" Yin Songming interrupted his wife. "I'm here to ask Mrs. Lin. Sir, help your mother back to her room to rest." "Yes." Yin Xie was eager to help his mother back. His mother favored his sister the most. If she was there, she would be soft-hearted and put down her father's eyes. Who knows if she would pick it up again and then put it down gently. Yin Songming said to Kai Qin, "Lift the young lady to the bed and find a few people to watch her." "Yes." Kai Qin agreed. Yin Songming took Mother Lin to the study and said coldly, "You better tell me everything about what you has been through in the past few years." If I find out that you are lying, I will pull out your tongue. It was dawn. The rain stopped. The sky was clear, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and flowers. The little milk bag slept until he was full, and woke up one after another in Yuan's arms. The three of them opened their black eyes wide, looking at each other, and tacitly did not wake Yuan up. The three of them were very satisfied. Their eyes turned back and forth, as if they were rolling back and forth on the bed. The three of them were excited for a while, and seeing that Yuan was still awake, they secretly kissed Yuan on the face. Yuan woke up early, so she wanted to tease the three little guys. But unexpectedly, the three of them were bold and dared to take advantage of her. Yuan opened her eyes with a smile. "Aya!" The little kid was caught on the spot, and he covered his face in shame. Yuan laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Shang Wenyin and the little maid had been tossing and turning for half the night, and they didn't rest until Yuan and the children fell asleep. Now they were asleep, so Yuan didn't wake them up. She opened the cabinet, took out 3 sets of clothes for the little kid to change into, and took them to wash up, and then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. There was breakfast in the kitchen at home that her father had heated in the pot, but it was only enough for her and her mother Xiao Taidan. Yuan brought the ingredients over, boiled a pot of sweet potato porridge, steamed a basket of pig buns, and washed 2 plates of wild vegetables. She planned to fry the wild vegetables after Shang Wenyin and the little maid woke up. The little kids sat obediently on their little chairs, waiting for the pig buns made by Wan herself. "The pig buns are here. You eat first. I'll go get 3 bowls of sweet potato porridge," Yuan said, and went to the kitchen to get the porridge. The pig buns made by Wan must be delicious. The little kids grabbed the pig buns with full expectation, opened their little mouths, and took a big bite. The 3 little kids were intoxicated and stunned. Their little bodies froze. After 3 seconds, the 3 of them fell off the chairs with a thud, sticking out their tongues and rolling their eyes. It's too unpalatable. Chapter 203 Parents' Hearts. The sky cleared up, and Shang Wenyin woke up. She asked the maid to clean up and prepare to take the little ones back to Xiao Mansion. She cleverly did not eat the pig buns made by Yuan, and insisted that Yuan fry a plate of stinky tofu. Although the little milk buns ate something unpalatable and their heads were drooping, it was not completely without benefits. For example, their constipation for 3 days was finally unblocked. "Okay, don't see me off. I'm leaving." Shang Wenyin got on the carriage. Yuan moved a basket of wild pepper, 2 jars of stinky tofu, and a jar of sour bamboo shoots to the carriage, and said to Shang Wenyin, "Princess, take care." The little milk buns looked at Yuan reluctantly. Yuan pinched the little faces of the 3 people, and said with a gentle smile, "I will visit you when I have time." The little milk buns looked at Shang Wenyin in unison. Shang Wenyin said jealously, "They are in the Xiao Mansion. You can come anytime." Little Milk Bag was happy. Yuan curled her lips and watched the carriage leave. Compared with concubine Su, who kept saying that she was not worthy of her son, Shang Wenyin was much cuter. Lotus Village was so small, and the news of Shang Wenyan's stay spread quickly in the village. Since she lived in Master Wan's house, she must be a member of the Wan family. Several aunts and aunties couldn't help their curiosity and found out about Yuan. Yuan didn't say much, just said that she was Master Wan's mother. Master Wan has a mother. Aunt Bai looked stunned. Yuan's mouth twitched. "Do you think he is a child without a mother?" Shang Wenyan's identity was exposed, and the little milk bag couldn't cover it. "She has a child." Aunt Bai continued to look stunned. "Speaking of this young Master Wan, he is very capable, well-educated, good-looking, and kind-hearted. The aunts and wives secretly miss him a lot, saying that if such a good boy could be their son-in-law, they would be very happy. But since he even has a child, he must have been married." The aunts and wives went back to the house with a broken heart. However, although young Master Wan has a child, Alwan does not. You can't let young Master Wan be a son-in-law, but you can marry Alwan home as a daughter-in-law. The broken-hearted aunts and wives are full of energy again. In the Yin mansion, Yin Ryu slowly opened her eyes, and a dazzling light fell on her face through the gauze curtain. She subconsciously closed her eyes and blocked it with her hands. "Miss, are you awake?" A maid lifted the curtain and hung it on the hook on one side. Yin Ryu was dizzy for a while. Then she looked at her in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" The maid bowed and replied, I am Quebec. Who asked you to come? Where are Kai-chin and Kai-yu? Yin Ryu didn't remember having such a maid in her yard. Shike said. To answer the young lady. Sister Kai-chin and Sister Kaiju have caught a cold. So it is inconvenient for them to serve in the yard these days. The master asked me to come and serve the young lady. Yin Ryu frowned strangely. Where is Madame Lin? Shike lowered her eyes and said. Mother Lin has asked for leave. Overnight. People around her fell ill or asked for leave. Who would believe that there was no trick? Where is my father? I want to see him. Yin Ryu said coldly. Shike said. The master has gone to court. Yin Ryu lay back on the bed. Then wait for my father to come back and tell me. Shike hesitated to speak. At this time, a maid came to the door and said without looking away, the things are packed. Please go on the road. Young lady. Where to go? Yin Ryu frowned. She didn't remember any travel arrangements today, but there was a coming-of-age ceremony for the daughter of a minister tomorrow, and she was invited to attend the ceremony. The maid glanced at Shike. Shike calmed down and said, the master wants the young lady to live in a nunnery for a while. Yin Ryu suspected that she had heard it wrong. What did this maid say? Her father wanted to send her to a nunnery? For what? To copy scriptures and chant Buddha's name? For whom? Shike said. Young lady. I will help you wash up. Breakfast is ready. After dinner, someone will come to take you to the nunnery. I won't go. Yin Ryu said coldly. In aristocratic families, only women who made mistakes would be sent to nunneries. She would never go to such a place. This is what the master meant. Shike said seriously. Yin Ryu raised her hand and slapped her. You little bxxxh. You dare to turn your back on me. Shike was hit so hard that her head tilted and her mouth was cracked. She raised her hand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said expressionlessly, I am just following orders. The master said that the young lady must go, whether she wants to or not. Yin Ryu raised her hand again, but this time, Shike held it tightly. Yin Ryu then realized that this girl was actually a martial artist. How could Yin Songming send a weak servant to guard Yin Ryu when she did such a crazy thing? Shike threatened, young lady. Do you want to dress yourself? Or do I help you dress? Yin Ryu's eyes flashed with ferocity. You dare? Shike pulled her to the head of the bed, held her with one hand, and used the other hand to take the clothes beside the bed. Yin Ryu couldn't break free anyway, so she had to let her take off her pajamas and change into clothes that she could go out. The clothes were so plain that she looked like she was going to shave her head and become a nun. Yin Ryu was angry. You are tired of living. Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of the Marquis family. I am the mother of the young master. I am the future princess of Yin. You dare to treat me like this. Watch out for your skin later. Shike was unmoved. After changing Yin Ryu's clothes, he rudely pulled Yin Ryu over and pressed her in front of the bronze mirror. Shike combed Yin Ryu's hair in a few strokes. All the pearl hairpins and jewelry were gone, and she only wore a poor wooden hairpin. Yin Ryu took off the wooden hairpin and slammed it on the table. I won't wear this. Shike grabbed Yin Ryu's hand and pulled her over. Yin Ryu felt that her scalp was almost torn off. Bitch! She cursed. The magpie pulled her hair roughly and pushed the hairpin back into her. Someone brought breakfast over. Yin Ryu looked around and noticed that all the servants who used to serve her were gone. These were all new faces. She was filled with doubts. What happened? Why did her father suddenly treat her like this? Could it be that she? Yin Ryu shook her head. It was impossible. She had recovered. It didn't matter if she didn't take medicine. Miss, please have your meal, Shike said. I have no appetite, Yin Ryu said coldly. Since you don't want to eat, let's go straight on the road, Shike said, asked someone to take away the food, and walked out holding Yin Ryu's shoulder. Yin Ryu stared at her coldly. I want to see my father. I told you that the master is not here. Then I want to see my mother. The lady is resting. Young lady, you'd better not disturb her peace. Where are my elder and second brothers? Shike did not answer her again, dragged her out of the yard, and forced her into the carriage. At this moment, Madame Yin came in a panic. Your mother! Yin Ryu was like seeing a life-saving straw, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Madame Yin walked to the front of the carriage in small steps, and saw Shike holding her daughter tightly, and her face sank. Let go, Shike said. Madam, this is the master. Pa! Before Shike finished speaking, She was slapped in the face by Madame Yen. Madame Yen scolded. You still know how to call me madam? I told you to let her go. But you are using the master to pressure me. Get out of here. Shike did not move for a while. Madame Yen said to the guards behind her. Pull her away. The guards rushed forward. Although Shike was a martial artist, she was outnumbered and was quickly pulled aside by the guards. Madame Yen stroked her daughter's face, looked her up and down, and said distressfully, How did you get into this state? Yen Ryu choked up and said, Mother, what did you do wrong? Dad wants to send me to the nunnery? Mother doesn't know. Yin Songming did not tell her what Mother Lin said to Yin Songming. But in her opinion, it was just beating a few maids. Not a big deal. As for almost killing her, Yor must have been confused in her sleep. She is Yor's biological mother, and she doesn't believe that her kind and virtuous daughter would do something to hurt her loved ones. Yen Ryu was sad and cried. Madame Yen wiped her daughter's face with a handkerchief and said, Be good. Don't cry. I'm here. I won't let anyone send you to a nunnery. Even if your father comes, I'll still say the same thing. After all, I'm your biological mother. He can't make decisions about our children without me. Chapter 204 The Sickly Ninth Brother. Yin Songming returned from the court and found that his daughter had not been sent away. He guessed what happened and went to Madame Yen's yard. Coincidentally, Madame Yen was also waiting for him. Both of them were not in a good mood. Madame Yen was married into the general's mansion, and she was also a descendant of a famous family. When the Yen family was wrongly accused, and the whole family was imprisoned. Although Madame Yen's family did not help much, they were not implicated. Over the years, her family's foundation is still there. If she really wants to fight for her daughter, Madame Yen is still quite confident. Master, please sit down. I have someone prepare wine and food. Madame Yen greeted indifferently, which meant that she wanted to have a good talk with Yin Songming. Yin Songming was not in the mood, so he got straight to the point. Where is Yor? Madame Yen said, She was in my room, and she was frightened by a servant who wasted half a day early in the morning. I asked the doctor to prescribe a tranquilizer, and she drank it and fell asleep. She was frightened? Yin Songming almost made Madame laugh. With the courage to kill people with a sword, how could he be frightened by a maid from a martial arts family? Madame Yen asked, I want to ask you, Master, Yor is my flesh and blood after 10 months of pregnancy, and she is also your own daughter. What unforgivable mistake did she commit that you want to send her to the nunnery? Did she say these words to you? Yin Songming frowned. Madame Yen said, Yor didn't tell me anything. She is more confused than me. She wants to ask you, as a father, why you are so hard-hearted. She was wrong about what happened last night, but she was haunted by a nightmare. Master can't abandon her just because of this. Yin Songming said, When did I say I didn't want her? Madame Yen said disappointedly, You sent her to the nunnery to live for a long time. Aren't you abandoning her? Yin Songming hesitated. His irrefutable look was regarded as a tacit agreement by Madame Yen. Madame Yen said sadly, How did she get through these years? How much suffering did she endure? You and I don't know. She won't tell us even if we ask her. But if she doesn't tell us, can you just pretend that nothing happened? She was a girl, and suddenly she was abused by a man. She got pregnant with a man's child, gave birth to the child at the risk of her life, and raised them alone. Can you understand the hardship? Fortunately, the man was a man of status. Thanks to you, our Yin family was rehabilitated. Master, don't forget that you can sit here alive today. It's all because of what you did. You? Yin Songming clenched his fists and glanced at her coldly. I'm too lazy to talk to you. After that, he turned around and walked out without looking back. He must send his daughter away. She has done so many rebellious things. If any one of them gets out, it will be enough to ruin the Yin family. However, as soon as he left Mrs. Yan's room, he ran into Yin Ryu, who was said to be sleeping in the corridor. Yin Ryu had already changed back into her own clothes. Not only that, she was dressed more flamboyantly than before, which was obviously a challenge to Yin Songming. Yin Songming frowned and said, What are you going to do? I should be the one asking Daddy this. You know what you did yourself. Don't try to drag the entire Yin family into this. At this point, the father and daughter had completely torn their faces apart. Yin Ryu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She clenched her fingers. Where's Mother Lin? It's none of your business, Yin Songming said without hesitation. Yin Ryu's nails almost dug into her flesh, And a trace of indifference flashed across her face. Daddy knows everything? So what is Daddy going to do? Abandon me. Wait for young Master Yin to come back and take me to him. And kowtow to him to admit my mistakes? Yin Songming's eyes moved. He knew that doing so was very risky. But it was better to admit his mistakes actively than to be exposed. Once young Master Yin discovered the truth first, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Yin Ryu smiled coldly. Dad, do you think that you can save the entire Yin family by putting the blame on me alone? Dad, don't you think about why the Yin family's unjust case was redressed? Without my current status, will His Majesty pardon the Yin family's sins? Moreover, this matter was originally a crime of deceiving the Emperor. Even if we escape the revenge of Master Yin, can we escape the anger of His Majesty? The words hit Yin Songming's sore spot. And Yin Songming was furious and said, Then what do you say? The truth will come out sooner or later. No sooner or later. Yin Ryu interrupted him. I will handle it properly, and never let the Yin family fall into crisis. Dad can continue to be your marquis and rise to prominence. You didn't lie to Dad? Are you sure? Obviously. Yin Songming shook Yin Ryu's confidence and the blueprint he had drawn. Yin Ryu said calmly, to be a marquis admired by all, or to be an innocent soul under the guillotine. Dad, choose for yourself. After that, Yin Ryu walked forward. When she passed Yin Songming, she stopped. Also, send Motherland back. After this incident, Yin Ryu became more and more worried about the situation in Yin Jiuchu's side. She originally hoped that the Yin family could give her some protection. But now she has completely seen that once she loses her usefulness, her father will not hesitate to regard her as an abandoned child. Thinking of this, she stroked her flat belly. What would happen if the two children survived? Would her fate be different from now? Yin Ryu once again asked Su Xiao to meet in Zizhulan. Su Xiao said impatiently, What is it about this time? Yin Ryu said seriously, What are you planning on young Master Yin? Have you checked it? Su Xiao looked at the endless night and said, I said I would take care of it. Don't meet me for this kind of thing again. A cold light flashed across Yin Ryu's eyes. After leaving the purple bamboo forest, Su Xiao returned to the Su family mansion. He called his confidant. Do you still remember that woman? Master, are you talking about the young master's biological mother? The confidant asked. Su Xiao nodded. The confidant wondered, why did the master suddenly ask about her? Su Xiao said solemnly, the truth may be exposed. We must not let anyone know of her existence. Can you still find her now? The confidant thought, there are not many clues. We only know that she has a childhood sweetheart named Xiao Heng, who is a very powerful scholar. Judging from her accent, she should be from the capital. If we find the scholar named Xiao Heng, we should be able to find her. Su Xiao pinched his eyebrows. It's my fault for being soft-hearted at the beginning. That's all. You go find her first. After you find her, kill her. As night fell, a luxurious carriage was driving slowly on a quiet official road. The driver was Ing San, and Ing Lu sat side by side with him outside the carriage. From time to time, low coughs were heard from inside, and both of them frowned. The young master had been healthy for the whole winter, and they thought that the young master was in better shape than before. However, he caught a cold as soon as he left the capital, and he was not used to the local climate, so he didn't get better. Why did you bring the young master with you? Ing Lu complained. Why is it my fault again? Ing San complained. Could he stop the young master from making a decision? Can't you knock him out? Ing Lu muttered. Why don't you try to hit him? Ing San squinted. The two of them were arguing in a low voice. But suddenly Yin Jiuchao's hoarse voice due to coughing came from the carriage. How long will it take to get to the inn? Ing Lu looked ahead and said, I'm afraid we can't stay in the inn tonight. There is an inn 10 miles ahead. Why don't we just stay there for the time being? Yin Jiuchao nodded lightly, which was considered as an agreement. Although the carriage was covered with thick mattresses, the road was bumpy and the secret guards, were uncomfortable. Not to mention the sick young master. Ing San hurriedly drove the carriage to the post station. They had passed Jizhou and entered Tongzhou. At this time, they were in the territory of a small town in Tongzhou, but they were still dozens of miles away from the town center. Young master. Ing Lu jumped off the carriage and opened the curtain for Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao walked down wearing a thick fox fur. The post station was not big, and the guest rooms were all occupied. Only the wing room specially provided for the official was still empty. Ing Lu took the Tongzhou prefectural token that had been prepared long ago and reserved this wing room. Ing Shursen drove the carriage to the stable and asked someone to feed the horses. They brought death warriors with them. But in order to avoid attracting attention, the death warriors were not in front, but scattered in a radius of 10 miles nearby. Young master, there's nothing good here. Just make do with what you have. Ing Lu brought the food he bought from the post station. A plate of boiled sweet potatoes, a steamed salted fish, and a bowl of pork belly fried with cowpeas. The dishes looked hard to swallow. Yin Jiuqiu took 2 pieces of black tea pastry sent by Master Zheng from the box to fill his stomach. Although they were tasteless, he wanted to eat something that looked good. Chapter 205-01 had given birth to a child. 10 days passed, and Yu Shaoqing's birthday was getting closer and closer. The Yu family's construction site had laid the foundation and built brick walls. Since Yuan's warning, there had been no disputes on the construction site, and everything was going on in an orderly manner. Yuan looked after the workshop every day, and it was busy but not chaotic. As for the reclamation of the back mountain, it was originally supervised by Xuanzi, but now it was Yu Shaoqing. Xuanzi couldn't control the group of horse thieves, and was teased several times, and fell with bruises. Yu Shaoqing went up the mountain and beat them up, and the horse thieves immediately became honest. On this day, Xiao Taidian and Jiang Shi rarely stayed in bed, and the family of 4 sat in the main room to eat breakfast. Yu Shaoqing cooked sweet potato porridge, steamed cornmeal steamed bread, and steamed a bowl of egg custard for the siblings, and boiled a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea for Jiang Shi. Yuan looked at the sweet brown sugar water and thought, no wonder Yin Yang has not been staying in bed lately. It's because her life is coming, and she can't do shameful things. Well, she actually wants a younger sister. A Wan. It's almost the end of the month. Yu Shaoqing glanced at the shoes under his feet, and said meaningfully. Yuan was busy eating egg custard, and didn't notice her father's eyes. But her father seemed to have something to say. Yuan remembered it, wiped her mouth and said, don't worry, Dad. I remember it. Isn't it just to give those guys an antidote? In fact, where is the antidote? It's all Master Bao's bluff. What they have is not the 7 days broken heart powder, but a short-term poison made with a small amount of econitum. Even if you don't take the antidote, you can recover after vomiting and diarrhea for 1 or 2 days. Of course, in order to make those guys obedient, Grandpa Bao still pretended to make a few bottles of pills. Yuan nodded. I will give it to Daddy by the end of the month. Yu Shaoqing was so excited that he almost flew off the handle, seeing his father's dizzy look of happiness. Xiao Taidian felt a pain in his balls. Isn't it just a red skirt? Why is he so happy? I feel so sorry for his mother. His mother must not know that her man has such a strange habit. So women, you must keep your eyes open before getting married, because you never know how many sides the man you marry has. Xiao Taidian sighed helplessly, and continued to eat egg custard. After all, the egg custard made by this man is pretty good. Dad. After dinner, Yuan and Yu Shaoqing talked about the mountain. Dad, what do you think of that mountain? Lotus Village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Yuan chose to open up the eastern mountain, while she usually went to pick wild amaranth and dig bamboo shoots on the southern mountain. Yu Shaoqing had worked as a farmer with his family before he joined the army. To be honest, he didn't think the soil on the hill was very fertile. It looked good down there, but the soil got poorer as he went up. But he didn't want to discourage his daughter. So he asked, what do you plan to plant after you open up the wasteland? Fruit trees, grapes, tea leaves, and it would be best if we could open a medicinal field. Yuan said with longing. Don't you think the soil is poor? Yu Shaoqing took a deep breath. He was a good father who loved his daughter. Dad, what do you think? Yuan asked with a smile. Yu Shaoqing said, okay, it's good. Anyway, it's not our own land. When the blind dates divide it, there won't be much left. Besides, if there is no land, having a barren hilltop to grow crops is better than nothing. Yuan struck while the iron was hot and said, since Dad said so, let's buy that hilltop. Yu Shaoqing almost choked. What did the daughter say? Buy the hill? That broken hill? Yu Shaoqing cleared his throat and said seriously, shouldn't you discuss such a big thing with your uncle first? Yuan said, I have asked my uncle, and he said he would listen to my father. My elder brother has been a farmer for half his life. Can't he see that the hill needs at least 3 to 5 years of improvement before crops can be grown? Throwing such a big pot on him. You expect him to be a bad guy in front of one. My elder brother is so scheming. Yu Shaoqing clenched his fist. Yuan. That piece of land. Well, my father said. Buy it. Yu Shaoqing laughed. What? You want to buy a hill? The head of the village almost dropped his jaw when he heard what Yuan said. Yuan nodded seriously. Yes. You heard me right. I want to buy a mountain. The mountain we are reclaiming? The village head looked at Yu Shaoqing and his uncle, who came with Yuan, and were standing behind Yuan. Did your family agree? The two looked confused. Yuan said with a smile, My uncle and my father both agree. The two covered their eyes. The village head withdrew his gaze in shock and looked at Yuan in front of him awkwardly. He thought to himself that it was not like this to spoil his daughter. The soil of that mountain is so bad. Are you blind? There are many hills around Lianhua village. But only this one meets the conditions for reclaiming land after the procedures were completed. This is because the good farmland in their village has been destroyed. Otherwise, where would there be a mountain for them to reclaim? Of course, they have only reclaimed the side close to the village. The other side has not been touched yet. I wonder if the soil will be better. You bought the mountain. Where will the villagers farm? Asked the village head. Farm on the mountain. Yuan said. The village head was stunned. Will they become tenant farmers? The villagers of Lianhua village are all self-cultivating farmers. Although they have to bear the heavy taxes and military service in Corvée. The land is their own. Unlike tenant farmers, who work for others. Yuan said with her chin in her hand. But the government didn't say that the land on the mountain would be given to the villagers. It only said that it would allocate as many acres as it lost. Not a penny more or less. That's true. After all, what is really recorded in their name are the good fields destroyed in the earthquake. They only have the right to use the barren mountain. Not the ownership. So it really doesn't matter who owns the barren mountain. Then the land rent. The village head hesitated. Yuan said, It won't be higher than the government. So don't worry. At this point, what else could the village head disagree with? After all, it was the villagers who were making money. And Awan was the one who was losing money. Alas, this prodigal little woman. The village head got on the ox cart to go to the government office to handle the formalities. And Yu Shaoqing and his uncle returned to the house with a broken heart. The uncle took out the recipe. And Yu Shaoqing picked up the hoe. Xiao Taidan asked suspiciously, Uncle. Father. What are you going to do? The two said in unison, To make money. The village head moved quickly and returned from the government office an hour later. He didn't even have time to take a breath. And went to Yuan's house without stopping. Awan. I heard that the mountain can be sold. Yuan poured him a bowl of cold tea. How much silver? The village head held the tea bowl in one hand and gestured with the other. Yuan raised her eyebrows. 50 taels? The village head choked on a mouthful of tea. Why do you think the government is so kind? 500 taels. Not a penny less. This is too expensive. It was not the first day that Yuan came to Lianhua village. She had inquired about the land prices in the surrounding area. Such a barren mountain would cost at most 100 taels. Why don't you buy it? The village head also thought it was expensive. I want to buy it, Yuan said. The village head wondered, Why do you have to buy the mountain? I just want to buy it, Yuan said. You? The village head took a breath. You have too much money to burn. The barren mountain has its own value. According to Yuan's original budget, as long as the price does not exceed 100 taels, she will not lose money. But now it has exceeded 400 taels. To be honest, the risk and return are somewhat disproportionate. But for some reason, Yuan still has the urge to buy it. Do I really want to be a landlord's wife? Yuan exhaled and said to the head of the village, I will find a way to deal with the silver. I'll trouble you to help me with the government office. Why don't you listen? Girl, the head of the village complained. Yuan took her bag and went to Zuixianju. The news that Zuixianju cooked for the palace was widely publicized by Mr. Qin. Now it is full of guests, and the business is extremely good. Mr. Qin had just sent off a table of guests in person. As soon as he looked up, he saw Yuan jump down from a carriage. His eyes lit up, and he went to greet her and said, Oh, what wind blew our second in command here? Yuan said, You are from Jiangsu. Don't speak with her Hua. It sounds awkward. Mr. Qin pouted. Yuan carried her bag and entered the lobby. The waiters and customers doubled compared to the last time, which shows that the business is really good. Thinking of something, Yuan said, I just passed by Tiangxianglu, and its business is much quieter than before. Mr. Qin patted his chest and said, "That's right. Customers come to our place. After eating our dishes, they look down on theirs. This is only half right. Zuixianju tastes good. And Taixianglu is not bad either. The reason for the current situation is that Zuixianju has introduced dishes that are not available in the whole capital. And secondly, Taixianglu's reputation is really too bad. However, even so, Taixianglu has no intention of retracting the trend. Their newly opened 8th restaurant closed down and reopened. Not only that, the city is planning to open the 9th one." Yuan really couldn't understand Su Xiao's mind. Master Qin took Yuan to the 2nd floor, pushed open an exquisite wooden door, and said, "This is the account office specially prepared for you." "I have an account office?" Yuan was surprised. Master Qin smiled. "Of course I do. You are the owner of our Zuixianju. How can you not even have your own account office? Are you flattering again?" It is obvious that he discovered her greater value after entering the palace. Yuan glanced at him. Master Qin was defeated. Well, the best chef in the world bestowed by the emperor. How can we not neglect him? Yuan was very satisfied with the house. It was spacious and bright, without overly complicated decorations. Elegant and quiet. Everything was just right. "You came here like this? Where are my bamboo shoots?" Master Qin looked up and down from behind Yuan. Yuan put the bundle on the table. "The bamboo shoots will be ready by the end of the month. I came to see you today to show you something." "What?" Master Qin raised his eyebrows. Yuan opened the bundle and handed him a scroll. Master Qin felt vaguely that the scroll looked familiar. He took it in his hand strangely, untied the ribbon, opened it, and took a look. He was stunned for a moment. "The best chef in the world? Isn't this the calligraphy of your majesty? Do you want it?" Yuan asked. "I want to. Of course I want to. I want to dream about it. This is the emperor's calligraphy. If I take it back, I can let all the officials worship it." "Okay." Mr. Qin swallowed his saliva and resisted the urge to put the scroll in his pocket. This can't be given away casually." Yuan said. "Who said I want to give it away? I'm selling it to you." "Mr. Qin? If I can't give it away, can I sell it?" Mr. Qin really wants to dig open this girl's head to see what she looks like. Mr. Qin said seriously, "If His Majesty knows about it, it may not be good." Yuan, 500 taels. Mr. Qin, deal. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan left Zuixianju with 5 white silver bills. In fact, with her relationship with Mr. Qin, she could borrow 500 taels, and she didn't have to sell the emperor's calligraphy. But first, she didn't like to owe people money. And second, could the emperor's calligraphy be eaten or drunk? They were all rough people, and the children were naughty. If they accidentally broke it, they would be charged with a great crime of disrespect. It would be better to sell it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yuan got on the hired carriage. The driver said, "Miss you. Are we going back to the village?" Yuan often rented carriages from this car dealership, and she was familiar with the driver. Yuan thought for a while and said, "Don't go back to the village first. Go to Xiao Mansion." "How can I not go to see the 3 children now that I have entered the capital? But today I left in a hurry and didn't bring the snacks made by my uncle." Yuan asked the driver to stop the carriage in front of a snack shop and asked for a box of osmanthus cake, a box of cloud cake, and 3 strings of candied haws. "How much?" Yuan asked. 64 coins, said the lady boss. "Things in the city are expensive." Yuan took out her purse and prepared to pay. At this moment, a beggar suddenly ran over and snatched Yuan's purse. Yuan's eyes turned cold. It was really a waste of life to snatch money from her. "Leave it to me. I'll be back soon." After Yuan finished her instructions, she quickly chased after the little beggar. In a quiet alley, Zhao Heng walked hurriedly with a few bags of newly picked medicine. After secretly moving out of Lianhua village, he cut off all ties with the past and lived in an old house in the capital. Although this house is shabby, it is not far from where he is currently studying, which is very convenient for him to take care of Zhao. Today, school was over early. He went to the pharmacy to get medicine. He was rushing back to boil it for Zhao to drink. Unexpectedly, 2 tall and strong men suddenly came to him and blocked his way. He went left, and they also went left. He went right, and they went right too. They were targeting him. Zhao Heng was just a weak scholar who could not even tie a chicken. He could not fight. He suppressed the fear in his heart and asked the 2 men, "Excuse me, strong men, What's the matter? One of the strongmen said, My master wants to see you. Zhao Heng asked in confusion, Your master is? The two men did not answer, but put a sack on his head and took him away. When the sack was taken away, Zhao Heng had been pressed on a chair. In front of him was a landscape screen, and on both sides of the screen stood the two strong men who had just captured him. Zhao Heng was frightened by this posture, and his legs were a little weak. Behind the screen, Su Xiao's confidant spoke in a dignified manner. Are you Zhao Heng? Zhao Heng's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I am Zhao Heng. May I ask who you are? You don't need to know who I am. I invited you here today because I have a few questions to ask you. Just answer me honestly, and I promise not to embarrass you. Why do you want to ask? Zhao Heng asked. Give him the portrait. A strong man walked behind the screen, took a portrait from Su Xiao's confidant, and unfolded it in front of Zhao Heng. This is a portrait of a woman. The woman in the painting is plainly dressed, ugly, with large patches of red spots on her face, and a pregnant belly that is about to give birth. Zhao Heng felt sick at the first glance. How could a man have the heart to eat such an ugly woman? Do you recognize him? Su Xiao's confidant asked. Zhao Heng thought, how could I know such an ugly woman? He had never seen one before. No, I don't know her, Zhao Heng said. Don't lie. I have many ways to make you tell the truth, Su Xiao's confidant said. And the two strong men immediately pulled out the daggers from their waists. Zhao Heng trembled with fear and said with a trembling heart, I am telling the truth. I have never seen the person in the portrait. Take a closer look, Su Xiao's confidant said. Zhao Heng felt sick at the sight of such an ugly woman. He held back the churning in his stomach and looked at her carefully. This time, he really saw something. Those eyes, or more precisely, the innocent look, made him feel a little familiar. But he still couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Zhao Heng shook his head. I didn't lie to you. I really haven't seen this person. Su Xiao's confidant frowned. Could it be that they caught the wrong person again this time? Near the capital, they have already caught two scholars named Zhao Heng. One is over 30 years old. His children are 15 or 16 years old, and the other is only 18 years old, but has never been engaged to any woman. Wait, engagement? An idea flashed in the confidant's mind, and he asked indifferently, have you ever been engaged? Zhao Heng was shocked, and didn't understand why the other party asked this. But he still answered honestly, I was engaged, but I called it off. Why did you call it off? Zhao Heng said with a stiff face. She was not faithful to her husband and hooked up with men. How old is she? Why do you keep asking about that woman? Zhao Heng suppressed his impatience and answered, 17. 18 this year. The age is right. Su Xiao's confidant asked the woman's information carefully again, and found that she had disappeared 3 years ago, and then returned to the village with a sum of silver. Silver? Isn't that the windfall from selling Yan Jiuchao's jade pendant? Su Xiao's confidant excitedly asked someone to bring paper and pen, and ordered Zhao Heng to draw the other person's appearance. Zhao Heng was good at reading and painting, and he quickly drew Yuan's appearance. However, when he was about to add the finishing touch to Yuan's face, his pen stopped. Why don't you paint anymore? Su Xiao's confidant asked in a deep voice. Zhao Heng's eyes flashed, and cold sweat broke out. My hands are numb. It will be fine soon. Zhao Heng glanced at the innocent-looking woman in the portrait, lowered his eyes, and drew a pair of cold eyes. The other party kept his word and really didn't make things difficult for him. After getting the portrait, he asked the strong man to put a sack on him again and took him away. As he went out, he vaguely heard the conversation behind him. Look at this look. It doesn't look like it at all. Is it the same person? Zhao Heng was thrown back to the original alley. The medicine bag he dropped on the ground had been trampled by passers-by, and he could only go to get another dose of medicine for Zhao. He stood up in a panic and walked towards the pharmacy, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. Speak. Are you going to rob again? Woo-woo. No more. No more. Lady, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Zhao Heng followed the voice, and saw Yuan swinging a stick and beating 7 or 8 petty thieves in a dirty alley on the side. Zhao Heng felt strange in his heart. This was not the All-One in his memory, but the one in the portrait. Even if she had changed, her eyes, those eyes that had shown shyness and innocence in front of him countless times, lingered in his mind. Yuan had taught them enough lessons, so she took back her purse and snatched theirs. The petty thieves trembled and cried together. Yuan was still in a hurry to see the three little kids, and was too lazy to bother with them. Get lost. The little thieves got away in panic. Yuan weighed the purse in her hand, and with the 10 taels she had robbed, she had 510 taels on her. Who are you? A man's voice came from behind. Yuan turned around and looked. Zhao Heng? Zhao Heng murmured, you are not Alwan. Who are you? What did you do to Alwan? Yuan said coldly, are you crazy? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am Yuan. You look like her. But Zhao Heng looked into Yuan's eyes steadily. You are not her. She never looks at me with such eyes. Yuan said calmly, after you cancelled my marriage and forced me to jump into the river to commit suicide. What kind of eyes do you expect me to look at you with? Admiration? Unrequited love? Continue to be devoted to you? Zhao Heng's eyes fell on her flat belly, and he said with difficulty, Alwan is innocent. I wronged her. Alwan did not go to the brothel. It was you who went to the brothel. And it was you who got pregnant with someone else. Yuan slapped him in the face. Not only did you accuse me of going to a brothel, you also accused me of giving birth to a child. Zhao Heng, you are a man. Zhao Heng fell to the ground after being beaten. He turned around and looked at Yuan coldly. You said I wronged you. Then do you dare to go with me for a physical examination? Chapter 206, Giving Birth Late at Night. She must be crazy to go to this guy for a physical examination. Yuan felt that a man like Zhao Heng would not be satisfied even if he was beaten to death. If he was a bad guy. He had not violated any law. If he was a good guy. He had forced an innocent woman to death. Such a man is the most infuriating. The original owner would rather forget everything about him, because she was extremely disappointed. Zhao Heng, you are a scholar. But you speak without thinking? Although she had not experienced it herself, she understood what physical examination meant to a woman in ancient times. It was almost a humiliation. A scholar who had passed the imperial examination actually said such nonsense. What about his quality? Is he fed to dogs? I was really blind before. So I fell in love with a gentleman like you. Yuan shouted, shut up. Have you forgotten how I worked hard for your Zhao family? After hearing a few rumors, you shouted that you wanted to cancel my engagement. In order to clear yourself, you did not hesitate to destroy my reputation in front of the whole village. Later, in order to escape the 300 taels of silver, you moved out of Lianhua village overnight. All these things, one by one, are they what a man would do? Zhao Heng argued, it's not that I want to slander your reputation. And I didn't expect my sister to. Yuan interrupted him coldly. So you admit all the other crimes? Zhao Heng choked. It's neither right to admit nor to refute. So he said she was not Alwan. His Alwan was not so aggressive. And she was not so sharp-tongued. Zhao Heng wanted to say something, but he saw Yuan coming towards him. Yuan squatted in front of him, stretched out a pair of slender hands, and grabbed his clothes. He turned pale, in broad daylight. What are you going to do? You woman, do you still have any shame? Before he could say the word heart, Yuan had already taken his purse, poured out all the silver, and said indifferently, a total of 2 taels. And you still owe me 298 taels. In the future, you either hide from me or see me once, and I will make you pay it back once. After that, Yuan threw the purse back to him without any hesitation and left without looking back. When leaving the alley, Yuan passed by a rich lady wearing a cloak and pulling down the brim of her hat. She was identified as a lady because she smelled of a noble incense that poor people could not use. How could a lady appear in such a shabby alley? And looking at her cautious appearance, it seemed that she was trying to avoid being seen. But what did this have to do with her? She would never have any intersection with her in this life. Yuan didn't care at all. But the lady glanced at Yuan carefully. But it was not because of Yuan that she cared. She was just cautious and worried about meeting any acquaintances here. She entered the alley on the side and walked over with a pale face. Mr. Zhao, are you okay? You are injured. Zhao Heng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. No problem. The woman stretched out her hand, wanting to help him up, but felt that it was not proper to do so. So she put her hand down. Zhao Heng stood up with the help of the wall and bowed to her, which was a polite greeting. Who hurt you like this? Do you want to report to the police? The woman asked anxiously. Zhao Heng shook his head. No need. Why did the young lady come here? The woman picked up the medicine bag in her hand and said softly, I got medicine for you. Zhao Heng lowered his eyes and bowed. Thank you. Yuan returned to the snack shop. The driver came over and saw that Yuan's face was not very good. He thought that she didn't catch the thief. So he said, "It's good that the person is fine. Don't chase him if you encounter such a thing again in the future. These are all in groups. It's too dangerous for a girl to chase them." I got my purse back. Yuan didn't want to explain what happened to Zhao Heng. After saying this, she took out the silver and bought the snacks. Since she got it back, why wasn't she happy? The driver didn't ask. People in this line of work must have more ears and less mouths. "Are we going to Zhao's house now?" the driver asked. "No. It's getting late. Let's go back to town." Yuan got on the carriage. The driver looked up at the sky. It was a little late, but he felt that Miss Yu didn't cancel the trip because of the weather. But since Miss Yu didn't say anything, he pretended not to know. The driver drove the carriage back to Lianhua town. Yuan walked back to the village and gave the snacks and candied haws to Xiao Taidan and his sister. "Why 3 strings?" Xiao Taidan said while licking the candied haws. Yuan rubbed his little head and thought, "I am so depressed. It is because of that scumbag that I am in a bad mood. She doesn't understand. How can such a scumbag pass the exam to become a scholar?" Yuan looked at Xiao Taidan. "You are not allowed to do this in the future." Xiao Taidan was confused. "What is not allowed?" I don't know if Zhao Heng was angry. That night, Yuan really dreamed of giving birth to a child. She dreamed of a night with thunder and lightning. She was lying on a strange big bed, with a thick mattress under her body. Her whole body was soaked with cold sweat, and her lower abdomen and tailbone felt like a broken pain. "Grandma! Grandma!" A maid who was about the same age as Lin's mother pushed open the door and walked in. "What's wrong with you?" "Grandma, I'm in pain." The maid walked up and touched her belly with her cold fingertips. Her eyes changed. "Oh no! It's time to give birth." She couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but she grabbed her hand. "Grandma, don't leave." The maid said, "You're going to give birth. I have to ask for a midwife." Her tears fell in big drops. "Grandma, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. You will be fine. Women have to give birth, and the pain will go away after giving birth." After the maid said that, she opened her hands, put on a straw raincoat, and rushed into the rain. The cold wind and rain rushed in, and she was in so much pain on the bed. Suddenly, she felt a wave of heat coming from under her body. Did the amniotic fluid break? Yuan woke up from her sleep with a start. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the familiar beams. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. The pain in the dream was too real. She could still vaguely feel the residual pain in her lower abdomen and coccyx until she woke up, as if she had really had labor pains. "It's terrible. How could I have such a dream?" Yuan sat up. Her clothes were soaked. She didn't know if it was because of the heat or the fear. As for the heat wave, Yuan opened the quilt, touched Xiao Taidan, and sighed helplessly. This child wet the bed again. Yuan changed the sheets and mattress, and also changed Xiao Taidan and herself into dry clothes. Just as she was about to fall asleep again, and Zhang screamed outside. Did something happen to the Zhang family? Yuan put on her skirt and coat, and Yu Shaoqing was also awakened. The father and daughter met unexpectedly in the main room. "It seems to be Aunt Zhang's house," Yuan said. "Let's go and take a look." Yu Shaoqing went out with his daughter. When the two arrived at Aunt Zhang's house, Aunt Bai and the head of the village also came. "Hey, don't go in." The head of the village stopped Yu Shaoqing. "It's Sania's wife, who is about to give birth." Sania is Ernia's younger brother. Ernia was arrested for conscription and delayed his marriage. Therefore, he, as the younger brother, got married and had children earlier. Sania's wife is pregnant with her second child. It shouldn't be too troublesome. But she saw blood first, and it seems to be quite serious. It was difficult for grown men to say these words. So the village head cleared his throat and said, "Erniu and Xuanzi have already gone to ask for a midwife." Yu Shaoqing said seriously, "I'll go too." There were no midwives in the nearby villages, so they had to go to the town. Xuanzi must have driven a bullock cart. But how could a bullock cart be faster than a war horse? The village head nodded. "Okay. Go quickly and come back quickly." Yu Shaoqing rode away on horseback. Sania's wife screamed loudly, and Yuan thought of the dream again. She felt panic in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "I'll go in and take a look." "Hey." The village head asked Yuan to go. Sania's wife was lying on the bed, and Xiaochen was guarding her. constantly wiping the blood from her lower body with a handkerchief. Aunt Jean was crying, and Aunt Bai was comforting her carefully. Yuan had not forgotten to study the medical book that Grandpa Bao had left her. The book had detailed records about childbirth, how to diagnose, how to deliver a baby, and even a preliminary assumption of cesarean section. Yuan remembered every detail deeply in her mind. But somehow, when she saw the blood, her mind suddenly buzzed. Yuan, don't stand there. Come and help. Xiao Chen's voice interrupted Yuan's thoughts. Yuan calmed down and walked forward. Xiao Chen handed a piece of blood-stained cotton cloth to Yuan, and grabbed a new piece to wipe the blood off Sania's wife. Yuan looked at the bloody cloth in her hand, and then looked at Sania's wife, who screamed in the pool of blood, and her mind suddenly became blank. Mom, I'm scared. Grandma, I'm scared. The cry of Sania's wife overlapped strangely with the voice that flashed through her mind inadvertently. Yuan stood up quickly, and the bloody cloth fell into the basin, splashing blood all over Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen cried out, Yuan, what are you doing? Yuan's chest rose and fell heavily, and fine sweat oozed from her forehead. Yuan, are you okay? The first person to notice Yuan's abnormality was Aunt Bai. Yuan was indeed a country girl who was ignorant of the world. But since she was hurt by Zhao Heng, she seemed to have become a different person. Aunt Bai didn't think there was anything wrong with this, but felt that she was deeply hurt by Zhao Heng, and she had figured it out. And since then she learned to be a new person. Aunt Bai saw all the changes in Yuan. No matter how critical the situation was, there would never be a trace of panic on her face. But at this moment, she looked like a frightened little girl. I'm fine. It was unclear whether she was answering Aunt Bai or talking to herself. Yuan walked to the bedside, raised her hand and touched Sania's wife's bulging belly, and murmured, the fetus is not in the right position. We need to adjust the position first. Mrs. Chen was stunned. How do you know? I gave birth before, Yuan blurted out. And then she was stunned. Everyone in the room was stunned. Even Sania's wife, who was in so much pain, stopped crying and looked at Yuan as if struck by lightning. Yuan was more surprised than them, and she didn't know why she said such a thing. Aunt Bai coughed lightly and said, Yuan said that she had delivered babies before. How did you listen to that? Yuan lowered her eyes, neither admitting nor refuting. Everyone thought she had agreed and breathed a sigh of relief. They said, how could a young girl who hadn't found a man have a baby? Sania's wife calmly lay back on the bed and continued to cry and shout. Yuan left the delivery room. The head of the village came up to her and asked, how is Sania's wife? Yuan shook her head. What do you mean? You can't treat it. The story of Yuan stitching up Ernu and Yusong had spread a long time ago, and the head of the village knew that she could heal people occasionally. Yes, I can't treat it. It's not that her medical skills are not good enough, but her hands. Yuan looked at her slightly shaking hands. After touching Sania's wife's pregnant belly, these hands began to shake uncontrollably. The midwife is here. Yu Shaoqing's fierce horse galloped over and stopped in front of the house. Yu Shaoqing took the midwife down, who was about to vomit, and handed her to Aunt Bai to bring her into the house. Yuan returned to her home. Xiao Taidian was still sleeping soundly, but Jiangshi was up. Jiangshi sat at the head of Xiao Tian's bed. She covered Xiao Taidian with a quilt that he had kicked over. She seemed to be watching over Xiao Taidian, and seemed to be waiting for Yuan. Mother, Yuan spoke with difficulty. Have I ever given birth to a child? Jiangshi did not look back at Yuan, nor did she ask Yuan why she said that. She just lowered her head gently. Yes. Chapter 2073 Babies. She really had given birth to a child. That dream was not fake. And the panic was not fake. Yuan clenched her fingers. What about the child? Jiang shook her head. I don't know. You didn't say. She really didn't say anything. Even the fact that she was pregnant and had given birth was discovered by Jiang herself. And Alwan seemed to have had a nightmare, and didn't remember anything about the year she was missing. Alwan asked Jiang fearfully, Mother, what happened to me? How could I be like this? Her tears flowed down in big drops. Jiang had to say, You're fine. You went to your cousin's house. Have you forgotten? Child? Then these silvers. It's the money your cousin gave you. Yes. It's the money your cousin gave me. I remember it. Isn't it? Jiang touched her head gently. Jiang said softly, I have also thought about where the child went. But I am not even sure if he was born alive. I gave birth to him, she murmured. But what happened after he was born? She couldn't remember it. Yuan felt a tightness in her heart. She didn't know since when she remembered her past life less often. The people and things in her past life had gradually become unclear in her mind. She could no longer deceive herself and say that it was the original owner's business. That was her business. Her child. Yuan walked to the bed, pulled open the quilt, and lay down. Jiang tucked the corners of the quilt for her. She turned around, facing inward, and curled up into a ball. Jiang stroked her temples and gently left the room. Mother. Jiang paused, but Yuan said nothing. But Jiang knew what she hadn't said. Mother. I'm so sad. Sania's wife gave birth at dawn. It was a big fat boy. This was Aunt Zhang's second grandson. Aunt Zhang was so happy that she boiled red eggs early in the morning and sent them to every household so that everyone could share in the joy. When they were sent to Yuan's house, Yuan had just woken up and was sitting at the head of the bed in a daze. Alwan. Aunt Zhang walked in with a smile and put 2 red eggs on her table. Thank you so much for yesterday. If you hadn't invited the midwife so quickly, my wife would be in danger. Sania's wife was bleeding profusely, which scared her. The midwife came to stop the bleeding. But there is no abnormal position of the fetus, Aunt Zhang said with a serious face. I made a mistake, Yuan whispered. The abnormal position of the fetus was not Sania's wife, but her 3 years ago. The malposition of the fetus was easy to deal with in the past, but it was a very difficult problem in ancient times. She might really not give birth to the baby. Alwan. What's wrong with you? And Zhang saw Yuan's eyes were red, and she was frightened and flustered. I didn't mean to say you were not powerful. Why am I so rude? Alwan. Don't be angry with your aunt. Your aunt apologizes to you. Yuan smiled nonchalantly. I'm fine. Something got stuck in my eye. Congratulations, Aunt Zhang. Hey! Aunt Zhang was relieved and gave a few more red eggs until the small plate on the table was full before she continued to give out red eggs to the next family. Yuan peeled a red egg and ate it carefully. The taste was a bit strange, and it made people feel a sore throat. She knew that her mother was doing this for her own good. After all, the child was most likely not born. Besides, she was so obsessed with Zhao Heng and wanted to marry Zhao Heng to be a scholar's wife. How could her mother bear to hurt her? Besides, didn't Zhao Heng say that she had been to a brothel? She didn't believe Zhao Heng's words before. But now Zhao Heng was right. Maybe she really had been to a brothel. And she didn't know whether the baby was born with that wild man. Hu. A young master far away in Yu County sneezed violently. Sister. After washing up, Xiao Taidan came in with a breeze. Please check my homework. I have memorized it all. Xiao Taidan, who was still waiting the bed at the age of 6, decided to use the power of knowledge to redeem the dignity of a little man. He got up early in the morning to recite the book. He recited it very well. However, Yuan did not check him, but took a red egg and stuffed it into his hand. Sister has something to do, so I will go out first, and I will check your homework when I come back. Xiao Taidan, oh. And Yuan turned around and said at the door, no matter how well you recite the book, it is still very embarrassing to wet the bed. Xiao Taidan, who was depressed, said. Yuan went to the capital and stayed in the alley where she met Zhao Heng yesterday. Zhao Heng had just finished school and was walking home with his school bag. Halfway through his journey, he was blocked by a figure. Zhao Heng's first reaction was that the group of people who put a sack on his head were coming again, and he subconsciously blocked his head with the school bag. Yuan pushed the school bag away without thinking. Zhao Heng looked at him with a fixed gaze. It's you. Why are you here again? The shock of seeing Yuan was no less than seeing the group of people. After all, the group of people only asked questions. Unlike Yuan, who beat him up. Yuan grabbed his collar and dragged her into the alley on the side like a chicken. You, what are you doing? Let go, Zhao Heng said angrily. It was really embarrassing for a grown man to be dragged around by a little girl. Yuan threw him into a corner, and his thin body hit the cold wall, causing him to gasp in pain. Yuan said with disdain, you weakling. I was not blind to like you. I was just stupid. Zhao Heng was so angry that he choked. You, don't say bad things. Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Zhao Heng hugged his school bag tightly and said, I don't have any money with me today. Yuan didn't come to him to ask for money. It didn't matter to Yuan whether he brought money or not. Yuan looked at him and said, "Let me ask you. You said I went to a brothel and gave birth to a child. Where did you hear these rumors?" Zhao Heng didn't say anything. Yuan said coldly, "I don't have much patience. If you don't tell me, I will beat you with my fist until you tell me." Zhao Heng's face turned red with anger, and he said, "In a clear and bright world, under the feet of the emperor, how dare you break the law?" Yuan raised her hand and slapped him. Zhao Heng blocked his head with his school bag. Of course, Yuan didn't slap him. She just wanted to scare him. And Zhao Heng was really scared. His originally flushed face faded and turned pale. Yuan said, "You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I am barefoot, and I am not afraid of those who wear shoes. Not only will I dare to beat you, but I will also dare to make trouble in your study place, so that your classmates and teachers can see what a treacherous dog you are." Zhao Heng clenched his fingers in humiliation. "Hurry up and tell me," Yuan shouted. Zhao Heng's body trembled, and his clenched fingers spread out. A classmate of mine told me that you had been to a brothel." "Your classmate? Which classmate? What's your name? Where do you live? What did you say? Tell me the truth." In fact, Yuan was not interested in who her classmate was. But if she didn't confuse him, Zhao Heng would definitely find out her true intentions. Zhao Heng thought Yuan was angry about someone destroying her reputation, and didn't suspect anything else. "My classmate's surname is Yang. When I was studying in a private school in the town, you sent me things several times, and he met you." "Then what?" Yuan asked. Zhao Heng said, "He and I are good friends. We are not only classmates, but also roommates. Speak human language." Yuan didn't want to hear such meaningless things. "I just want to say that he wouldn't lie to me. 3 years ago, he went to Shuzhou with his family to visit relatives. And he saw you." Zhao Heng's throat slid with difficulty. "You were in a brothel." Yuan sneered. "You scholars also go to brothels?" Zhao Heng's face turned blue and red. "I haven't been there." Yuan continued. "So you believe what he said? Was it also him who spread the rumor that I had given birth to a child?" Zhao Heng took a deep breath. "I said he wouldn't lie to me. As for you giving birth to a child, I saw it with my own eyes." "You?" Yuan looked at him in disbelief. Zhao Heng hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. I've seen your portrait. Yesterday, before I met you, I was captured by 2 men. Zhao Heng told him everything about how he met the strong man, how he was interrogated, and how he was sent back to the alley. You have something on your face. But I recognize you. That's you. The pregnant woman in the painting is you. Tell me the truth. Have you offended anyone?" Yuan didn't really care whether she offended anyone or not. What she cared about was that Zhao Heng didn't know whether she gave birth to the child safely. How could it be her? In an inconspicuous tea house, Yin Ryu saw the painting in front of her. The woman in the painting was the little village girl who had repeatedly made things difficult for her and threatened to rob her fiancé and son. "Did you make a mistake?" Yin Ryu looked at Su Xiao opposite in disbelief. Su Xiao also hoped that he had made a mistake. When he saw the portrait, he was as shocked as Yin Ryu. Yuan had participated in the competition of Tianxiang Tower and was locked in an ice cellar. In the end, he was rescued by his good nephew, the extremely noble second prince. He was the boss after all, and such a small matter could not be hidden from him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yin Ryu shook her head in a daze. She can't be the ugly woman from 3 years ago. She is not. She is not. If it was any other woman, Yin Ryu might be able to accept it. But it was Yuan. Yin Ryu was jealous of Yuan. And she was already like this when Yuan had nothing. I really can't imagine how she would bully her if she recognized her child. Su Xiao knew a little about Yin Ryu and Yuan, and said, "It seems that it's not her who stole your things, but you who stole her things." Steal Yin Jiuqiao? Yin Jiuqiao was her man. Steal Xiao Naibao? Xiao Naibao was also her son. What kind of robbery is this? It's just returning the property to its original owner. Yin Ryu couldn't accept the fact in front of her. She racked her brains and tried to find all the evidence that could overturn the fact, if it was really her. Why didn't she recognize me? She couldn't recognize the other person because the other person had changed his appearance. But she didn't. After spending several days with her, would the other person not remember her appearance? Su Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "We gave her medicine. The medicine that destroys the mind can turn people into fools. But no one expected that the girl was so lucky and had only lost part of her memory. I don't care. Anyone can. But it can't be her. I won't allow her to take everything from me. Her man, her children, all belong to her. Not Yuan's. Su Xiao frowned. This may be a bit difficult. The spy in Gongcheng sent a message that the house where Yan Ryu lived had traces of being moved. It is very likely that Yan Jiucha sent someone to explore it. As for whether the clues were found, it was not something he could control. I just need to get pregnant with Master Yan's child, Yan Ryu said, grabbing Su Xiao's wrist. Su Xiao frowned even more. Do you think it's easy to plot against Yan Jiucha? It was purely coincidental that Yan Jiucha was drugged 3 years ago. They didn't have time to give him the drug. It was Yan Jiucha who took the wrong drug and went to the brothel in a daze. They originally prepared the most beautiful woman for Yan Jiucha in the largest brothel in Shuzhou. But he slept with an ugly woman in the brothel. It is said that the ugly woman was not ugly at the beginning. She accidentally ate poisonous grass on the way to being kidnapped by human traffickers, which caused the poison spots on her face. Speaking of which, they were lucky that the ugly woman was a virgin. Otherwise, they really couldn't guarantee that the child in her belly was Yan Jiuchao's. The madam of the brothel would not let the girls get pregnant. Since there would be no offspring, there was no need to take the girl back. Could it be that he had sex with a prostitute and still had to be responsible for her? There were many hardships afterwards. But fortunately, they finally found the woman and got the baby in her belly. It was originally impossible to give birth, Su Xiao said, but she was very strong. And all 3 babies were born safely. Chapter 208 The Ninth Brother Returns. Yan Ryu couldn't stay in this tea house for too long. To conceal her identity, she had made an appointment with a group of noble ladies to go boating in the nearby lake. She came here under the pretext of buying tea and snacks for her sisters. She estimated the time and thought it was time for her to go back to the group of noble ladies. Yan Ryu went downstairs with a few boxes of tea and snacks. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Yuan, who was full of murderous intent. Yuan had just come out of the alley where she ran into Zhao Heng and looted 5 copper coins from Zhao Heng. 5 copper coins were not enough to fill her teeth. Of course, Yuan was not concerned about these copper coins, but the thing she had asked from Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng said that he had seen a portrait of himself when he was pregnant. In that portrait, she was covered with red spots and had an ugly face. Zhao Heng, who grew up with him, almost failed to recognize her. So how did Yang, who had only seen her a few times from a distance, recognize her in the brothel? Even with her toes, she could guess that Yan was lying. Of course, she did not doubt that the two had met in the brothel in Shuzhou. But it was not as Yang Xiaocai said that he recognized her. On the contrary, it should be she who recognized Yang Xiaocai. Yang Xiaocai had a close relationship with Zhao Heng. She always went to the private school to visit Zhao Heng. Even if she had never spoken to Yang Xiaocai, she knew him to some extent. After recognizing Yang Xiaocai, she immediately revealed her identity to him and asked him to save her. Unfortunately, Yang Xiaocai was afraid of getting into trouble and left her alone. If it was just this point, Yuan would not think there was anything to blame him for. After all, he and she were not related, and it seemed a bit unreasonable to ask him to risk offending others and save her from danger. But since he chose to let it go, he might as well just ignore it. After a few years, he went to Zhao Heng to gossip about her. What does that mean? If he dared to tell the truth, Yuan would respect him as a man. But he cleared himself of all charges and never mentioned that she had asked him for help. He just insisted that she went to the brothel by herself. What a scumbag. Coward. It is said that birds of a feather flock together, and people are divided into groups. Those who call Zhao Heng brothers and sisters are also the same kind of people as Zhao Heng. Yan Ryu saw Yuan walking forward with her head down, not even looking at the road, just waiting for Yuan to hit the pillar. But Yuan seemed to have a pair of eyes on her head. When she was about to hit the pillar, her steps stopped. Then, Yuan seemed to sense something and looked towards Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu was caught off guard and felt flustered as if she was caught doing something bad. But Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids, looked away, and continued to walk forward. Yan Ryu, who had never been ignored like this before, was so angry that smoke came out of her head. Stop right there. Yuan ignored her. You? I told you to stop. Yuan still didn't stop. Yan Ryu opened her eyes in disbelief. After not seeing her for a few days, this girl became more and more daring. She dared to ignore her like this on the street. Look, she is still just a lowly village girl. But she dared to embarrass her like this. When she really regains her status, won't she trample her hard under her feet? Hey, Miss Yin asked you to stop. Are you deaf or stupid? Can't you hear me? Just when Yen Ryu was furious, several elegantly dressed ladies suddenly appeared in front of Yuan, blocking her way with an arrogant look. They were the ladies who were invited by Yen Ryu to go boating on the lake. The original plan was to meet at a cloth shop. After the meeting, Yen Ryu offered to buy them tea and snacks. They waited for a long time, but Yen Ryu didn't come back. So they came to find her together. The one who just spoke was a daughter named Li. She was the closest to Yen Ryu among all the ladies, and her status was also the highest among the people present except Yen Ryu. It was most appropriate for her to speak up for Yen Ryu. The other two daughters saw Miss Li speak up, and they were also unwilling to be outdone. Yeah. Can't you hear? Are you really deaf? Or do you want to deliberately offend Miss Yen? Do you know who Miss Yen is? She is the daughter of a marquis. You are a lowly person. You can only kowtow to her when you see her. How dare you neglect her? Lowly people? Yuan looked at the three people indifferently. I am a lowly person. What are you? My father is the Minister of War. Miss whose father is the Minister of the Imperial Household. And Miss whose grandfather is the editor of the Hanlin Academy. You? Miss Li said, looking her up and down. What kind of person are you? Yen Ryu stepped forward and kindly came to the rescue. Forget it. It was my fault. I wanted to take this opportunity to make peace with her. But I didn't expect that she had such a deep grudge against me. This sentence contains a lot of information. What does make peace mean? What does such a deep grudge mean? Could it be that the two of them had an unfriendly relationship before? But no matter how you look at it, Miss Yen will not have any intersection with a commoner. Everyone looked at Yen Ryu in confusion. Miss Li asked, Miss Yen, who is she? Yen Ryu looked embarrassed and said, forget it. Let's not talk about her. Let's go. Don't ruin the sister's mood for such a small matter. I will feel bad if I do that. Why are you pretending to be a good person? Yen Ryu? Yuan looked at her expressionlessly. Everyone was stunned by the arrogant tone. Yen Ryu frowned slightly. Miss you. Miss you? Yuan smiled. You won't call me a village girl this time? So you are a village girl. Miss Li's eyes suddenly flashed with contempt. Oh my god. Now even a village girl dares to ignore the daughter of the Marquis's mansion? Miss Hu on the left said, Miss Yen, how do you know a village girl? Yen Ryu hesitated for a while, and said with some embarrassment, her father was my father's subordinate. Miss Li raised her voice, a daughter of a subordinate. So disrespectful? Yuan said with a smile, Yen Ryu, why don't you just tell them that my father is not only your father's subordinate, but also robbed your father's military merits? Miss Li glared, what? Your father also robbed the military merits of Marquis Yen? Your father is that. Yes. My father is Yu Shaoqing. Yuan straightened her back and said, no matter how the outside world wronged her father. In her mind, her father was always a hero who saved the people from dire straits. Miss Li sneered, no wonder Miss Yen called you. You didn't dare to stand still. You don't have the face to stand still. Yen Ryu pulled Miss Li's sleeve and said softly, stop talking. Don't offend her. Miss Li snorted, why? Am I afraid of her? Her father is the current Minister of War. It is as easy to crush the daughter of a criminal as to crush an ant. Not to mention that she has Yen Ryu by her side. With the background of the Yen family, there are few people who dare to provoke her even if you look at the entire capital. Yen Ryu looked embarrassed again. Yuan sighed and said, don't act. I'm tired for you. You just want to say that I have some ability to seduce not only the current second prince, but also the young master of Yanqing? When this was said, everyone was stunned. What did this village girl say? The two most noble young men in the whole capital were all confused by her. Is what she said true? Miss Li looked at Yen Ryu anxiously. Miss Yen, is she lying? How could the second prince and the young master of Yen like her? Yes, even if she is a little pretty. She is of such a humble origin. How can she be in the eyes of the second prince and the young master of Yen? Miss Hu and Miss Wood didn't believe it either. Speaking of beauty, Yuan is really beautiful. But who are the second prince and Yin Jiuqiu? They are from the royal family. Have they seen few beauties since childhood? How could they be fooled by a mere appearance? They expected Yen Ryu to give a negative answer. But Yen Ryu sighed, Stop talking. Let's go boating. This is a tacit agreement. This lowly village girl really seduced the two men they wanted to marry the most. No wonder she is so arrogant. It turns out that she relies on the support of men. They are jealous of Yuan. They dream of getting the favor of the prince and the young master. But one refuses to marry because he is in mourning for the queen mother. And the other refuses to marry because he is not close to women. They were also jealous of Yen Ryu. But Yen Ryu is of noble status and beautiful face. They think they can't compare with her. It's not unfair to lose to Yen Ryu. But it's a bit unreasonable to lose to a lowly village girl. Besides, the second prince's marriage is said to have been arranged. The principal wife is the daughter of the prime minister's mansion. And the two concubines are the daughters of the imperial tutor and the censor's family. It seems that she has not even planned for the position of a concubine. As for young Master Yin, there is nothing to be afraid of. Miss Yin is the biological mother of the young master, and she is the mistress of the young master's mansion. Even if they teach this village girl a lesson, what will happen? Would young Master Yin embarrass his fiancée for a girl who warms the bed? Thinking of this, when several people looked at Yuan again, there was no fear in their eyes. Miss Li walked in front of Yuan and looked at her arrogantly. Kneel down. Kowtow to Miss Yin to admit your mistakes. And swear not to seduce young Master Yin again. And we will pretend that nothing happened today. Ku Xian. Forget it. Yen Ryu pulled Miss Li's sleeve. Miss Li snorted coldly. What do you mean by that? You are just too kind. You don't know that a kind horse is ridden by others. And a kind person is bullied by others. You are the daughter of a noble family. But you let a village girl ride on your head and bully you. If this gets out, where will you put your dignity? Yen Ryu said softly, my face is not important. Please don't hurt the harmony because of me. Who is harmonious with her? Miss Li looked at Yuan coldly. Did you kneel down by yourself? Or did I force you to kneel down? Yuan met her gaze. I advise you to be kind. Ku Xian. Stop making trouble. Yen Ryu continued to persuade. However, this persuasion did not work, but instead made Miss Li's anger burn up. Miss Li was born in a military family. She watched her brother practice martial arts since she was a child. And she also learned a little bit. She was quite good at it. She immediately grabbed Yuan's shoulders and was about to raise her foot to put Yuan's knees on the ground, forcing Yuan to kneel on the ground. But unexpectedly Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed her wrist. Before everyone could react to what happened, Miss Li staggered and fell to the ground. Miss Li fell flat on her face in public, and her face turned green with anger. Yen Ryu frowned and said, Miss Yu, this is your fault. Why did you hurt Miss Li? Yuan asked back, if I don't do anything, will you just stand here and wait to be beaten? Miss Li looked at her companions coldly. What are you two doing? Help me to deal with her. At Miss Li's command, Miss Hu and Miss Hua also stepped forward to take Yuan away. However, Miss Li was not Yuan's opponent. So how could they be? Yuan moved her fingers, and the two of them fell to the ground. Yen Ryu secretly clenched her fingers. She couldn't deal with her like this. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. I told you not to offend her. Yen Ryu squatted down and helped Miss Li up. Miss Li gritted her teeth and said, I was just careless for a moment and fell into her trap. No matter how powerful she is, can she beat the guards of our minister's mansion? A glimmer flashed across Yen Ryu's eyes. Yes. How could she forget that Miss Li went out with guards? Miss Li asked the maid to call the guards stationed in the cloth shop. There were more than a dozen of them. They were supposed to protect them when they went boating on the lake. But Miss Li made Yuan so angry that she asked them to show their fists in advance. Miss Li pointed at Yuan fiercely. Catch this ignorant girl. Miss. The leading guard was embarrassed. Their fists were used to deal with bad guys, not to bully a little girl. Miss Li pointed to her red and swollen face. Didn't you see that she threw me like this? And Miss Hu and Miss Hua were both injured by her. Why don't you catch her quickly? This was just a quarrel between women. And the leading guard didn't want to catch her. Miss Li was so angry that she drew the sword from his waist. Catch him or not. If not, I will go back and tell my father that you and this woman are in collusion to bully me. The leading guard had a headache. Miss Li was not so unreasonable on weekdays. What happened today? Yen Ryu lowered her eyes. Miss Li urged again. The guard had no choice but to catch Yuan. Yuan might have some brute force, but the opponent was not some scattered petty thief, but a well-trained guard. If they really fought, Yuan would have no chance of winning. At this moment, An extremely luxurious carriage drove over and stopped beside the few people. Several people turned their heads quickly and saw that the driver was a young man in his early 20s. Tall, strong, with strong features and handsome looks. Although he was driving the carriage, he exuded a more noble and unique temperament than the sons of aristocratic families. Miss Li was stunned. Others might not have recognized him, but Yuan and Yan Ryu recognized his identity instantly. Ing Shi-san, Yan Jiuchao's personal guard. After Ing Shi-san stopped the carriage, he jumped off the ground, stretched out his slender arms, and lifted the curtain of the carriage. A handsome man walked out of the carriage, dressed in a white robe, handsome as jade. If Ing Shi-san was the unparalleled son, then this man was the fairy Jiuxiu. When he appeared, everyone was so amazed that they held their breath. Yan Ryu was the first to bow. "Your greets, young Master Yan." Everyone was shocked. What? He is young Master Yan? They had heard that this young master had a bad temper, but was extremely beautiful. They thought the rumors were exaggerated. Now that they saw him, they felt that they had only described 1/10 or 1/12 of his beauty. Yan Jiuchao ignored Yan Ryu and walked quietly to Yuan. Yuan did not look at him. Yan Jiuchao raised his eyebrows. Miss Li's eyes rolled around. "Master Yan, you have to take care of us." She bullied others by taking advantage of her power. Not only did she bump into Miss Yan, she also injured me. "Miss who?" "And Miss Zhua." Yan Jiuchao glanced at the three of them calmly. "You hit her hard." Miss Li nodded quickly. Yan Jiuchao turned to look at Yuan. "You hit her?" "Yes." "Which hand?" Yan Jiuchao asked in a deep voice. Miss Li was ecstatic. If she heard correctly, her hand was going to be crippled. Right. She knew that a lowly peasant like her would never be in the eyes of Master Yan. "This one will do." Yuan stretched out her right hand angrily. Yan Jiuchao held the hand that was left with scratches and calluses due to years of hard work. "Does it hurt?" he said. Everyone was stunned. And Yuan herself was also stunned, as if she had not expected him to react like this in public. Yuan's ears felt a little hot, and she tried to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly. Everyone was stunned by this scene. It was not strange for a man to favor a girl, but to protect her in public was not an ordinary favor. The guards were glad that the eldest brother hesitated and did not let them have time to offend the girl. Otherwise, their heads combined would not be enough for young Master Yan to chop off alone. However, Yan Ryu is still here. Would young Master Yan's actions be too much of a slap in the face of Yan Ryu? Yan Ryu's face turned very ugly. There was no more embarrassing moment than this. Everyone thought she was Yan Jiuchao's fiancée. But Yan Jiuchao had never looked at her since he appeared. He only showed great affection to that village girl. She was the daughter of a marquis, but she was not as good as a wild girl from the countryside. Her eyes fell on the two people's tightly clasped hands, and she was almost crazy with jealousy. Yan Jiuchao took Yuan to the carriage. Yuan was not in a good state. With her personality, she should have held his hand and bullied Yan Ryu. However, she let them go. It was not out of kindness, but because she was not in the mood to make trouble. Yan Jiuchao sighed and said, "I've only been gone for a few days. And you're so distraught? Didn't I write you letters every day to comfort you?" Yuan turned around with a blank look on her face. "Letters? What letters? You didn't receive them?" Yan Jiuchao frowned his handsome brows. Ing Shi-san, who was driving the car, cleared his throat. "Don't blame me. I sent them all. As for why you didn't receive them, Miss, you should understand. The letters at the post station are roughly divided into 3 categories. One is official letters, one is civilian letters, and the other is expedited, which can be sent by both officials and civilians. Along the way, in order to conceal his whereabouts, Ing Shi-san was not allowed to use Yan Jiuchao's name, so he could only send ordinary civilian letters. In the countryside, civilian letters are sent once a month, and in a poor place like Lianhua village, it is not strange to send them once every 3 months. Yan Jiuchao's face darkened instantly. He wrote for nothing after all this time? Yuan stopped talking again. She sat quietly in the carriage, staring at the constantly changing scenery in a daze. Yan Jiuchao really realized that something was wrong with her this time. It was as if she had lost her soul and could not find it back. He wondered whether he should tell her that Yan Ryu was not the biological mother of the child to make her happy. After all, she was so jealous of Yan Ryu that she was afraid that he would have anything to do with Yan Ryu. But then he thought again. Even if the woman he had slept with was not Yin Ryu, she was not her either. What was there to be happy about? Yuan did not ask about the letter again. Her mind was now full of the child who was unknown. She did not know whether to tell Yin Jiuchao all this. She was torn between heaven and man. One voice told her that Yin Jiuchao had the right to know the truth. The other voice told her that once Yin Jiuchao knew the truth, the consequences would be disastrous. Yes, which man would be willing to accept a woman who had been in a brothel and had a child? Yin Jiuchao knocked her forehead. What on earth are you thinking about? Yuan lowered her eyes. Yin Jiuchao, do you mind what kind of person I was in the past and what I did? Yin Jiuchao said calmly. You want to say that you had a fiancé? You know? Yuan was surprised. It's hard to know. Yin Jiuchao asked back. Yuan shook her head. The village was so small that he could easily hear about it even if he didn't ask. Isn't it just an engagement? Yin Jiuchao sneered. Yuan pursed her lips. What if it's not just an engagement? Did you sleep with him? What if you really slept with him? Yin Jiuchao was furious. Ing Shisan, let that Zhao girl be my young master's wife. Ing Shisan stopped the carriage and ran out. Ing Shisan, you come back. Yuan called Ing Shisan, lowered her head, and said to Yin Jiuchao, I didn't sleep with him. Yin Jiuchao breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, Yuan gave him another thundering blow. You slept with someone else. Yin Jiuchao? Yuan said, and you even had a baby. Yin Jiuchao. Chapter 209 Brother Zhou's Fury. Yin Jiuchao said coldly, who is that wild man? Find him out. Kill him. Burn him. Chop him up. I don't know. Yuan said with her head down. And, maybe, there are more than one. Yin Jiuchao, who instantly felt like he was stabbed by 100,000 arrows in his heart. I didn't hide it from you on purpose. I don't remember it myself. I just remembered it. It's not that I just remembered it. It's just, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it's like this. That's it? What kind of thing is this? In the dark room, Yin Jiuchao sat up from the bed in anger, threw off the quilt, sat on the edge of the bed, stepped on the cold footrest with his bare feet, and gasped for breath. It's been so many years since I've been so angry. I'm about to explode. She's really bold. She dares to say anything nonsense because he loves her. She has a man, and more than one? She has a child. I don't know who she has the child with. Yin Jiuchao is so angry that his heart hurts. Will the young master be okay? In the yard outside the gate, Ing Lu looked at the closed door and said solemnly. Ing Shisan's expression was not optimistic. Uncle Wan sighed. The last time I saw the young master get so angry was when he learned about the cause of the prince's death. The young master was so angry that he locked himself in the room and refused to see anyone until he became ill. Will the young master also get ill this time? Ing Lu said in shock. He had seen the young master get ill before, and it was really scary. Uncle Wan sighed again. Who knows? Since meeting Miss Yu, the young master has never been ill again. But this time, Miss Yu caused it herself. It's hard to say what the outcome will be. Ing Lu looked at Ing Shisan and said, weren't you there at the time? Didn't you know to stop Miss Yu? Ing Shisan was furious. How could I stop her? You don't know. She didn't say a word of nonsense. At least she was beating around the bush. But she came up and told the truth. I've never seen someone so straightforward. He didn't even react. Ing Lu and Uncle Wan both looked at him with resentment. And Yin Shisan was defeated. Forget it. I'll go in and persuade him. Yin Shisan risked his life to enter the young master's room. Yin Jiuchao sat on the edge of the bed in thin clothes. The night at the end of March was still a little cold. But Yin Shisan could hear the sweat dripping from his forehead, dripping on the footrest. His face was shrouded in darkness, and Yin Shisan could not see his expression. But he could feel the murderous aura emanating from him. Even a master like Yin Shisan could not help but shudder. Young master. Yin Shisan spoke with courage. After a while, Yin Jiuchao said solemnly, what's the matter? His voice was not loud, but it inexplicably made Yin Shisan shudder. Ing Shisan didn't forget what he came for. He calmed down and said, young master, please don't be too angry. Didn't Miss Yu say that she didn't remember anything? Who knows if what she said is true? Maybe she remembered it wrongly. Yin Jiuchao said coldly, do you think she dared to tell this young master about this without solid evidence? Ing Shisan also felt that he was out of his mind. His words were too half-hearted. He quickly changed his words and said, in fact, you didn't suffer any loss. You also slept with other women and gave birth to your own children. You are even with Miss Yu. How is this even? This young master only slept with one. She may have slept with several. Yin Jiucha said, upset. The thoughts of Jianghu people are different from those of ordinary people. Ing Shishan quickly circled the key points in the young master's words and raised his eyebrows and said, then why don't you sleep with a few more? Yin Jiucha's breath was blocked in his chest. Is this a matter of whether to sleep or not? This little cabbage he got was taken away by some wild boar. Achoo! Yin Jiucha sneezed heavily. No one could accept this. It was not that if you liked someone, you would not care about their past. It was that he did not know what kind of past this person had. What she forgot was something unimportant to her, or something that had left a deep impression on her. If she remembered it one day, would she find out that she really liked someone else? Or, that might be true. He was just one of her many men. Yin Jiucha felt like he was about to die of anger. Where's Ing Lu? Yin Jiucha shouted. Ing Lu hurriedly slipped in. Young master. The murderous aura in Yin Jiucha's heart surged. Go check. This young master wants to know everything about her. In the evening, Yuan returned to the village. After she confessed to Yin Jiucha, she got off the carriage. She took the carriage she rented back to town. She didn't dare to look at Yin Jiucha's expression. Her parents died early in her previous life, and she had always been a very strong person. However, this strength gradually had a crack after meeting Yin Jiucha. It is said that women become strong because they are helpless, and they become weak because they are happy. She didn't know that these words were not true. She only knew that Zhao Heng made Awan independent too early, and Yin Jiucha almost stripped her strong coat. She thought that she did not regret telling Yin Jiucha that these pasts belonged to Awan and hers. She could not get rid of them or erase them. This was the price of her rebirth. If Yin Jiucha could not accept her like this, then she could only regretfully end this relationship. Sister! Sister! After returning to the house, Xiao Taidan ran out, grabbed Yuan's hand, and dragged Yuan into the house. What's wrong? Yuan asked. The postman came to the village. Xiao Taidan said with his eyes wide open. Yuan asked. Why are you holding me when the postman came? There are your letters. Xiao Taidan dragged Yuan into the house and pointed to the bundles piled up on the table, saying, Look! Your letters. So many letters. They were delivered today. Her letters? I've only been gone for a few days. And you're so distraught? Didn't I write to you every day to comfort your longing for me? So, Yin Jiucha really wrote her letters. But how come there are so many? Could it be that someone else wrote them? Sister, I can help you read the letters. Little Taidan patted his chest and said, He is now a person who can read. He is a learned Taidan. Yuan patted his head lightly. First learn the 1,000 characters. Little Taidan drooped his head. Oh! Yuan waited until Little Taidan fell asleep before lighting the oil lamp to read the letters. There were too many letters. A total of 300. Yuan seriously suspected that Yin Jiucha did not dare to do anything on the way and was writing letters. I am leaving the capital now. Don't worry too much. I will be back in a few days. I have reached Chang'an Street. I am really leaving the capital. I have reached Xuanwu Street. I have reached Shufei Street. I am almost at the East Gate. I have reached the East Gate. I have left the East Gate. The rice dumplings in Yucheng are filled with meat. The rate flowers in Bo County are in full bloom. Each letter has only 1 or 2 sentences, and they are all meaningless accounts. But somehow, Yuan's mind clearly recalls him sitting in the carriage, holding the brush impatiently. It's a little cute. Yuan smiled. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore, because Yin Jiucha would never write to her again. Young master. At dawn, Ing Lu returned home. Yin Jiucha had not slept all night, and sat coldly by the bed. The light of dawn came in and fell on his cold face. Ing Lu did not dare to look at him anymore, but lowered his head and told the news he had found out. I have never heard that Miss Yu had an affair with anyone and had a child. Yin Jiucha said in a deep voice. So, she lied to me? This? Ing Lu hesitated. I don't know, but I have found out one thing. What is it? Yin Jiucha asked. Miss Yu lived in her cousin's house for a year 3 years ago. But Zhao Shoucai's sister slandered Miss Yu in front of the whole village, saying that she did not go to her cousin's house that year, but went to a brothel. Ing Lu said with a stiff face. Yin Jiuchu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Ing Lu continued, as the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. since this matter was spread by the Zhao family. Then we can ask the Zhao family to find out whether it is true or not. Didn't Miss Yu say that she couldn't remember it clearly? Maybe she was deceived by the Zhao family. The Zhao family can do anything to break off the engagement. What's the use of making up some rumors? Yin Jiuchu said coldly. Catch that kid surnamed Zhao. Zhao Heng didn't know what bad luck he had recently. Why did he see someone trying to catch him every day? Today, he clearly changed his route. But he was still caught. This person was so rude that he threw him on the horse without saying a word, and drove him along the way like a reincarnation, making him vomit all the way. And his intestines were almost vomited out. After finally arriving, he fell to the ground again. He was dizzy for a long time before he managed to hold onto a tree and climb up. Then, he saw a pair of black patterned footsteps, with a piece of white brocade worth 1 inch of gold on them. He immediately felt a breath of nobility coming towards him. He raised his head fearfully, and looked at the high-ranking man. Then he was startled. Wan! Young Master Wan? It's strange to say that although Yin Jiuchao lived in the village for a while, Zhao Heng had never met him. The only time he saw him was when he caught a glimpse of a shadow during an earthquake. But the temperament of this man was so unique that Zhao Heng still recognized him intuitively at first sight. Did you have someone arrest me? Zhao Heng didn't understand why Master Wan wanted to arrest him. He saw that Master Wan had feelings for Awan. But he had broken off the engagement with Awan and had moved out of Lotus Village. He would never have any contact with Awan in his life. So why did he arrest him? Ing Shursen kicked him. Can you peek at my master's appearance? Zhao Heng was kicked to his knees, with a bloody stain on his forehead. He was a scholar who read sage books and grew up spoiled. He had never suffered such hardship before. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. But compared to the pain, there was more humiliation. He was a scholar, and he was exempted from kneeling when he met an official. This Wan Gongzi, who had no official title, actually humiliated him like this. Yin Jiuchao ignored his ant-like struggle, looked down at him and said, Let me ask you. The rumor that Yuan had been to a brothel, is it made up by you? Or where did you hear it from? Yuan. Yuan again. Every time something goes wrong, it's because of this woman. Even if the rabbit is anxious, it will bite. Zhao Heng suffered misfortunes one after another. And he was also very angry. Mr. Wan wants to marry her. So he came to inquire about her news? Ha. Then Mr. Wan should open his eyes. This woman not only went to a brothel, but also had a child with another man. It's definitely not something I made up. It's a fact. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Who? Yin Jiuchao asked with clenched fists. Zhao Heng straightened his back and said, My classmate. He saw her enter the brothel with his own eyes. She has been hiding it from me. If it wasn't for my classmate telling me the truth, I would still be in the dark. I said this by no means to sow discord between Master Wan and her. I just feel sorry for Master Wan and I share the same suffering. And I can't bear that Master Wan will continue to be deceived by her. This woman is very cunning. She can't be the wife of a scholar. So she went to seduce Master Wan. Master Wan is also a person who reads the books of sages. Don't let this kind of woman drag you down. Ing Shursen kicked him to the ground. Just answer it. Did you let me talk nonsense? Zhao Heng spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Yin Jiuchao looked at him coldly. Who is your classmate? An hour later, a scholar named Yang was caught by Ing Lu. Yang Xiuzai was originally a classmate of Zhao Heng. But since Zhao Heng moved to the capital, he no longer studied in the private school in the town. So the two had not seen each other for a while. Yang Xiuzai never expected that their next meeting would be in such an occasion. Yang Xiuzai was confused. Yin Jiuchao naturally disdained to reveal his identity to him. Yang Xiuzai acted as if he was sacred and inviolable at first. But after a few punches from Ing Shursen, he behaved himself. He answered whatever Yin Jiuchao asked, not daring to question her at all. According to Zhao Heng, Yang Xiuzai saw Yuan accidentally in a brothel 3 years ago. And then he hesitated and didn't tell Zhao Heng until he heard that Zhao Heng was going to get married. Then he dared to tell him the truth. But under Yin Jiuchao's brutal interrogation, it was not the case at all. I didn't recognize her. She suddenly rushed over and blocked my way. She said she was Zhao Xiuzai's fiancée. She asked me to save her. Her face was covered with red spots, and I was shocked. But I knew she wasn't lying. Everything she said was true. In order to gain Yang Xiuzai's trust, Awan told him a lot about Zhao Heng and what Zhao Heng told her about Yang Xiuzai. Zhao Heng didn't expect that there was such an inside story. and he was completely stunned. She went to the town to sell vegetables and met a kidnapper. She begged me to save her. I didn't dare. Yang Xiaocai certainly didn't dare. There were thugs everywhere in the brothel. Taking their girls away was like seeking death. Wasn't it? At that time, Awan knelt down and begged him, saying that she was still innocent and she had done nothing wrong to Zhao Heng. She asked him to take her away or redeem her. She would pay him back in the future no matter how much money he paid. But Yang Xiaocai walked away in anger. He left a helpless girl alone in a den of cannibals. This girl was not a stranger, but the fiancée of Zhao Heng, with whom he had a comradeship. Did he have a guilty conscience? Yin Jiuqiu was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu exchanged glances, thinking that it was not good, and the young master might be sick. Yin Jiuqiu's rationality was being devoured bit by bit, and he used the remaining sobriety to say, "Which brothel? What about the child?" After asking, his whole look changed. He picked up the stool at hand and smashed it hard on Yang Xiaocai's head. Yang Xiaocai fell down. His eyes were still open, but blood and brains splashed all over Zhao Heng's face. Zhao Heng was shocked. Yin Jiuqiu woke up 3 days later, and Zhao Heng asked Ing Lu to beat him up and threw him back to the alley. But before leaving, Zhao Heng took the initiative to answer Yin Jiuqiu's last 2 questions. "Young master, this is a portrait painted by Zhao Heng himself. He said that he was sure that Miss Yu had given birth after seeing the portrait." Ing Lu said. Uncle Wan winked at Ing Lu outside the door, indicating that Ing Lu should remind the young master to take medicine. Ing Lu thought to himself that the young master was suffering from a heart disease this time, and a heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. Ing Lu did not respond to Uncle Wan. Uncle Wan was so anxious that he wanted to beat him. Yin Jiuqiu took the portrait, glanced at it, and frowned. Ing Lu said, "Maybe she changed her appearance. Or maybe she accidentally ate something poisonous and got the poison spots." "Where did the portrait come from?" Yin Jiuqiu asked hoarsely. Ing Lu said, "It seems that another group of people are also investigating Miss Yu's news. Zhao Heng saw this portrait from that group of people." "Another group of people?" Yin Jiuqiu seemed to be thinking. Ing Lu nodded, also. "Young master, where do you think Miss Yu was kidnapped to 3 years ago?" Yin Jiuqiu said, "Don't tell me it was Shuzhou." "It was Shuzhou," Ing Lu said. Yin Jiuqiu paused. "Are you sure?" "I was also surprised at the time. I asked Zhao Heng again and again." "It was Shuzhou. And it was also April," Ing Lu said, looking at Yin Jiuqiu steadily. "Young master, it can't be such a coincidence?" Yin Jiuqiu murmured, "Yes. It can't be such a coincidence. The time and place all match, but he really can't remember the other person's appearance. His spies once asked Yin Ryu, 'You are the daughter of the Yin family. Why did you fall into a brothel?' 'I was kidnapped by human traffickers,' Yin Ryu said with a sob. 'This is what you want experienced.' Young master, do you need me to go to Shuzhou again?" Ing Lu asked. "No need." Yin Jiuqiu paused. "Prepare the car." "Where to?" "Lotus Village." He wanted to personally verify whether she was the woman that night. Chapter 210 Her Birthmark. At midnight, Yin Jiuqiu got on the carriage to leave the mansion. Uncle Wan was old, so he didn't bother to go with him. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan drove the carriage silently. It was late at night, and the city gate had been closed for more than an hour. However, Master Yin wanted to leave the city, so let alone a mere city gate. Even the gate of the palace had to be opened for him. The city gate was wide open, and the carriage rushed out at lightning speed. Looking at the carriage that was leaving in a cloud of dust, the guards guarding the city were puzzled and muttered, "What do you think? Young master, why did you leave the city so late? Are you going back to Yanqing? You are in such a hurry. As if something urgent happened? I haven't heard of any major incident in Yanqing. Who do you think you are? How can you let you know if something happened in Yanqing? Go away. I am still your master even if I can't stand it anymore." The guard's scolding was gradually shut behind the city gate. When the carriage arrived at Lianhua village, all the villagers had rested, and the village was quiet, with only a few frog calls coming from the depths of the fish pond. "Young master." Ing Shursan stopped the carriage at the entrance of the village. "What are you going to say to Miss Yu later?" "What do you want to say?" Yin Jiuqiu asked, puzzled. Ing Shursan really made the young master worry. "Are you going to tell Miss Yu the truth? Say that you are here to verify her identity. Then she will know that you have been looking for the young master's biological mother." She said in front of Yin Ryu, that she would marry into the young master's mansion to be the young master's mother. If she is the young master's biological mother, it would be fine. If not, how big a knot would she feel in her heart? Yin Jiuqiao rarely felt that Ying Shursen had thought about it before going out. Thinking about how Yuan stabbed his heart. How much hatred did he have to stab her as well? Forget it. I'll go by myself. Don't follow me, Yin Jiuqiao said. Got off the carriage and went to the village. Young master will be okay? Ying Lu asked in a low voice. Ying Shursen showed the pill in his hand. The heart-protecting pill is ready. Ying Lu. Yin Jiuqiao went to Yuan's house. Given the experience of Yuan always leaving the door open for him, he did not go through the front door, but went around the back door. It was a coincidence that the workshop was busy with the sour bamboo shoots today until midnight, and Yin Jiuqiao finished work half an hour before entering the village. However, although the workshop was done, Yuan still had some aftermath work to do. She was busy in the house until midnight, and she was a little hungry. She went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Just after she ate a chicken leg, she heard a burst of small footsteps outside the back door. In the middle of the night. Sneaking around? Could it be a thief? Yuan picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board. Yin Jiuqiao stood outside the door, thinking about the days when he was unconscious. He neither came to see her nor wrote a letter to her. He wondered if she would think that he had abandoned her and was heartbroken in the house. After all, Zhao Heng broke off the engagement, and she had committed suicide by jumping into the lake. In her mind, he was more important than Zhao Heng. He was really worried that she would do something stupid that could not be undone. Alas! Yin Jiuqiao sighed and reached out to push the door. The door opened, but it was not pushed open by him, but opened from the inside. Then, Yuan, who should have been heartbroken, held a chicken leg in her mouth and a kitchen knife in her hand. Her eyes were wide open, not dull after being abandoned, but bright and energetic, like a hen with high morale. Yin Jiuqiao felt that his heart was hit by 100,000 arrows again. He is not as good as Zhao Heng. Why are you here? After seeing that the person was Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan put down the kitchen knife. I thought there was a thief. Young Master Yin suppressed the pain of being shot by the arrow and said calmly, with your poor family. What kind of thief would target you? Yuan put the half-eaten chicken leg back into the bowl, not knowing how to face him. She calmed down and asked, it's so late. What do you want to talk to me about? Without waiting for Yin Jiuqiao to answer, Yuan spoke again. If you are here to take back the wedding dress, I have already put it away. Wait a minute. What do you mean she has already put it away? So this girl is already planning to break up with him? Yin Jiuqiao was furious. I just ignored you for a few days. And you're still angry? You've kept such a big thing from me. And you don't allow me to be angry for a few days? Yuan keenly caught the hidden meaning in his words, and said in a daze, aren't you here to break up with me? What hand? Yin Jiuqiao frowned his handsome little brows. A warm current surged in Yuan's heart, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. But Yin Jiuqiao opened his mouth without any defense when he was halfway through. Take off your clothes. Yuan? Yin Jiuqiao, I want to see your body. Yuan? Who the H.L. wants to see my daughter's body? It was Yu Shaoqing who woke up in the middle of the night, picked up a broom from the main room, and rushed over murderously. Yuan's eyebrows jumped immediately, being caught off guard. Yin Jiuqiao's heart also jumped. It can be said that Master Yin has never been afraid of anyone in his life. But there are always a few people in the world that are not convenient to offend. Such as this person in front of him. Yu Shaoqing rushed into the kitchen with a furious look. Regardless of how the young man opposite was dressed luxuriously, how noble his temperament was, or how handsome his face was, he picked up the broom and hit the young master who even the prince dared not to offend. Father! Yuan stopped Yu Shaoqing and took the broom from his hand. Master Yin was relieved. Yuan was indeed on his side. Use this. Yuan handed over a kitchen knife. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao was chased and fled everywhere. The dignified young master of Yinqing, the little playboy of the dynasty, had never been so embarrassed. The Yu family was in a turmoil. Even Xiao Taiyan and Jiang were woken up. The two came to the kitchen in a daze, and saw Yu Shaoqing holding a kitchen knife, chasing Yin Jiuqiao, running around in the bamboo forest. Stop right there, you little brat. Yin Jiuqiao was lucky. Yu Shaoqing had the villagers drink some wine before he went to sleep. He was still dizzy at this moment. His speed and reaction were not as quick as usual. After a long time, He didn't even catch a corner of Yin Jiuchao's clothes. Of course, Yin Jiuchao's situation was not much better. He had just recovered from a serious illness and was still weak. He was almost unable to hold on after being chased by his father-in-law for dozens of times. But tonight, he was determined to find out the truth. So he risked being hacked to death to check Yuan's birthmark. "Dad, what are you doing?" little Tai-Dan asked, rubbing his eyes. "Mom, Tai-Dan, why are you here?" Yuan hurriedly pushed the two back to the kitchen. Yu Shaoqing paused when he saw his wife and son coming. This is the moment. Yin Jiuchao took advantage of Yu Shaoqing's distraction, stepped to the door of the kitchen, grabbed the slender hand, rushed out of the village with his men, rushed to the carriage, and lowered the curtain. Ing Shisan and Ing Lu were confused. "Go," Yin Jiuchao said. "Where are you taking me in the middle of the night?" Yin Jiuchao's body froze, and he turned his head, and saw that the woman he dragged into the carriage was not Yuan, but the shy little He Jiang. Yin Jiuchao was stunned on the spot. Yu Shaoqing was furious. The stinky boy molested his daughter and kidnapped his woman. He really went to the toilet with a lantern. He was looking for shit death. That night, a certain young master was beaten up miserably. Next door, in the new house of the Ding family, in the room with a small oil lamp, the young master Yen lay tossing and turning. The young master felt wronged and felt bitter. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Yin Jiuchao turned his back. "Don't take medicine." Dong dong dong. The door was knocked again. "Don't apply medicine either," Yin Jiuchao said coldly. Click. The bolt was pried open. Yin Jiuchao sat up. "Ing Shisan, you are so bold." Before he finished speaking, he saw that it was not Ing Shisan standing at the door. He snorted coldly and lay back on the cold bed. Yuan came in with a bowl of cooked brown rice porridge. Young Master Yin covered his head with a quilt. Yuan smiled, and when he took her to elope, all her anger disappeared. Although I don't know why he made such an unreasonable request. It would be strange if he was right. He was just a little snake-spirited lunatic. "Are you hungry?" "Humph. You can't blame me. Who would come to see a girl's body? Don't you allow me to be angry for a while?" Young Master Yin didn't say anything. Yuan sat down by the bed and put the porridge on the stool beside her. "Do you still want to see it?" she said softly. "No." Yin Jiuchao refused without thinking. But as soon as he said it, he suddenly came to his senses, pulled down the quilt covering his head, and looked at Yuan with a look of surprise. Yuan had never done such a thing, at least not in her memory, and she was a little embarrassed. She blew out the oil lamp on the bedside. The room darkened, but soon the cold moonlight shone in. Yuan's ears were a little hot. She shyly turned her back and raised her hand to unbutton her clothes. A large piece of clothing slipped off, revealing a beautiful back hidden under the hair. Yin Jiuchao slowly reached out his hand, pushed aside her black and shiny hair, and looked at her delicate skin like white porcelain. His burning eyes followed her seductive waistline all the way down, and finally saw the green ghost fire. Chapter 211. The truth is revealed. On the way here, he imagined countless possible reactions to seeing this birthmark. But when it really came to this point, he found that all his assumptions were invalid. An indescribable emotion spread in his heart. Yin Jiuchao's cold fingertips fell on the green ghost fire and said, "Is this a birthmark?" "What birthmark?" Yuan turned her head in confusion. "Don't look at it." Yin Jiuchao quickly grabbed her little head and turned her away. "You have a birthmark on your back. Don't you know?" Yuan shook her head. "How can I see it on my back?" Yin Jiuchao asked, "Did your family tell you?" "Maybe they told the original owner. But didn't she inherit all the original owner's memories? This is not an ordinary birthmark. This girl." Yin Jiuchao took a deep breath. Which master in the Central Plains could do such a ridiculous thing, to enter the palace to pluck the emperor's leg hair? Only the bride who dared to escape the ghost clan waiting in the rumor. But it seems that this girl knows nothing about everything. Yin Jiuchao put the clothes that fell on the bedside back on her. "Don't catch a cold." Yuan was a little confused. He said he wanted to take a look. "Really just a look." "Yin Jiuchao, are you?" "Don't think about it." Yin Jiuchao didn't even need to look at her expression. He knew what she was thinking when he heard her tone. People only know that the young master of Yinqing is unruly and domineering. But they don't know that he is actually a very traditional man in his bones. He never messed around before marriage. 3 years ago was an accident, and he got sick. But now that he is sober, he will never allow himself to have a second accident. Yin Jiuqiao buttoned up the unfinished buttons for Yuan, even the top one, and buttoned it all the way to the collar. Yuan, this is just a decorative button. Yuan's resentful little eyes almost shot Yin Jiuqiao into a sieve. Yin Jiuqiao calmed down and said seriously, now, let's talk about business. Yuan thought, what was that just now? Yin Jiuqiao didn't think so much on the way here. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. After thinking about it, he decided to test her mouth first. Do you still remember what you said to me before? What? Yuan asked. I have told you many things. Yin Jiuqiao coughed lightly. Just something I just said recently. Yuan was puzzled. Yin Jiuqiao organized his words. You may have been involved with other men. Is that why you care about this just now? Yuan frowned. No. That man is me. Why do I care about what I do? Yin Jiuqiao was secretly happy in his heart. But his face was serious. I want to ask if you mind? If that man suddenly appeared in front of you, what would you do? Of course. Castrate him. Yuan said without hesitation. Yin Jiuqiao's heart skipped a beat. Yuan grabbed the scissors on the table and cut them. Men who visit brothels are not good men. Yin Jiuqiao silently clamped his legs together. What if he is a hardship? Yuan said coldly. What hardship could he have? I was forced to go to the brothel. Could he be the same? He is. Yuan said with a dangerous look in her eyes. Also, the baby is missing. I suspect he drugged and aborted it. He didn't. Yuan automatically imagined a tragic drama in which a scumbag greasy uncle went to the brothel for pleasure, made the poor woman pregnant, took her home to continue the family line. But in the end, under the coercion of the wife, he killed his own flesh and blood who was about to be born. Yin Jiuqiao felt a chill on his back. Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan's mood suddenly became depressed. I have thought about it. What if the child is still alive? Not what if alive, but really alive. And, not that one, but those three. You gave birth to 3 babies. Young Master Yin made a hard gesture. Would you accept it? Yuan asked. Nonsense. His biological child. How could I not accept it? Yuan hesitated and said, Can you help me find him? I need to know whether he is dead or alive. I know this request is a bit excessive. Not excessive at all. Yin Jiuqiao said generously. Don't worry. I will help you find him and reunite you and your son. Yuan smiled bitterly. You said it as if you were sure that the child is still alive. Yin Jiuqiao. Ha. Not only is he alive, but he is also jumping around. If he is not beaten for a day, he will tear off the tiles on the roof. After Yuan left, Ing Shursan came into the room. He came to give the young master a heart-protecting pill. He was worried that the young master would faint on the spot if he found out that Miss Yu was not the woman that night. But seeing that the young master was not far from fainting even if he didn't faint, could it be that Miss Yu really wasn't? She was, Yin Jiuqiao said. Then why are you unhappy? Ing Shursan wondered. She wants to castrate me, Yin Jiuqiao said with no hope in life. Ing Shursan almost fell down. Ing Shursan was surprised. Have you told her the truth? Tell her. Do you think I can still sit here intact? Thinking of Yuan's action of holding the scissors, the crotch of a certain young master felt a chill again. Thinking of something, Ing Shursan said mischievously, Do you still think that Miss Yu is deeply in love with you and will never change until death? And she is reluctant to hurt you? Yin Jiuqiao sighed. Alas. You don't understand. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Ing Shursan's mouth twitched. Can you still be so shameless? Then what are you going to do? Ing Shursan asked. Yin Jiuqiao brushed his sleeves and said, I can only use my trump card. Prepare the car. I want to go to Zhao's house. Little milk bag, I'm going to see my mother. Smooch smooch. Chapter 212. Go pick up the little milk bag. Su's mansion. Su Chengxian was bored. Since he went out once, his father would never agree to go out again. He was almost bored to death. So he had to bother his father again, and annoyed him so much that he let him go. The yard was quiet, and there was no servant. Strange. Where did they go? Su Chengxian muttered. Su Chengxian certainly didn't expect that Su Xiao had sent the servants away. The servants always knew the rules, and would never return to the yard before the time specified by Su Xiao. Others would not casually set foot in Su Xiao's yard. Only Su Chengxian, relying on his status as the legitimate son, would rush in from time to time. Of course, Su Chengxian didn't break in before, but he was too bored these days, and couldn't sit still. Su Chengxian didn't find Su Xiao in the wing room. So he went to the study again. This time, the door of the study was closed. But there were faint voices of conversation coming from inside. "Master, there is news from Gongcheng," the confidant said. Su Xiao frowned. "What's the situation?" The confidant said, "The house has signs of being moved. It is not surprising that a large house that has not been lived in for a long time will be moved. After all, can't a petty thief be allowed to visit? But the problem is, first, there is nothing missing from the house of value. And second, Yin Ryu happened to remind them that Yin Jiuqiao had doubts about her. Combining the two, it is difficult for people not to guess Yin Jiuqiao. Master, Yin Jiuqiao has returned to Beijing," the confidant said again. Su Chengxian frowned suspiciously. Why did his father care about Yin Jiuqiao? Didn't he say that the matter of Taixianglu being smashed should be dropped, and he should not go against Yin Jiuqiao? It's just the right time. Half a month is enough time to go back and forth to Gongcheng. Of course, in a hurry. Su Xiao believes that Yin Jiuqiao has such ability. How did he suspect Gongcheng? The confidant was puzzled. I am more puzzled than you. I said he is not as simple as he looks on the surface. But no one believes it. Su Xiao sighed lightly. What should we do next? The confidant asked. Su Xiao said thoughtfully, what can we do? Since he has found Gongcheng, it means that he has enough evidence in his hands. It is possible that even I have been exposed. What is his father talking about? Su Chengxian was confused. Su Xiao closed his eyes, as if he had made a major decision, and said, for now, there is only one way left. Master means? The confidant looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao nodded, that's right. We must do it once and for all. And kill Yin Jiuqiao. Bang! There was a collision at the door. And the expressions of the two changed. Su Xiao said coldly, who? The confidant walked over quickly, opened the door, and saw Su Chengxian holding his forehead, trying to run away. But not running away, master? Su Chengxian had heard this man's voice a little familiar, but it took him a while to remember who he was. Now that he saw him, he recognized him as a cleaning guy in Taixianglu, nicknamed Linlingzi. He looked inconspicuous on weekdays, and he didn't expect him to be his father's confidant. Su Xiao also came over and looked at his son with a look of disappointment. Why are you here? Who allowed you to leave the yard? Su Chengxian pouted and said, I'm bored. Su Xiao winked at Linlingzi, who understood and left. Su Xiao called Su Chengxian into the study. How much did you hear about what happened just now? Su Xiao asked. Su Chengxian said truthfully, I just heard you talking about Gongcheng and killing Yin Jiuqiao. Su Xiao looked at him seriously. Remember this. No matter what you just heard, you'd better forget it. Otherwise once it gets out, I, as your father, can't protect you. Su Chengxian snorted. I know. Dad. Su Xiao acted quickly. Yin Jiuqiao's carriage was still on the way back to Beijing when it encountered a wave of pursuit. Yin Jiuqiao had not slept all night and was lying on the couch to catch up on his sleep. Suddenly, he heard a sound of breaking through the air, and then an arrow nailed to the carriage. Ing Shursen handed the reins to Ing Lu and drew his sword. At the same time, arrows flew from the front and shot at their carriage like a deadly attack. Ing Shursen flew into the air, used his internal strength, and used his sword to draw sword flowers, blocking all the flying arrows outside the carriage. Seeing that the arrow attack failed, the opponent switched to close attack. In an instant, more than a dozen masked men in black rushed up with swords in hand. At this time, the sky was not bright, and the surrounding scenery was shrouded in darkness. The murderous aura was more hidden than in the daytime, which was why Ing Shursen did not notice the breadth of this wave of people at the first time. However, Ing Lu, who was always more vigilant, was also unable to detect it in advance, which could only mean that the martial arts of this group of people were really unfathomable. Protect the young master. Ing Shursen said this, and then raised his sword and rushed towards the group of killers. Ing Lu held the reins tightly. Ing Shursen and the killers fought fiercely. Yin Jiuqiao lifted the curtain. Young master, Ing Lu said. They don't look like ordinary killers. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes were stern. Yes. They are death warriors. Death warriors are masters trained in extremely cruel ways. Ing Shursen and Ing Lu almost became death warriors, but later met Yin Jiuqiao and were taken in by Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao also has real death warriors, but he didn't bring them out today. Ing Shursen can handle it. Yin Jiuqiu observed for a while, and then put down the curtain lightly. Can you really handle it? Ing Lu expressed doubt. The martial arts of that group of people were definitely not inferior to Ing Shisan. Not to mention that the number was so large. Ing Lu was ready to respond to Ing Shisan at any time. However, to his surprise, every time he thought Ing Shisan was going to fall, Ing Shisan burst out with more terrifying potential. Ing Shisan knocked down 1, 2, 3. After 3/4 of an hour, Ing Shisan knelt on one knee in a pool of blood, using his sword to support his body that could fall at any time. Blood mixed with sweat flowed down from his forehead and hit the ground with a thud. None of the black-clad men in front of him survived. Ing Lu sat in the carriage, looking at his back with concern. Hey! Are you okay? Ing Shisan put away his murderous aura, stood up, and walked towards the carriage. Young master. Get in the carriage, Yin Jiuqiu said. He didn't ask why Ing Shisan didn't leave anyone alive. In that situation, it was a fluke to win, and leaving anyone alive was too much to ask. Besides, he could guess who did it without prying open the mouths of those people. Is it Su Xiao? Ing Lu asked. The carriage was on the road again. Ing Shisan was still immersed in murderous aura, and Ing Lu was driving the carriage. Yin Jiuqiu leaned against the wall of the car and closed his eyes lightly. Is it really him? Ing Lu frowned. This old bastard. Did he find out that we have been to Gongcheng? Did he guess that the young master has already grasped the truth? So he wants to kill the young master to silence him? How can he be so brave? Yin Jiuqiu sneered. If you are not brave enough, would you dare to plot against this young master? He also had some impression of what happened that year. He knew that someone had put drugs in his food. He avoided those drugs. But unfortunately, he got sick and ate something wrong. Someone helped him to the brothel. After entering the brothel, he shook off the group of people and went to the woodshed. It happened that there was a ragged woman in the woodshed. This woman would never be arranged by the other party. This is why there was an accident later. But at that time, Yin Jiuqiu did not suspect Su Xiao. It was only after finding out the relationship between Yin Ryu and Su Xiao that he noticed this lowly merchant who had been ignored by him. What does Su Xiao want to do? Ing Lu asked. Yin Jiuqiu said casually, who will be the biggest beneficiary if you kill me? Young master? No. Yin Ryu. Ing Lu's thoughts suddenly became clear. While the truth is still unknown, as long as the young master dies, there will be no evidence of the young master's biological mother. After that, the young master will inherit everything in the Prince of Yan's mansion. And as the young master's biological mother, Yin Ryu will live in the Prince of Yan's mansion and become the mistress of the Prince of Yan's mansion. At that time, the young master will be a puppet controlled by her and Su Xiao. Ing Lu gritted his teeth. Damn it! Yin Jiuqiu brushed his wide sleeves. It's a good idea. But unfortunately, this young master didn't live to this day by luck. Let's go to the Xiao mansion first, and we'll talk about these things later. Yes. Ing Lu whipped the horse with a whip. The most important thing now is to let the young master see his own mother and stop being deceived by Yin Ryu, the fake. But no one expected that when they rushed all the way to the Xiao mansion, they were told that the young master had been taken away. Ing Lu asked the gatekeeper, who took him away? The servant replied, Young Master Yin. Ing Lu waved his hand and pointed. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. My young master is in the carriage. When did he come to pick up the young master? The servant scratched his head and said, That's what Miss Yin said just now. She said that young Master Yin asked her to pick him up. Ing Lu grabbed his collar. Which Miss Yin? Explain yourself. The servant was so scared that he trembled. It's the young master's mother. Yin. Ru. You? Chapter 213 Whereabouts of Little Milk Bag. Ing Lu rushed to Yan's mansion as fast as he could. He grabbed a gatekeeper and asked, Where is Yin Ryu? The servant was frightened by him. Who are you? Why are you looking for my lady? Among Yin Jiuqiu's men, only Ing Shisan had been to Yan's mansion, and the servant did not know Ing Lu. Ing Lu raised his fist. If you talk nonsense to me again, I will kill you. Tell me where Yin Ryu went. The servant had never seen such a fierce person, and he said tremblingly, My lady went out before dawn and hasn't come back yet. It was already noon. And Yin Ryu didn't come back? She couldn't have gone to the young master's mansion. She took the child away in the name of the young master. If the young master found out, he would definitely be furious. She wouldn't be unable to understand such a simple truth. So where did this hateful woman go? What happened to their young master? On a pleasure boat docked by the lake, Yin Ryu sat in a wing room in simple clothes. Outside the wing room was the gurgling lake water. The spring was bright and the warm breeze was gentle, which was a comfortable and cozy scene. Yin Ryu closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Opposite her, 3 little kids were sitting in a row with their heads drooping. You don't want to eat again. Yin Ryu looked at them gently. Aren't you hungry? The 3 of them didn't say anything. Yin Ryu reached out and rubbed the little heads of the 3 people. Are you still angry with your mother? The 3 were silent. Yin Ryu's eyes were like water. I'm sorry. Mother was too rude last time and scared you. But Mother didn't mean it. Mother will never do it again in the future. Mother will treat you well. The 3 of them still didn't say anything. She is their mother, but she never likes them. Yin Ryu was very patient this time. Seeing that they never responded, she was not angry, but became more gentle. Really? Believe me again. I will love you well. I am your mother, and I am the only one who is sincere to you. Well, empty words are not enough. You will know in the future that I am really determined to be a good mother. The 3 looked at her doubtfully. She smiled dotingly. Come. Eat something. This is the bun made by Mother. You like it? The 3 little kids looked at the pig buns on the table, and suddenly began to miss Wan. They felt so sad. Mississippi Motherland stood at the door, and looked inside. Yin Ryu understood, pushed a plate of pig buns in front of the 3 people, and said softly, Mother will go out for a while. You can eat slowly, and Mother will come to accompany you after she is done. Yin Ryu left the room, and walked to the deck not far away with Lin Mama, leaving a few maids in the room to look after them. Lin Mama asked with a little concern, Miss, if we take the person out like this, what if the young master finds out and blames us? Yin Ryu said nonchalantly, I am the mother of his child. So what if he blames me? Can he really bear to do anything to me? But, Mother Lin hesitated. Didn't the young lady say that Master Yin might have discovered the truth? Yin Ryu curled her lips in disdain. I just suspected. Besides, even if he did, he wouldn't find evidence so quickly. What can that woman use to prove her identity? She even pawned Master Yin's jade pendant. What else can Master Yin recognize her? I always feel that things are not that simple, Mother Lin said. Yin Ryu smiled. Of course it's not simple. But it's not as complicated as you think. Have you delivered the things? Mother Lin nodded. It's delivered. Yin Ryu's eyes fell on the sparkling lake, then wait for the fish to take the bait. Alwan, take this with you. In Lianhua village, after the Yu family had breakfast, the aunt stuffed a steaming hot bundle into Yuan's hands. Yuan was going to Zuixianji to deliver goods today and settle the payment for this month. She was worried that Yuan would be hungry on the way, so she steamed a few steamed buns. Thank you, Aunt. Yuan accepted the steamed buns. Yusong pouted. How can Zuixianji let her starve? The aunt glared at her son. What if she was hungry on the way? It's not the aunt's fault that she is so worried. In fact, everyone in the family, including her, is a glutton. She gets hungry quickly, so she is worried that Alwan will get hungry quickly too. Yuan curled her lips. I didn't eat much for breakfast, so I can have some steamed bread on the way. Isn't it? The aunt happily sent Yuan to the ox cart and told Xuanzi to take good care of Yuan. The construction site was too busy, and the Yufeng brothers could not leave. So Xuanzi went to Beijing with Yuan. The two went to the car dealership in the town first. They rented cars many times, and got familiar with the car dealership. Yuan left the ox cart at the car dealership and rented his horse carriage instead. She took Xuanzi and 10 jars of sour bamboo shoots to Zuixianju. Oh! My sour bamboo shoots are here. My sour bamboo shoots are here. Mr. Qin looked forward to it for a long time, and finally got the sour bamboo shoots he had dreamed of. He didn't wait for the guys to get started, and he moved them himself. Yuan came a few times, and the guys recognized her and greeted her politely. Second in command, Yuan introduced Xuanzi. It was the first time for Xuanzi to come to such a high-end place. He was stunned by the magnificent plaque alone. He was flattered to see so many employees respectfully approaching him and Alwan to say hello. Alwan turned out to be so powerful. She was never seen with heirs in the village. Brother Xuanzi, come upstairs and sit down. Yuan took Xuanzi to her account office. Since it was an account office, it was also a place for office and reception. No matter whether they were men or not, they could all enter. Xuanzi had never seen such a luxurious house. He was so nervous that he dared not step down. Brother Schwanzi, have some tea. Yuan made a pot of tea for Schwanzi. She didn't know the tea ceremony, so she just made a cup of tea casually. It was better that the country people, didn't care about this. Schwanzi didn't drink much tea, but he was full of snacks on the table. The taro shredded cake made by the chef of Zuixianju was sweet, crispy and soft, so delicious that he almost swallowed his tongue. Second master, someone is looking for you downstairs. A waiter came upstairs and said. Yuan's lips curved slightly and said, Brother Schwanzi, I'll be back soon. Schwanzi ate snacks and hummed twice vaguely. Yuan and the waiter went downstairs. Next to the counter stood a plain-looking man, about 30 years old, tall, carrying a bag. That's him. The waiter pointed at the man. He said that the second master knows him, and the second master invited him here. Yuan stared suspiciously. She didn't know this man, let alone meet anyone. The man saw Yuan, smiled, walked over steadily, and bowed his hands and saluted. Miss you. My master wants to see you. Who is your master? Yuan looked at him steadily and asked. The guys around looked at the man strangely. He kept saying that he and the second in command were old acquaintances, but it seemed that it was not the case. The man did not rush to answer Yuan's words, nor did he show any abnormality under the questioning gaze of the crowd. He just smiled, handed the bundle in his hand to Yuan and said, Miss you. You will understand after seeing it. Who knows if the bundle is a fraud? Yuan looked at him vigilantly. The man smiled, as if he was not surprised at all. He took the initiative to open the bundle. Miss you. Yuan looked closely and found a half-eaten pig bun and a cat, tiger head shoes. This is the shoes she made for the little milk bag. The small tooth marks on the pig bun also looked like the tooth marks of a 2-year-old child. Giving her the shoes that the little milk bag had worn and the food that she had eaten. What does this person want to do? A cold light flashed across Yuan's eyes. The man saw Yuan's reaction, smiled with satisfaction, and said, My master invites you. Who is your master? Yuan asked vigilantly. The man smiled and said, You'll know when Miss Yu goes there. Yuan was surprised. Wasn't little milk bag in Zhao's house? She hadn't heard that the child of Zhao's house was lost. But if he wasn't lost, where did this man get little milk bag's things? Yuan asked calmly. How do I know if your news is true? What if you just stole a shoe, forged a bun, and tricked me? The man smiled. Then Miss Yu can only gamble. How much weight does the young master have in Miss Yu's mind? Yuan looked at him suspiciously and said, Your words are strange. I'm not related to the young master. How can the young master have weight in my heart? The man had expected her to say this, and answered slowly. Didn't Miss Yu curry favor with the young master's mansion because she saved the young master's life? If people knew that Miss Yu didn't save the young master, I wonder if Miss Yu would still have a chance to marry into the young master's mansion. This reason is completely reasonable. But Yuan has a hunch that it is not what he said. But no matter what, she must go. Yuan lowered her eyes and made some calculations in her mind. The man seemed to see through her thoughts, smiled and said, Miss Yu, please don't think about telling anyone. If you really anger my master, you can't guarantee what will happen to the young master. Yuan curved her lips. I won't tell anyone. I'm just hungry. Can you bring some food with you on the road? Chapter 214 Mother and son reunited. Yuan took a plate of sour bamboo shoots and some steamed bread prepared by her aunt, and got on the man's carriage. I'm not used to riding in the same carriage with strange men. Is this request not too much? Yuan said indifferently. The man smiled. Okay. After that, he got off the carriage in a cool and neat manner. But after a while, he got back on the carriage with a black cloth in his hand. Then I can only wrong Miss Yu for now, he said with a smile. Yuan understood what he meant and did not struggle in vain. The man blindfolded Yuan with the cloth, tied a knot, and then got off the carriage again, as if to prevent Yuan from remembering the direction. The carriage deliberately circled the city several times, making Yuan unable to tell east, south, west, and north, and finally got on the road without stopping. Yuan sat quietly in the carriage, occasionally pulling off a small piece of steamed bread, kneading it into a small ball, and throwing it out of the window. They walked for a long time. At first, Yuan threw a ball every 30 times. Later, she felt that there were not many steamed breads left, so she changed to throwing a ball every 60 times. After the last steamed bread was thrown away, The carriage finally stopped. The man got on Yuan's carriage and used scissors to cut the black cloth covering Yuan's eyes. The dazzling light hit her all of a sudden. Yuan subconsciously closed her eyes and blocked them with her hands for a long time. After adapting to the light, she got off the carriage with the man. This was by the lake. As for where the lake was, Yuan didn't know. But what was certain was that they had left the city gate. She had just heard the voices of the guards guarding the city. The only one that could be ruled out was the South City Gate, because outside the South City Gate was Lotus Town. She was too familiar with the road to Lotus Town. Even if her eyes were covered, she could feel it. "Miss you." The man walked up to Yuan with a smile, weighed the cloth bag in his hand, and handed it to Yuan, saying, "Would you like to count?" Yuan looked into the cloth bag, and it was exactly the small dumpling marks she had left with the steamed bread along the way. The man smiled and said, "Miss you. We have been in the underworld for so many years, and we are not so ignorant of this little trick. I won't tell my master about this, but I remind Miss you not to be so smart." Yuan glanced at him coldly. The man gestured to a small pier on the shore. "Miss you. Please." Yuan walked to the pier and boarded a pleasure boat. The pleasure boat didn't look huge, but it was full of secrets. Yuan was led by the man to an elegant and unique wing room. The man stopped at the door and said to Yuan, "My master has been waiting for Miss you for a long time. Please come in." "Miss you." Yuan stepped into the house. What she never expected was that the person who appeared in front of her would be Yen Ryu. "Why is it you?" Yuan was surprised. But soon, she seemed not so surprised. After all, the only person who could take the 3 little kids away from the Shao mansion was her biological mother. Except Yen Jiuqiu. It was just that the conditions for committing the crime were met. But the motive for committing the crime was really hard to explain. "Yen Ryu, are you sick? In order to lure me out, you even used your own son." Yuan frowned. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. In Yen Ryu's eyes, they were not her own flesh and blood at all. "It seems that you don't know yet." Yen Ryu smiled faintly. She had been worried that Yen Jiuqiu had found out the truth. Now it seems that maybe he didn't. After all, Yen Jiuqiu cared so much about this wild girl. If he really found out that she was the child's biological mother, would he not tell her the news? In this way, she was relieved. "What don't I know?" Yuan asked in a faint voice. "Nothing." Yen Ryu glanced at the sleeping child on the bed and lowered the curtains to prevent Yuan from looking at them. Yuan clenched her fingers. Yen Ryu naturally noticed Yuan's reaction. Blood is really a strange thing. For example, she has raised them for 2 years, but she can't make them familiar no matter what. Yuan has only met them a few times, but she is worried about each other. But so what? The child is hers. It was before. It is now. And it will be in the future. Yen Ryu stood up gracefully, walked to the low table, pointed to the cushion on the ground. "Sit down." "Miss you." Yuan walked to the small table. Yen Ryu knelt down without looking at Yuan. She just picked up a kettle on the stove and poured tea while saying, "Miss you. Do you like Longjing?" Yuan sat down opposite her. She was used to sitting on a chair, and this way of kneeling was really a bit tiring. "I'm not picky," Yuan said. Yen Ryu's movements were very elegant. "Miss you. Are you curious about why I called you here?" Yuan said calmly. "What's there to be curious about? You have a little bit of bad water in your belly. As if no one can see it. I just didn't expect that you would lose your bottom line in order to deal with me." Yen Ryu. "Sometimes I really doubt whether they are your biological children." Yen Ryu paused while pouring tea. "Of course, they are my biological children. If they are not mine, could they be yours?" Yuan looked at the closed curtain. She hoped that the children were hers, so that her children would still be alive, and they were the ones she loved the most. Yen Ryu took in Yuan's expression. Her eyes moved, and she poured a cup of tea for Yuan. "I gave you a chance. Miss you. If you had known better and stopped dreaming about things that did not belong to you, you might not have suffered this disaster today. It's too early to tell whose disaster it is. I wonder if Miss Yen has ever heard of such a story." Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip carefully. Although she was not good at tea ceremony, some people's elegance was born in their bones. They did not need to perform anything deliberately, and their every move was full of temperament. Yen Ryu narrowed her eyes. Yuan smiled faintly and said, "It's about 2 students from the Imperial College who missed the year-end exam because they got drunk the night before. The master always thought highly of them. So he asked them why they couldn't make it to the exam room. They suddenly had an idea and lied to the master, saying that the wheel of the carriage was broken, which delayed them. He was sure that the master would give them another chance. They were both talented and learned, and were both students that the master thought highly of. So the master agreed to let them take a make-up exam. Their essays were done very well, but the last question made them both dumbfounded. Miss Yin, guess what the last question was? What is it? Yin Ryu asked. Which wheel of your carriage is broken? Yuan answered with a smile. Yin Ryu frowned. Yuan spread her hands and said, Look, the two people's lies have been exposed. Some people think they are smart, but they don't know that everything they do has been seen by others. The so-called cleverness is the opposite of cleverness, which is exactly this truth. Do you want to scold me for being smart? A cold light flashed in Yin Ryu's eyes. Yuan said, I just think that people should not be lucky about bad things. Bad things? Huh. Yin Ryu smiled sarcastically and looked at Yuan again. You are good at telling stories. I have a story here too. Do you want to listen? No. Yuan said bluntly. Yin Ryu choked. Yuan took a sip of tea. Yin Ryu lowered her eyes, calmed down, and said with a smile, It's about your story. I heard that you don't remember the past. You heard? Or have you investigated? Yuan put down the cup. It must be said that Yin Ryu's heart is a bit vicious, but her tea art is really superb. The heritage of the aristocratic family can be smelled from the fragrance of tea. It's not important. Yin Ryu said. Miss you. Do you want to know about yourself? Yuan pointed to the cup and motioned her to pour another cup. I don't want to hear it. Can you not say it? Yin Ryu poured her. If we are not enemies, we will definitely become confidants, who appreciate each other. You are wrong. People like you can't be confidants. Yuan was unceremoniously dismantling the stage. Yin Ryu was confident of victory, so she didn't mind being criticized by her. Yin Ryu smiled and said, Do you know who you are? How terrible are those pasts you have forgotten? You still dream of marrying into the young master's mansion and becoming the mother of my son? Yuan's fingers holding the teacup tightened. Yin Ryu even found out about this? Yin Ryu raised her chin and looked at Yuan arrogantly. You have been to a brothel and gave birth to a child with another man. Unfortunately, the child was accidentally thrown to death by you not long after birth. Yuan was shocked. Yin Ryu looked at her with a smile. Why? You don't believe it? You gave birth to 2 children. The first one died of illness, and the second one was thrown to death by you. It was raining heavily. Yuan looked at Yin Ryu coldly. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Yin Ryu's smile was a little crazy. Yuan took a deep breath and secretly warned herself not to trust Yin Ryu. She had snatched Yin Ryu's lover. Yin Ryu hated her so much that she would naturally do everything she could to torture her. If she believed, she would lose. You don't believe it? Why don't you believe it? Yin Ryu was angry. She was smiling a second ago, but now she changed her face. Yuan looked at her strangely and felt that she was mentally ill. Yin Ryu put the teapot on the table. Why? Tell me. Why? If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. Why? I'm afraid this woman is really crazy. Miss. Mother Lin walked in with small steps. Dinner is almost ready. Do you think it should be served here? Yin Ryu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly regained her usual look. Smiling elegantly, put it in the dining room. Don't wake up the children. Yuan couldn't be more surprised. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really couldn't believe that Yin Ryu's face changed so quickly. But soon, Yuan didn't have the heart to sigh at Yin Ryu's change. She was led to another room, and the door was locked, although she didn't know what Yin Ryu had captured her for. It must be bad. The worst plan was that Yin Ryu would kill her. Yuan didn't know whether to say Yin Ryu was stupid or dumb. Did she think that if she killed herself, she could marry into the young master's mansion? Yin Jiuqiu didn't like her. Was it just because she interfered? She didn't think about whether Yin Jiuqiu had ever looked at her before she appeared. Forget it. There is no point in talking to a jealous woman. Yuan quickly calmed down and began to calculate how to escape. There were many masters on the painting boat. It was not easy to escape from Yin Ryu's clutches without alerting them. But she was good at swimming and was not inferior to men. This was much more advantageous than on land. After all, Qigong was useless in the water, and they could not catch up with her. The only thing she hesitated about was whether to take the 3 children with her. It stands to reason that even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. As their biological mother, Yin Ryu should not harm their lives. But somehow, she was always worried about Yenryu. Yuan was in a dilemma. The locked window frame darkened. I don't know if it was because it was dark or the sky changed. In another wing room, 3 little kids woke up. Yenryu asked the servants to bring hot water. Let the 3 sit in the bathtub, and gently bathe them. Look, mother is really a good mother, she said with a smile. From now on, only mother. No other women. Okay? The 3 little kids looked at her with wide eyes. Yenryu scooped a bucket of warm water and gently poured it on the shoulders of the 3 little kids. Do you like mother? The 3 little kids were stunned and didn't say anything. It doesn't matter. You will like it. Yenryu put down the bucket, took a dry cotton cloth, and began to wipe the wet hair of the 3 people. Then, she carried the 3 people out of the bathtub that was about to cool down. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying thunder came from the sky. Yenryu, who had just taken the dry cotton cloth to wipe the little kids' bodies, was stunned. Boom. Another flash of lightning passed by. Yenryu's body shook, and the next second, her eyes were sharp, and she threw the cotton cloth to the ground roughly. Woo-wow. The sound of a child crying came to her ears, and Yuan suddenly woke up from her doze. She realized that she had fallen asleep leaning against the head of the bed without knowing when. What sound? Is it the child crying? Or is she dreaming? Yuan's heart was filled with an ominous premonition, and her heart began to beat. She stood up, walked to the door, pulled it, but it didn't move. She simply raised her foot and kicked the door open. There were lightning and thunder outside the houseboat, and the sound of her kicking the door was covered by the thunder. She could fall asleep despite the noise. It seemed that someone had drugged her. Yuan was indeed drugged, but not during tea and food. Instead, a cloud of smoke was blown into her room when she was not prepared. The effect of the smoke would last at least a whole night. No one expected that she would wake up in half a cup of tea, and the guards at the door went to hide from the rain. Yuan found Yenryu's room. The thunder was too loud. When she got closer, Yuan heard that Yenryu's room was already in chaos. Some guards came in a hurry, and some maids stumbled out. Mother Lin's screams continued. What are you doing? Don't just stand there. Stop the young lady. Stop Yenryu? What did Yenryu do? Another maid fell out. Ran a few steps. Stumbled and fell again, rolling to Yuan's feet. Yuan thought that she was going to be exposed. But the maid didn't even look at Yuan, and ran away like her, but was on fire. What happened? Why did she scare people like this? Where is the child? Is he in that room too? Young lady. Young lady. Stop it. Stop it. It was Mother Lin's scream. Yuan knocked out a poor maid, took off her clothes and changed them in a few seconds, and then quickly walked into Yenryu's room. The room was in chaos. Mother Lin had been knocked unconscious, and the maids had run away. Only a few guards were left, and they were afraid to move forward. Yenryu stood by the bed, holding a child in one hand and a sword in the other. The remaining 2 children sat at the head of the bed, looking at her with horror. The guards did not dare to hurt Yenryu, but Yenryu did not hesitate to hurt anyone. Even the child in her hand was rudely dragged around by her like a puppet. The fire in Yuan's heart suddenly burned. She walked over coldly, slapped Yenryu, and knocked her down on the chair. Then, without waiting for Yenryu to react, she snatched the sword from her hand, threw it on the ground, and pried her fingers apart, and led Xiaobao over. Xiaobao was frightened, and his little body trembled continuously. Yuan was so heartbroken. It really hurt. She resisted the urge to stab Yenryu to death, and hugged the trembling Xiaobao into her arms, and also hugged Dabao and Erbao. The room was dark. She was wearing a maid's clothes. Her hair was loose, and the guards didn't recognize her as Yuan for a while. She said in a low voice, "You stay with the young lady. I will take the young master to the next room." The guard nodded and let her go without doubt. Yuan took the 3 children to the next room, put the children on the cold bed, squatted down and looked at them, and said, "Dabao, Erbao, Xiaobao, it's me." The 3 children were so scared that they forgot to cry until they heard Yuan's voice and saw Yuan's face. And then they burst into tears. Chapter 215. Brother 9 is here. What happened to the young master? A guard's voice sounded outside the door. Yuan suppressed the emotions in her heart and said calmly, "She is crying a little. Probably because she is scared. It's okay. You should go and take care of the young lady." I think the young lady's condition is not stable. More than unstable. If she is not mistaken, Yen Ryu is simply crazy. How can a normal person's eyes be so scary? She also knocked out Mother Lin, drove the maids away, and took a sword and chopped everyone she saw. This is not the gentle and kind lady, but a crazy woman who has lost all her reason. Yuan went to light the oil lamp. Yen Ryu was so crazy that I don't know if she hurt the little baby. Yuan first checked Xiaobao's arm. He was the one who was always held by Yen Ryu. Maybe he was the youngest and the easiest to bully. Look, even if he was crazy, he still knew to pick on the weakest. He was really bad at heart. Does it hurt? Yuan asked softly. Xiaobao cried breathlessly. Yuan rolled up Shiba's sleeves. Yen Ryu, the madman, actually pinched Xiaobao's arm blue. Several deep finger marks made Yuan's heart ache. Fortunately, the bones were fine. Yuan then checked other parts of Xiaobao's body. There were bruises on his knees and elbows from somewhere. His feet were cold, compared with his two brothers who had been sitting on the bed. He was really unlucky standing barefoot on the floor. Yuan checked Dabao and Erbao again. The two were mostly frightened, but they were not injured. The three little guys were trembling with fear, and Yuan held them in her arms, filling them up. Yuan held them quietly for a while, and the three children were still trembling. Yuan pulled a quilt over them, and the three sobbed in her arms. She kissed their foreheads distressfully. Yuan thought of the night in Lianhua village. It was raining heavily, with thunder and lightning. The children were also scared. Was it because they were often frightened on rainy nights? Did Yen Ryu get sick on rainy nights? But why did she get sick? What stimulated her? Why? You don't believe it? You gave birth to two children. The first one died of illness, and the second one you accidentally fell to death. It was raining heavily. Somehow, Yuan's mind flashed back to the words Yen Ryu had said to her during the day. Yen Ryu's expression had become strange when she said this. At that time, she only thought that Yen Ryu deliberately made it up to disturb her heart. Now it seems that it is not the case. Yen Ryu made up other people's past. But why did it seem like she was greatly stimulated? Yuan suddenly thought of the two urns stolen by Yen Xie. Because they were too young. She once suspected that the ashes were incomplete. But was there a possibility that the ashes originally belonged to two children? Could it be that Yen Ryu was talking about her own child? Yuan said what was in her mind without paying attention. The three little kids choked with tears and looked at her in unison. Yuan hurriedly said, "It's okay. You guys keep crying." The little kids who suddenly couldn't cry anymore. Yuan connected all the things together and felt that her guess was not unreasonable. If Yen Ryu had lost two children on a rainy day, then everything would make sense. She was so shocked that she became intermittently insane. And she probably didn't know that she was sick, let alone why the children were always not close to her. However, there was one thing Yuan couldn't figure out. That is, Yen Ryu had already given birth to triplets. How did the other two children come from? Not to mention that she gave birth to 5 in one go. The probability was too small, but if it wasn't born in one birth, then when did she get pregnant? With whom did she get pregnant? It couldn't be Yin Jiuqiu. After all, Yin Jiuqiu was only calculated by her once. Yuan looked down at the little baby in her arms, and the baby opened his watery eyes and looked at her. The innocent and ignorant look really melted Yuan's heart. Yuan gently asked, "Are you hungry?" The three nodded. "I'll go find you something to eat," Yuan said. The three nervously grabbed Yuan's collar. Yuan remembered that these were three little guys who were frightened. They were so young that they were afraid of even a milk frog. Not to mention Yen Ryu's crazy behemoth. I really don't know how the children have been through these 2 years. Damn Yen Ryu. I really want to throw her into the water to feed the fish. Yuan found that the children were looking at her uneasily. She didn't want to scare them anymore. She removed Yen Ryu from her mind and smiled lightly. I won't leave. I'm just going to get some food and we'll be back soon. The three little guys still didn't let go. Yuan touched the sticky backs of the three people and whispered, "The clothes are wet. You will get sick if you don't change them. If you get sick, you need to take medicine. Very bitter medicine." This time, the three people understood. It seems that they have taken medicine and still remember it clearly. The three people reluctantly let go of their little hands and looked at Yuan aggrievedly. Yuan sighed secretly. If you look at me for a few more times, I can't even step over the threshold. After leaving the house, Yuan closed the door ajar. In a sense, the child is relatively safe on the boat, provided that he doesn't fall into the hands of Yen Ryu, the madman. Yuan decided to check on Yen Ryu. The sky was still thundering and lightning, and the pleasure boat was actually moving forward in such bad weather. It can be seen that Yen Ryu is not only crazy, but also mentally retarded. Yuan came to Yen Ryu's room. Yen Ryu had been controlled by the guards. The guards thought that she had to slap Yen Ryu in the face in order to save the young master. No one bothered her. Or perhaps in their hearts, they had already slapped this crazy woman hundreds of times. A guard with strong martial arts skills pressed Yen Ryu's sleeping point, and Yen Ryu lay down. The guards also left. The maids had been hiding away in fear for a long time, but they should be called by the guards soon. Yuan didn't want to cause any trouble at this critical moment, so she took some food and 3 sets of clothes and went back to the house. When the 3 little kids saw her coming back, they all jumped into her arms. Yuan put them on the stool, changed them into dry clothes, and then shared the cloud cake and mung bean cake. The 3 had been hungry all day, and this was not enough. Yuan took advantage of the chaos to go to the kitchen, found a braised chicken and a few white flour buns, took them back to the house, and roasted them on the brazier. The 3 of them ate big chicken wings and big chicken legs, and Yuan ate some herself. "Where is that woman?" Outside the house, a familiar voice suddenly came to mind. It was the man who went to Zuixiange to pick her up. A guard replied to Manager Liu. "I gave her a drug, and she should still be sleeping now. Is there no one guarding her?" The man called Manager Liu was angry. "Originally, we were guarding. Miss was in trouble, so we went to look after her." This was of course an excuse. They had already run back to their own rooms to avoid the rain before Yen Ryu fell ill. "Why don't you go and see her?" Manager Liu shouted. "Yes, yes." The guard responded respectfully and hurried away. Yuan put down the chicken nuggets in her hand, made a hushing gesture to the 3 little guys, and whispered, "I'll be back soon." The 3 nodded as if they understood. Yuan opened the door and went back to her room from the other side of the pleasure boat. She opened the door and lay back on the bed, thinking that she was still wearing the clothes of a maid. She quickly pulled the quilt over her. The guard pushed the door open and entered the room. He glanced at Yuan and muttered, "I said she was asleep." After that, he closed the door and went out. Water accumulated on the pleasure boat, and the guards could not stay at the door to guard it, and were called by Manager Liu to scoop water. Yuan quickly went to Xiao Naiba's room. After she left, the 3 of them had no food. When they saw her coming back, they continued to eat with their heads down. The 3 of them ate their fill, played on the bed for a while, and fell asleep with a thud. Yuan covered the 3 of them with a quilt and went to Yen Ryu's room again. Mother Lin was not there. It seemed that she was beaten badly by Yen Ryu and was still unconscious. A 15 or 16-year-old maid was guarding the bed. The little maid was sleepy and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yuan stepped forward and patted her shoulder. "Hey! Hey!" The little maid jumped up with a start. "I'm not asleep." Yuan was amused, but her face was solemn. "I asked you to watch over the young lady. Why did you fall asleep? If Manager Liu and Mother Lin find out, they will punish you." I'm not asleep," the little maid said guiltily. Yuan said, "Okay, I'll watch over you. You take a nap." Yuan was really worried that the girl would say, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Fortunately, the little maid was not curious. She was too sleepy, and someone was watching over her, so she really fell asleep against the bedpost. Yuan hurriedly went behind the screen, took Yen Ryu's clothes hanging on the screen, and put them on. Then gently carried Yen Ryu down, hid behind the screen, and lay on the bed herself. The lights were off in the room, so it was hard to see the faces. Besides, the servants on the boat seemed to be newly bought. Not only were they unfamiliar with each other, but they were also only half acquainted with Yen Ryu. After Yuan lay down, she covered her face with her hair and pulled the sleeve of the maid. The maid was woken up and stood up. "I'm not asleep." Ahem. Yuan coughed twice. The maid was startled. "Miss, are you awake?" Yuan opened her mouth. "Miss, what are you saying?" The maid didn't hear clearly, so she leaned down and put her ear to Yuan's mouth. Yuan said weakly, Doc. Manager Liu, who was directing the guards to drain the water, frowned and looked at the maid who came to report. The maid nodded. "Yes. That's what the young lady said. I swear to God, I'm absolutely not lying." Lu Guancher was originally the deputy steward of Yen's house. He was favored by Yen Ryu and promoted to her confidant. After that, He left Yan's house and began to work privately for Yan Ryu. The guards and maids on the ship were all selected by him, so they were naturally trustworthy. Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Lu Guancher confirmed again and again. The little maid shook her head like a rattle. No. I heard it wrong. I asked several times. The sleeping point can only last for half an hour. Waking up at this time is not too unexpected. I don't know if she said it when she was awake or when she was sick. Where is the young lady? Lu Guancher asked. Falling asleep again. The little maid said. Manager Lu didn't have the guts to wake Yan Ryu up. Who knows if she would kill him with a sword if she got sick again. Manager Lu thought for a while and decided to listen to Yan Ryu first. After Yuan falsely conveyed the order, she returned to the next room. Yan Ryu woke up once and was knocked unconscious by Yuan with a stick. Yuan wanted to kill her directly, but unfortunately, if Yan Ryu died, she and Xiao Naibao would not be able to escape. The most urgent thing is to get off the boat quickly and escape from the clutches of this group of people. As for this crazy woman, she will deal with her later. Half an hour later, the rain stopped and the boat docked. Yuan sneaked to the kitchen, found a basket for vegetables, and brought it back to the house. She covered it with a soft quilt and carried the sleeping Xiao Naibao in one by one. The three people were awakened. Their little bodies shivered, opened their eyes, and saw that it was Yuan, and then closed their eyes with peace of mind. Yuan covered herself with a quilt, put on her backpack, and gently opened the door. The maids and guards on the boat were tired for half a night, and now they finally calmed down. They couldn't stand it anymore and went back to the house to rest, leaving only 2 guards patrolling back and forth on the boat. Yuan listened to their footsteps and made sure they were far away before she slipped out quietly. Yuan had already figured out their patrol pattern. As long as nothing unexpected happened, with her speed, she could leave the boat before they found her. As long as she got off the boat, she was not afraid of them. But what Yuan never expected was that Mother Lin woke up at this critical moment. She went to Yan Ryu's room and found that the young master was not there. She asked the little maid who was on night watch. The little maid said that he was next door. She went next door again, but the room was empty. Mother Lin immediately shouted, "Someone is here. The young master is missing." "Miss you." Lu Guancher's devilish voice sounded behind him. Yuan was stopped. "Cousin! Thank you for bringing me out." In a carriage, Su Chengxian looked at Yan Huijing with gratitude. He was bored at home, so he had to send a message to concubine Su in the palace, saying that he missed his aunt and wanted to pay his respects to her. Concubine Su always loved this nephew, so she asked Yan Huijing to bring him to the palace. Along the way, Yan Huijing was very silent. Only Su Chengxian was chirping, like a sparrow that couldn't calm down. "Cousin, are you really going to marry the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion? If you don't marry her, are you going to marry the princess of the Xiongnu?" Yan Huijing didn't answer. Su Chengxian observed his expression and said, "Don't you like the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion? In fact, I also think she is not worthy of my cousin. Everyone only cares whether they are worthy or not. No one cares whether he likes her or not." "Cousin, can't you be quiet?" Yan Huijing was upset. "No, cousin. I saw Yan Jiuchi," Su Chengxian said, looking out the car window. "I saw it. What's so strange? My father sent people to kill him. How can he still be alive?" Su Chengxian threw his father's warning to the back of his mind. "What did you say?" Yan Huijing's eyes sank. "My father didn't let me say it. But cousin, you are not an outsider. I won't tell others. I will only tell you." Su Chengxian told Yan Huijing the conversation he heard in the study without reservation. He didn't hear much. It was nothing more than his father had a secret in Gongcheng. This secret was discovered by Yan Jiuqiao, and his father decided to kill him to silence him. Su Chengxian thought his father was too bold to even dare to kill Yan Jiuqiao. However, he had suffered from Yan Jiuqiao and had been looking forward to his death. Therefore, he was more relieved than surprised. Yan Huijing didn't think so. Su Chengxian was still young and fearless. He didn't know how terrible Yan Jiuqiao was. Su Xiao was different. Yan Huijing had never known his uncle to be so bold. Was he still his uncle? What secret was it that was worth his uncle risking his entire family to assassinate his father's favorite nephew? "You go to the palace by yourself. I have something to go out for." After saying that, Yan Huijing got off the carriage. Su Chengxian was shocked. "Hey, cousin! Don't leave. I came out just to see you." Yin Huijing had already disappeared behind the crowd with Jun Chang'an. What happened? How did my uncle get involved with Yan Jiuqiu? If it was for revenge for Su Chengxian, it would be barely justifiable. But from what Su Chengxian said, it was clear that Yan Jiuqiu discovered Su Shao's secret in Gongcheng. Gongcheng? Yin Huijing murmured. My uncle is from Xuzhou. When has he ever been to Gongcheng? Jun Chang'an raised his eyebrows. I have already found out for you. Just waiting for you to ask. Yin Huijing frowned. You check my uncle? Didn't I tell you not to check him? Jun Chang'an folded his arms. Then your highness. Just pretend that I didn't check it. I won't say anything. You? Yin Huijing sighed helplessly. Forget it. What have you found out? Jun Chang'an smiled faintly and said, Your Highness. Do you know who Su Shao would rather lie and cancel the meeting with your highness that day to meet? Who? Yen Ryu. A trace of extreme surprise flashed across Yin Huijing's eyes. How could it be Yen Ryu? His uncle has nothing to do with the Yin family. Not to mention that Yen Ryu is Yan Jiuqiu's woman. His uncle is involved with her. This is a bit unreasonable anyway. Jun Chang'an said, I don't know the news in Gongcheng. But it's not too difficult to guess. Since Su Shao has dealings with Yen Ryu, what secret could it be that made Su Shao willing to kill Yan Jiuqiu? A flash of inspiration came to Yin Huijing's mind. The secret that threatens Yen Ryu's status. Jun Chang'an nodded, yes. Although I don't know what the relationship between Su Shao and Yen Ryu is, I can be sure that they are on the same boat. The secret that threatens her status may be that she has an affair with Su Shao. Or it may be. Yin Huijing took over her words. She has never given birth to Yan Jiuqiu's child. You still want to escape? Yen Ryu stood coldly at the door of the wing room, watching Yuan being pushed in by a guard. If you dare to struggle, I will stab them. Yen Ryu's sword lightly hit the backpack containing the small milk bag. Fortunately, the children fell asleep. Otherwise they would be so frightened after hearing this. Yuan clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Yen Ryu. The child is not yours. Right? Yen Ryu sneered. Since you are about to die, I will let you know that the child is not mine. I snatched it from someone else. Yuan closed her eyes. No wonder. Do you want to know who their biological mother is? Yen Ryu asked evilly. Yuan said indifferently. As long as it's not you. A crazy woman. It's enough. Yen Ryu smiled. You want to know. Right? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. I want you to die without knowing that they are your children. Yen Ryu put down the sword, took out a sleeping child from the backpack, put it in his arms, and looked at him lovingly. They are mine. My children have grown up safely. Yuan said coldly. You crazy? Your own child is gone. So you go and grab someone else's. Is it your business? Yen Ryu smiled, sank her face, and said to the guards, Throw her down. The guards took Yuan, who was tied up, and were about to throw her into the water. But suddenly, a boat with a strange speed came over. A figure flew down from the boat, skinned across the lake like a dragonfly, and landed on Yen Ryu's pleasure boat. The person who came was none other than Yin Huijing's personal bodyguard Jun Chang'an. Jun Chang'an kicked the guards, who were holding Yuan away, and stood in front of Yuan. Yen Ryu handed the child to Mother Lin beside her, and asked her to take the child back to the house. Guard Jun? Yen Ryu narrowed her eyes. She had seen Yin Huijing and Jun Chang'an in the palace. It was strange. Why did Jun Chang'an come? Since Jun Chang'an came, was Yin Huijing not far away? As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, the big ship approached and stopped beside the pleasure boat. A guard put down a wooden board, and Yin Huijing walked over on the wooden board. A trace of coldness flashed across Yen Ryu's eyes, but she still respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Meet the second prince. Yin Huijing is here, and this woman's life is probably gone. One move short of victory. How abominable. Yin Huijing's eyes fell on Yuan, who was tied up, and his face turned cold instantly. Miss Yin, can you tell me what's going on? I received a report saying that Miss Yu was missing. How could Miss Yin have kidnapped her? Report? Only a fool would believe this. It's just that he is the prince. He can lie with his eyes open. But she can't take it as the truth. Yen Ryu said, Your Highness misunderstood. It's not that I want to arrest Miss Yu, but Miss Yu sneaked onto my pleasure boat, knocked me out, and wanted to steal my child. So I had to teach her a lesson. Really? Then has Miss Yin been taught enough? Yin Huijing asked in a dignified manner. Of course not. Yen Ryu's eyes flickered, and she hesitated on how to get rid of Yin Huijing while keeping herself safe. Yin Huijing walked to Yuan's side, untied her rope, and said to Yin Ryu, "Miss Yin, if you don't mind, I will take her away." Yin Ryu asked, "But can we just let her steal my child go?" Yin Huijing looked at her coldly, whether it should be counted or not. "Miss Yin knows better than me. What does this mean? Is Yin Huijing threatening her?" Yin Huijing. Yin Huijing also knows something? But if he knows, why didn't he expose her in person? Could it be that? Yin Ryu's eyes moved around Yuan, and she smiled. Yes. What if Yin Huijing figured out the truth? Would he dare to let Yuan find out? He wished that Yuan would be kept in the dark for the rest of her life, and not have any relationship with Yin Jiucha. In this case, it would be okay for her to give Yuan to him temporarily. Yin Ryu bowed. "Your Highness has said so. I will treat today's incident as nothing. I hope your Highness will keep a close eye on Miss Yu, and don't let her do anything stupid again." Yin Huijing took Yuan's hand. "Let's go." "I won't go." Yuan brushed his hand away. Yin Huijing's arm stiffened. Yuan said, "Take the child with you, and I will go with you." Yin Huijing's eyes paused. Yuan looked at him steadily. "This time I owe you. You take us away together." Yin Huijing's big palm gradually clenched into a fist. "That is Yin Jiucha's child. It has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with you either." Yuan took a step back. "Then you go by yourself. If I leave, do you know what will happen if you stay?" Yin Huijing asked in a deep voice. Yuan turned her face away. "At most, I will be fed to the fish." Yin Huijing was so angry that his heart was blocked. Yin Huijing winked at Jun Chang'an, who understood and raised his hand to press Yuan's acupoints. Yuan became unable to move in an instant, and could only open her eyes wide and stare at Yin Huijing coldly. "I'm doing this for your own good," Yin Huijing said earnestly, and then reached out to hug Yuan. Just as his hand was about to touch the corner of Yuan's clothes, a spear broke through the air, as fast as lightning, and shot at his head. "Your Highness!" Jun Chang'an's face changed. Yin Huijing quickly dodged, and although the spear did not hit his head, it shot off his crown, and his black hair scattered. The spear did not stop because of this, but hit a guard's heart, lifted him up, and nailed him to the mast. Everyone was stunned by this scene. But the more surprising thing was still to come. "Look!" A guard pointed to the front and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and Yuan also looked over there, and saw Yin Jiucha standing on a huge ship at dawn. In the dawn light, with a cold expression, and his white robe cloak fluttering against the wind. Behind him, a majestic warship, with sails hoisted, came against the wind and waves. Chapter 216 Family Reunion. Yuan felt relieved when she saw him. She looked at him from afar, and he also looked at Yuan from afar, as if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, or as if they were only a few feet away. Yuan could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. "Your Highness, the people behind Yin Jiuchao, wouldn't they be the Yinshan Navy?" Jun Chang'an murmured, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Yin Huijing's eyes darkened. He was a member of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, and he knew more about the army of the Great Zhou dynasty than Jun Chang'an. A man of the world. Could it be the Yinshan Navy? People only know that Yinching is rich and wealthy, but they ignore how powerful a navy is under this wealth. This is the largest and most invincible navy in the Great Zhou dynasty. It is rumored that all the bandit troubles in the 3,000 miles of sea area have been cleared by this navy. Of course, such a navy cannot be trained by hard work alone. Just one good warship would cost tens of millions of taels of silver. Quanzhou and Dingzhou also have navies, but unfortunately their equipment is inferior to that of Yinching's navy. Yin Jiucha was escorted by his own navy on his way to the capital. What Yin Huijing didn't expect was that an army used to defend the sea was actually dispatched by Yin Jiuchao. A prodigal son? To hunt down a small pleasure boat? To say that a butcher knife is used to kill a chicken is flattering Yin Jiuchao. This is just to crush a cockroach. But he has to call a group of elephants. Is it necessary? Don't you need to pay money for sending out so many navy? Does he have a lot of money to burn? Yin Huijing was riding on the largest official ship in the capital. The ship was huge and well equipped. It was like an eagle on the water. However, when Yin Jiuchao's warship approached, it instantly became a chicken in the garden. Jun Chang'an covered his eyes. "I can't bear to watch it. I can't bear to watch it." The warship sailed over arrogantly, and unceremoniously surrounded Yin Ryu's pleasure boat and Yin Huijing's official boat. Yin Jiuchao's boat was not a warship, but a cruise ship with carved beams and painted rafters, which was 3 times more exquisite than the pleasure boat. And it was in line with the noble and luxurious taste of a certain young master. I dare not imagine that such a little playboy brought the navy of Yinqing here. Yan Huijing's face became very ugly. And Yan Ryu, who was standing aside, had already been completely dumbfounded the moment the dense warships appeared. She had thought about the possibility of being hunted by Yan Jiuchao countless times. But it was never like this. She even thought that if Yan Jiuchao was desperate, she could use the child in her hand as a bargaining chip. But now, she found that she was naive. Would a man who would easily dispatch his navy allow anyone to threaten him? Yan Jiuchao's ship approached. And whether intentionally or unintentionally, it bumped into Yan Huijing's official ship. It seemed to be an accident, but it actually knocked Yan Huijing's ship away. And Yan Jiuchao's cruise ship squeezed in with great dominance. The cruise ship had a deep draft and a high hull. He stood at the bow, looking down at the people on the pleasure boat. Everyone had to look up to him. For the second prince, who was used to being looked up to, this feeling was really not very pleasant. You two are quite courageous. Yan Jiuchao spoke with a haughty look. Yuan was acupunctured and could not move, so she could not look up at Yan Jiuchao. But she was relieved when she heard his voice. Yan Huijing felt the change in Yuan's breath, and frowned unconsciously. Yan Jiuchao, do you know what crime is to send up the navy privately? This is like the army in the capital, which cannot be pulled out to show off casually. The army has its own rules. Even the emperor himself must have a legitimate reason to use the imperial guards. Yan Jiuchao snorted lightly. This young master is happy. Is it your business? Yan Huijing. He really can't control it. But the Yinqing navy. Yan Huijing spoke again, but was interrupted by Yan Jiuchao halfway through. Yan Jiuchao said, you also know that it is the navy of Yinqing. I am the young master of Yinqing. I can use them as I like. If you are not convinced, why don't you raise a navy for fun? Raise a navy for fun? Yan Huijing was almost choked to death by him. But Yan Huijing could not utter a word to refute. Although Yan Jiuchao's words were a bit shameless. They were right. The navy of Yinqing was indeed raised by people. The silver allocated by the court was not enough to maintain the warships of the navy. It was all the real money invested by the Yanwang mansion that made the navy grow day by day. They have the most powerful warships, the most sophisticated equipment, and the most courageous navy in the Great Zhou dynasty. All of this is inseparable from the silver paid by the Yanwang mansion. As for where the Yanwang mansion has so much silver, it is naturally attributed to Yinqing, the richest fiefdom in the Great Zhou. Otherwise, why would so many people hope that Yan Jiuchao would die? Everything he has is really too enviable. Yan Huijing's hands under his wide sleeves gradually clenched into fists. He was the one who was going to inherit the throne. He was not greedy for a piece of fiefdom. But Yan Jiuchao's behavior reminded him every time that everything he had was not enough in front of Yan Jiuchao. The person his father cared about most was Yan Jiuchao, not him. So, could he really inherit his father's throne in the future? Yan Ryu's thoughts were completely different from Yan Huijing's. She was in love with Yan Jiuchao. The more powerful Yan Jiuchao was, the happier she was. But as long as she thought that Yan Jiuchao was not in love with her, she would not be happy again. Yan Jiuchao was too lazy to talk nonsense with the two of them. He gestured to Ing Shursan and Ing Lu. Let's do it. Yes. The two responded, performed Qigong, jumped up, and landed on Yan Ryu's painted boat. Ing Shursan went straight to Yuan, while Ing Lu went around the wing room to look for the 3 young masters, who were hidden somewhere by Lin's mother. Yan Huijing didn't care about the whereabouts of the 3 children. He only cared about Yuan. And he had only one thought in his mind, that he couldn't give Yuan to Yan Jiuchao. Chang'an! At his command, Jun Chang'an drew his sword and greeted Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan said coldly, well, I didn't win with you last time. This time I'll let you see how powerful I am. In Tianxianglu, Jun Chang'an and Ing Shursan fought to a draw. In terms of martial arts, Jun Chang'an was confident that he was not inferior to Ing Shursan. But what shocked Jun Chang'an was that after only 1 month, how could this guy's martial arts have improved so much? Ing Shursan chopped Jun Chang'an's blade with a sword, breaking the long sword. Jun Chang'an looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. How could it be? Ing Shursan attacked with another killing move. In the midst of the swords and shadows, Yan Jiuchao jumped off the pleasure boat fearlessly, pinched Yuan's face, picked up Yuan horizontally, and stepped on the wooden board to walk onto his own cruise ship. Yan Huijing's eyes turned cold, and he raised his palm, ready to take back Yuan. But suddenly, several spears whizzed at his feet. He was forced to retreat 2 steps, looking at the warships on both sides in disbelief, and said in a cold tone, "What a courage! Do you know what the crime of assassinating a prince is?" The leading navy said fearlessly, "Those who hurt the young master will die." Everyone raised the spear in their hands and pointed it at Yan Huijing. Yan Huijing had no doubt that if he dared to act rashly, this group of people would shoot him into a sieve. He was a prince, and he didn't dare to treat Yan Jiuqiu like this. How dare Yan Jiuqiu treat him like this? It's really hateful. Yan Jiuqiu carried Yuan back to the cruise ship. On the other side, Eng Lu also found Mother Lin and the little prince, and snatched the little prince from Mother Lin. The young master was frightened at night, and fell asleep at dawn. He was sleeping soundly in the backpack now. The woman and the child had been found, so there was no need to be polite to this group of people. Yan Jiuqiu said, "Ing Shisan." Ing Shisan understood, and attacked with a more fierce killing move. Jun Chanan was thrown to the ground by the huge force. Half of his arm was numb. His chest hurt, and a fishy sweetness surged in his throat. He tried to suppress it, but it backfired, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Jun Chanan. Yan Huijing changed color. Humph. Yan Jiuqiu rolled his eyes in disdain and said arrogantly, "Sink it for me, young master," without leaving a single plank. Before Yan Huijing could react to what Yan Jiuqiu meant, a huge stone flew from the top of his head and smashed into Yan Ryu's pleasure boat, leaving a hole as big as a head on the deck. And the lake water rushed up. Then, the second, the third, countless stones flew from the warship, and screams came from the pleasure boat. In just a few breaths, the pleasure boat was smashed to pieces. Yan Huijing grabbed the injured Jun Chanan and used his qigong to return to his official ship. But before he could stand firm, Yan Jiuqiu's stone chased after him. If Yan Huijing hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been smashed into a pool of flesh. He looked at the hole on the deck made by the stone and said angrily, "Yan Jiuqiu, this is a government ship." Yan Jiuqiu, oh. Just when Yan Huijing thought that the other party was finally afraid, Yan Jiuqiu put Yuan on a chair beside him and waved to Ing Shisan, who came over with a catapult. Yan Jiuqiu personally loaded the biggest stone, aimed it at Yan Huijing's head, and suddenly pressed the mechanism. Yan Jiuqiu. Yan Huijing fled in a panic, and the deck behind him was smashed in half. The well-equipped official ship was completely vulnerable in front of the Yinshan Navy. In a short moment, the official ship and the pleasure boat were smashed into pieces by the Navy, under the watchful eyes of the public. Yan Huijing became a drowned chicken. "Young master, Yan Ryu escaped." Ing Shisan looked at the water and said, "Do you want me to catch her?" Yan Jiuqiu sneered disdainfully. "Why catch her? Let her escape. If she is not allowed to escape, she will not know what despair is." Ing Shisan looked at Yan Ryu with sympathy, thinking that this woman was really miserable this time. She should have been a chess piece, but she had to jump out and die. Now it's okay, right? She deceived the young master, captured Miss Yu, and escaped under the young master's nose. In the end, no one knew how she died. Yuan was worried all night. After Yan Jiuqiu appeared, the stone in her heart finally fell. As soon as she relaxed, she felt sleepy. She lay on the chair for a while and fell asleep peacefully. I don't know when she started to trust this man. Yan Jiuqiu took her back to the wing room and put her on the soft bed with the 3 little guys. The 3 of them seemed to have sensed something and rolled into her arms. The 4 mothers and children slept soundly. Yan Jiuqiu poked his son's belly with his fingertips. The 3 little guys were awakened by their father. They opened their eyes and looked at their father in confusion. Yan Jiuqiu said, "I want to sleep too." The 3 little guys hugged Yuan and turned back to stare at their father. Yan Jiuqiu said, "I saved the person. Otherwise you would not have seen him. You can't be so ungrateful to me." The 3 little guys thought about it, and finally moved their little butts and generously gave Yan Jiuqiu half of the bed. Yan Jiuqiu certainly didn't really want to sleep. He just lay on the side of the bed, quietly watching the mother and son. The little guy was lying on his back and snoring. Yuan was lying on her side, facing the little guy, sleeping peacefully, breathing evenly from her nose. Even if they didn't know they were biological children, they still relied on each other like this. Is this what is called blood is thicker than water? Yan Jiuqiu propped himself up with his elbows, leaned close to Yuan's ear, and whispered, "Your son is still alive. In your arms. Yuan's eyebrows moved in her sleep. After the pleasure boat was sunk, Yin Ryu fell into the water. Fortunately, she knew how to swim. She took advantage of the chaos to dive into the water. She tried to save Mother Lin, who also fell into the water. However, when her hand was about to touch Mother Lin was hit by a stone that hit the boat. Her brain burst on the spot. She was so scared that she almost fainted. She swam as hard as she could. I don't know how long she swam, but she finally got ashore. She fled all the way back to the capital. She planned to find Su Xiao, but found that the Su family mansion was surrounded by soldiers. She had no choice but to return to the Yin mansion secretly. Master! Master! Something is wrong. The housekeeper of the Yin mansion stumbled into Yin Songming's room. Yin Songming was taking a nap and was woken up by the housekeeper. He frowned unhappily. What's wrong? What's the rush? The housekeeper's face turned pale and said, Young Master Yin. Yin has returned to the capital. The news that Yin Jiuchao returned to Yinshan to visit the grave of King Yin a few days ago spread throughout the capital. He just came back. What's so strange about it? Yin Songming blamed the housekeeper for making a fuss. But the housekeeper said, No. Master. Something big happened. Young Master Yin said, Don't waste your time. Yin Songming was impatient. The housekeeper made up his mind and said timidly, Young Master Yin said that our young lady is not the biological mother of his son. Yin Songming was so scared that he fell off the bed. The housekeeper quickly helped him up. Master, what should we do now? Yin Songming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, The evil girl misled me. The evil girl misled me. I will handle it properly, and never let the Yin family fall into crisis. Dad can continue to be your marquis and rise to prominence. Is this what she said about not letting the Yin family fall into crisis? Is this the rise she promised her? Only a few days later, young Master Yin announced it to the world. I knew I shouldn't have believed this girl. I should have taken her to the young master's mansion earlier. Yin Songming was furious. Where is Yin Ryu? The housekeeper said, Young lady left the mansion yesterday. Yin Songming's face turned pale. Did she abandon the Yin family and run away? Like 4 years ago? The housekeeper didn't dare to answer. Yin Songming said angrily, Pass my order. As long as she comes back. Arrest her for me. Mrs. Yin, who was walking to the door with a bowl of ginseng chicken soup, was stunned when she heard this. Mrs. Yin returned to the house with a pale face. No matter what Yin Ryu did, she was her daughter who was born after 10 months of pregnancy. The Yin family could abandon her, but she couldn't give up her. Chwer. She pushed open the door and called her trusted maid. But suddenly, a figure flashed over and covered her mouth. She screamed. Yin Ryu said, Mother. It's me. Mrs. Yan's eyes widened. You're? Yin Ryu saw the worry in her mother's eyes, and let go of her hand with a sense of relief. She walked over, closed the door, and bolted it. Madame Yin looked at Chwer lying on the ground. How is she? Yin Ryu said calmly, I knocked her out. She will be fine when she wakes up. Don't worry. Mother. The daughter was reluctant to step on an ant. But now she could talk about the maid she knocked out without changing her expression. Madame Yin felt a sense of strangeness in her heart. But after all, she was her biological daughter. So Madame Yin still held Yin Ryu's hand. What's the matter between you and young Master Yin? Why did young Master Yin say that you are not the young master's biological mother? Did he make a mistake? Yin Ryu shook her head and said, Mother, I will explain these things to you later. Is it true? Madame Yin took a breath. Yin Ryu said aggrievedly, My daughter is doing this for the Yin family. Madame Yin couldn't say anything to refute. After all, if there was no lie, the Yin family would never have the status it has today. But this is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Now that the truth has been revealed, what should they do? You shouldn't come back. Go away quickly. Your father wants to catch you. Madame Yin cried bitterly. Yin Ryu certainly understood that the Yin family was now a dangerous place. She shouldn't come back. But there was something here that she couldn't give up. She had to take it away, Mother. I can't go back to my yard. Can you help me get something? The night was long. Madame Yin sent Yin Ryu, who was dressed as a peasant woman, to the back door of the Yin residence, and said with a broken heart, Okay, this is what you want. And Mother got it for you. This is the money Mother prepared for you. Enough for you to spend the rest of your life. Go quickly. Leave the capital. The farther the better. And never come back again. If you do such a thing, let alone what Yin Jiuqiao will do to his daughter. Yin Songming alone will never let Yin Ryu go. Mother Yin Ryu's eyes were red. Madame Yin burst into tears. Go quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Chapter 217 Mother will take you home. Yin Ryu took a last look at the Yin mansion and left with her bag. Madame Yin was very careful. She not only prepared money for her, but also put a pass to prove her identity in the bag. However, it was not her real identity, but a servant's. Given her current situation, it would be more convenient for her to disguise herself as a servant to leave the city. Have you seen this person? As soon as Yin Ryu left the alley of the Yin mansion, she saw a guard from the young master's mansion holding a portrait and asking passers-by. The woman in the portrait was none other than Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu never expected Yin Jiuqiao to act so quickly. She has not even recovered until now. A few days ago, she was still the daughter of the high and mighty Marquis, the only woman Yin Jiuqiao had ever touched, and the mother of 3 young masters. But in the blink of an eye, she became a street rat hiding from place to place. Yin Ryu took a deep breath and clenched her fingers unwillingly. Whoever hands over the woman in the portrait will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. The guards of the young master's mansion shouted. Yin Ryu did not dare to stay any longer. Hugged her bag tightly, lowered her head, and blended into the crowd. For now, the only way was to leave the city as soon as possible. She chose the west gate, which was the least populated. But when she walked to the gate, she found that there were also several guards of the young master's mansion standing there. Her portrait was posted everywhere, and everyone leaving the city, regardless of gender, had to be checked. It seemed that the west gate could not be used to leave. She went to the north gate, which was also blocked by the guards of the young master's mansion. There was no need to look at the south gate and the east gate, and you could guess that the situation was the same as here. Yin Ryu was angry and anxious. She was angry that the man was so heartless, and anxious that the defense was so strict. She was afraid that it would not be so easy to leave the city. Yin Ryu had to go back to the city first. She planned to find an inn to stay in, and think of a solution after dark. What she never expected was that she would run into an acquaintance on the way to the inn. Bai Yula's daughter Bai Tang. Bai Tang had been pretending to be sick for so long, and finally got better under the treatment of the master and the divine doctors. Although she could not recover immediately, at least she did not have to stay in the room every day. She sneaked out while her father was out of the house to take care of the business. Bai Tang had been idle at home for too long, and had not heard about the things in the capital, and did not know that Yin Ryu's affair had been exposed. Therefore, even if Yin Ryu stood in front of her at this moment, she would not have any doubts. But Yin Ryu did not think so. In Yin Ryu's opinion, Bai Tang had close contacts with Yuan. Once he found her, he would definitely alarm the nearby guards and take her to the young master's house. Yin Ryu turned around and went to the other side of the street. But she was in a hurry to get rid of Bai Tang. But she accidentally bumped into another noble lady. Ouch! The noble lady fell to the ground after being knocked down by Yin Ryu. Miss, are you okay? The maid next to her helped her up. The one who was knocked to the ground was Yin Ryu's former close friend, Miss Li, the daughter of the Minister of War. Miss Li went to Yan's house to look for Yin Ryu today. She heard the rumors about Yin Ryu, so she wanted to ask Yin Ryu if it was true. If it was true, she would break up with Yin Ryu in the future. If it was false, she might help Yin Ryu with some ideas. But as soon as she went out, she was knocked down by a poor peasant woman, and the newly bought rose cakes were also knocked over. Last time, she lost face in front of a village girl, and she hadn't gotten over it yet. Today, she was bumped by a pariah again. Miss Li was so angry that she walked up and slapped Yin Ryu. Bitch! Don't you have eyes when you walk? You even dare to bump into me. Are you going to die? The person who used to do everything to curry favor with her actually slapped her in the street. Yin Ryu's eyes immediately flashed a fierce light. What? Not talking? Mute? Miss Li looked coldly at the peasant woman, who covered her face with her hands. I want to see if you have a face that seduces men. 2. You Bexes. You only know how to seduce men all day long. Miss Li tried to grab Yin Ryu's face, but Yin Ryu instinctively stepped back. You still dare to hide? Miss Li grabbed her wrist. Yin Ryu pinched her fingers, knelt down with a plop, and said with lowered eyebrows, I bumped into the young lady? It's my fault. I apologize to the young lady here. I hope the young lady will be magnanimous and forgive me. Miss Li snorted coldly. retracted her hand and said, "That's better. Since you know you were wrong, I won't make it difficult for you. You kneel here for half an hour. Sincerely reflect on your mistakes. Don't think about being lazy. I will let people watch you." Yen Ryu tensed up in humiliation. She was the daughter of a noble mansion. But one day, she was punished to kneel and reflect on her mistakes on a busy street. She glanced at Miss Lee's guards and gritted her teeth to bear it. Miss Lee kept her word and really left 2 guards to watch her. "Guarding. Do you want to arrest her?" In the alley not far away, a guard from the young master's mansion pointed at Yen Ryu's back and said they had already found Yen Ryu's whereabouts. But they just didn't catch her. Ingshur-san in the carriage shook his head. "No. Let her kneel." "Have you found the person you are looking for?" "Found it," the guard said. "Where is the person?" Ingshur-san asked. The guard dragged a thief with a sly look over and said to Ingshur-san, "He is living on this street, with more than a dozen brothers under him, specializing in stealing and sneaking. This is your 13th master. Why don't you kowtow to him?" The last 2 sentences were said to the thief. The little thief was considered a respectable ruffian in this area. He could handle a few officials without much trouble. But he was defeated by the guards of the young master's mansion with just one move. The little thief kowtowed to Ingshur-san. "I have met Master Shur-san. Master Shur-san is generous. Please let me go. I will never dare to steal again." "How can that be possible?" Ingshur-san said. The little thief was stunned. Ingshur-san said indifferently, "I'll introduce you to a business. Once it's done, I'll pretend I haven't seen you today." The little thief's eyes rolled around. The guard kicked him. "Did you hear me? Listen. 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 I heard you." The little thief nodded like crazy. "Master Shur-san, just tell me what you want. I can do anything, from killing people to arson." Ingshur-san smiled coldly. "There's no need to do anything. Just do it the same way you normally do it." The little thief was stunned. Yes. Yes. I'll do it right away. Do it well." Half an hour later, the Lee family's guards left, and Yen Ryu was finally free. Yen Ryu was spoiled and had never suffered such hardship before. When she stood up, her legs were swollen and her knees were almost broken. However, she couldn't stop. The people from the young master's mansion might come to check in at any time. She had to stay in the inn as soon as possible. Fortunately, the inn was not far away, and she would probably be able to spend the night safely. Thinking of this, she endured the severe pain from her lower limbs and stood up with the help of the wall. She walked towards the inn step by step. But when she passed an alley, she was suddenly dragged into the alley by a dirty big hand. Yen Ryu was terrified. The dirty big hand quickly covered her mouth, and the owner of the big hand threatened fiercely, "Shut up. Otherwise I will kill you." Yen Ryu looked at the other party in horror. The other party was a little thief with pockmarks on his face. The little thief covered her mouth with one hand and held a knife against her neck with the other hand. Behind the little thief, there were 7 or 8 ferocious brothers. This was a group of desperate criminals, and Yen Ryu didn't dare to scream. The little thief let go of his hand that was covering her and held her back with his knife. Then, he winked at his brothers, and they pulled the bundle in Yen Ryu's hand. Yen Ryu's face turned pale and she said, "I'll give you the silver. All of it." As she spoke, she took out all the gold ingots and banknotes in the bundle, which amounted to more than 1,000 taels. The little thief's eyes turned green. So much silver. Damn! He made a fortune. "Brother, there are also jewelry," a brother reminded. Yen Ryu's eyes flashed. She had given so much. Why were these people still not satisfied and wanted to covet her jewelry? "Do you have any jewelry? Hand it over." The little thief's knife was against Yen Ryu's neck. Yen Ryu couldn't beat this group of people, so she had to turn out the dressing box hidden in her clothes. The little thief opened it and took a look. Wow! It was all gold. "Anything else?" the little thief shouted. Yen Ryu was about to cry. "It's gone. I gave it all to you." "What is this?" The little thief knocked on another small bundle inside the big bundle with the tip of his knife. He heard a crisp sound coming from the tip of the knife and thought, could it be some valuable jade? It's no wonder that the little thief was so suspicious. This woman's wealth was too strong. She looked like an inconspicuous peasant woman, but she could take out 1,000 taels of silver notes and a box of gold jewelry. Who knows if she has hidden any other treasures? The little thief reached out to take the small bundle, but Yen Ryu hugged it into her arms. The little thief looked at her strangely. when she handed over the silver and gold jewelry before. She did not hesitate. Now she is protecting it like this. Could it be something more valuable than gold and silver? It must be. The little thief put the dagger against her again. Give me the things. Otherwise I will stab you to death. Yen Ryu was so anxious that her eyes were red. I gave you the silver and jewelry. I beg you. Don't touch mine. It's worthless. It's useless for you to take it. You are protecting it like this if it's worthless. You are kidding me. The little thief reached out to grab it. Yen Ryu did not let her. Turned her back. And protected the bundle tightly in her arms. The little thief stood up in anger and kicked her. Yen Ryu was kicked forward. But she didn't let go of the thing in her arms. She used her wrist to cushion it. And the skin on her wrist was worn off, revealing bloody flesh. Seeing her protected like this, the little thief was more convinced that there was something good in the bag. You guys, hold her down. The little thief gave an order, and the brothers rushed up and grabbed Yen Ryu's hands and feet. Yen Ryu aimed at a hand that was stretched out to her and bit it hard. Stinky woman. The man who was bitten gave her a big slap in the face. Yen Ryu was beaten so hard that half of her head was numb. And the bag in her arms was finally snatched away by this group of people. Brother. Here. The subordinates gave the bag to the little thief. Yen Ryu rushed over like a mad woman, but was pinned to the ground by the brothers. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Give it back to me! Give it back to me! Help! Help! Someone come!" She didn't care whether she would be captured by the guards of the young master's mansion. She couldn't let them touch her things. They were her children. Her children. Unfortunately, even though her throat was about to break, no one came. The little thief opened the bag. Huh? 2 jars? Don't touch my things. Take your dirty hands away. Yen Ryu screamed. The little thief smiled mischievously. What's wrong with me touching it? You dare? Yen Ryu shouted. The little thief made a sound, took off the lid of the urn, and frowned. What? A jar of ashes? Yen Ryu panicked and didn't dare to threaten any more. She trembled and said, It's ashes, not silver, worthless, don't touch it. Whose ashes are so few? Do you think I'm stupid? The little thief frowned. Yen Ryu's tears fell. It's the ashes of children. They are still young. I gave you all the silver. I gave you the jewelry. Please give me back the ashes. Give me my child. When the little thief heard that it was ashes, he was scared and was about to return it to her. But suddenly he thought of something, took out the dagger, and stirred it in the urn. Yen Ryu's face changed. Kung! The thief's dagger hit something. He snorted coldly, holding the urn and falling down. The ashes fell down. At the same time, a golden lock also fell out. Sure enough, there are good things. The thief's eyes lit up, stepped on the ashes, and picked up the longevity lock in his hand. I knew you were not honest. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Yen Ryu reached out to grab it. The thief kicked her to the ground, and then he stretched his claws to the second urn. This time he didn't bother to pour it, and smashed it directly on the ground. Yen Ryu collapsed. She rushed over like crazy, knelt on the ground, picked up the ashes on the ground with her hands, and held them with her dress. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Don't be afraid. Mom will take you home. Mom will take you home right now. Her tears fell in large drops. But she didn't cry. She couldn't cry. The ground was so cold. Her children were so cold. She wanted to take them home. Wow. But the little thief found a bucket of rotten water from somewhere and poured it on the ashes of the 2 children without mercy. Chapter 218:11 Jealous Truth. Really? You are so cruel? You didn't even let the ashes go. Inglu rushed here halfway and happened to witness the last scene. Ingshursen frowned. I didn't order this. Indeed, he didn't order it. He only asked the little thief to rob Yen Ryu and leave her with nothing. Who would have expected that Yen Ryu would carry the ashes with her and protect them like a treasure? Isn't this obviously telling others to come and rob? Why? Are you soft-hearted? Ingshursen glanced at Inglu. Don't you forget how she treated the young masters? They caught a few servants who didn't have time to leave, and found out what happened at night from them. If Miss Yu hadn't appeared in time, who knows what the young masters had been treated like by her? Inglu agreed with that and sighed. I'm not sympathizing with her. It's good that you don't sympathize with her, Ingshursen said expressionlessly. Inglu was born as a scout. Unlike him who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. He was hard-hearted, cruel, and his hands were stained with blood. But Inglu still retained the conscience of a normal person. Ing Lu continued. I just sympathize with the two children. How could they have such a mother? Yen Ryu deserved to die. But the children should not have suffered such a sin. But whose fault was this? Didn't Yen Ryu do all the bad things first? So why would she suffer the retribution now? In the final analysis, all the causes and effects are her own fault. And she can't blame others. That's not her child's ashes. Ing Shursan said. Ing Lu was stunned. Huh? Ing Shursan said, do you think Madame Yen would give her grandson's ashes to a daughter who ran away? Ah, Madame Yen. Ing Shursan said with deep eyes. She is not stupid. Madam. Chuer pushed open the door and put a bowl of ginseng soup on the table. You haven't eaten all day. Drink some ginseng soup to replenish your body. I have no appetite. Madame Yen said. Miss will be fine. Chuer comforted. Madame Yen smiled bitterly and did not respond. Chuer took out a brand new copper lock from her wide sleeves. Madam. This is the lock you want. What do you want the lock for? Madame Yen did not answer her. Took the copper lock and said, you go down. I want to be alone. Yes. Chuer left. Mrs. Yen came to the closet, opened the door, and took out a mahogany box with 2 white porcelain jars in it. She touched the lid of the jar and felt a pain in her throat. She locked the box, moved it to the back lake of Yen's house, found a shovel, and shoveled up the soil. A quarter of an hour later, she buried the box. Dusk fell, and light clouds were blowing. She broke off 2 green willow branches and planted them in the soil. Rest in peace, child. An evening breeze blew, and the green leaves on the willow branches floated, as if nodding gently. In the alley, the little thief finished the robbery and took the stolen goods to report to Ing Shursan with satisfaction. He did not dare to embezzle the stolen goods, so he divided the stolen goods into 2 parts, and put the larger part in a bundle to honor Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan sat in the carriage, only lifted the curtain on one side and glanced at him indifferently, to show that he was really not greedy. The little thief showed all his things. Thank you for the food, Master Shursan. I gave you the best to honor you. Ing Shursan was not interested in these things. He just waved his hand to let him take them back, and heard Ing Lu swallowing his saliva. Ing Shursan looked at him, and Ing Lu looked up at the sky. Ing Shursan shook his head, took the bag, and said to the little thief, okay, there's nothing for you to do. You can go. Hey! The little thief hurriedly agreed, and just took 2 steps. He thought of something, turned around and said, Master Shursan, that woman seems crazy. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu got off the carriage and walked to the alley where Yen Ryu was. The alley was stinking. Yen Ryu lay on the ground in a mess. Her clothes and hair were covered with dirt from the rotten water. She held the ashes on the ground with her hands and put them into her dress, which was pulled into pockets. She cried loudly and laughed foolishly. Ing Lu felt a chill in his heart. She is not really crazy. Is she? Ing Shursan said. Who knows if she is really crazy or just pretending to be crazy? After that, Ing Shursan came to Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu felt the light above her head dim, and her hand that was grabbing the ashes stopped. She raised her hands and looked at the tall and mighty man in a daze. Her nose was sour. Young master. Ing Shursan looked down at her and did not correct her that she had recognized the wrong person. Yen Ryu held her dress in one hand and supported herself on the ground with the other hand, crawling towards Ing Shursan on her knees. She grabbed Ing Shursan's hem with her hands covered with rotten water and ashes. Young master, our child is gone. It's your child that's gone, not mine, Ing Shursan said expressionlessly. Yen Ryu was stunned as if she had been hit on the head. Ing Shursan was not here to talk nonsense with her. After scanning her body, he tore open her sleeves and took out a piece of top-quality mutton fat jade pendant. This was the jade pendant that Alwan had pawned. The little thief didn't search her body and missed it. Ing Shursan came to take the jade pendant. As for what happened to this woman, it had nothing to do with him. He was not kind enough to tell Yen Ryu the truth. A woman like her who stole someone else's child deserved to taste the pain of losing her own flesh and blood. When she was alive, she had lost them once. Now that she was dead, she would lose them again. This kind of pain was really despairing. But soon, Yen Ryu would find that her despair had just begun. She had made the 3 young masters spend 2 years in fear and anxiety. This account would not be settled so easily. Ing Shursan glanced at her coldly, put away the jade pendant, and turned away with Ing Lu. Yen Ryu cried and begged for mercy. Young master, don't go. Don't go. Don't leave me. I know I was wrong. Do you know your mistakes now? It's too late. It was a bright spring day. Yuan stood in a colorful garden, holding a pair of scissors in one hand and a basket in the other. She picked fresh roses and planned to ask the kitchen to make a few plates of delicious rose cakes. Not far away, 3 little guys were running around in the flowers, chasing a cute little snow fox. The little snow fox disappeared in a flash. The 3 little guys came over with grievances. Mom, she's gone, Xiaobao said. Yuan rubbed their heads. Are you tired after playing for so long? The 3 nodded. Let's go to the pavilion to rest for a while. There's food in the pavilion. Yuan pointed to the pavilion not far away. And the 3 little guys went there panting, tiptoed, took the snacks on the table, and ate them heartily. Mom, eat too. The 3 little guys fed the snacks into her mouth. So sweet. She smiled contentedly. But somehow, her eyes suddenly went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing on a towering city wall. Below the city, there was slaughter and starvation everywhere. 3 men in armor were riding on horses with spears in their hands. Their faces were covered in blood, and they could no longer recognize their faces. But she still recognized them at a glance. They were 3 grown-up little kids. They were killing each other. The 3 parties fought cruelly. The eldest brother's spear stabbed the second brother's chest, and the second brother's hidden weapon was aimed at the eyes of the eldest and the third brother. The third brother was so angry that he seemed to die with his brothers. Stop! Stop it! She wanted to stop them, but found that she couldn't make a sound in her throat. On the opposite observation deck, a slender and cold figure stood in the wind. It's this woman. Her children killed each other. All for her. Stop! Stop it! Yuan woke up from her coma with a start. Ouch! The girl who was dozing beside the bed was frightened by Yuan and hit her head on the bedpost. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a dream. She was scared to death. You scared me to death. What did you just shout? The girl rubbed her head and muttered unhappily. Yuan's eyelids moved. She felt sore all over, as if she had fought with someone. Yuan looked at the girl dazedly, and it took a long time for her to recognize who she was. Miss Bai? As soon as she opened her mouth, she was startled by her own voice. What did she do? Why was she so dumb? Her whole body was sore. Her voice was hoarse, and her body seemed not her own. Could she be? You are sick, Bai Tang said. Oh, that's fine. She had to do that kind of thing when she was awake. Otherwise, it would be a waste if she didn't remember it. What did you dream about just now? You screamed so loudly, Bai Tang asked. Some random things. I was probably confused because of the fever. Otherwise, how could she think that she was the mother of 3 little kids in her dream? Even if they were not Yan Ryu's biological children, they were not hers, although she hoped they were hers. Bai Tang touched Yuan's forehead with his hand. It's still a little hot. Yuan opened her eyes wide and looked around the room for a long time. She felt familiar, but couldn't recognize where it was. To be more precise, she couldn't connect this place with Bai Tang in her subconscious. Where am I? She asked. Her last impression stayed on the lake that day. Yin Jiuqiu was beside her, and she fell asleep peacefully. Bai Tang's eyes widened and said, Young Master's mansion. You have been sleeping for 3 days. I have been sleeping for so long. Yuan raised her weak arm and pressed her forehead. Why are you here? Bai Tang smiled and said, Your elder brother asked me to come and take care of you. He called his wife before he got married. His elder brother was a little shy about this, but according to her, Yin Jiuqiu should have told his family about his whereabouts and situation. As for whether it was his elder brother who asked Bai Tang to come or her parents, it is unknown. Of course, taking care of her was just a pretext. The young master's mansion had a large number of servants and could invite the best imperial physicians. What could a delicate young lady do to help? It would be better to say that he was here to watch over her, so that Yin Jiuqiu wouldn't take advantage of her. He comes to see you every day. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Bai Tang understood Yuan's thoughts and winked at her mischievously. So what was the point of her family sending a pair of little eyes? She was immediately bought by Yin Jiuqiu. Where are the children? Yuan was most concerned about the 3 little babies. Bai Tang's eyes rolled around. They are next door. Do you want to bring them over? Yuan shook her head. A seemingly casual action seemed to shake her brains apart. It seemed that she was seriously ill. This body rarely got sick. Perhaps because of this, Once she got sick. It was out of control. Don't you want to see them? Bai Tang asked wickedly. Yuan was busy with a headache and didn't notice the mischief in her eyes for a while. Don't pass the illness to them. Although she wanted to see them immediately. It would be too painful for such a young child to be sick. Bai Tang had already found out about the children from Yin Jiuch, and knew that Yuan was the biological mother of the 3 little guys. When she first heard this heavy news, she almost dropped her jaw. But soon, she was happy for Yuan. After all, she saw how much Yuan loved those children. Although she hated Yin Ryu so much, she never neglected them because of her quarrel with Yin Ryu. Blood is thicker than water. But Yuan's conscience is not false. If she had been blinded by the hatred in her heart, she might have done something that she would regret. So what is the saying? To be kind to others is to be kind to yourself. A mean and shameless woman like Yin Ryu, who hurts others and ends up hurting herself, deserves to end up with nothing. Why do I feel like you have something to say? Yuan noticed that Bai Tang was smiling like a fool. Any good news? My elder brother asked you to marry him? What? Bai Tang's face darkened. You are disappointed that he hasn't asked you to marry him yet? Yuan teased her. Bai Tang tapped her forehead. You are too sick to get out of bed. And you still have the mind to tease me. Finding joy in misery. Yuan said weakly. Bai Tang chuckled. When I first met Yuan, I thought she was a piece of wood. But after getting along with her for a while, I found that she was much more dishonest than I imagined. I wonder if her elder brother is the same. He looks honest, but he is actually full of bad water. As the two were talking, the voice of Nani Fong sounded outside the room. Miss Bai. Is Miss Yu awake? Then I brought the medicine in. Yes. 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 I forgot to give you medicine. Bai Tang got up to open the door for Nani Fong, took a bowl of steaming hot medicine, returned to the bed, and helped Yuan sit up. Yuan took a sip and frowned because of the bitterness. Pinch your nose and drink it all in one breath. Bai Tang had taken a lot of medicine during the month he pretended to be sick, and he had learned his lesson. But it's still bitter. Yuan sighed. For a cold, you actually need to take medicine for 7 days, and not take medicine for a week. What? Bai Tang didn't understand. That is to say, I don't need to take medicine for this disease. Yuan decisively put the medicine bowl on the stool beside the bed. You just don't want to drink it? Bai Tang put his hands on his hips and glared. Yuan thought for a while. Well, you can say that. If I make you unable to drink it, naturally someone will make you drink it. Bai Tang stomped his feet and went out without looking back. Not long after, Yin Jiuchao entered the house. After returning from the lake, it was not only Yuan who was sick, but several little guys also had snot bubbles hanging on their noses. Although not as serious as Yuan, the mother and the 4 children fell ill together, and Yin Jiuchao never slept well. He was wearing a crescent-shaped white robe, with a handsome face and a faint blue in his eyes. He walked in and sat down beside the bed. How do you feel? He asked. Not bad, Yuan said. Yin Jiuchao picked up the medicine bowl in front of him and tasted it himself first. It's not hot anymore. Yuan wanted to say, that's what I drank before. Yin Jiuchao had never served anyone. From childhood to adulthood, he was served by others. He scooped a spoonful of medicine and fed it to Yuan's mouth. Yuan took a sip gently. It's so bitter. But no matter how bitter the medicine was, he fed it to her with his own hands. So she still drank it obediently. After drinking, Yin Jiuchao stuffed a piece of candied fruit into her mouth. The sour and sweet taste melted on the tip of the tongue, instantly diluting the bitterness of the medicine. Yin Jiuchao, thinking of something, she suddenly spoke. Yin Jiuchao looked at her. Yuan looked at him strangely. Did you say anything to me when I was sleeping? What? Yin Jiuchao asked. Yuan thought, you seemed to say, my son is alive, and in my arms? Didn't you say that? At that time, she only had a little baby in her arms. It was this sentence that caused her to dream that the little baby called her mother. Of course, it could also be that she missed her own child so much that she dreamed that Yin Jiuchao said such words to her. Alas, how shameless she was to take someone else's flesh and blood as her own in her dream. I thought Yin Jiuchao would say a few harsh words to her, but he was silent for the first time. After a long while, he mustered up the courage to say, that was not a dream. It was real. You really have sons. 3 of them. Chapter 219 Happy Milk Bags. Poor 9th brother. Yuan was stunned when she heard this. What did Yin Jiuchao mean? What does it mean that it is not a dream, but real? Did he really say that? Your son is still alive, and in your arms. There are only 3 little milk bags in her arms. Could it be that? Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu in disbelief. What did you say? Say what you just said again. Yin Jiuqiu did not say anything. How could he? The young master of Yinqing. Repeat the same thing? He firmly refused to admit that he didn't dare. Yuan was not stupid after all. If she didn't know that the child was not Yin Ryu's flesh and blood, it would be fine. Now that she knew, it would not be so abrupt and difficult to accept that the child had another mother. It's not that she hadn't imagined that the person might be herself. She got pregnant 3 years ago. When she saw the 3 little guys, she would tell herself in her heart that if her child was born, it should be the same age as them. But she felt that the probability was too small. It was difficult for her to give birth to 1. So how could she give birth to 3? And they were born to Yin Jiuqiu? Yin Jiuqiu. You didn't lie to me? She looked at Yin Jiuqiu again. And Yin Jiuqiu turned his face away. She held his face and forced him to turn his head and meet her eyes. She had a high fever and her palms were burning. Yin Jiuqiu. She looked into his eyes with burning eyes. Look into my eyes and say it again. Dabao. Erbao and Xiaobao are really my biological children? Am I really their mother? Yin Jiuqiu had never seen such a burning gaze, which made people's hearts seem to be burned. He nodded yes. They are your biological children. Your sons. Yuan's tears burst out all of a sudden. Yin Jiuqiu was shocked. This was a woman who never cried even when she fell off a cliff. After learning the truth about her own flesh and blood, she cried like a child. Yuan felt that she didn't cry, but her tears were a little disobedient. She raised her hand to wipe her tears. Yin Jiuqiu handed over a handkerchief. She choked and took it in her hand. Yin Jiuqiu. What? Yin Jiuqiu asked seriously. Yuan didn't answer him. After wiping her tears, she suddenly raised her hand and pinched his hand hard. Yin Jiuqiu gasped in pain. You all won. Does it hurt? What do you think? A trace of red marks had already appeared on the back of the white jade-like hand. Yuan burst into tears and laughed. That's true. I'm not dreaming. Yin Jiuqiu. If you want to know if you are dreaming, why don't you pinch yourself? Yuan's emotions were churning violently, with surprise and joy, but also resentment and anger. She was happy that she found her own children, the 3 babies she loved the most. And she was angry that they were obviously her own flesh and blood. But they were taken away and became someone else's children. Yuan wiped the tears from her face. She didn't need to look to know how scary she looked. Want to see them? I'll bring them here. Yin Jiuqiu understood her thoughts. Yuan shook her head with tears in her eyes. Although she wanted to hold her children immediately, she should not scare them in her current state. Yuan tried to think of some rational things to calm down her emotions. Yin Jiuqiu. What is going on? Why was it you back then? Why didn't you recognize me? Then why didn't you recognize me? Yin Jiuqiu asked back. Yuan was speechless. Yuan didn't know that the original owner's memory was also destroyed. She just thought that she didn't inherit her memories. But how could she tell Yin Jiuqiu about this? Fortunately, Yin Jiuqiu was just teasing her, and didn't really ask her anything. It was dark that night, and Yin Jiuqiu didn't see what she looked like. So she naturally didn't see Yin Jiuqiu clearly. Although Yin Jiuqiu dropped the jade pendant, not everyone recognized that it was something from the young master's mansion. So it was reasonable for her not to know his identity. Moreover, according to the information Yin Jiuqiu found, she had Su Xiao's people drug her, and she probably didn't remember what happened that year. Don't keep me in suspense, Yuan urged him. Yin Jiuqiu had no intention of hiding it from her, but he hadn't figured out how to tell her. The more information he found, the angrier he got about what happened that year. Especially the reason why she was abducted by human traffickers was because of that bastard Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng had no money to study, and had always relied on the Yu family for help. The Yu family was doing well at that time. Although Yu Shaoqing was arrested and sent to the border, his uncle worked in Taixianglu, and his monthly salary was enough for the whole family to eat and drink. But it was still a bit reluctant to use the money to subsidize the Zhao family. The Zhao family was a bottomless pit. The greedy Zhao family, the insatiable Zhao Baomei, and the monthly tuition of Zhao Heng. The Yu family was not enough for the Zhao family to toss. One day, Awan picked cabbage from the field and went to the market to sell it. She heard someone say that a wealthy family was recruiting maids to serve the legitimate daughter. The daughter had a good temper and did not have much work to do. Her food, clothing and other expenses were all provided by the mansion. The monthly salary was 5 taels. If she could please the daughter, she would be rewarded up to 10 taels. Alwan was tempted and immediately went to the wealthy family she mentioned with the lady to see if she could be selected. As a result, she walked into a wolf's den. Yin Jiocha was almost pissed off when Inglu talked about this. She didn't look like such a stupid person. So how could she believe that there would be such a good thing as a pie in the sky? 10 taels a month. You really dare to believe it? Yin Jiocha said angrily. Even the Prince of Yan's mansion is not so generous. An hour ago, someone asked Inglu, "Is 10 taels a month a lot? There are people going there?" Inglu outside the door silently squeezed his shriveled purse and felt that it was necessary to talk to the young master about the salary increase. It's really stupid. Yuan thought secretly. Then what? Yuan asked. Then you were kidnapped to Shuzhou and entered the local brothel. Yin Jiuchao glanced at her and said, "Don't worry. No one has touched you. Your first man is me. Who is worried about this?" Yin Jiuchao continued, "You ate poisonous grass by mistake on the way to Shuzhou, and poison spots grew on your face. The madam thought you were ugly, so she sent you to be a servant. You slept in the woodshed, and that's where I met you." Yuan's eyes were chilly. "Don't think too much. I went there because someone was plotting against me." Yuan nodded. She had seen her portrait at that time. She was so ugly. Who would dare to do that if she wasn't plotting against me? Who plotted against you? Yen Ryu? Yuan asked. Yin Jiuchao snorted sarcastically. She alone is not capable of this. And there is also a local snake in Shuzhou. Local snake in Shuzhou? Yuan paused. A member of the Su family? Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan deeply and said, "If you had half the brains you have now 3 years ago, you would not have been fooled by the kidnapper." Yes. It was Su Xiao. Yuan was surprised. Su Xiao? The owner of Tianqiang Tower. Concubine Su's brother. The second prince's uncle? Why would he plot against you? Did Concubine Su and the second prince instruct him? Yin Jiuchao smiled faintly. This is the most interesting part. Concubine Su and Yin Huijing didn't know Su Xiao's actions, and they kept Su Xiao in the dark. Yuan didn't understand the government, but she felt that Su Xiao's behavior was very strange. He was a member of the Su family, and the Su family's backers were Concubine Su and Yin Huijing. It was impossible for him to plot against Yin Jiuchao without asking Concubine Su or the second prince. He acted on his own. Did he not want to implicate them after the incident was exposed? Or did he have other plans in his mind? Yin Jiuchao had no answer to this question at present, let alone Yuan. Compared with this, Yuan was more concerned about how Su Xiao hooked up with Yin Ryu. Yin Jiuchao said, 4 years ago, someone reported that the Yin family was colluding with the enemy and treason. The government found a secret letter in General Yan's study, which recorded the evidence of the old general's rebellion. The old general died to prove his innocence, but the evidence was irrefutable, and the Yin family was still thrown into prison. Only Yin Ryu escaped. The government searched for her everywhere, and she hid in a brothel. Brothel? Yuan frowned. Yin Jiuchao nodded. Only a strange woman in a brothel would not attract the attention of the government. Besides, who would have expected that the daughter of the high and mighty Yin family would be willing to fall into the dust for a life? So, Su Xiao met Yin Ryu in a brothel. Yuan roughly guessed what happened after that. Yin Ryu became Su Xiao's woman and gave birth to 2 children for Su Xiao. But unfortunately, both died. After that, their fate was over. So they simply stopped being lovers and became allies. What a speechless couple. Yuan didn't ask Yin Jiuchao how he planned to deal with them. She was not thinking about these 2 people at the moment. She lifted the quilt with her sore arms. What are you going to do? Yin Jiuchao asked. I'm going to get something. Yuan said calmly. What do you want? I'll get it for you. No need. I have to get it myself. Yuan put on her shoes, and Yin Jiuchao pulled a cloak over her. The weather at the end of March was not too cold, but she had caught a cold and still couldn't stand the wind. Thank you. Yuan put on her cloak and walked slowly to the dressing table. Yin Jiuchao looked at her calm back and thought, he did a good job. He cleverly threw out a new contradiction and diverted her attention. Now, she forgot to be angry. She said she wanted to castrate him at the beginning, but now she only remembered to be happy. After all, she has been coveting him for a long time. Oh, should I tell her that after they had done it? She let Su Xiao take her out of the brothel, and she had only had him as a man from beginning to end? Well, let's not talk about it. She is already proud enough. Young Master Yin raised his eyebrows, and walked behind Yuan like a spring breeze. Very good. This woman turned around. To be precise, she rushed towards him. Yes. After meeting again after a long time? She should rush into his arms and cry. Yin Jiuqiao frowned with pride. Standing there openly, waiting for someone to throw himself into his arms. But unexpectedly, Yuan had a pair of scissors in her hand. Yin Jiuqiao? Yuan's scissors made a click, and her eyes swept across his crotch. Okay. The truth has come out. And now it's time to settle the score between you and me. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao finally saw what it meant to be the most terrifying calm woman. She was talking to him in a friendly manner before, without any sign, and even thanked him gently when she got off the bed and took his cloak. Who would have expected that she would actually take the scissors to cut him? You all won. Yin Jiuqiao was furious. Yuan was sick. Not very strong but very determined. Yin Jiuqiao was chased up and down, and finally couldn't help it. Pressed her on the bed, and held her hand. Yuan panted and said, "Let go. If you don't let go, I won't care about you." Yin Jiuqiao let go. Yuan cut him with a pair of scissors. Yin Jiuqiao, he knew it. Just when Yin Jiuqiao was being chased, 3 little kids slid into the house. Yuan saw them, and stopped and stuffed the scissors in her hand under the pillow. The 3 of them stood there with snot bubbles hanging from their noses, looking silly. Yuan walked over and wiped their snot with a handkerchief. Yin Jiuqiao coughed lightly and tidied up his messy temples and collar. The 3 little kids looked at Yuan steadily and stretched out their hands to her. Yuan felt an indescribable excitement in her heart. She squatted down and hugged them in her arms. Feeling the frail little body in her arms, Yuan's heart was filled with joy. But when she thought of what they had experienced under Yin Ryu's hands in the past 2 years, she felt as if a knife was cutting her. Yuan's throat was swollen and painful, and she hugged the 3 people tightly, choking and saying, "Mother is back. Mother will not lose you again. Mother will not let anyone bully you again. Mother will always protect you." Chapter 220. Mother and son returned to the village. Yuan hesitated whether to tell them. Yin Ryu is not your mother. I am. What expression would they show? Would it be surprise, joy or shock? Any adult would feel lucky. But in the eyes of such a young child, no matter how vicious their mother is, she is still their mother. They can be afraid of her, but they can't hate her. Moreover, they may not understand why their mother is suddenly not their mother. Even if they really understand, they will not feel relieved about their past experiences because of this. Because they are not their own children. They are abused. This kind of causal relationship is the logic of adults. How can children understand it? However, Yuan is not very worried about this. After all, they are still young. When they grow up, they will not remember anything before the age of 2. Maybe they don't even have to wait until they grow up. At this time next year, they can't remember who Yin Ryu is. Mother will be with you until that day. Yuan kissed the foreheads of the 3 little guys. The 3 of them were unfamiliar with Yuan's use of the term mother. They looked at Yuan with wide eyes, bewildered. Yuan did not explain, but smiled gently and said, "Have you taken the medicine?" The 3 little heads drooped quickly. Yuan laughed. "You didn't want to take the medicine, so you hid here?" The 3 little heads drooped even lower. Yuan originally wanted to feel distressed. How come they also caught a cold? But their guilty look made her tease her. In fact, let alone that they didn't want to take the medicine, she didn't want to either, because the taste of Chinese medicine was too bitter. However, she was older, so it didn't matter whether she drank it or not. But they were so young. But they couldn't be careless at all. The nanny had been waiting outside the door with the medicine, and they didn't dare to go in without Yin Jiuqiao's order. "Give it to me." Yin Jiuqiao walked to the door and took the medicine from them. Yin Jiuqiao put the medicine bowl on the table. Yuan took the children's hands and came to the table. The 3 of them lowered their heads, as if they were very resistant. But when Yuan carried them to the stool and sat them down, took a small spoon, and fed them 1 spoonful at a time, they all opened their mouths obediently. After drinking 3 bowls of medicine, the little guys were so bitter that they staggered. Yuan hurriedly fed them some candy fruit, and the 3 little guys crawled into Yuan's arms with snot bubbles hanging on their noses, looking aggrieved. Yuan's lips gently touched their temples. It was great to be able to hold them like this. Yin Jiuqiao sat aside, looking at the 4 mothers and children snuggling together, and then looking at the servants busy in the yard. The mansion was still the same mansion, and the yard was still the same yard. But with this one more person, it seemed that everything was different. Since Yuan had woken up, she didn't need Bai Tang to take care of her. So Bai Tang returned to the Bai mansion. Yuan didn't make trouble for her body after all. She stayed in the young master's mansion for 2 days to recover from the illness, until the high fever completely subsided and her voice recovered. She packed up and prepared to return to the village. But she didn't just pack her own things. She also packed the 3 children's things. When Yin Jiucha's eyes fell on the 4 bundles on the table, 1 big and 3 small, his face suddenly darkened. Where are my young masters? Yuan looked at him strangely. Who said I would take you back to the village? Yin Jiucha was poured with a basin of cold water. The 3 little kids came in slinking, looking at their father cutely. With Yuan's careful care in the past 2 days, they no longer have snot bubbles. Sons are still the best. Yin Jiucha pinched the little guy's face and said to Yuan, why don't you ask them if they want to go with you? Before he finished speaking, the 3 little kids stood on tiptoe, grabbed the bag on the table, and went out. Yin Jiucha gritted his teeth. What a heartless little guy. Forget it. He didn't really want to go back to the village with her. But whether he went back or not was his business. And whether she asked him to go back with her was another matter. Master Yan's expression was a little complicated. Master, Miss Yu is gone, Ing Lu reminded. Yin Jiucha stood in the corridor, looking in the direction of the courtyard gate. I know. Take the young master away too, Ing Lu continued to remind. Your young master is not blind. Oh, are you going to chase her? What? She's still a child? Yin Jiucha couldn't use the same method he used to treat Yin Ryu on her. If Yin Ryu took the child away without saying a word, he would have dealt with her long ago. But the target was her. Yin Jiucha took a deep breath. Let her be. We've been apart for so long and finally got to know each other. You really love Miss Yu, Ing Lu said. Yin Jiucha glanced at him. If I don't love her, do I love you? Ing Lu staggered. Yin Jiucha stood in the corridor for a while, and seeing Ing Lu still standing there, he asked calmly, why don't you leave? Is there something wrong? Ing Lu pinched his increasingly thin purse, and looked at Yin Jiucha with a cold expression. After all, he didn't dare to offend him at this critical moment. It's okay. I'll leave first. Yuan was sitting in the carriage prepared by Uncle Wan, which was spacious and comfortable. The 3 little guys sat beside her obediently, with their little hands on their legs and their big eyes rolling around. They looked serious at first glance, but in fact, their hearts were already flying. Yuan unconsciously smiled. The crops grown by others are better, and the children grown by one's own family are better. Yuan deeply agrees with this. The more she looks at them, the more she likes them. She just wonders how her son can be so cute. Besides not being able to speak yet. Why can't he speak? Yuan pinched their little faces. The 3 of them looked at Yuan in unison, their eyes wide open, as if asking her what was wrong. Yuan thought to herself, nothing. I just want to hear you call me mother. Yuan smiled and touched their little bellies. You've been traveling for a long time. Are you hungry? The 3 nodded. Yuan lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the shops lined up one after another. They were very close to the South City gate. There was nothing delicious nearby. There was only one noodle shop that was okay. But that noodle shop was closed today. There was a newly opened bun shop next to it. Yuan was hesitating whether to buy 3 buns to fill the stomachs of the little ones, when she heard the driver whoosh and the carriage stopped urgently. There were children in the carriage, so it was not moving fast. But the sudden stop still caused the 3 little ones to fall out. Yuan quickly pulled the 3 people back into her arms and asked the driver, what happened? The driver said, to reply to Miss Yu, a woman stopped our carriage. Yuan put the 3 little ones away, lifted the curtain in front of the carriage, and looked out. It was a woman in plain clothes, about 40 years old, with luxurious clothes and noble temperament. She didn't look like a poor commoner. Yuan didn't think she knew her, but the look in her eyes seemed to know her identity. Yuan said to her son, you wait for me in the car. I'll go buy some buns. The 3 nodded obediently. Yuan got off the carriage and told the driver to take care of the child. The woman came up to her anxiously. When she got closer, Yuan found that she was more haggard and old than she looked. Is it Miss Yu? The woman asked cautiously. Yuan looked her up and down and said, it's me. This lady is. The woman patted her chest and said, I am Yin Ryu's mother. Min. Madam Yin? Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. The other party's clothes and dress were not like ordinary people. But if she was said to be the wife of the Marquis's mansion, it was a little mismatched. Yuan noticed that she was not only dressed plainly, but also had a white flower pinned on her temples. Did a relative pass away in the family? Miss you. Madame Yin spoke again. And Yuan interrupted her. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the bun shop over there. Since she is Yen Ryu's mother, then the little kid must recognize her. Yuan didn't want them to see anyone related to Yen Ryu again. Yuan took Madame Yin to the steamed bun shop across the street and found a seat by the window. From her angle, she could see the carriage, but Madame Yin couldn't see it. But she didn't care. She came to see Yuan, and other people had nothing to do with her. Madame Yin came to me. Is it because of Yen Ryu? Yuan said straight to the point. It was not difficult to guess. The Yin family had committed 2 crimes. One was that Yen Ryu pretended to be the mother of the young master of the young master's mansion. And the other was that Yen Soming robbed her father of his military merits. She couldn't interfere in the affairs of the court. So Yen Ryu was the only one left. Madame Yen lowered her head and said, Yes, I came here for your. I know my daughter has committed an unforgivable crime. I don't ask you to forgive her. I just ask you to be lenient with her. To be honest, Yuan has been accompanying her 3 sons these days. And she really didn't ask about Yen Ryu's fate. Looking at Madame Yen's appearance, she doesn't seem optimistic. But what does this have to do with her? Yen Ryu is neither her sister nor her friend. On the contrary, she is the one who took her son away. Even if this matter was not her idea alone. It was not Su Xiao who instructed to abuse her son. Based on this point, Yuan felt that this woman was really not worthy of forgiveness. Yuan said, Mrs. Yen can find me. So she must have known the truth. Then, Mrs. Yen should understand that the person who hates your daughter the most in the world, besides young Master Yen, is me. I will never forgive Yen Ryu. Mrs. Yen pleaded, I didn't ask you to forgive her. I just asked you to give her a way out. The child has been returned to you. Yuan's eyes turned cold. Is it okay just because it has been returned to me? Are the sins she has committed so far forgotten? How did she harm my son in the past 2 years? Do you really not know? Or are you pretending to be confused? How could Mrs. Yen not know? Yen Ryu went crazy and almost strangled her mother to death. The 3 children who stayed with her suffered so much. But she was her daughter. And she couldn't watch her being tortured to death. Miss you. It's all my fault. As a mother, I didn't teach my daughter well. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Please let my daughter live. I kneeled down for you, Mrs. Yin said. And she really knelt down on the table. The guests in the bun shop looked over here. This scene was really weird. A lady in silk actually knelt down before a little girl in cloth. Yuan's expression did not fluctuate at all. Mrs. Yin did not expect that she knelt down before her. But she was not moved at all. Miss you. Are you so hard-hearted? You are also a mother. Yuan said coldly, why don't you tell your daughter this? She is also a mother. Ask her if her heart is softer than mine? Mrs. Yin was speechless. Yuan continued, it was Su Xiao's idea to take my son away. If the mother wasn't Yen Ryu, it could have been someone else. I don't blame her for this. But the rest is her own fault. If Yen Ryu had a little bit of sincerity towards the 3 little kids, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Considering that she had raised the children for 2 years, neither Yen Jiuqiao nor she would have made things difficult for her. In the final analysis, she was not helpless. She just chose a path to her own death. Yuan stood up and looked at Madame Yin, who was kneeling on the ground indifferently. We are both mothers. You love your daughter. And I love my son. Madame Yin understood. Yuan was clearly telling her that as much as you don't want your daughter to die, I want her to die as much as I do. Yuan ignored Madame Yin and asked for 2 baskets of buns to take away under the astonished eyes of everyone. One basket was for her and the children, and the other was for the driver. The driver's surname was Su. He had been in the young master's mansion for 5 years, and was highly valued by Uncle Wan. Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still asked him about Yen Ryu's situation. Driver Su told him what he had heard from Uncle Wan without reservation. It turned out that there was a reason why Madame Yin came to Yuan. Yen Ryu had committed such a serious crime, and could not stay in the Yin family. Madame Yin gave her money to escape. But she was robbed by a petty thief before she even left the city gate. The petty thief also destroyed her child's ashes. She broke down and cried like crazy on the street all night. And then she was arrested by the government. after Yan Ryu was captured. She was not put into the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture, but was sent to a special cell in the eastern suburbs of the capital, where all the prisoners were crazy. Prisoners are already scary. Crazy prisoners. Madame Yan went to visit once, and it is said that she fainted on the spot. Evil people will be punished by their own evil. Yuan brushed her wide sleeves and got on the car calmly. I thought I could go back to the village smoothly this time, but I didn't expect that as soon as I left the city gate, someone blocked my way. What happened today? Everyone blocked her way, as if by appointment. When did she become so popular? Miss you. Do you want to get off the car? Or should I send them away? Driver Su asked. Yuan lifted the curtain and took a look, then said to him, You can't get rid of him. The person who came was Su Xiao. Su Xiao's carriage seemed to have been here for a long time, and the grass on the ground had been eaten by the horses to make several holes. The little guys had just eaten and drank enough, and now they were a little sleepy. Leaning in Yuan's arms and squinting, Yuan handed the children to driver Su and walked toward Su Xiao's carriage. Su Xiao's driver was not there, and there were no followers or guards. He was the only one standing outside the carriage. Seeing Yuan coming towards him, he didn't show any strangeness on his face, as if he had already expected this little girl to be so bold. Yuan and Su Xiao had met at the competition in Tianxiang Tower, but they had never spoken. At that time, Su Xiao respectfully welcomed Yan Ryu upstairs, pretending that the two had just met by chance. But who would have thought that the two had been secretly communicating? Mr. Su. Yuan stopped at a place not too far from him and greeted him calmly. Miss you. Su Xiao nodded politely. Yuan said, Mr. Su is waiting for me outside the city gate. Did he know that I would return to the village today? Su Xiao smiled faintly. To be honest, I have been waiting for you for several days. Is it also for Yan Ryu? Yuan asked. Su Xiao was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect Yuan to be so straightforward. He quickly came to his senses and laughed at himself. It seems that you also know. He said also. Not all. Which shows that he knew that someone else knew. And this someone else was most likely Yin Jiucha. I'm not doing it for her, Su Xiao said. This answer was beyond Yuan's expectation. But she thought about it again. Yin Jiuchao had dealt with Yan Ryu, so he should deal with him next. He was in a difficult situation, and had no time to save Yan Ryu. As if he had guessed Yuan's thoughts, Su Xiao smiled and said, It's not what you think. Yan Ryu and I are not in the relationship you guessed. Her man is not me. But? Yuan thought. There must be a turning point here. As expected, Su Xiao smiled and said, But I did redeem her from the brothel in order to use her to please someone. I was only responsible for taking care of her and never touched her. Yuan did not ask who that person was, but said, Don't you want to? Or do you dare not? Few men would not be moved by a beauty like Yan Ryu. Su Xiao said, Miss you. I find it very interesting to talk to you, so I don't dare. Yuan raised her eyebrows. Su Xiao smiled helplessly. Yes, I dare not. That is a difficult man. However, he has given up Yan Ryu, so it doesn't matter how you deal with Yan Ryu. Yuan smiled. From what you said, it seems that as long as that man is willing to look at Yan Ryu again, we must let Yan Ryu go. Su Xiao nodded. Yes. No one can touch the person he wants to protect. Not even Yin Jiuqiu. But I have said that he will not touch Yan Ryu again. Yan Ryu is yours. Yuan felt a little sympathy for Yan Ryu at this time. Why are you telling me this? Su Xiao said, You may not know that after I took you out of the brothel in Shuzhou, you ran away. I didn't meet you again in Gongcheng until you were about to give birth. Aren't you curious about where you went in those months? Who did you meet? Yuan looked at him steadily. What do you want to say? Su Xiao stopped smiling and said seriously, Let Yin Jiuqiu give up pursuing this matter, and I will tell you who you were with back then. Chapter 221 Drama Queen. Yuan left without looking back. Su Xiao was stunned. He was sure that he was not mistaken. She really left? After you dropped such a heavy news? Miss you. He called Yuan. Yuan paused, looked back at him, and her expression was very innocent. What's the matter? You? Su Xiao wanted to say. Didn't you hear it clearly? After a pause, he changed his words and asked. Did I not explain it clearly? Although the meaning is the same. The latter is much easier to accept than the former. This is the art of speaking. Su Xiao, who has been struggling in the business world for so many years, is not without this ability. Yuan curved her lips. You said it very clearly. And I heard it very clearly. Su Xiao was seen through his thoughts. And his face was embarrassed. He subconsciously asked, then you. I'm not interested. Yuan said bluntly. Su Xiao almost took a breath of cold air. How could someone have no interest in his past? She was a girl. Wandering on the streets of Shuzhou. Who picked her up? Wouldn't she be curious? Or who was that person? What did he do to her? She didn't want to know at all? Yes. I don't want to know. Yuan nodded. His thoughts were guessed again. Su Xiao had to look at this little village girl seriously. Even in the competition in Tianxiang Tower. The second prince personally rescued her from the ice cellar. Su Xiao just thought that she relied on her beauty. Men always treated beautiful women with special favor. Even if he heard that she caught Yan Jiuchu's eye later. Su Xiao still didn't regard her as a threat. Su Xiao always remembered that she was lying on the blood-stained bed that year. She was still very weak after giving birth. He came to send her off. She didn't say anything, but just looked at him helplessly. Tears seemed to fall. It was that pair of innocent eyes that softened Su Xiao's heart. Su Xiao replaced the intestinal poison with a drug that made people stupid. But when Su Xiao looked at Yuan again, he found that he could not connect this calm woman with the helpless little poor girl back then. They were the same person, but they seemed to have changed their core. She was no longer herself. So everything in the past had nothing to do with her. Su Xiao, who realized this, was shocked beyond words. I still don't understand. You don't need to understand. Yuan interrupted him. Whether it's my change or my decision. If you must ask for the reason on this matter, then let's put it this way. Su Dongjia is also a person who has visited brothels. Do you have to remember the girl when you visit a prostitute? Visit a prostitute? Su Xiao almost fell down. Does this girl know what she is talking about? She is telling herself that even if she is picked up by another man and has a relationship that shouldn't have happened, in her opinion, she is just visiting a prostitute? This is what Yuan means. Yuan doesn't care who she has slept with before. She only cares about who she will sleep with in the future. Someone's perfect body flashed through her mind. And Yuan licked the corner of her lips. Too shameless. Su Xiao took a deep breath. He seriously suspected that if he continued to say this, he would not threaten this girl, but would be scolded by this girl to vomit blood. He had collected the information with great difficulty, and thought that he could hold this girl firmly in his hands. But he didn't know that this girl didn't care at all. He worked in vain. No. Maybe it's not in vain. Aren't you afraid? Yuan smiled. You want to tell Yan Jiuchao? Go ahead. Among 100 men, 99 care about a woman's chastity. But I bet Yan Jiuchao is the exception. Su Xiao had nothing to say. Yan Jiuchao, that crazy little man who doesn't play by the rules, might not really care whether a woman is innocent or not. Su Xiao felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. What kind of people did he provoke? Su Xiao was almost pissed off. Yuan walked towards her carriage, walked a few steps, and suddenly turned around. Su Xiao thought she was finally afraid. But unexpectedly she just smiled. By the way, the man you said who even Yan Jiuchao couldn't afford to provoke. If he is really so powerful, why don't you go and ask him? Su Xiao was choked. Yuan smiled. See? It's exposed. So embarrassing. Su Xiao's face turned the color of liver. Yuan ignored him and returned to her carriage, although they were separated for a short while. She had already begun to miss the little guys. She curled the 3 little guys into her arms. They were too thin, and they could curl up all 3. She didn't dare to use force, for fear of accidentally breaking someone's arms or legs. You're so thin. You need to fatten them up. Yuan decided to raise the 3 little guys to be plump and white, and to raise the skinny monkey into 3 little piglets. Miss you. When the carriage passed by Su Xiao spoke for the last time. Don't blame me for not reminding you. That person. Go! The driver Su whipped the horse with a whip, swallowing Su Xiao's voice. At noon, the carriage arrived at Lianhua village. Yuan was kidnapped by Yan Ryu for a whole night, and the Yu family was very anxious. Yu Shaoqing almost rushed out of Lianhua town regardless of the imperial edict. Fortunately, the guards of the young master's mansion arrived in time, and said that his young master had already set out, and would definitely bring Miss Yu back safely. Sure enough, they received the news that Yuan returned to Beijing the next day. But Yuan was very ill, with a high fever. The young master's mansion invited a royal doctor to treat Yuan carefully. They couldn't just drag her back to the village regardless of her condition. So they had to ask Miss Bai to go to the young master's mansion to take care of her. 2 days ago, Bai Tang came to the village and said that Yuan had woken up and should return to the village after 3 or 5 days of rest. Tomorrow is only the 3rd day, and the Yu family didn't expect Yuan to come back so soon. Today, the workshop and the construction site are resting. The family is sitting in the main hall of the old house to eat. The carriage is parked outside the gate. They thought someone came to do business. Xiao Taidan ran out and saw, "Oh, it's my sister who is back." His voice was so loud that it instantly woke up the 3 sleeping little guys. The 3 of them raised their heads from Yuan's arms and looked out of the car in confusion. "Little brother is here too." Xiao Taidan saw them and ran over excitedly. "Little brother, come down quickly." Yuan's face was full of black lines. "My son is your brother. So what am I to you?" Yu Song was the second one to rush out. He couldn't wait to come to the carriage and reached out to help Yuan. But when he saw the children, he was instinctively stunned. Yu Feng also came out. "Yuan, ah!" He was also startled by the children in Yuan's arms. The 3 little kids had been to the Yu family, except for Yu Shaoqing, who had not seen them. The rest of the people had not only seen them, but also held them, and knew that they were the young masters of the young master's mansion. It was a remote place with little news. I hadn't heard about Yan Ryu yet, and Bai Tang didn't say anything. "You, how did you kidnap someone else's child?" Yu Feng asked in shock. It's no wonder he asked this. It was because his sister loved these children too much. Every time she saw them, she looked like she wanted to steal them home and hide them. He seriously suspected that his sister took his son away from the house when Yan Jiuqiu was not paying attention. What if Yan Jiuqiu found out? Yu Feng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "It's not someone else's child," Yuan said. Yu Feng looked at her strangely and found that her eyes were sparkling. "My own?" she said. "Are you kidding?" Yu Feng said. Yuan said firmly, "No kidding. I'm serious. The child is mine. I gave birth to it." Yu Shaoqing, who had just walked to the door, heard this fatal sentence before he could catch his breath, and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. After only a few days of not seeing each other, his daughter even gave birth to a child? He hasn't been a father yet, and he's about to become a grandfather? How could such a terrible thing happen? Yu Shaoqing looked at the child in Yuan's arms as if struck by lightning, and the child in Yuan's arms also looked at him innocently. "Hold." The 3 little guys stretched out their little hands to him. "It's not just one. It's 3. Yu Shaoqing was in a mess. "What's going on?" The aunt pulled Yuan into the house, called Jiang, and drove the men out. The little milk bag was also thrown to Yu Shaoqing by the aunt. Yu Shaoqing was holding 3 skinny little monkeys, his whole body stiff. Since Yuan dared to bring the children back, she thought that she would be questioned by her family. She couldn't hide it, and there was no need. They were her sons. She wanted to recognize them openly, and didn't want to hide them from others. "I gave birth to her in Shuzhou." The aunt knew that she had not gone to her cousin's house. In fact, how could her family have any cousins' relatives? But the aunt never expected that she went to Shuzhou, which is so far away. The 3 of them stayed in the house for a long time. Yu Song wandered outside the door with a solemn expression. "What's wrong?" Yu Feng came over and asked. "Brother, the Wan Gongzi in our village is young Master Yin, right?" He had seen Alwan and Wan Gongzi walking together intimately, and thinking about the many cares young Master Yin had given to the Yu family. He actually had a suspicion for a long time, but he had never dared to verify it. Yu Feng and Yuan were the ones who went in and out of the capital the most. If Yuan had any secrets, she couldn't hide it from Yu Feng. So Yu Song chose to ask him. Yu Feng scratched his head. "Yes, it's him." Yu Song felt a trace of unspeakable bitterness in his heart. So despicable. "Yu Feng," Yu Song said angrily, "he is a bastard. He bullied Alwan." Yu Feng didn't think his sister was a person who would be bullied. Maybe she was in the past, but now no one can take advantage of her unless she wants to. Yu Feng patted his shoulder helplessly. He grew up with his brother. How could he, as the eldest brother, not understand what his brother was thinking? Unfortunately, his opponent was too strong. Alwan and that man even had a child. There was no hope. When the aunt left the room, her eyes were swollen. Her Alwan was so miserable. For the sake of Zhao Heng, that bastard, she was kidnapped to Shuzhou. Needless to say, Alwan suffered so much that year. As an aunt, She blamed Alwan for not lending them money for medical treatment. She was really heartless. The aunt felt guilty. It's all over. Jiang patted her sister-in-law's hand. Alwan is back safely. And the child is back too. Yes. They're all back. They're all back. The aunt choked and nodded. Wiped her tears. And looked around. Hey! Where's the child? Third brother. Where did you take the child? Yu Shaoqing became a grandfather in 1 day. And his heart was broken. In 2 days, it would be his birthday. And he suddenly received such a big gift. The surprise, shock, was really enough. Yu Shaoqing sat in the yard with the 3 little guys, staring at each other. I heard that it was the child of that Mr. Wan. That guy is not a good guy. Can the son he gave birth to be a good little guy? Yu Shaoqing looked at them fiercely. They also looked at Yu Shaoqing fiercely. Yu Shaoqing? Little bastard. Dare to stare at him. Yu Shaoqing narrowed his eyes, and put his hands on his waist. The 3 little guys also followed suit, and crossed their waists. 1 big and 3 small. Staring at each other. A fierce murderous aura broke out in the air. At this moment, the eldest aunt and Jiang came over. The fierce little milk bag changed his face in a second. Woo wow! He cried at the top of his voice. The third child. The eldest aunt roared like a lion. And Yu Shaoqing's heart trembled 3 times. Sister-in-law. He hurried to explain. But the 3 little guys had already thrown themselves into the arms of the eldest aunt, crying as aggrieved as they could be. Look at how scared you scared the children. The eldest aunt scolded him. Why are you still unhappy in your heart? Don't you like them? Yu Shaoqing became timid in a second. I didn't. Sister-in-law. You misunderstood. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. No matter how iron-blooded Yu Shaoqing is on the battlefield, he can never be arrogant in front of the eldest aunt. The aunt didn't believe it and pointed at Yu Shaoqing and said, Did Grandpa bully you? Yu Shaoqing threatened with his eyes. Dare to lie. Be careful to get beaten. The 3 little kids looked at Yu Shaoqing, then at the aunt, and nodded with a wrong look on their faces. Bullied. Bullied to death. Yu Shaoqing. Chapter 222 3 Big Demons. Yu Shaoqing was scolded by his eldest sister-in-law for the first time in his life. He was miserable and felt terrible. The eldest aunt loved these little guys very much. She liked them very much before she knew they were her own children. Now that she knew they were her own children, she wanted to tie them to her belt. The 3 little guys also made the eldest aunt very happy. When the eldest aunt washed vegetables, they helped to scoop water. When the eldest aunt cleaned the yard, they handed the eldest aunt a broom. When the eldest aunt went to the garden to plant vegetables, they helped to pull out the weeds. The weeds were so big. The eldest aunt. Children, those are vegetable seedlings. At dinner, my uncle cooked a table of delicious dishes himself. His leg injury had improved a lot, and he could occasionally throw away his crutches and walk a few steps. Although not too far, it was much better than before. He killed a chicken bought from Aunt Luo's house, stewed a big pot of golden and delicious chicken soup, and cooked 4 wild carps caught by his sons from the stream. The carps were fat and tender. The belly parts were shared with several children. He also steamed the children's favorite egg custard, but he replaced the scallops and shrimps with mince meat. After taking it out of the pot, he sprinkled a few chopped green onions and drizzled a spoonful of sesame oil, which made the children drool. Little Tiadan's appetite is now very big, and he eats a lot. Yuan pinched his fat waist. Eat less, or you can't wear your pants again. Little Tidan, humph. The 3 little kids eat less than half of what little Tidan eats. Yuan tried to give them 2 more spoonfuls of egg custard, and the 3 of them ate it obediently without wasting a single bite. The uncle liked them the most. The most beautiful child he had ever seen was the one from the 3rd room. The 3rd child was beautiful when he was a child, and there was no one in the village who was more beautiful than him. Later, he married and had a child with Alwan. Alwan was also very pretty, but she was fat and chubby when she was a child, and there was no slit in her eyes. Then came Tidan. Although Tiadan's facial features were delicate, he was a little sallow and thin. He only recovered slowly in recent months. So, among the 2-year-olds, the most beautiful ones were really these 3 little guys. But they were too thin. The uncle couldn't help but scoop another half bowl of chicken soup for the 3 of them. Can your little stomach hold more? Yuan asked, touching their little bellies. The 3 nodded and drank the chicken soup. This time, they really couldn't be fed anymore. Yuan and the aunt went to collect the bowls. The 3 little kids were playing in the main room. Yu Shaoqing came over with a dark face. He had wanted to punish these little guys for a long time. He actually told his bad deeds in front of his eldest sister-in-law. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know who was in charge of this family. Yu Shaoqing rolled up his sleeves and looked at the three little guys. The three looked exactly the same. Who was the eldest? Who was the second? And who was the third? Yu Shaoqing grabbed one at random. So light. It was like he hadn't grabbed it. The one that Yu Shaoqing lifted up high was Xiaobao. Xiaobao spit out saliva bubbles and looked at Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing narrowed his eyes coldly. Listen to me, kid. If you dare to tell me again, I will. Before he finished speaking, Yu Shaoqing felt a heat in his chest. Xiaobao peed? Wu Wao Xiaobao cried with a hoarse voice. You peed me? You still have the right to cry? Look, sister-in-law. Yu Shaoqing pointed at his clothes and complained decisively. Yu Shaoqing was scolded by his aunt again. Because he scared the child to pee. Why do you want to make things difficult for these children? Scaring them earlier or later. You will be scared sooner or later. Yu Shaoqing, who couldn't win no matter what, said. After nightfall, Yuan took the little guy back to her own house. The three of them slept at Yuan's place. And Xiao Taidan had to go to his parents' room. Little Taidan hugged the pillow and said reluctantly, I want to sleep with my brother. Yuan corrected him, not my brother, but my nephew. My son is your brother. So what am I to you? Oh! Little Taidan touched the heads of the three little guys. Good night, brother. Yuan, with a frown on her face. Yuan bathed the three little guys and changed them into dry pajamas. The three of them had slept all the way during the day, so they were not sleepy at this moment. They lay on the bed with their eyes wide open. Yuan did not urge them, but sat quietly aside to read the medical book left by Grandpa Bao. The villagers gradually rested, and the village fell into silence. The three little guys could not speak, and the only sound in the room was Yuan turning the pages of the book. Finally, Debao could not help it and turned over quietly on the bed. Boom! It was a really loud somersault. Debao was so scared that his neck shrank. He looked at Yuan cautiously. Seeing that Yuan didn't scold him, he rolled his eyes and did 2 more somersaults. This way he really wouldn't be scolded. Bao and Xiaobao couldn't hold back any longer and also somersaulted on the bed, turning over and over. Sweating profusely, the corners of Yuan's lips curved. Although she didn't look at them, she could catch them accurately every time they fell off the bed. The three of them were tired from playing and fell asleep while turning over and over. Yuan then put down the medical book, picked up the little guys who were lying in all directions, wiped their sweat with cotton cloth, changed them into dry pajamas, and then turned off the oil lamp and went to bed with them. The moon was dark and the wind was high. After Su Xiao and Yuan parted at the city gate, he went to Tianxianglo on Chang'an Street, where he handled official business for an afternoon. He left in a carriage after dinner. He had something on his mind. So he drove the carriage around the capital and returned to the Su family mansion late at night. At the gate of the mansion, there was a 2-horse carriage. He was familiar with the royal emblem on the body of the carriage. And the only royal family member who could stay at his house was his nephew, the second prince. Su Xiao got off his carriage, walked to the carriage, and bowed respectfully. Second prince. The curtain was lifted, and Yin Huijing got off the carriage. He did not call him uncle as usual, but glanced at him lightly, turned around, and lifted the curtain. Su Xiao was secretly surprised. Could there be someone else in the carriage? And who could make the second prince lift the curtain for him? A figure in a black cloak came down from the ground. The hood of the cloak covered her face. It was not until she walked in front of Su Xiao that Su Xiao could see her face clearly. Su Xiao's face changed. Madam? Su Xianfei looked around. Su Xiao understood and hurriedly said to the coachman and servant not far away, all retreat. The group retreated tactfully. Su Xiao took Su Xianfei to the flower hall. There were no servants in the flower hall. Su Xianfei took off her cloak. Su Xianfei sat in the main seat. Yin Huijing stood beside her. And Su Xiao stood in the middle of the hall, as if he was being interrogated. And in fact, it was indeed the case. Su Xiao asked softly, Your Highness, why did you leave the palace so late at night? If His Majesty found out, he would probably be suspicious of you. Su Xianfei snorted coldly, If I hadn't come out, I wouldn't have known that you had done so many things behind my back. Su Xiao, just because I call you brother doesn't mean you can ride on my head. Your Highness. Su Xiao bowed in fear and trepidation. Bowing even lower, Su Xianfei said coldly, "You have nothing to say. Right? You have been hiding it from me. If the Emperor hadn't gone to see Yin Ryu, I wouldn't have known that you had colluded with her and joined hands to deceive me." Yin Huijing did not discover the relationship between the two because he saw Yin Ryu on the pleasure boat. But he first discovered that the two had an affair through Su Chengxian, and then went to the pleasure boat to track Yin Ryu. However, Yin Huijing did not let Su Xianfei know about this. Su Xiao didn't care how Yin Huijing targeted Yin Ryu. The most urgent thing was to calm the suspicion of concubine Su and the second prince. He sighed and said, "Your Majesty, you misunderstood." Concubine Su smiled coldly. "I misunderstood? Okay. I'm all here. Tell me, what did I misunderstand about you? Did I misunderstand that you and Yin Ryu teamed up to plot against Yin Jiuqiao? Or did I misunderstand that you were unfaithful to me?" Su Xiao said earnestly, "I did plot against Yin Jiuqiao. But I didn't betray your Majesty. Everything I did was for your Majesty and the second prince." "You speak better than you sing." Concubine Su's eyes were cold. Su Xiao sighed slowly. "Your Majesty, you are my biological sister. We were born from the same mother. And my mother only gave birth to the two of us. If I don't support you, who else can I support? It was indeed my own decision at the beginning. But I also wanted to remove a stumbling block for you and your highness." Su Xianfei said seriously, "Yin Jiuqiao has never been a stumbling block for me and my son." Su Xiao shook his head. "How could he not be? Your Majesty has seen how your Majesty treats Yin Jiuqiao. Hasn't your Majesty seen it all? Why do you have to deceive yourself and think that your Majesty loves him just because he won't live long?" Su Xianfei raised her chin. "He really won't live long." Su Xiao said, "But what if your Majesty insists on passing the throne to him?" Su Xianfei's eyes were sharp. "How is it possible? He is not your Majesty's flesh and blood." Su Xiao said helplessly, "If I hadn't received accurate information, how could I take the risk to plot against Yin Jiuqiao?" Concubine Su's expression relaxed. "You? Where did you get the news from?" "My queen. I opened such a large Tianqiang tower at a loss. Not only to expand the Su family business. Are you collecting news?" Concubine Su asked. Su Xiao laughed at himself. "It's not easy. The news that can be collected is often useless. However, if there is one useful piece of information among 10,000 pieces, it proves that my Tianqiang tower has not been opened in vain." Concubine Su fell into deep thought. After a long while, she murmured, "Your Majesty really intends to pass the throne to Yin Jiuqiao?" Yin Huijing clenched his fist. Su Xiao said thoughtfully, "Maybe the palace maid was talking nonsense after drinking. But I dare not take the risk. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning?" Concubine Su looked at him without blinking, as if trying to distinguish the truth from the falsehood in his words. Su Xiao met her gaze frankly. "It would be too conspicuous if the queen took action. It would be easier for me to conceal it. Moreover, if the matter is accidentally exposed, I will bear all the charges. The queen and the prince will not know about it, and can escape the disaster. But I didn't expect that the queen and the prince would find out about it themselves. It seems that I was not covert enough, and I implicated the queen and the prince." Su Xianfei looked down at him and said, "You have indeed implicated me. Do you really think that you can take all the blame, and we mother and son can be free of it? The emperor's heart is unpredictable, and the truth is sometimes unimportant. Look at the Xiao family, and then look at the Yin family. Did the Yin family really collaborate with the enemy and betray the country? What was their fate? Your Majesty really doesn't know that Yin Jiuqiao didn't like Yin Ryu? But why did he promote the Yin family regardless? The dynasty belongs to your Majesty. Whoever he wants to live will live, and whoever he wants to die must die. No one can keep what he wants to take back, and no one can refuse the favor he gives. This is your Majesty." Su Xiao lowered his head. "I know I was wrong. My queen, how did you accomplish this alone?" Su Xianfei wondered. Su Xiao said truthfully, "I am not alone. There are others." "Yin Ryu?" Su Xianfei asked with a frown. "It's not her," Su Xiao said. "He has never shown his true face. But I can feel that he is not an ordinary person. Fortunately, he also wants to deal with Yin Jiuqiao. So he is on the same boat with us." Su Xianfei said sarcastically, "How do you know that he doesn't want to see us fighting each other so that he can reap the benefits?" Su Xiao said with certainty, "Your Majesty, he is not interested in the throne. The only person he wants to deal with is Yin Jiuqiao." Hearing that he was not coming for the throne, Su Xianfei's expression eased a little. But she couldn't figure out who the other party was. Could it be that group of people? Your Majesty knows him? Now, it was Su Xiao's turn to be confused. Su Xianfei shook her head. No. I don't know him. I just found out some things about the past recently. Do you know why the late emperor banished his queen to the cold palace? Su Xiao shook his head. Concubine Su looked out into the endless night and said, because the late queen secretly had a baby with someone else and gave birth to a child that was not his. Yin Huaijing was shocked. Su Xiao was stunned. That flesh and blood is? Concubine Su nodded and said, it's the Prince of Yin. In order to cover up the royal scandal, the late emperor did not announce the crimes of the late queen. He only deprived her of her position as queen on the grounds that she persecuted the dragon fetus, and sent her and the Prince of Yin to the cold palace, in order not to arouse suspicion. Your Majesty was also sent to the cold palace, but your Majesty is very competitive. Even though he was implicated by his mother and brother, he still won the appreciation of the late emperor with his extraordinary wisdom. If the late emperor wanted to make him the crown prince, he had to release the late queen from the cold palace. Otherwise, his identity would be too controversial and would be disadvantageous to the competition for the throne. So the Prince of Yin was naturally released. The late emperor hated the Prince of Yin, but in order to prevent his Majesty, the crown prince, from having any stain, he kept the Prince of Yin's background a secret until his death. The late emperor knew that he was dying, and he didn't know whether this secret could be kept after his death. So he wanted to execute the Prince of Yin. But his Majesty found out that his Majesty poisoned the late emperor to save his brother. Yin Huaijing heard such a secret for the first time, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Su Xiao was also shocked. How? How could it be? Su Xianfei said coldly, now you know that his Majesty can poison even his own father for the sake of the Prince of Yin. If his Majesty knew that you touched the Prince of Yin's child, what do you think he would do? Su Xiao was shocked. Su Xianfei suddenly smiled. However, the late emperor did not have no tricks left. He left a group of death warriors to deal with the Prince of Yin's mansion. Death warriors? Su Xiao didn't think so. Speaking of the late emperor, Concubine Su opened up. In fact, even if there were no assassins, Yin Jiuqiu would not live past the age of 25. Do you know why? Without waiting for Su Xiao to guess, Concubine Su said mockingly, because he was cursed at a very young age. Not only did he not live past the age of 25, but so did all his descendants. Until the lineage of the King of Yin was completely extinct. Yin Huaijing's heart was once again filled with disgust. He could not imagine that Yin Jiuqiu, who was only a few years old at the time, was dragged to the front of the palace by his own grandfather and obediently swallowed the curse that his grandfather personally fed him to cut off his descendants. This is really too cruel. Uncle! In Gao's mansion, Gao Yuan was kneeling under a peach tree, marking the test papers of students from the Imperial Academy. Among this group of students, there was a poor student with brilliant literary talent, who was deeply liked by him. Qi Lin was not happy to be left aside by his uncle, so he sat opposite him with his cheek in his hand. Talk to me. Uncle! You've been reading these articles all day. It's time to pay attention to me. Gao Yuan smiled gently. I asked you to go to the Imperial College, but you didn't go. If you went, you would be paid attention to by your uncle every day. Qi Lin stuck out his tongue. I don't want to study. By the way, uncle, you haven't finished telling me about your last dream. Aw, that. You haven't heard it yet. What did you say? Gao Yuan put down his pen. Qi Lin thought for a while. It's said that Yin Jiuqiu died at the age of 25. And his son came back and massacred the capital. What happened next? Did they plot to usurp the throne? Gao Yuan paused and said, they turned against each other. Ah? Qi Lin was surprised. But they didn't turn against each other for too long. Gao Yuan said again. Qi Lin raised his eyebrows. Reconciled? I told you. Brothers. How can there be overnight hatred? Gao Yuan shook his head. Not reconciled, but dead. The three big demons all died tragically. Chapter 223. Yuan teaches her son. Su Xiao escorted Concubine Su and her son out of the Su family mansion. Farewell, madam, and your highness. The two got on the carriage. After the carriage went far away, and the Su family mansion could no longer be seen, Concubine Su spoke quietly. My son, what do you think about this? Do you think everything your uncle said is true? Is your mother doubting your uncle? Yin Huaijing asked. Concubine Su sighed. He is my own brother. I naturally don't want to doubt him. But it concerns your position as the crown prince. so I have to be cautious. I am sorry to make your mother worried, Yin Huijing said lightly, turned his head, and looked at the night outside the window, as if he didn't want to say anything more. Such an important matter. But it was over with just one sentence that made her worried. Are you still angry with your mother? Don't want to talk to her? In front of Su Xiao. He knew to give her face. But when there were no outsiders, he turned back to his attitude of not allowing strangers to enter. I dare not, Yin Huijing said. Concubine Su was furious. You dare not. You dare not. Then what are you doing now? You can't disbelieve what your uncle says. But you can't believe it completely, Yin Huijing said. Concubine Su was stunned at first, then realized that her son was answering her first question, because she blamed him for not wanting to talk to her. So he immediately answered her words. Look, I'm talking to you nicely. Aren't you? What else can you be dissatisfied with? Concubine Su was filled with anger. And of course she regretted it. Her son had heard about her calling Yuan into the palace to make things difficult. If she had known that the girl had a son with Yin Jiuqiao, she might as well turn a blind eye and let her son toss about it. Anyway, she couldn't toss about it. So she was a waste of time being a bad person. The mother and son were angry, and the topic was left unresolved. On the other side, Su Xiao, who sent the mother and son away, gradually returned to normal, and all his fear and surprise disappeared, and his eyes became deep. He knew everything that Concubine Su told him about the life experience of Prince Yin and the curse of Prince Yin's mansion. But he shouldn't have known it. So he acted as if he was shocked. However, there is one thing they overlooked. If it is true as Concubine Su said, that His Majesty killed his own father to save his brother, why did Yin Jiuqiao always hold a grudge against His Majesty, and wanted to be so angry that he would fall ill when he saw His Majesty? Is it because someone failed to assassinate His Majesty, and captured the Prince of Yin as a threat, and the Prince of Yin committed suicide first to avoid dragging His Majesty down? But this matter is not His Majesty's fault. Not to mention that the Prince of Yan's life was originally saved by His Majesty from the hands of the previous emperor. The Prince of Yin did this just as if he was returning his life to His Majesty. So what is Yin Jiuqiao hating? But if the child who mixed up the royal bloodline is not the Prince of Yin, but His Majesty, then everything makes sense. The Prince of Yin took the blame for your Majesty for so many years, and he was a thorn in the eyes of the late emperor until his death. Even thanks to your Majesty, Yin Jiuqiao was cursed by his own grandfather to have no descendants. And the Prince of Yin went to die for this heartless brother. Does your Majesty not know the truth? He just didn't have the courage to tell the truth. He knelt in front of the late emperor, and could not say that evil son was not my brother, but myself? So the young Prince of Yin suffered. And the young Yin Jiuqiao suffered. Young master. Eng Lu walked into the study room, holding several brocade boxes. The palace has sent rewards, saying that they are to replenish your body. Yin Jiuqiao didn't even raise his eyelids. Throw it out. Eng Lu sucked his saliva and said, you can sell it for money. Then sell it, Yin Jiuqiao said. Eng Lu blinked. Then the silver from selling. Yin Jiuqiao said, does this young master look like someone who is short of that little silver? Eng Lu grinned. Yin Jiuqiao said again, send it to Miss Yu. Eng Lu couldn't smile anymore. Eng Lu walked out with a pile of rewards, feeling depressed, and passed by Eng Shi-san who was leaving the house. Eng Shi-san called him. What's wrong with you? Eng Lu told Eng Shi-san everything that happened in the study room. What a success. Eng Shi-san glared at him, left him, and went back to his room. Eng Lu continued to walk forward. After a while, Eng Shi-san caught up with him, and threw a heavy purse into his arms. Eng Lu was stunned, and Eng Shi-san left without looking back. The next day, Yuan was awakened by several dazzling lights. She opened her eyes, turned her head, and found a row of silver ingots lying on the table by the window. Yuan looked at the closed door, and made sure that no one had come in. So where did these ingots come from? Yuan lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. She walked to the table, and saw that there was a note under the ingots. On the note were a few big characters written in a flamboyant style. You're welcome. Yuan chuckled. This guy. If you don't do business, you won't know that the bigger the business, the less money you have to spend. No wonder so many people in the previous life seem to be in debt. Yuan put away the money, and went to wake up the little guys. The little guy was lying on the bed with his 4 legs up in the air. Xiaobao was holding Erbao's feet in his hands, and Erbao's other foot was pressing to Bao's belly. Yuan couldn't help but smile knowingly just by looking at them. Such a cute child must grow up safely. Yuan kissed the little guy's face, and the three of them woke up in a daze and rushed to Yuan's arms. Suddenly, Yuan felt her chest tighten. She looked down and saw that Shuba's hand had grabbed her little chest at some point. Yuan. This little guy wants to grab everything he sees. Yuan took out Shuba's paws, changed the clothes for the three people, and led the three people to the backyard to wash. Yuan has already bought the mountain. Yu Shaoqing would go to the mountain every day to see how the land reclamation was going. But he didn't go today. With 3 more mouths to feed, he couldn't even make breakfast. These little things couldn't eat this or that. They were not easy to feed. Yu Shaoqing had a dark face. He cooked a pot of millet porridge, steamed a basket of white flour buns, and stewed a large bowl of egg custard. The little guy ate very happily. He finished the egg custard in the bowl. He didn't drink the porridge, but he ate a few bites of the buns. Then, they lifted their clothes and showed Yuan their little bellies, indicating that they were well behaved and full. Yuan touched their little heads. You are so good. Go play with uncle. Maybe because Yen Ryu had been locked up for too long. The children were a little introverted and not good at interacting with other children. Yuan asked Taidan to take them around the village more often. Taidan was good at this. He was the one who took care of my sister, and he did a great job. Let's go find Sister Jinjin first, and then find Brother Sher too, little Taidan said to the 3 little guys. Yuan remembered that the little guys were blocked in the alley by a group of naughty kids. They didn't know how to fight back. Yuan was worried that they would be bullied again, so she repeatedly told Taidan to take good care of them. Little Taidan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, sister. My fists are very powerful. Whoever dares to bully my little brother, I will beat him." As Taidan said this, he showed his majestic little fist. The 3 little kids looked at Taidan in confusion, and then at Yuan. Can you still fight? Can you still be a good kid after fighting? Yuan nodded and scratched Xiao Tian's nose. You said that. If you can't win, don't come back. Is there anyone I can't beat? Xiao Tian straightened his little body, pulled the 3 little guys, and went out with a heroic spirit. Ah! 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 A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Tian screamed. Another half-quarter of an hour later, Suehua, the daughter-in-law of the hunter's family, came to the door. Suehua looked very flustered. The workshop started work today. She was working in the backyard. The workshop didn't have enough buckets, so she went home to get them. When she passed the ridge of the field, she saw a group of children fighting. Her son Shertu is the leader of the children in the village. He is the most popular one. But the most powerful one is Go Hua, the grandson of Aunt Zhong. Go Hua is 9 years old this year. Although he looks young, he is the little village bully of Lianhua village. When that child fights, even the 10-year-old Shertu is no match for him. Today, Go Hua and Taidan had a fight. It's bad. It's bad. All one. Yu Shaoqing has already gone up the mountain. Suehua knows that at this critical moment, Yuan can only come forward. What's wrong? Sister Suehua? Yuan put down the half-washed clothes and went to the main hall to see Suehua. Suehua said in panic, "They are fighting." Who is fighting? Taidan? Taidan and Go Hua. Yuan had heard about Go Hua, a very fierce child. The children in the village did not dare to provoke him. How could Taidan fight with him? Her son was also there. Wouldn't he be beaten by Go Hua? Her son was only 2 years old. How could he withstand Go Hua's fists? Yuan hurried to the place where the children were playing. Ah! 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 The sound of Tiadan screaming could be heard from a distance. The children who were watching the fun surrounded them in a circle. Yuan walked over in 2 steps and squeezed into the crowd. She saw Go Hua being ridden by 3 little guys on the dusty ground. The little guys waved their little fists like snowflakes and beat the little village bully Go Hua without any chance to fight back. Taidan was screaming on the side, and he was shocked. If you can't win, don't come back. Good kids have to win. They are all good kids. A new generation of village bullies is born. Chapter 224. Yuan never expected that the first time in her life that she would apologize to someone so solemnly was because her 2-year-old son beat up the other party's 9-year-old Go Hua. Auntie Zhong. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Yes. Yes. I won't do it again. I will discipline them. After leaving Auntie Zhong's house, Yuan felt terrible. Little Taidan, who deserved a beating. She asked him to take her son with him, but he led him into a ditch and beat him up? Really? Yuan had already found out the whole story of the incident. It was little Taidan who provoked first. Gowa caught a toad and told people it was a frog. Little Taidan laughed at him for being a fool who couldn't tell the difference between a toad and a frog. Gowa threatened little Taidan to try and say one more word. Little Taidan said several words fearlessly and was beaten badly by Gowa. Of course, Gowa hit him too hard, which was wrong. But her son hit him too hard. Look at how Gowa was beaten. The village bully has become a village flower. His face is covered with flowers. Yuan walked home without saying a word. The three little kids followed her, with their heads drooping. Little Taidan was very cunning. He had already gone to the mountain to seek refuge with Yu Shaoqing. Do you know you are wrong? When approaching the door, Yuan stopped and looked at the three little guys with a serious face. The three little guys lowered their heads. Babies who fight are not good babies. It's not that I don't allow you to fight. Yuan organized her words. It depends on the situation. You can't take the initiative to bully others. And you can't bully others with your uncle when you know that your uncle is wrong. The three little guys looked at Yuan with a confused look on their faces. Yuan. Okay. They didn't understand. Yuan herself didn't understand how a few weak little kids could bully a 9-year-old dog boy like that. Village bully. Too much of a reputation. While the little kid was bullying the village bully. On the other side, the little kid's father, a certain young master, was also bullying Su Xiao. Su Xiao and Yin Ryu colluded with each other to plot against Yin Jiuqiao and his family. This was a crime in itself. Once the news was exposed, Su Xiao would not be able to escape from prison. Su Xiao was also prepared to die. However, Yin Jiuqiao kept the news secret and delayed the announcement. He just didn't want to give Su Xiao a happy ending. But he tortured Su Xiao's flesh and blood one by one. First, Su Xiao's eldest son fell off his horse when he got drunk. Then his second son got into a fight in the street and was imprisoned. Then, Su Xiao's uncle owed a huge gambling debt and was pressed on the gambling table to have his hand chopped off. All these things seemed to be his own fault. But they all happened within one day, which made people suspect that someone was secretly torturing Su Xiao. Su Xiao had no way to deal with this. And so did concubine Su. If Yin Jiuqiao had brought the matter to light, concubine Su might have been able to plead with the emperor to give her brother a lighter sentence. But Yin Jiuqiao didn't say a word, and she didn't have the courage to expose Su Xiao's plot against Yin Jiuqiao to the emperor. She was hoping that Yin Jiuqiao didn't tell the story because he was hesitant. So if she told the story herself, wouldn't that backfire? Su Xiao understood Yin Jiuqiao's plan. He delayed giving him a quick death and kept a sharp knife hanging over his head all the time, just to make him worry day and night. Yin Jiuqiao was torturing him, just like a cat that wants to eat a mouse. It will play with it slowly first. Play with it until the mouse is exhausted, and then swallow the mouse in one bite. Master, something happened in Tianxianglu. The housekeeper reported solemnly. Which one? What happened? Su Xiao asked with a sullen face. The housekeeper said, the plaque of our newly opened one fell down and hit someone. And it was the young master of Zheng Lao's family. Zheng Lao is angry now, and is asking us to give an explanation in Tianxianglu. Su Xiao could no longer guess how the plaque fell. But Su Xiao could not catch Yin Jiuqiao's pigtail, so he could only watch Yin Jiuqiao blatantly attack his own territory. Master, the housekeeper was worried. Su Xiao said tiredly, I know. You can leave. I will come over later. The housekeeper left. The confidant came out from behind the screen. Master. Su Xiao clenched his fists in anger. Yin Jiuqiao is really too much. Does he really think I can't do anything to him? Even if the young master is in seclusion, I can't contact him for the time being. But I still have my own people. Go contact Yueguan. The confidant paused and said to Su Xiao, Master, forgive me for being frank. You should be cautious when you take action. Why? Are you worried that the whole army will be wiped out like last time? Su Xiao said. I was careless last time. I underestimated the strength of the 2 secret guards. But I only sent out the lowest level death warriors. The silver-faced death warriors have not been dispatched yet. Besides, I am not going to assassinate Yin Jiuqiao. The confidant said, Master, do you want to attack Miss Yu? Then the master should be more cautious. Su Xiao frowned. What do you mean? The confidant explained, when I went to Lianhua village to investigate the news, I found something very interesting. Several outsiders moved into the original Zhao family's house. The villagers may not be able to see it, but I can be sure that they are not ordinary people. Their aura is very strong. and their skills are probably not inferior to any silver-faced warriors. There is such a thing. Su Xiao paused and looked at the confidant and said, "Are you suspecting that they were sent by Yan Jiucha to protect the girl of the Yu family?" "That's right." The confidant nodded. "If they are really so powerful, then his chances of winning are not great." "But?" Su Xiao thought of something and smiled lightly. "They are not Yan Jiucha's people." "How does the master know?" The confidant looked at Su Xiao suspiciously. Su Xiao smiled and said, "You just said." "Whose house did they live in?" "The Zhao family." "After the Zhao family moved away, the house was empty," the confidant replied. Su Xiao said confidently, "Don't forget, Xiao Heng was the girl's fiancé. How big do you think Yan Jiuchu's heart is to let his guards live in his house? Even if he has moved out, the young master can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Living in Zhao's house? Isn't it disgusting? Who are they then? Why did they live in Lotus Village?" The confidant was puzzled. Su Xiao pondered and said, "I don't know, but I am sure that they are definitely not our enemies. If things go wrong, they may be on the same path with them." It must be said that Su Xiao's guess was correct. Although the group of people were not targeting Yan Jiuchao, they were indeed targeting Yuan and others. Once they succeeded, Yan Jiuchao would also suffer a heavy blow. From this point of view, they are indeed on the same path. With the master's words, "I feel relieved. I will arrange for someone to capture the girl now." "Does the master want her alive?" "It's best to be alive, because only with a live person can Yan Jiucha be threatened. It doesn't matter if it's not alive," Su Xiao said again. He had already torn his face with Yan Jiuchao. If he couldn't catch her alive, he would kill the girl. Yan Jiuchao cared about her so much. If she died, he might be so angry that he would die of the poison. Zhao's mansion. Wei woke up. After Wei was bitten by the king of 100 goo, the old man took great effort to take out the goo worm in his body. But the damage of the goo poison was not so easy to eliminate. Wei had been staying in the room to recuperate for a while, and he was completely healed today. Wei felt ashamed. As the biggest villain in the clan, he couldn't even deal with a woman. And he also lost a king of 100 goo that he had worked so hard to refine. "Grandma, give me another chance. I won't fail again," Wei said firmly. The old man shook his head. "No need. We have already found out. She is not the person we are looking for. She is the daughter of that person. Recently there have been many strange people in the village. It seems that they are looking for some information. I don't know if our whereabouts have been exposed. Recently you should not act rashly. Wait until the storm is over." "Wei, but..." "No buts. This is the clan order," the old man said without question. Wei swallowed the words in his mouth. The old man took the other 2 men out. Wei stayed in the room, silently mourning his dead goo worm. He was very unwilling. Although Grandma said that she was not the target of their arrest, implying that it didn't matter if he failed. But he fell in her hands. No one had ever made Wei fall. Wei wanted to kill this woman. With his skills, he could definitely do it without anyone noticing, and would not reveal their identities to anyone. After nightfall, Wei took the opportunity to go to the toilet and sneaked out of the back door. Killing is much easier than catching someone alive. A knife goes in and a knife comes out. A life is gone. At the same time, the assassin sent by Su Xiao also sneaked into Yuan's house. This is a silver-faced assassin. Even Ning Shursen is no match for him. He went around the back mountain to Yuan's house, but no one was at home. Everyone went to the old house for dinner. "Alwan, Alwan, are you home?" And Zhang's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Su Xiao only ordered to kill Yuan, not others. And Zhang entered the main room. The assassin flashed to Yuan's bed, pulled back the quilt, and quickly got in. And Zhang walked to the door of Yuan's room. Are you asleep? So early?" And Zhang saw the bulging mass on the bed, and naturally couldn't guess that it was not Yuan. But it was not a big deal, and it would be the same if she looked for a Yuan tomorrow. She closed the door for Yuan and walked out quietly. The assassin was about to lift the quilt when Wei entered the room. Wei ran straight to Yuan's room, pulled out a knife, and stabbed without saying a word. The assassin, who had no idea what was going on, stared blankly at the knife stuck in his heart. Yuan, excited, "Wei, you are such a good person." "Wei, crazy, no. I am a villain." Chapter 225 Father-in-law and son-in-law meet. As soon as Wei killed someone, Yuan came into the house. Yuan didn't expect to see such a bloody scene in the room. A familiar man stood in front of her bed and stabbed another person wrapped in her quilt. Yuan was about to ask what was going on when Yu Feng arrived with a sheep. Soon, Yu Song also arrived. And then Aunt Bai, who came to Yuan's house to sell bamboo shoots, also arrived. Aunt Bai shouted loudly, and the whole village came. A thief broke into Ah Wan's house. He hid in Ah Wan's bed because he was afraid of being discovered by me. He wants to harm Ah Wan. It's the new family. What's his name? Ah Wei, Suiwa said. And Zhang said, yes. Yes. It's Awei. Awei on the side. My name is Awei. Not Awei. Awei found that the thief sneaked into Ah Wan's house and wanted to catch him. As a result, he got angry and wanted to kill Awei to silence him. Fortunately, Awei is skilled. And Zhang, Suiwa and others stood outside Yuan's house and told the story with details, as if they had seen the whole process. Yu Shaoqing moved the body out and put it in the bamboo forest in the backyard for fear of scaring the villagers. The head of the village, Xuanzi's brother, Ernie and others heard the news and rushed over. Xuanzi's brother and Ernie had killed enemies on the battlefield, so they were not afraid of death. The head of the village and Xuanzi were very scared. Do you want to report to the police? Asked the head of the village. After checking the body, Yu Shaoqing frowned and said, no need. The government can't control this kind of person. He didn't say much, but the people present were not stupid. Even the government couldn't control this kind of person. So he must be of great origin. The village head had never seen the world, and was frightened and at a loss for a moment. Is it said by the person who stole your military merit? The village head dared to speculate. It's no wonder that the village head guessed so. In fact, the only big figure that the village head knew who was at odds with the Yu family was the one who stole the military merit. It was said that he was also made a marquis and was highly valued by the emperor. Yu Shaoqing shook his head secretly. If this person was guarding Yu Shaoqing's house, they might be able to barely think that he was sent by Yan Songming. Although they didn't think Yan Songming had this ability, but he was guarding his daughter's house, which made him look more like he was coming for his daughter. It's Su Xiao. After the village head and others left, Yuan said to her father. Only the father and daughter were left in the room. Yu Shaoqing nodded. Su Xiao had a sister who was a virtuous concubine and a nephew who was a prince. No matter how you look at it, his background was stronger than Yan Songming. Of course, he had a stronger motive to hurt Yuan. He is a death warrior, Yu Shaoqing said. Yuan looked at her father in confusion. Yu Shaoqing took out a silver mask from his arms. A silver-faced death warrior, he said. Yu Shaoqing had never been in the underworld, but he had heard a lot of rumors about death warriors in the camp. Death warriors were a kind of killing tool cultivated in an extremely cruel way. From the day they became death warriors, they completely abandoned everything in the past. They could not live like normal people, but normal people could not fight like them. Once they were given an order, they would either die or complete their mission. So they were called death warriors. The Xiongnu also had assassins, who had killed many of their generals. Yu Shaoqing had met them before, but they were only the most junior assassins. Even so, he still felt very difficult. He could not imagine that Su Xiao had actually sent a silver-faced assassin who was determined to kill his daughter. Thank you very much, little brother, Yu Shaoqing said after surviving the disaster. If he had not stabbed him to death with his own skills, he would not be the opponent of this assassin. At that time, his daughter would be in danger. Yuan agreed. I will go and thank him. Yuan left the house and met Jiang at the door. Where is Awan going? Jiang asked. Yuan said, Awei saved me. I'll go and thank Awei. Jiang smiled gently. Okay. Yuan carried a jar of stinky tofu, and the 3 little kids followed her. They also asked Yuan for a small jar each. Yuan carried the big jar, and they carried the small jars, and went to find Awei in a hurry. Awei was surrounded by a group of ants and ants at the entrance of the village, praising and asking questions. Awei is single. Awei finally got rid of the ants and ants with great effort. But he ran into Yuan, who came to thank him before he took 2 steps. Yuan blocked his way and apologized for the unpleasant meeting earlier. I was rude last time. Please don't mind it, brother Awei. It was the first day that Awei and others moved in. They didn't tie up the horse properly, so the horse ran to the next door and ate the vegetables planted by Aunt Zhang. Yuan personally led the horse back and warned him to take good care of his horse. I thought Brother Away was a difficult person to get along with. I am the most difficult to get along with. Away rubbed his hands. Thank you, Brother Away, for this matter. Yuan handed the jar in her hand to him. Brother Away, you are a good person. I am not. Away roared in his heart. At this time, the three little kids also came forward and gave the small jars they had carried all the way to Away. When Away saw the little milk bag, who was not even as tall as his knee, he immediately got furious. Children are all devils. Away hates children. The little milk bag reached out his hand and hugged Away's legs. Away jumped up as if he was avoiding the plague. The amplitude of the movement was so large that the little milk bags were startled at first, and then laughed like pigs. The three of them didn't want the cans anymore. Stood on tiptoe, stuffed the cans into Yuan's arms, and ran after Away. Away ran away madly. The little milk bag stretched out his little hand and chased him, laughing like a pig behind him. The little milk bag liked Away. Away didn't like the little milk bag. Woo! Yuan saw that the three children were having fun, so she didn't force the stinky tofu and pickled bamboo shoots into Away's hands, but turned around and sent them to Away's house. Is it really okay to leave your son to a ghost villain? The piggy laughter of the little milk bag echoed all the way, and half of the village could hear it. After finally getting rid of the little milk bags, Away felt like he had lost half his life. Away can also coax children, said an ant. Able to beat up evil thieves and coax children. Away is simply the most perfect good man in the whole village. No! He is the first villain in the clan. In order to prove that he is indeed full of evil and has a bad temper, Away decided to teach them a lesson. At this time, Aunt Zhang happened to move a box out with great effort. The box was very large and looked quite old. It must have contained a lot of good things. Away walked over without saying a word and raised his fist. Hey! The box was smashed to pieces, and it was all turned into pieces of wood. Away raised his chin. Stupid villagers. Now you should believe that Away is evil. Oh! Aunt Zhang yelled and grabbed Away's hand. This box is eaten by termites. I was just going to chop it up and use it as firewood. Unfortunately, this is old sunken wood. I couldn't chop it for a long time. Thank you so much. Away! Away completely collapsed. The assassin was dragged to the back mountain by Yu Shaoqing and buried. But after thinking for a while, Yuan still felt it necessary to tell Yin Jiuqiu. She guessed it was Su Xiao, but there was no evidence. What if she guessed wrong? In addition, this person seemed to be coming for her, but it was very likely that he was going to hurt Yin Jiuqiu. She had to remind Yin Jiuqiu anyway. In the evening, the clerk of Zuixianju came to get another batch of sour bamboo shoots. Yuan sealed the letter with wax and gave it to the clerk of Zuixianju, asking him to go to the young master's mansion. She wanted to hand it to Yin Jiuqiu in person, but she was worried that Yin Jiuqiu had left the mansion. So she told the clerk to hand the letter to Uncle Wan or guarding. Of these three people, at least one should stay in the mansion. Yuan didn't say in detail whether it was Yinglu or Yingshisen. In her opinion, it didn't matter. Both of them were loyal to Yin Jiuqiu, so it didn't matter who handed it to. Yuan was the second in command of Zuixianju, and the clerk naturally did what she told him to do. The clerk first delivered the goods to Zuixianju, and then went to the young master's mansion without stopping, asking the servant if there was a man named Uncle Wan or a guard named Ing in the mansion. Yinglu came back from gathering information outside. Hearing what the waiter said, he got off his horse and asked him, "What's the matter? Are you from the mansion?" The waiter asked cautiously. The gatekeeper came forward and greeted him. "Guarding. This is guarding." The waiter hurriedly took out the letter from Yuan to him, handed it to him with both hands and said, "This is the letter from our second master, asking me to hand it over to Uncle Wan or guarding in person. I am from Zuixianju." What else did Yinglu not understand when he heard Zuixianju? Yinglu accepted the letter and entered the young master's mansion. In the study, Yin Jiuqiu sat quietly behind the desk. On the table in front of him was a letter sealed with wax. He did not open the letter immediately, but rubbed the little snow fox on his legs. He had no son to play with, so he could only play with the snow fox. His life was miserable. The little snow fox twisted its body in dissatisfaction, stretched out its claws, and tried to pick up the letter on the table. But its claws were too short, and it couldn't pick it up after half a day. Yin Jiuqiu snorted. Tomorrow is Yu Shaoqing's birthday. She wrote to me at this time. Guess, what's the reason? Ing Lu said bluntly. Because of an urgent matter? Yin Jiuchao glanced at him coldly. Ing Shursen said calmly. She must want to invite the young master to celebrate Master Yu's birthday tomorrow. Yin Jiuchao snorted. With her thoughts like this, who can she hide from? She even handed it to Uncle Wan or guarding in person. As if she was afraid that no one would know how much she missed the young master. Ing Lu, don't you think your words are contradictory? Yin Jiuchao opened the letter with a triumphant look. And after reading it, his face darkened. Ing Lu's heart skipped a beat. What kind of evil is the young master going to do again? Yin Jiuchao looked at Ing Lu and said in a long tone, Are you sure you didn't miss it? No. Look at the wax. Ah. Ing Lu was halfway through his words when Ing Shursen pinched him hard. Ing Shursen said, I saw a piece of letter paper dropped on the man's carriage. But I didn't think much about it at the time. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly. This young master knew it. Ing Lu twitched his mouth. Then will the young master go? Ing Shursen asked very into the play. Yin Jiuchao sneered. What if I don't go? What if she makes a fuss? This young master can't afford to lose this person. Ing Lu, she can make a fuss. How come you can't afford to lose this person? Have you already regarded her as your own woman? Then the gift. Ing Shursen looked at Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao said casually, just give her something. If it's too heavy, it will make me seem like I'm being vague with her, and can't wait to come and propose marriage. Uncle Wan, who had just walked to the door. Uncle Wan took a deep breath, pulled the servant next to him, and sighed helplessly. Go catch a pair of wild geese. I'm going to the countryside to propose marriage tomorrow. The lights were bright in the Su family mansion. What did you say? Did you fail? Su Xiao looked at his confidant, who was half kneeling on the ground in disbelief. The confidant stood up, walked to the door, looked at the corridors on both sides, and made sure there was no suspicious person. Then closed the door and said to Su Xiao, Yes. Master, I failed. How could he fail? Where is he? Su Xiao was asking about the assassin. The confidant said with regret, He's dead. Someone killed him. Su Xiao was completely shocked. It was fine that he missed his move. But he was actually killed. He sent out a serious silver-faced warrior, who was hard to beat in the entire Central Plains. He originally felt that sending such a master to deal with a girl was a bit of an overkill. He thought that he was making such a fuss because Yin Jiuchao was pushing him to the limit. But in the end, he overestimated the strength of the silver-faced warrior. If it was an ordinary secret guard, wouldn't there be nothing left? Who killed him? Su Xiao asked coldly. It couldn't be that girl. Even if that girl had some boxing skills, she had no internal strength. It was impossible for her to kill such a powerful warrior. It didn't seem like Yu Shaoqing either. Yu Shaoqing was good at arranging troops and killing enemies on the field. Assassination? He was not as good as the silver-faced warrior. It was the group that moved into the Zhao family. The confidant said. The story of Wei killing the thief and saving a one had spread throughout the village. The head of the village and Xuanzi thought it was a killer sent by the Yin family, while the villagers thought it was an ordinary thief. No matter what, it was Wei who killed him. Wei made a great contribution, and the whole village was talking about him. Didn't the master say they were not Yin Jiuchao's men? How could they protect that girl? The confidant didn't understand. Su Xiao didn't understand even more. He was sure that he had not made a mistake, since that group of people could live in the Zhao family. It was definitely not arranged by Yin Jiuchao. But if it wasn't arranged by Yin Jiuchao, who could it be? Who could kill the master of the silver-faced assassin with one knife? Su Xiao never believed that those people were in the same group with Yuan. He said, maybe there is some misunderstanding. You can check it out. Yes. Yu Shaoqing got up before dawn. Earlier than any other day. Not for anything else. Just because today is his birthday. He can finally receive the gift made by his daughter. In order to pretend that he didn't know. He was almost suffocated to death these days. What will his daughter give him? Dad? Come here. These are the shoes I made for you. Although they are not very good. But this is the first time I make men's shoes. Dad? Try them first to see if they fit. Yu Shaoqing's big feet moved, as if he could already feel the comfort of the shoes under his feet. When Xiao Tai-Dan went to pee, he saw his father standing outside the kitchen with a silly smile. He knew without guessing that his father was thinking about his little red skirt again. Really? A grown man actually has such a habit. Isn't it shameful? He simply didn't have the mouth to say anything about him. Xiao Taidan went back to the house with a depressed heart, looked at his mother with sympathy, climbed onto the bed, and continued to sleep. When you don't wait for someone, time will pass by in a flash. If you really wait, you will feel that the days are like years. Yu Shaoqing wandered outside his daughter's door for a while, and decided to find something to do for himself. He first made the dough, then went to the backyard to dig bamboo shoots, and planned to make steamed buns with braised meat and spring bamboo shoot stuffing later. The Yu family fed a sheep, which Yu Feng bought from Dali village yesterday. Yuan asked him to buy it. It was a ewe, and it was still producing goat milk. Not long after Yu Shaoqing went to dig bamboo shoots, Yuan also woke up. When she woke up, the 3 little milk bags seemed to have sensed it, and woke up at the same time. Yuan dressed them, and led them to the yard. They sat obediently on their own small toilets. Yuan squeezed the goat milk, boiled it, and put it into 3 small sheepskin bags. These sheepskin bags were improved by Yuan. The bag body was added with double handles, and a hole was chiseled on the wooden cork, and a reed tube was inserted. The ancient version of the small milk bottle was born. After the 3 little milk bags urinated, they were pulled by Yuan to wash up. They grabbed their small milk bottles with both hands, sat on the threshold of the main hall, and drank them. Yin Jiuchao's carriage stopped outside the gate of the Yu family. He got off the carriage and saw this scene. The 3 little guys sucked very hard, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. But they looked serious and satisfied. Yin Jiuchao's heart softened, and a smile rose unconsciously at the corner of his lips. He was about to call them, when Yu Shaoqing, who had just returned from digging bamboo shoots, strode out. He heard the sound of the carriage, and guessed that there were guests at home. He was about to entertain them well, and even put on a polite smile. As a result, he saw the handsome Yin Jiuchao, and the pair of shoes on Yin Jiuchao's feet that his daughter made for him. Chapter 226. Yu Shaoqing's smile froze on his face. Those were the shoes his daughter made for him. How did they end up on this guy's feet? Yu Shaoqing's first reaction was that his daughter's shoes were stolen by this guy. But his second reaction was, which thief stole something, and blatantly brought the stolen goods to the door? Yu Shaoqing was very angry. The consequences are serious. Yin Jiuchao felt a strong murderous aura coming towards him. He raised his head, and looked at Yu Shaoqing, the initiator of the murderous aura. Yu Shaoqing clenched his fists. His face was ashen, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Young Master Yin wondered, hadn't he already vented his anger about his secret meeting with his daughter in the middle of the night? Why was he still so angry after so long? To show his importance to his daughter, he wore the shoes made by his daughter himself. What was his attitude? While young Master Yin was puzzled, Yuan came over after washing the clothes of her family. She didn't pay attention to the movement of the carriage. She wanted to see if the 3 children had finished drinking milk. Then she saw her father's tall and fierce back, and Yin Jiuchao's confused expression. The 3 little kids sat on the threshold between the 2 of them, drinking milk and looking at the 2 adults with innocent expressions. Yuan thought that something bad had happened again. Last time, he wanted to see her body, but her father caught him. Her father was still furious, and now he knew that he was the man who took away her innocence 3 years ago. He wanted to kill him. How dare he come to her? The flames of war were raging, and the war was about to break out. Yuan calmed down, walked over, and called softly, "Father!" "Wan, you came at the right time," Yu Shaoqing said angrily. "How did the birthday gift you gave me end up at his feet?" Yuan was stunned. "Father, is your birthday coming soon?" Yu Shaoqing's heart was hit by 10,000 points of critical strike. It must be said that Yin Jiuchao also came to visit under great pressure. He prepared so many gifts, thinking that since he was so thoughtful, Yu Shaoqing's hard heart should soften. Unexpectedly, Yu Shaoqing was not only not soft-hearted, but also ruthless. The majestic Master Yin made Yu Shaoqing chase half of the village with a broom and beat him miserably. "Look at you. Who asked you to come over?" In the main house next door, Yuan took his cotton ball and dipped the disinfected herbal juice to wipe the injured forehead for Yin Jiuchao. "A good face. See the flower. This is not Yu Shaoqing. It is reasonable to say that he shouldn't be in the following." But he couldn't swallow it. His baby-like girl did not hurt enough. So he let a stinky man bully, and gave birth to the dolls. He also grabbed his birthday ceremony. He dragged him, and as a result, he was stuck on the stone. Fortunately, he only broke a little epidermis. rubbed some medicine, and healed it without infection for a few days. Yin Jiuchao looked at her coldly. Yuan was applying the medicine seriously, not noticing that Yin Jiuchao's eyes were almost devouring her alive. Didn't you ask me to come here? Yin Jiuchao said coldly. Yuan looked at him in astonishment. When did I ask you to come? Yin Jiuchao said coldly. You wrote to me the day before your father's birthday. Isn't it to ask me to come and celebrate your father's birthday? She didn't know her father's birthday. Also, she wrote a whole page of Su Xiao's crimes. Was it all in vain? How could this guy find such a strange focus? It seems that she can understand why her father always wants to beat him. Yuan took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with him on this issue. She looked at the boxes outside the door and changed the subject. What are those? I can't come empty-handed. So I prepared a few small gifts for your father. Then, small gifts? Yuan looked at the dozen or so boxes tied with red silk and the pair of spirited geese on the table, and her mouth twitched. This gift is really thin. The whole village knew that Master One had returned, and he was carrying more than a dozen loads of gifts and a pair of wild geese. In the Zhou dynasty, wild geese were only used as auspicious gifts when seeking marriage. Ordinary families could not find them, and it was not easy for rich families to find one. But Master One got such a big pair from nowhere, which made the people in the village very surprised. Yuan did not understand this, and thought that the wild geese were game sent by Yin Jiuchao, which could be stewed and eaten. On the way back to the house, she thought of more than a dozen ways to cook wild geese, and her saliva flowed out. The aunt asked the two brothers Yufeng to take the children out to play, and she sat in the house with her uncle, Yu Shaoqing, and Jiang Shi, talking about Yin Jiuchao's visit. They already knew that Yin Jiuchao was Master One. At first, they thought Master One had found a quiet village to study hard, but now they think that he came for their All One. I said that when the earthquake happened, he would protect All One even if he risked his life. The aunt suddenly realized. It was he who found All One after she fell off the cliff. The uncle suddenly realized. And the fact that Yin Jiuchao took care of Yu Shaoqing after he was imprisoned. They used to think that Yin Jiuchao was repaying Yuan for saving his son. But now, no one thinks so. He was just taking care of his future father-in-law. What does it have to do with saving his son? But then again, he and All One really have a deep bond. The three children that All One saved were actually his own flesh and blood. And the woman that Yin Jiuchao fell in love with was the biological mother of his children. The aunt didn't know whether to cry or laugh. You can't blame him for what happened 3 years ago. The aunt had a very good impression of Mr. Wan. She did not blame Yin Jiuchao even after learning the truth. Of course, this was because the mother-in-law liked her son-in-law more and more. But there was also the idea that men were superior to women in the aunt's bones. When something like this happened to a woman, she would always be the one who suffered. It was a rare luck that a man was still willing to treat her sincerely. The uncle remained neutral. He loved All One, but he also loved his third brother. The third brother's crime had not been cleared yet. It would be bad for the third brother to offend the young master at this time. I don't agree, Yu Shaoqing said, slamming the table. That boy is not a good guy at first glance. He bullied All One 3 years ago and left after bullying. He made my All One suffer so much. Now he comes back and wants to snatch All One away. He is dreaming. Did I agree to give my daughter to him? He came to my house so openly. Who gave him the courage? The sick Jiang lowered her head guiltily. But All One will get married anyway, the aunt said earnestly. Yu Shaoqing said angrily, you don't have to marry him. Is my All One in a bad market? No one wants her. What about Ernu, Xuanzi's brother, and who else? Every time they see All One, they don't even blink, thinking I'm blind. That's because they don't know All One has a child. The eldest aunt sighed secretly, thinking what's wrong with the third brother, as if he had eaten flint. I didn't think he disliked Master One so much. What did Master One do to upset the third brother? The dozen or so gifts that Yin Jiuchao brought were returned to the next door intact by Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing closed the door and sat in the room alone, sulking. Dad. Yuan pushed the door open. It was night, and the room was dark. Her father didn't even light an oil lamp. We don't need money for oil lamps anymore, Yuan said. Yu Shaoqing ignored her, his tall body shrouded in shadows. Although he was in his prime, he had been fighting for many years and had indelible scars on his body. Yuan had never seen him from this angle before. Today, when she got closer, she found an old scar behind his right ear that went around his neck. Someone had tried to cut off her father's head with a knife. He must have been seriously injured at the time, leaving such a large piece of flesh but there must be more and more serious scars in places she couldn't see. They felt that she was suffering. But who was suffering as much as her father? She'd lost her parents when she was very young. She was raised by her aunt, who was not a woman with a strong sense of family. No one in their family celebrated birthdays, and no one would leave food for those who came home late. Many times, she didn't know how to take care of her family's emotions, and she didn't know if she would accidentally hurt the other party's feelings. Dad. Yuan came behind Yu Shaoqing and said softly, "I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your birthday today." Yu Shaoqing felt very sad. Yuan handed him a bundle. "It was made on the third day after you came back. I was embarrassed to give it to you." Some people are unrestrained when facing their lovers, but are always very embarrassed when facing their parents. Yu Shaoqing took the bundle with trembling hands and slowly opened it. There were 2 pairs of brand new black cloth shoes. As soon as he saw the unique needlework and soles, he knew that they were made by his daughter. His daughter did not lie to him. She really made shoes for him. Although they were not the pair he had seen before, they were earlier than that pair. And there were 2 pairs. Yu Shaoqing's heart melted at once, and his eyes were slightly hot, as if some hot liquid was about to rush out. He looked up to prevent himself from crying in front of his daughter. He took out a pair of cloth shoes and couldn't wait to put them on. Then he stood up and took a big step proudly. "Ah!" Yu Shaoqing screamed. "What's wrong, Dad?" Yuan supported him. Yu Shaoqing finally burst into tears after holding back for a while. "Did you forget to take out the needle?" Chapter 227 The Prodigy. Yu Shaoqing wanted to put on the shoes and walk around Yan Jiuqiao to show off. But now he couldn't. He limped back to the bed, looking so pitiful. Yuan stretched out her hand in shame. Then I'll take the shoes first. Don't even think about it." Yu Shaoqing held the shoes tightly and refused to give any to Yuan. Yuan had no choice but to leave the room. Those were her earliest shoes. She was not very skilled in sewing them, and the steps were all mixed up. Unexpectedly, she dropped the embroidery needle into them. And Yuan was also very upset. For dinner, her aunt brought over cornmeal steamed buns, braised pork belly and bamboo shoots. Yuan divided a portion and sent it to Yan Jiuqiao. Yan Jiuqiao seemed to be asleep, lying on the bed, breathing evenly, until Yuan approached. He suddenly woke up. A moment of alert flashed in his eyes, and when he saw that it was Yuan, he returned to his normal look, and said in a hard tone, "What are you doing here? It's time to eat. My uncle made braised meat and bamboo shoots. They taste great," Yuan said, putting the bowls and chopsticks on the table and turning up the dim oil lamp. At this time, Yuan saw his appearance clearly. He took off his hair crown, and his black hair hung down casually, with a strand of hair on his shoulders, embellishing his handsome face. Yuan had seen many beauties in her past and present lives, but this one in front of her was indeed the most beautiful one. However, Yan Jiuqiao seemed a little pale today. Yuan subconsciously touched his forehead with her hand. "Did my father beat you up?" "Humph." Yan Jiuqiao turned his head away unhappily. "Are you in a bad mood again?" Yuan felt that Yan Jiuqiao gave people a very strange feeling. Sometimes he was mature like a strange and cold man, and sometimes he was childish like a child. She didn't know whether it was really because of his different aura, or because her eyes had changed when she looked at him. "It's also quite interesting," Yuan thought to herself. Of course, being sick is boring. Seeing that his face was so bad, Yuan probably had no appetite. So she didn't rush him to eat dinner, but pinched his wrist and put 3 fingers on his pulse. Yan Jiuqiao frowned. "What are you doing, Yan Jiuqiao?" Yuan's expression became serious. "Your pulse is not right." Yan Jiuqiao withdrew his hand lightly. "With your half-baked medical skills, what is right or wrong?" Yuan said seriously. "Don't underestimate my medical skills. I have finished reading the medical books left to me by Grandpa Bao. I dare not say anything else. But I still can't make mistakes in pulses." Yan Jiuqiao snorted disdainfully. "You can become a miracle doctor just by reading a medical book. Is it so easy for you to be a doctor? I am different from them." "What's the difference? You are a woman and they are men?" There was no way to talk that day. Yuan stuffed the bowl and chopsticks into his hand, said "Eat by yourself," and got up and went out. Ing Shursen walked in silently, looked at Yan Jiuqiao and said, "Young master, why don't you tell her?" "Tell her what? I'm dying?" Yan Jiuqiao said coldly. "Not yet. If he was going to die, He would take everyone with him. Yin Jiuchao took a bite of the delicious braised meat and found it tasteless. He couldn't even taste the food. From the moment he was born, he began to wait for death day by day. This didn't happen to Ingshi-san. Ingshi-san didn't dare to say that he felt the same way. But he felt sorry for the young master. At such a young age, he had to bear too many things that he shouldn't have. Sometimes Ingshi-san even thought that the young master was too tired to live. The moment the curse came true, it might be a relief. Ingshi-san, Yin Jiuchao said calmly, do you think they will be like me? They will also start to get sick when they are 5 or 6 years old. And then, they can no longer eat properly. They can't live without medicine bottles. And they will get weaker and weaker year by year until they are 25. No, maybe not yet. Didn't I say it? If they don't live past 25, they may die at 20. Who knows what their fate will be? Ingshi-san wanted to say that no matter what the outcome of you, young master, is, he will accompany the young master. As long as he lives one day, he will run for the antidote one day until the curse of the young master is lifted. If he really can't, he will protect the 3 young masters until the last moment of their lives. But he didn't say that in the end, but asked, young master, if you knew that Miss Yu was pregnant, would you let her give birth to the child? No, Yin Jiuchao said firmly. What is the meaning of this kind of life waiting to die? Ingshi-san was silent. The young master never thought about living well. He wanted to die all the time. But he didn't want to satisfy those people so quickly. Even if living was a torture, he gritted his teeth and endured. He didn't want the young master to live such a twisted life. So he would rather they were not born. But only by seeing how the young master treated the young master, you will understand how much the young master loves them. Yin Jiuchao forced himself to swallow a bowl of food. He didn't lose his taste all at once. At first, he couldn't taste sweetness, then saltiness, and then even spiciness and bitterness. He was so disgusted that he could vomit. Now it's much better. He's used to it. Yin Jiuchao finished his meal and lay down with a calm expression. The next day, Yuan got up early. As usual, she squeezed goat milk, boiled it, and put it into small bottles to nourish the 3 little ones. She also gave some to Tai-Dan and his sister yesterday, but they were not used to the taste, so she didn't make it for them today. The little milk bag sat on the doorstep and gulped down the milk. Yuan was hanging clothes on the open space outside the door. You don't need to look back to know that the 3 little guys are staring at her intently. The villagers have seen the little milk bags and know that they are the sons of Mr. Wan. They must have seen them appear in her house in the past 2 days. Yuan didn't care about what the villagers said. But if they asked her in person, she would tell them truthfully that she was the mother of the little milk bag. After hanging the clothes, Yuan came over and kissed the little milk bags on the forehead one by one. Today is the day when Zuixianju settles the payment for goods. People from Zuixianju will come to collect the goods later. She plans to take their carriage to the capital. But it is still early, and Yuan does not want to be idle. So she takes a backpack and goes up the mountain. The 3 little kids followed them. Are you going too? Yuan asked with a smile. Are the little ones too clingy? She has to follow her in everything she does. And she even wants to watch her bath. The 3 nodded. Yuan laughed. Okay then. Then we won't go deep into the mountains. Just walk around the periphery. The 3 went back to the house and grabbed 3 pieces of clean cotton cloth and handed them to Yuan. Yuan quickly realized that they wanted her to make a bib on them with cotton cloth like last time. Yuan tied the cotton cloth around their necks, and a simple bib was completed. The 3 were very satisfied. After drinking the last sip of milk, they went up the mountain with Yuan. As spring became more intense, the weeds on the roadside became more lush. They still wanted to pick everything they saw, and showed it to Yuan after picking it. Yuan noticed that they picked the same ones they had picked last time. This is dogtail grass. This is violet gentian. This is plantain. Yuan patiently said the name of each grass. When they picked the clover, Yuan accidentally said hogweed, which made the 3 people anxious. The 3 looked around and picked 3 real hogweeds. They looked at Yuan seriously, as if to say, this is hogweed. So, are these little guys testing her? They actually remember them all? To confirm her guess, Yuan deliberately said it wrong several times. Every time she said it wrong, the 3 of them could pick the correct weeds. It has been many days since the last time they went into the mountains, and they still remember the names of those weeds, which shows that their memory is excellent. Yuan was very happy. There is nothing more exciting than this. They grow slower than children of the same age and don't speak. Yuan once suspected that their minds might also develop more slowly. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. They are all super smart children. Maybe this is another kind of compensation from God to them? Yuan felt that she was quite smart. She had the best grades since she was young. But how much of this was due to talent, and how much was due to hard work was unknown. The only thing that was certain was that she definitely could not remember so many things when she was 2 years old. Yuan thought of the legendary King Yin, who was said to be an absolute prodigy in his childhood. Could it be that the 3 little kids inherited him from the previous generation? The 3 little kids were no longer scared by frogs and insects, because Yuan told them that these little things were not scary. After Yuan caught 3 big bullfrogs and 5 big mantises, they finally believed that they were not a threat. Yuan picked wild peppers, and the 3 little kids picked prickly pears on the side. They had eaten yellow and red ones, and knew that red ones were sweeter. So they picked only red and big ones. But they went to catch frogs while picking. Yuan said nothing, until they caught a flower snake. Yuan was so scared that she almost threw the basket out. I told you not to be afraid of frogs. But who told you not to be afraid of snakes? Yuan hurriedly caught the flower snake. But she didn't know if it was her illusion. She always felt that the flower snake was pinched by her son and rolled its eyes. After being frightened by the flower snake, Yuan decided to go down the mountain early. The 3 of them were still not satisfied, and some did not want to leave. But Yuan would not indulge them. Fortunately, although they were reluctant, they did not make a fuss and went down the mountain with Yuan obediently. This time, they only focused on catching small things on the mountain, and did not pick many fruits. Yuan washed them all, barely a small bowl, and Yuan divided them into 3 bowls, each with only 4 or 5 fruits. The 3 of them first picked out the reddest and largest one, and fed it to Yuan. Yuan ate it. Afterwards, they took the fruit to Jiang and Yu Shaoqing's house. And when they came out, there was only 1 red fruit left in the bowl. They liked this kind of fruit very much, sour and sweet, and they could never eat enough. But they did not guard their food, which was much better than her. They saw Yuan staring at the fruit in their bowl, probably thinking that Yuan wanted to eat more. So they paused and handed the last fruit to Yuan. Yuan touched their heads. Mom doesn't want to eat. You eat it. The 3 of them then put the fruit into their mouths. After another quarter of an hour, the carriage from Zuixianju arrived. Now they not only transported stinky tofu, but also sour bamboo shoots. There were 2 carriages in total. One of them went to the old house, and the other stopped in front of Yuan's door. Miss Yu. It was Mr. Qin's hearty voice. Yuan came out and imitated Mr. Qin's tone. Joking, what wine brought Mr. Qin here? Mr. Qin jumped off the carriage and gave Yuan a look. You also learned this trick? Yuan led him into the main room, and the 3 little guys watched Uncle Taiyan study in the house. Master Qin heard the sound of reading and asked in surprise, Is it your brother? Yuan nodded. I plan to send him to the private school in the town. He has to take an exam and pass it before he can enter the private school. Master Qin did not ask why he did not go to the village school. In Master Qin's opinion, the Yu family's business has grown, and they are not short of money, so they should send the child to the town. Yuan poured a cup of tea for Master Qin. Master Qin took a sip and said, I came here today to settle the payment with you. I have never seen anyone settle the payment so actively. In fact, Master Qin and others are not so active. But who can blame Yuan for selling so well that Zuixianju is almost in short supply? He has more than 1 Zuixianju. And stinky tofu and sour bamboo shoots are really not enough to sell. Today, in addition to settling the payment for Yuan, he also wants to ask Yuan if she has any plans to expand production. Yuan said, To be honest, I bought a mountain behind me. I need manpower for the workshop and the land reclamation. The villagers are busy with 2 jobs. You can recruit people, said Mr. Qin. Yuan thought about it, and felt that this method was feasible. She was not satisfied with the business of Zuixianju. Her small workshop would become a big factory sooner or later. Recruiting people was necessary. She also needed to build a greenhouse, dig a fish pond, and open a breeding farm on her mountain. The current manpower was far from enough. I will consider it, she said. That's right. Mr. Qin smiled with satisfaction and took out a stack of silver bills and a list from his arms. Check and see if there is any mistake in the number. After that, he said to the driver, Take down my abacus. No need. Yuan's mental calculations were no slower than the abacus. When the driver brought the abacus in, she had already checked it. 318 taels. Correct. 318 taels in a month. This was unimaginable when she first came here. Yuan took the banknotes. Thank you, Mr. Qin. We are one family. Why should we be polite? Mr. Qin smiled. Mr. Qin talked to Yuan for a while. On the other side, the goods were all delivered. Mr. Qin stood up and said goodbye. Yuan gave him a jar of old stew made by his uncle. This was not for sale, but for him to take home and eat. He has a little foodie at home. I thank you on behalf of Zishu. Mr. Qin happily accepted the old stew. Took 2 carts of stinky tofu, fermented tofu and sour bamboo shoots, and left with satisfaction. Yuan went to the house to check Xiao Tian's homework. But before she finished checking half of it, another carriage stopped outside the house. Unlike Mr. Qin's carriage, this carriage was also pulled by a horse. But the horse was extremely powerful and tall, and it also exuded a cold and domineering aura. Yuan was wondering who the other party was, and saw the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a man in dark blue brocade clothes walked down. He was tall, strong, with deep eyebrows, handsome face, bronze skin, and a strong aura. Yuan felt the same murderous aura from him as her father. The children in the village gathered around curiously, but none of them dared to approach, which showed that they were also scared by the aura of the man. Yuan didn't know who he was, but she could guess that he was of high status. I really don't know how her small temple could attract such a big Buddha. The man walked in front of Yuan. He is so tall. Yuan looked up and looked at him like a pitiful little thing. The man's face was harmless. He looked at Yuan and said, "Excuse me, is Miss Yu here?" "I am," Yuan said. Many girls were scared to tears by his ferocious appearance when they first met him. But Yuan stood there calmly, with no extra emotions except a blank look on her face. The man pulled the corner of his lips. Yuan thought he might want to laugh to express his friendliness, but he was really not suitable for laughing. When the corner of his lips was pulled, it was even more scary. A child in the village was scared and cried. "Who are you?" Yuan asked calmly. The man also answered calmly, "I am Xiao Shinting." Xiao Shinting? Yuan was not unfamiliar with this name. He was the legendary Grand Marshal of the army, Shang Wanyan's second husband, and Yin Jiuchao's stepfather. What did he come to see her for? Yin Jiuchao was next door. Should she call him? Call him? Or call him? Seemingly seeing Yuan's confusion, Xiao Shinting slowly said, "I'm not here to find Songer." "Songer? Yin Jiuchao? Then are you here to buy stinky tofu from me?" Shang Wanyan liked her stinky tofu. Xiao Shinting took out a porcelain bottle, handed it to Yuan and said, "This is Songer's medicine. I hope you can let him take it. Why don't you give it to him yourself? He won't eat it if I give it to him." Yuan heard from Bai Tang that Yin Jiuchao didn't have a good relationship with his stepfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have preferred to live alone in Yanqing instead of moving to the Xiao family in Beijing with Shang Wanyan. Yuan's eyes moved. She pulled out the bottle stopper, poured out a pill and said, "You eat it first." The driver was shocked. Is this girl doubting Marshal Xiao? How dare she? Xiao Shinting didn't say anything and ate it without hesitation. "You want to eat it too?" Yuan took another pill and gave it to the driver. The driver was stunned. Why did he want to eat it too? The driver looked at Xiao Shinting, who nodded. The driver took the pill and swallowed it. Yuan saw that the two of them didn't show any abnormality, so she took the medicine bottle with confidence. Chapter 228 Daddy. Don't go. Xiao Shinting really came to deliver medicine, because after Yuan received the medicine bottle, he got on the carriage and left. The whole process was so fast that it was unbelievable. If there was no extra medicine bottle in her hand, Yuan would probably think that the mountain-like man had never appeared and everything was just her illusion. Yuan was not curious about how Xiao Zhiting found her. Shang Wanyan knew her relationship with Yin Jiuchao, and as Shang Wanyan's husband, he should also know about it. Clouds rise and bring rain. Dew turns to frost. Gold is born in Lishui. Jade comes out of Kumeng. The sword is called Juk. The pearl is called Yiguang. The fruit is precious pear and pear. The vegetable is mustard and ginger. The sound of little Tai Dan reading aloud came from his parents' room. Yuan went over to take a look and saw little Tai Dan sitting upright on a chair, reciting the 1,000 characters with his head shaking. She didn't know if the ancients were all like this, or if it was really easier to remember this way. Little Titan shook his head very seriously. And the three little kids looked at him without blinking. And also shook their heads rhythmically. Maybe they were also reciting. But without sound. Yuan thought. Yuan didn't disturb them, and turned to go to the next room. Children in the countryside are not so spoiled. Titan always goes out to play by himself. No one knows where he goes. But he will come back obediently at dinner time. Little Titan knows where to go, and where not to go in the village. Of course, he will occasionally make trouble, such as provoking Gowa. But most of the time, this uncle is very responsible. If the children make Yuan feel at ease, then Yin Jiuqiu's situation is not optimistic. It's already noon, and he hasn't woken up yet. Yuan took his pulse, but he didn't wake him up. Uncle Wan went back to the young master's house. Ing Lu also left, leaving only Ing Shi-san to guard the house. Ing Shi-san is not an outsider. Yuan thought about it, and told Ing Shi-san about Xiao Shinting's visit. Ing Shi-san's expression was not surprised at all. Yuan sighed secretly. With such good martial arts, he should have sensed Xiao Shinting's aura long ago. Fortunately, she told him. Otherwise, if she had kept it a secret, there might be some resentment. Yuan didn't ask more questions. Yin Jiuqiu would tell her what she wanted to know. If she didn't want her to know, she would only embarrass Ing Shi-san if she asked. But only one sentence. Can your young master take the medicine given by Xiao Shinting? Ing Shi-san nodded. Yuan, oh, still didn't ask any further questions. Ing Shi-san couldn't help but add, I took it in previous years. But I didn't let the young master know. Yuan caught 3 pieces of information from his words. First, Yin Jiuqiu's illness has been going on for a long time. Second, Xiao Shinting can be trusted. At least the medicine he gave can be safely fed to Yin Jiuqiu. As for the third, Yin Jiuqiu's grudge against his stepfather is unusually deep. Yin Jiuqiu is like a hedgehog. Anyone who gets close to him will be stabbed and covered in blood. Yuan thought silently. Maybe she has a thick skin. Otherwise, why wouldn't she be afraid of being stabbed by Yin Jiuqiu? I'll go see the child first. Call me when he wakes up, Yuan said, and got up and went out. Just before stepping out of the door, Ing Shi-san suddenly said, Uncle Wan said that the young master was not like this when he was a child. Ing Shi-san was young, and when he came to Yin Jiuqiu was already this kind of infuriating temper. But Uncle Wan secretly told him, and Ing Lu, that the young master was a lovely and good baby when he was very young. Ing Shi-san would not have said this before, but after getting along with him for a while, Ing Shi-san had changed his mind about Yuan. When everyone was gradually moving away from the young master, he at least hoped to help the young master keep Yuan. Yuan smiled and nodded. He is not so annoying now. On the other side, Xiao Shinting's carriage drove towards the village entrance. The driver muttered, Master, is that girl too bold? Doesn't she know who you are? How dare she question what you gave her? Does she know that you can make her father never return to the barracks in his life with just a flick of your finger? Xiao Shinting said. That's good. Somer has no shortage of people who are good at flattering others. But she lacks someone who is bold and careful. I see that she doesn't act like a farm girl in her manners, but has some courage of a general's daughter. How much? The driver thought of Yuan's calmness when facing Xiao Shinting, and the trembling of the girls in the Xiao family in front of the master, and thought that the girl was simply a leopard. When passing by the Zhao family's house, Xiao Shinting's eyebrows suddenly frowned. Slow down, he said. The driver tightened the reins and stopped the carriage. Outside the gate of the Zhao family, Awei was cleaning the yard. Ever since Awei's rescue of Yuan was exposed to the whole village, his unauthorized actions were discovered by his grandmother, who severely reprimanded him and punished him to work. Xiao Jinting's cold eyes fell on Awei. What's wrong, master? The driver asked puzzledly. Is there something wrong with that man? Of course it was wrong. The man's internal energy was so powerful that it was terrifying, and it also gave Xiao Jinting an indescribable sense of danger. Such a master appeared next to Yin Jiuqiu, and Xiao Jinting had to be more careful. Xiao Jinting moved his wrist. Always suddenly felt a stern murderous aura. He turned his head and looked at the carriage. His heart skipped a beat. Judging from the horse's panting, the carriage had stopped for a while, but he had not noticed the other party's aura. The other party was very powerful and terrible. Just when Xiao Shinting was about to attack Awei, 3 little kids came running over. Compared with masters, Awei hates children more. Awei screamed, dropped the broom, and began to run away with his head in his arms. The little kids chased Awei and laughed like pigs. Xiao Xinting's murderous aura faded away in the laughter of the little kids. He had never heard them laugh like this. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He moved his body, as if he wanted to get off the car to hug them. But he finally sat back and said to the driver, "Go back to Beijing." Yan Jiuchao's illness was more severe than expected. He slept until the afternoon and woke up without feeling hungry. He just stared at the curtain with his eyes wide open. Ing Shursen went to the next room and called Yuan. Yan Jiuchao. Yuan came to the bed and called him softly. Yan Jiuchao did not respond, still staring at the top of the tent. Yuan took out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. But he didn't even blink. Lost consciousness. Yuan frowned. What? Ing Shursen was startled. Yuan touched his forehead, and it was a little hot. Yuan poured water and took out the pills said by Xiao Xinting. Xiao Xinting had told him before leaving that he should take 1 pill a day. And if the condition was serious, he could take 1 more pill. Yuan fed him 2 pills in one breath. Yan Jiuchao was still in a daze. Yan Jiuchao. Yan Jiuchao. Yan Jiuchao. Yuan patted his cheek and called him again and again. But Yan Jiuchao seemed not to hear a word. Yuan looked at Ing Shursen beside her and said, "Is he like this before?" Ing Shursen shook his head solemnly. "No. The young master has fallen asleep, fainted, and lost his mind, but never like this." His eyes were wide open, but he didn't react to anything around him. Yuan sat at the head of the bed and half huddled Yan Jiuchao into her arms. "Yan Jiuchao, can you hear me?" He was lying in her arms, but she felt that she was losing him, and he was leaving. "Young master." Ing Shursen also called him from the side, but he didn't even respond to Yuan's voice, let alone his. Ing Shursen's fists were clenched and his body was shaking. Somehow, Yuan suddenly remembered what Yu Zigui had said to her. "Didn't Yan Jiuchao tell you? He won't live past the age of 25. She didn't believe it at first. But now, Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed her surging emotions. She still couldn't believe it. The 3 little kids were waiting for Yuan in the room. But they didn't see her after waiting for a long time. They came over and saw Yuan and Yan Jiuchao. I don't know if it was Yuan's emotions that affected them, or Yan Jiuchao's appearance that frightened them. They opened their eyes wide, walked to the bed with a blank look on their faces, and pulled Yan Jiuchao's hand. Yan Jiuchao didn't respond at all. The little kids looked at Yuan in panic. Yuan tried to suppress her emotions and not let any strangeness appear on her face. She rubbed the heads of the 3 people soothingly and said to Ing Shursen, "You go to Xiao Mansion." Ing Shursen went without stopping. The little kids climbed onto the bed. They usually had a hard time with Yan Jiuchao, but at this moment, the 3 of them seemed to have some kind of induction, and climbed into Yan Jiuchao's arms one by one, with their heads resting on his chest and their hands tightly grasping his clothes, as if saying, "Daddy, don't go." Chapter 229. I will cure him. Xiao Xinting left Beijing overnight. Shang Wanyan could not hide this matter. Shang Wanyan also came. When the couple arrived at the village, the little baby had fallen asleep. They fell asleep in Yan Jiuchao's arms. Yan Jiuchao probably never dreamed that the little bastard, who was so naughty in his hands, would actually nestle in his arms so quietly, guarding him and waiting for him. Yuan let the child sleep beside Yan Jiuchao. Yan Jiuchao loved them so much, with them accompanying him. Maybe he could wake up soon. "Somer." Shang Wanyan's voice came before she arrived. Yuan was sitting by the bed wiping Yan Jiuchao's face. Hearing the sound, she put down the handkerchief, got up, and took the wash basin to the shelf beside her. Shang Wanyan came in dusty. Her eyes were red, thinking that she had cried all the way, and she cleaned up before entering the house. But she couldn't hold back and burst into tears when she saw Yan Jiuchao for the first time. Xiao Xinting came in. The room was quite spacious, but the space seemed cramped when this burly man like a mountain entered. He patted Shang Wanyan's shoulder soothingly. "Don't cry first. The child is about to be woken up by you. Let the doctor see it first." His voice was naturally rough, and it was not soft even if it was lowered. But his cautious look reminded people of the gentleness of a beast. Shang Wanyan was persuaded by him, looked at Yan Jiuchao, and then at the 3 sleeping little kids, stopped crying, and was helped to the side by Xiao Xinting. "Come in," Xiao Xinting said, looking at the door. This voice seemed to reveal the pressure of a beast. An old doctor with gray beard came in with a medicine box. He was not a royal doctor, but a doctor Xiao Xinting found from the folks. He was the best at treating such difficult and complicated diseases. All the medicines Yan Jiuqiao had taken over the years were prepared by him. Yuan stood quietly in front of the shelf. It seemed that no one noticed her, and no one asked her to go out. So she stayed in the room motionless. The old doctor was really good. He gave Yan Jiuqiao a few injections, and Yan Jiuqiao's empty and dull eyes closed, compared with his unblinking, as if his soul was drained. It was more acceptable for him to fall asleep like this. But Yuan understood that his condition was actually the same. The old doctor repeatedly checked Yan Jiuqiao's pulse. After the diagnosis, he touched his beard and sighed deeply. "What's wrong, Dr. Zhong? How is my son?" Sheng Wenyan asked with a sob. The old doctor cupped his hands and said helplessly, "The young master's condition is not good." "Why? Why is it not good?" Sheng Wenyan asked anxiously. "Not much time left," the old doctor said helplessly. Sheng Wenyan felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and the world was spinning. Xiao Jinting supported her in time to prevent her from falling to the ground. Sheng Wenyan burst into tears. "Didn't you say there are still 2 years? He is only 23. Yuan frowned. So it was true. Yu Zigui didn't lie. Yan Jiuqiao really couldn't live past 25. The old doctor said, "That is the most ideal situation. But this kind of disease can worsen at any time. It was God's blessing that he could live to this day." Of course, the old doctor didn't dare to say this. As a doctor who had prescribed pills for Yan Jiuqiao for more than 10 years, he knew better than anyone that Yan Jiuqiao's condition was actually getting worse every year. He had increased the dosage again and again, and there was no way to increase it this year. Otherwise it would become a poison. Sheng Wenyan fainted from crying. Xiao Jinting carried her to the next door. The most heartbreaking thing in life is that the old sin the young. Yuan is now a mother, and she understands Sheng Wenyan's reaction. The old doctor stayed in the house. He went to the carriage to give medicine, saying that he wanted to give Yan Jiuqiao a medicinal bath. This was a futile struggle, and it was just to comfort Sheng Wenyan's heart. The two did not bring servants, and the water in the basin was cold. Yuan went to the kitchen to get another basin and continued to wipe Yan Jiuqiao's face. He was cursed. Xiao Jinting's voice suddenly rang behind Yuan. Yuan turned around, looked around, and confirmed that he was talking to her. She stood up and greeted him, "Marshal Xiao." No need to be polite. Xiao Jinting motioned for her to sit down. Yuan sat back on the stool. This man was too tall. When she stood, she looked like an innocent little pitiful person in front of him. After sitting down, she was just like a little kitten. So, it was not that they didn't notice her just now, but they couldn't greet her. The reason why they didn't let her avoid suspicion was that they wanted her to understand Yan Jiuqiao's condition. Did he treat her as his own? Yuan pulled Yan Jiuqiao's cold hand. His body was scalding hot, but his hands and feet were cold. This was not a good sign. She wiped his hand with a warm cotton cloth and whispered, "Did he get it when he was very young?" Xiao Jinting nodded. "When he was 2 or 3 years old. Wouldn't that be the same age as Xiao Niang?" Yuan tightened her fingers. "Who is so cruel?" "The late emperor," Xiao Jinting said. Yuan was stunned. The late emperor? Wasn't the late emperor Yan Jiuqiao's grandfather? How could he curse his grandson? The late emperor thought that the king of Yan was not his flesh and blood, Xiao Jinting said. Thought it wasn't? Then it was? Yuan looked at Xiao Jinting in astonishment. Xiao Jinting sighed. It's a pity that this misunderstanding has not been clarified to the late emperor until death. But even if it is clarified, the late emperor can't do anything to save the situation. Is there no solution to this curse? Yuan didn't ask who framed the king of Yan. This couldn't be a simple misunderstanding. But there were some things that she shouldn't know. Xiao Jinting was very satisfied with her tact. This kind of royal secret should not be exposed. It was a desperate move to expose the late emperor. If she bit the current emperor, was she too proud of her life, or that the girl didn't die fast enough? Xiao Jinting didn't say anything to Yuan's doubts. I have been looking for a way to solve the curse for many years. This is not something from the Central Plains. It is a curse from the southern border, which first appeared in the Nanzhao Kingdom. Yuan has read a lot of books these days, and roughly understands that the area south of the Central Plains is collectively called the southern border. Most of the southern border is the territory of the Nanzhao Kingdom, and there are several small tribes that have surrendered to the Nanzhao Kingdom. Xiao Jinting continued. The original intention was to tame the royal family's dead soldiers. After discovering that its toxicity was irreversible, the Nanzhao royal family gradually banned it. But its secret recipe was passed down. I didn't expect it to be introduced into the Central Plains. And I didn't expect that the late emperor would have such a vicious method to deal with the child of the king of Yin. Yuan couldn't understand the late emperor's approach either. But it is said that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Those who can sit on the throne are generally not kind-hearted people. Knowing that the king of Yin is not his own flesh and blood, he cannot deal with the king of Yin openly due to the face of the royal family. The accumulated hatred in his heart made the late emperor do cruel things. It's just that Yin Jiuqiu suffered. He is still so young. And this contest is unfair to him. Since this poisonous curse is so overbearing. Is Yin Jiuqiu hopeless? Yuan asked. Xiao Shinting paused and said, have you heard of the Southern Xinjiang Gu technique? Yuan shook her head. Xiao Shinting said, there is a kind of Gu technique in Southern Xinjiang that may be able to resolve this curse. However, Gu technique is not so easy to master. To become a real Gu master, one needs to raise the Gu in one's body. Ordinary people cannot bear the toxicity of Gu at all. So the number of Gu masters is extremely rare. Not to mention, Yin Jiuqiu does not need an ordinary Gu master. Xiao Shinting said, I have asked Xiao Wu to go to Southern Xinjiang. I believe there will be some results soon. No wonder, I haven't seen Master Xiao Wu for a while. It turns out that he went to Southern Xinjiang to find an antidote for Yin Jiuqiu. Shang Wanyin could have taken Yin Jiuqiu back to the capital. But she didn't. She and Xiao Shinting stayed in the village. The two of them were like an ordinary couple, taking care of their seriously ill son. Everyone in the village knew that Master Wan's parents had come. It turned out that he had parents. His mother was as beautiful as a flower. And his father was mighty and majestic. He was really blessed. The villagers also knew that Master Wan was ill. Master Wan was a great benefactor of their village. Since he was ill, they would visit him. Every day, villagers would bring fresh vegetables or wild vegetables to Master Wan's home. Shang Wanyin accepted all of them with gratitude. Get well soon, said Aunt Zhang. Shang Wanyin took the basket of peppers sent by Aunt Zhang and felt a lot of emotion in her heart. She could hear such words countless times every day, but she never got tired of hearing them. In the capital, everyone hoped that her son would die soon. But here, everyone hoped that her son would live well. Shang Wanyin returned to the house, looked in the bronze mirror, took off the gold hairpin on her head, took off the expensive silk, and changed into a plain cloth. When Xiao Shinting returned to the house, he saw his wife, who was high above him, like a peasant woman, holding a hoe and bending over to turn the soil in the backyard. Xiao Shinting looked at her in astonishment. Shang Wanyan's face flashed with embarrassment. I saw them turning the soil like this. I don't know if I turned it right. I'll do it. Xiao Shinting rolled up his sleeves and said, Xiao Shinting is good at fighting. But turning the soil is useless. The couple tossed around in the backyard for a whole morning. And all the good soil was turned upside down. More and more villagers came to visit. And Shang Wanyin heard a lot about her son's deeds from them. She never knew that her notorious son was so respected in the village. Mr. Wan is a good man. When we were bullied by people from Xinghua village, it was Mr. Wan who came forward and persuaded the county magistrate. Mr. Wan also saved Miss Yu. Mr. Wan is a scholar. He is very good at reading. He is the prospective champion of our village. Good man? Benefactor? Prospective champion? Is this really about her son? The villagers didn't know Yin Jiuqiu's identity and illness. But the Yu family had some accurate information. Wan. The uncle came to Yuan's house with a cane. His legs and feet were much more convenient. He could walk a half-mile slowly without a cane. But he was anxious to see Yuan, so he still used the cane. Yuan had just finished checking Xiao Tianon's homework. She had her own things to do, but she didn't miss anything she was supposed to do. Uncle simply didn't understand how she did it. If other girls encountered such a thing, they would cry their hearts out. But his Awan didn't cry. His Awan was very strong. Uncle, why are you here? Just let me go if you have something to do. Your legs are just getting better, so you can't walk too much. Yuan helped Uncle sit down on the chair. Uncle said distressfully, I came to see you. If you are sad. I'm not sad. Yuan interrupted Uncle. Uncle was stunned. Yuan said firmly, I will cure him. So there is nothing to be sad about. But this is not an ordinary disease. It is a curse that cannot be solved. Yuan curved the corners of her lips and said calmly, I will cure him. Just like I cured Uncle at the beginning. Uncle was speechless. He wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't say a word. This girl boasted that she would cure his leg. Everyone thought she was crazy. But she did it. She never gave up on things that seemed impossible to them. She could cure his leg. And she could also cure young Master Yan's illness. Right? But the doctors she could find could also be found by the Shao family and the young master's mansion. And even more. They were all helpless. Could Awan really do it? This time, I will treat it myself, Yuan said. Yuan had memorized the medical books left by Grandpa Bao. Yuan found more medical books to read. She bought all the medical books in the town. But she didn't find any useful ones. So she went to the capital. Medical books. I have some at home too, Bai Tang said. Families with deep roots all have some collections of books. Bai Tang emptied his own bookshelf and sent all the books to Yuan, fearing that these medical books were not enough. He found a study in the capital and bought all the medical books he could. The medical books of the young master's mansion and the medical books of the Shao family were also sent to Yuan's room. Shang Wenyin didn't think Yuan could really help. But she saw that she really wanted to save her son. So she let her do whatever she wanted. Awan. Yu Feng rushed into Yuan's room. Yuan put down the medical book in her hand, looked up at him and said, "Brother?" Yu Feng was in a hurry and sweating. He didn't bother to wipe the sweat off. He carefully took out a cloth bag from his arms, opened it, and said to Yuan, "Look, a medical book. Unlike the brand new medical books bought on the market or collected by aristocratic families, this medical book looks a bit worn and the pages are yellowed. Where did you get it from?" Yuan took the medical book. Yu Feng said, "I just went to the next village to collect spring bamboo shoots and met old Chui. He heard that our family was buying medical books. So he said he had one and asked me if I wanted one. I'll take it. I don't know much about reading, so I don't know if I bought the wrong one. It's 1 or 2 taels of silver. If he dares to frame me, I'll beat him up." With my brother's stingy nature, he was willing to spend 1 or 2 taels of silver to buy an old medical book. This is really plucking feathers from a stingy person. Yuan looked at him gratefully. "It's a medical book. Thank you, brother. It's okay if I didn't buy the wrong one. You watch it first. I'll go to work first." After Yu Feng said this, he left a bag of fresh fruit and turned to go out. Yuan looked at the fruit, smiled, and carefully looked through the medical skills at hand. 5 miles away from Lianhua village, there was a carriage parked. Old Chui stood outside the car and said respectfully, replying to the second prince, "I sold the medical book to the Yu family. If the queen knew about this," Yin Huijing said calmly, "I won't let her know. Even if she knew, I would bear the responsibility for you." With the second prince's words, "I feel relieved." But Old Chui paused and asked in confusion, "Doesn't the second prince and Yin Jiuqiao have a grudge? Why did he ask me to give the medical book to Miss Yu? What if she cured Yin Jiuqiu?" Old Chui had not diagnosed Yin Jiuqiu's illness, so it was hard to judge whether the medical book was useful to Yin Jiuqiao. But Yin Huijing's attitude clearly showed that he didn't want Yin Jiuqiao to die. Old Chui said, "Excuse me for being blunt. This is a great opportunity to get rid of Yin Jiuqiao." Yin Huijing said coldly, "I have many ways to get rid of him. But I want to win fair and square, and make him lose with conviction. He must live, and watch how I defeat him bit by bit." Unconsciously, the sun set, and Yuan was so engrossed in reading medical books that she forgot to eat and sleep. Ahem. Yu Shaoqing cleared his throat at the door. Yuan rubbed her sore neck. "Dad is here? Didn't you say that our family doesn't lack money for oil lamps?" Yu Shaoqing put the big bowl in his hand on the table, lit 2 oil lamps, and adjusted the wicks to the brightest. "Eat something first." "Yeah." Yuan nodded. She was just hungry. "It's dumplings," Yuan said with surprise. She didn't like pasta, but she loved dumplings. The dumplings made by her father had thin and chewy skin, firm meat, and were delicious. Yuan ate 3 in one breath. "Wow. Hot. No one is competing with you," Yu Shaoqing said reproachfully. Yuan looked at another bowl of dumplings and said, "Dad, you eat it too." "I've eaten it," Yu Shaoqing said. Yuan blinked in confusion. "Who is this bowl for?" Yu Shaoqing said fiercely, For you. If you can't eat it, just give it to that guy." Yuan smiled with curved eyebrows. "Yin Jiuqiao. Look, my father made dumplings for you." On the 7th day of Yin Jiuqiao's coma, news came from the Shao mansion. Master Shao Wu returned to Beijing. He found a Gu master. Chapter 230 Southern Xinjiang Gu Master. Master Xiao Wu had been away from Beijing for so long that he didn't know that Xiao Jinting had moved to Lianhua village. He went to Xiao Mansion as soon as he returned to Beijing. He was in a hurry to get there and looked very embarrassed. The housekeeper asked him to rest for a while and went into the village to report the news to Xiao Jinting and Shang Wanyin. Shang Wanyin instantly felt that her waist was no longer painful. She had been working hard for 2 days and could hardly get out of bed. "Where is the doctor? Take me to see him," she said anxiously. "I have placed him in the mansion," the housekeeper said. "Are you taking the young master back to the mansion now?" Although Yan Jiuqiu did not recognize Xiao Jinting as his stepfather, Xiao Jinting recognized him. So everyone in the mansion respectfully called him the young master. Xiao Jinting pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. I'll see the Gu master first. In order to treat Yan Jiuqiu's illness over the years, he has sought out many famous doctors, many of whom are just famous for nothing. If the Gu master is just a half-baked one, why bother letting the child go through all this trouble?" Xiao Jinting said to Shang Wanyin, "You take care of the child here. I will be back soon." It's not that he really wants her to take care of Yan Jiuqiu, but Xiao Jinting is worried that the Gu master will say something that she can't bear. "Come with me," Xiao Jinting said to Yuan on the side. Yuan nodded and set off with Xiao Jinting. The housekeeper didn't know Yuan, and secretly wondered who this girl was, and why she was brought by his own marshal. And looking at the lady's appearance, it seems that she doesn't object. The housekeeper didn't dare to doubt or ask, and sat on the outer seat with the coachman. The village was left far behind, and the carriage drove into Lianhua town. It was late at night, and the town was silent, with only the sound of hurried horse hooves and the sound of turning wheels. Yuan sat quietly in the carriage, next to this burly man like a mountain. Xiao Jinting's facial features were not bad, and he was even very resolute and handsome. But he had an aura that could crush thousands of troops without him noticing. Dared to sit in a carriage with the marshal? The housekeeper shook his head. Probably scared to death? "Can I ask how Master Xiao Wu found the Gu master?" Yuan's voice suddenly sounded, and the housekeeper trembled, almost falling off the carriage. This girl was not out of breath. Her voice was not trembling, and she didn't seem to be scared by her own marshal at all. It was really strange. "I'm asking you a question." Xiao Jinting spoke solemnly. "Look, his marshal is so fierce." The housekeeper patted his lips and told him the news he had asked from Master Xiao Wu. It turned out that Master Xiao Wu sneaked into southern Xinjiang. The relationship between southern Xinjiang and Dezhou was not deadlocked. But Master Xiao Wu was an official, and could not leave Dezhou at will. He was not assured to leave this matter to others, so he had to take the risk of being beheaded. The Gu master was from southern Xinjiang, and was well known in the local area. Master Xiao Wu spent a huge price to invite him from southern Xinjiang. This was just the consultation fee. To cure Yan Jiuqiu's illness, he had to pay another reward. Remuneration is a small matter. The Xiao family is not short of money. It was that Gu master who was aloof and arrogant, and not easy to get along with. Xiao Wuye asked them to serve him carefully. Xiao Jinting nodded. As long as he could cure Yan Jiuqiu's illness, everything could be discussed. At midnight, the carriage arrived at the Xiao mansion. The housekeeper knew that her surname was Yu, and called Miss Yu. "Please." Yuan followed the master and servant into the mansion. The Xiao mansion in the night was like a sleeping giant beast. The first time Yuan entered the Xiao family, her first impression was that it was bigger than the young master's mansion. The housekeeper said that half of it was expanded after Shang Wanyin married. Shang Wanyin loved ostentation. Nothing wrong with that. The Gu master and his 2 disciples live in Tingtao Pavilion. The housekeeper led the way with a lantern. When passing through a corridor in the garden, a pair of master and servant came towards them. A maid in green vest holding a lantern, and behind her, a slender girl in pink, looked only 15 or 16 years old. The two hurried and bumped into Yuan and her group. The housekeeper bowing in surprise. "Second miss?" The girl called the second lady obviously did not expect to meet the housekeeper and Xiao Jinting here. She was shocked. Second uncle?" She called Xiao Jinting second uncle. So she was the girl of the eldest house. Yuan always knew that Xiao Jinting had a brother, Xiao Yan's biological father, and this girl was probably Xiao Yan's biological sister. "Where are you going so late?" Xiao Jinting asked. The girl said in a timid voice, "My mother has a headache again. I'll go see her." Xiao Jinting nodded. "Go ahead." The girl went tremblingly. When she passed by Yuan, Yuan glanced at her. Somehow, Yuan felt that the girl looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she was a girl from the Xiao mansion. How could she have met her before? When she caught up with Xiao Xinting and the housekeeper, she walked out of the corridor. On the other side, the girl looked back in the direction of Yuan. The maid said, "Second miss, what's wrong with you?" The girl murmured, "Nothing." Tingtao Pavilion was built on an artificial lake and was one of the most scenic houses in the mansion. When they walked across the wooden bridge and arrived at Tingtao Pavilion, the Gu master was getting angry at the servants in the mansion. "It's so unpalatable. Is it for pigs? Your master invited me here from afar just to feed me this kind of pig food? It turned out that the food was not to my taste." This was not the fault of the chef in the mansion. They were all born and raised in Beijing. They had never been to southern Xinjiang and did not know the taste of southern Xinjiang people. They asked him about his taboos, but he did not tell them. He just let the chef watch and cook. As a result, the chef was not satisfied again. The housekeeper broke into a cold sweat. What Master Xiao Wu said was true. This Gu master was really difficult to serve. Xiao Xinting entered the yard. The servants came forward and saluted. "Master." Xiao Xinting said calmly, "You leave first." "Yes." The servants left the yard with a sense of relief. "You go down too," the Gu master said to the housekeeper. "Yes." The housekeeper agreed. Xiao Xinting took Yuan to the Gu master's room. The Gu master sat on a chair in a depressed mood. He was a thin middle-aged man with high cheekbones, cold eyebrows, and a slightly mean face. Behind him stood a handsome boy and a beautiful girl. They must be the Gu master's apprentices. Yuan was slightly surprised that there was a girl. "Gu master." Xiao Xinting greeted politely. The Gu master looked at Xiao Xinting, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect Xiao Xinting to be such a burly and powerful man. But after all, he was a knowledgeable Gu master. He only hid his surprise in an instant and snorted, "Are you Xiao Xinting? You asked me to treat your son?" "Yes." Xiao Xinting sat down on the chair. "You sit down too." This was said to Yuan. Yuan sat down beside him. The Gu master looked at Yuan strangely, but did not ask who Yuan was. In his opinion, it didn't matter who Yuan was. Xiao Xinting was the one who made a deal with him. Instead, the two apprentices behind him couldn't help but look at Yuan twice more. "I heard about your son's illness from Master Xiao Wu," the Gu master said. "Can you cure it?" Xiao Xinting asked. The Gu master sneered and said arrogantly, "Why am I here if I can't cure it? Are you here to cheat for food and drink? The food in your house is so bad. I'm still holding a grudge against the food." Yuan has read a lot of medical books these days, but she still can't find a way to remove the curse. She really wants to see how capable this Gu master is. The Gu master took a sip of tea and said, "Let me make it clear first. I can't treat your son for free." Xiao Xinting nodded, "Of course. You can name the reward." The Gu master snorted, brushed his sleeves, and said, "The Grand Marshal of the army is so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I will ask you to do something that is against the will of heaven and earth?" Xiao Xinting frowned. The Gu master waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm just trying to scare you. But your son is not cursed by an ordinary poison. The price of removing the curse is a bit high. I can't charge you less for the reward. 100,000 taels. Not a penny less." Yuan took a breath. 100,000 taels of silver. This is too much. "Gold," said the Gu master. Yuan's eyes widened. Does this guy know what he is talking about? 100,000 taels of gold? Is he going to empty the treasury? The Gu master smiled faintly and said, "The life of the young master of Yinqing is not worth even this price." "Right,"